Task failure archive activated. Host selection in progress.
Ding.
Host selection complete. Name, Jiang Xi. Task attempts 4. Failure attempts 4. Failure rate, 100. Reason for failure, previous system infection, resulting in the download of an erroneous strategy script.
Ding.
Backup system successfully loaded. The 4 failed tasks will now merge. In 10 seconds, the host will be launched into the newly integrated world. The Lazy Fish Reversal Project wishes the host a successful mission and a triumphant start. Jiang Xi felt a slight tremor in her eyelids, as if awakening from a distant dream, only to find herself sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner, her face unceremoniously buried in a puddle of cold, muddy water. Jiang Xi. It was no wonder she was filled with confusion. After all, following the abysmal failure of those 4 tasks, her consciousness had been extracted from her body by the system, relegated to a desolate database, reduced to mere waves of electricity. Having not experienced life for what felt like 800 lifetimes, being abruptly thrust into a foreign body was enough to leave anyone bewildered. After forcefully coughing out the muck lodged in her throat, Jiang Xi gradually propped herself up on her elbows, her vision shifting from a haze to clarity. The pale dawn light pierced through the mist. Clad in a wrinkled lilac dress, she lay on a patch of ground beside a serene lake. Looking ahead, the lake's surface rippled gently, shrouded in mist, while the towering mountains across the water were reflected in shimmering hues. Behind her lay a lush forest, ancient trees reaching for the sky, their emerald foliage creating a tranquil, uninhabited silence. Jiang Xi, still dazed, sat up. What on earth was happening? Where was this strange place? At that moment, a vague electronic voice echoed in her mind, articulating with the precision of a broadcast. Ding! Welcome, host, to the specially designed fusion task created by our headquarters. I am your faithful companion, the Reformation of Villainous Characters System. The basic information for your task is as follows. Overall difficulty rating, brutal. Initial health points, 10. Initial lazy fish points, 5,000. Strategy progress, 0-4. Advanced functions, unlocked. Host title, Ordinary Lazy Fish. Jiang Xi. The volume of information was overwhelming, causing her to feel slightly dizzy, prompting her to take a moment to absorb it. System. Host, do you recall binding to a system under which you undertook 4 tasks? Unfortunately, it failed to upgrade in time, became infected, and downloaded an erroneous script, resulting in the catastrophic failure of all 4 tasks. At that critical juncture, an AI known as the Reformation of Villainous Characters System emerged, persuading her to sign a contract. The contract stipulated that if she completed 4 tasks as directed by the system, it would grant her a long-desired wish. Surprised by such a fortuitous opportunity, Jiang Xi signed the contract without a second thought, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of a path forward. However, upon commencing the tasks, she quickly realized the reality was far from straightforward. According to the terms of the contract, the system transported her to 4 distinct worlds, where she was tasked with garnering the affection of various villains. In simpler terms, she needed to pursue romantic interests. While the concept of romantic pursuits was not inherently problematic, the villains she was expected to woo were all steeped in darkness, each one more twisted than the last. With traits such as obsession, distortion, and brutality, they embodied every conceivable flaw and discord. The difficulty was already considerable, compounded by a toxic ally on her left and a misleading script in her right hand, leading her to meet the inevitable fate of failure time and again. Jiang Xi rubbed her temples, exasperated. To pursue 4 individuals in the same world, with everyone crossing paths regularly, are you certain this won't evolve into a chaotic NTR battlefield? The system replied with confidence. Rest assured. After each successful strategy, I will provide you with a new body to house your consciousness. Thus, even if you encounter a previous target, they will struggle to recognize you in your new form. As for your demeanor and behavior, that will be up to you to conceal. So, she could pursue a target, then escape and start anew. This was somewhat comforting. He took a deep breath, recalling the system's earlier mention of a difficulty rating, and inquired, "What exactly does brutal difficulty entail?" System. The difficulty of your first 4 tasks was rated as novice level. This time, it has escalated to brutal level, indicating a change in rules. You must not only win the villain's affection but also fill in the main storyline, rectifying illogical gaps to ensure the world operates smoothly. And what about health points and lazy fish points? Though somewhat convoluted, the concepts were manageable. He stroked her chin and noted, "In essence, lazy fish points serve as a progress indicator, correct?" System. That is one way to interpret it. However, please be aware that lazy fish points will not merely decrease. If any rule violations are detected, they will automatically increase. The storyline will adapt, becoming longer, more complex, and more challenging. If you wish to expedite your tasks, it is best to keep your lazy fish points low, otherwise, you may find yourself trapped in a never-ending cycle. He. Such a stifling mechanic truly existed? System. Now, host, gather your wits. I have sent you the background information. After several minutes of scrutiny, he furrowed her brow, gradually grasping the world setting and the identity of the original inhabitant of this body. This task unfolded within a richly woven fantasy realm. It featured elements of Eastern mysticism, ranging from celestial sects and wandering practitioners to mundane folk devoid of magical roots, alongside Western-inspired mystical creatures and ferocious beasts all coexisting on the same continent. Over 200 years ago, a rift tore through the borders of the 9 provinces, opening a portal to the demon realm. Demonic beings surged forth, wreaking havoc, asserting dominance over humanity's territory. Of course, they possessed unparalleled advantages, being naturally adept at switching between alluring humanoid forms and their more brutal beastly counterparts, while also commanding lesser beasts to serve them. Their capabilities were abundant. To illustrate, if the demons' advantages were akin to the thickness of an elephant's leg, humanity's were barely the width of a toothpick, a starkly tragic comparison. He. The disparity in their foundational attributes was glaringly unfair. The script was blatantly biased. Eventually, during a new wave of demonic incursions, 2 celestial sects rose in unison, rallying humanity to combat the demonic threat. The long-suppressed celestial sects ignited a fervor, uniting the populace in shared purpose. What began as a trickle of resistance swelled into a massive tide, overwhelming the demonic stronghold. The demons were cast down, their strongholds dismantled, and their reign of terror effectively ended. The long-standing rivalry was irrevocably altered. A century has since passed. The once arrogant demons, who had looked down upon humanity, have now become elusive shadows, rarely daring to show themselves in the light of day. Meanwhile, the beleaguered celestial sects of your now thrive, with numerous sects flourishing, fostering an atmosphere of prosperity, even giving rise to a trend of hunting demons and raising demonic pets. Where did this trend originate? It stemmed from the era of their ancestors, when both humans and demons would bring their respective battle pets to the fray. In the traditional rankings of celestial sect battle pets, the most coveted were the eagle, dog, and snow wolf. These creatures, renowned for their unparalleled loyalty and combat prowess, have long held the top 3 positions. However, with the advent of the trend of raising demonic pets, the younger generation of celestial sects no longer prided themselves on the number of precious celestial pets they owned. Instead, they began to view those capable of capturing and taming demonic beasts as the true masters of their craft. The notion that celestial pets are a rarity is a fallacy. With sufficient wealth, one can procure any creature imaginable. In essence, what one can attain, others can too. When the Celestial Alliance Conference commences, the sight of identical celestial pets will be ubiquitous. The discomfort of such a scenario is akin to entering a train compartment only to discover that 9 out of 10 fellow passengers are clad in the same attire as oneself, with one being the very individual one loathes the most. However, if the battle pets were to be magical beasts, the situation would differ vastly. These creatures are scarce and possess a fierce temperament, inherently aloof from humanity. While their intelligence may not be particularly high, their combat prowess is unparalleled. If their master can exert control, their destructive capacity far exceeds that of ordinary celestial pets. Hunting magical beasts not only demonstrates one's prowess, but also allows one to stand out among peers, significantly reducing the likelihood of sharing the same companions. It is, in essence, a trifecta of benefits. Magical beasts serve as subordinates to the demon race. In contrast to their elusive leader, these subordinates are considerably less adept at concealing themselves, often making appearances in desolate mountains and forests. Hence, disciples of the celestial sect typically venture into the most barren locales for their hunts. The current setting, known as Shishu Mountain, is lush and expansive, a veritable paradise for magical beast hunting. The unfortunate soul whose body has been inhabited by Jiang Xi is named Fengwu, a mere pawn who was betrayed by her peers and cast down a cliff during a hunting expedition. It is widely recognized that the survival from a fall phenomenon is a hallmark ability of protagonists and antagonists alike. So, why does it apply to this NPC as well? This is due to the presence of a lake at the cliff's base, where a demon, pierced by a silver arrow and on the verge of death, lies. One can visibly discern a gaping wound in his abdomen, within which a near-spherical object emits a faint glow. This luminous object is the demon's Yuan-Dan, akin to a human heart, but imbued with magical energy that can mend the bearer's injuries, rendering it far more effective than a mere heart. As a member of the Celestial Sect, the severely injured original host is acutely aware that this Yuan-Dan represents her final chance for survival. In a desperate bid, she expends her last ounce of strength to crawl towards the dying demon, extracting the Yuan-Dan and swallowing it whole. Upon realizing her current identity, Jiang Xi felt a wave of darkness wash over her. One could surmise that the system would not bestow such dramatic circumstances upon a character whose name is as thoughtlessly assigned as the original host's. The system is not inclined to indulge without reason, and the abundance of engagements it has orchestrated is far from coincidental. As previously mentioned, Jiang Xi had pursued 4 individuals across 4 missions, yet ultimately failed to secure any of them. Among these companions was one known as Xianyi, characterized by his black hair and crimson eyes, embodying an aura of malevolence and brutality. His true form is a colossal beast resembling a dragon, covered in dark scales. In beast form, his long tail sweeps through the battlefield, breathing fire capable of annihilating thousands. In human form, he commands countless magical beasts with a mere flute, exuding an undeniable charisma. Now, the crux of the matter. Young Xianyi lost his father, who was slain by the Celestial Sect in Shishu Mountain, his Yuan-Dan forcibly taken. Jiang Xi thought, oh dear. Is there a more unfortunate fate than becoming the nemesis of the antagonist responsible for one's father's death? Certainly, there is, and that is the predicament of knowing one will inevitably be obliterated by the boss, yet still musters the courage to pursue him under the guise of an enemy. Jiang Xi mused, honestly, this feels like a suicidal mission. The system replied, host, in truth, Xianyi's true adversary is the master of that silver arrow. You are merely a secondary player in this drama. The Yuan-Dan healing properties are limited, and even had you not consumed it, it would not have been sufficient to save Xianyi's father. The only distinction lies in whether he perished 3 minutes sooner or later. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the fact that you took advantage of the situation. Jiang Xi gazed despondently at the heavens, taking advantage indeed. The original host may have relished in her fleeting moment of vengeance before departing, but Xianyi is bound to a path of retribution. One can only imagine the grim fate awaiting both the archer and Jiang Xi, who seized the opportunity. Reflecting on the script she had just read, it is evident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, 5 years hence, Xianyi will uncover the truth behind his father's demise and personally confront the original host, forcibly extracting the Yuan-Dan that rightfully belongs to him. In the end, he will confine her to a dark chamber, prolonging her suffering at the hands of lesser magical beasts for years, an outcome tragically severe. The system interjected, "Host, it is pertinent to mention that your demise due to Jiang Xi reclaiming his Yuan Dan is pivotal to the main storyline. Attempting to evade this through actions such as concealing the truth or aligning with the antagonist constitutes a violation of the rules, and your lethargy value will escalate exponentially." The system continued amiably, "Indeed, the two requirements are contradictory, yet not impossible to fulfill. Otherwise, how could the challenge attain such a diabolical level?" Jiang Xi thought, "It seems I am bound to fulfill this rogue contract, regardless of the consequences." Chapter 2. The second hellish scene. The midday air was stifling, and within moments, a fine layer of sweat adorned Jiang Xi's skin. She grasped the collar of her robe to fan herself, glancing around before moving closer to the lake's edge, eager to glimpse her reflection in the crystalline waters. Unexpectedly, her eyes were stung by a harsh reality. The clear surface mirrored a disheveled beggar. Her hair was a chaotic mess, resembling untamed weeds, her face marred by mud. Eyebrows askew, a darkened forehead, and her eyes tinged with greenish whites. Two dried streaks of blood clung to her face, remnants of a past she could scarcely recognize. With such an appearance, if she were to stand on the street at midnight, even a ghost would likely take a detour. Clad in a quaint, lotus-hued robe, cinched with a 3-finger-wide black belt, she appeared ethereal, though the fabric was now wrinkled from being soaked. As she brushed her fingers along the edge of her boot, she discovered a thin, sharp dagger hidden within. Drawing the blade, she noticed an elegant plum blossom engraving near the hilt. This insignia signified her connection to the renowned Qi Yin sect, one of the 3 major factions in the current celestial realm. Her master was the most esteemed leader of the Qi Yin sect, and she herself was gifted, excelling in both academics and artistry, embodying a persona of sophistication. Even as an NPC, she was among the elite of her kind. Yet, with such a promising background, she lacked the destiny of a protagonist and was thus subjected to the envy of her peers, leading to her being unceremoniously cast off a cliff by those consumed with jealousy. Jiang Xi mused, how ruthlessly cruel. Was it merely her imagination, or did it seem that, despite her tasks just beginning, her enemies were already gathering around tables for mahjong? The system remained ominously silent. Jiang Xi bent down to sip some refreshing lake water, the cool, sweet liquid soothing the fiery burn in her throat. After loosening her belt, she examined her body for injuries. Falling from such a height, even with the lake below, could have been disastrous. Yet, as she inspected herself in the sunlight, she found that the broken ribs she remembered had already healed. Additionally, her skin bore the marks of numerous cuts from branches during her fall, with dried blood clinging to them. Yet now, her skin was smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. The system interjected, "No need to look further, there will be no wounds. The essence within you possesses healing properties that enable your injuries to mend in an instant." Jiang Xi replied, "This buff is quite remarkable." The system added, "Not only has your self-healing improved dramatically, but your resilience against damage has also considerably increased. Crushing boulders against your chest will feel like child's play." Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, the system's words had unknowingly erected a towering flag of fate. She merely nodded, donned her clothing, splashed her face with lake water, and watched as the droplets trickled through her fingers, turning a pale earthy hue. After scrubbing away a layer of grime, she painstakingly untangled her hair, which resembled a bird's nest. Upon completing her grooming, she glanced back at her reflection in the lake and was astonished to find that this body belonged to a rather attractive girl of around 16 or 17, with lustrous black eyes and a delicate, ethereal presence. The only flaw was her pallid complexion, reminiscent of a starving specter, as if a gust of wind could send her tumbling. In a timely manner, the system's alarm sounded. Warning. Only 3 points remain in your health bar. Failure to replenish within 1 hour will result in mission failure. Jiang Xi exclaimed, "Wait, I merely squatted to wash my face. Is it scientifically plausible for my health to deplete so rapidly?" The system explained, "This is due to your initial health bar being exceedingly low, hence, it diminishes quickly. Do not fret, as long as you cooperate in completing the storyline tasks, you shall receive substantial rewards, eliminating any sensation of a swift demise." Just as Jiang Xi was grumbling about the stringent conditions, the first storyline task arrived. The system chimed. Ding. Storyline task activated. Please locate the target Jiang Xi within the West Shoal Mountain and trigger the subsequent plot. The vast expanse of West Shoal Mountain, filled with towering trees, made the task of finding someone akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Jiang Xi had script cues akin to a GPS guiding her. After determining her direction, she proceeded toward a mountain resembling a Buddha's hand. In truth, if she were pressed for time, flying on a sword would be swifter. However, the original owner's sword had long been lost, and it would be absurd to attempt to fly while precariously balancing on a dagger. Moreover, sword flying required significant energy, and undertaking such an action would further deplete her already fragile health. Ultimately, she resolved to traverse the path on foot. The journey was adorned with thin clouds, the autumn sun shining brightly, creating a picturesque scene. The terrain was steep and primal, devoid of stone steps or paved paths, with wild grass reaching waist height. After half an hour, Jiang Xi finally reached the southern face of the mountain peak. The previous night's torrential rain had drenched the area, and now, the cool breeze swept through the empty mountains. The ground was soft and muddy, marked by scattered hoofprints and large paw prints from fleeing beasts, intertwining chaotically. The low grass was speckled with droplets of blood, the dim red hue seeping into the foliage. As she ventured deeper, the evidence of fire's devastation became increasingly apparent, blackened trunks and charred leaves, with brittle branches snapping beneath her weight. Numerous bodies, both demonic beasts and their kin, were pinned to the trees by arrows. The variety of bizarre plants flourished, their canopies blocking out the sun, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of dusk despite it being midday. Jiang Xi steadied her breath, cautiously feeling her way along the trees. Near the end of her path, she discovered a colossal tree with semi-translucent leaves, its damp vines cascading down, forming a natural enclosure. Without the script's guidance, she might have overlooked the faintly breathing boy shrouded in shadow against the trunk. She sidled into the hollow formed by the vines, resembling an umbrella, and found a young boy in black clothing impaled by an arrow, his heart pierced. He appeared to be around 13 or 14, his head drooping to one side, dark hair obscuring his face, his chest eerily still. The cruel arrow had pierced through his shoulder, embedded deeply into the wood. The plum blossom emblem on the silver shaft was now stained with congealed blood, the dark liquid seeping out and giving rise to eerie black smoke that twisted and swirled into the air. In a state of frailty or Spartan-like fury, the boy exuded dark mist, a rather morbid yet clear trait of demonic beings. As Jiang Xi approached, her boots softly rustled against the ground. She inhaled deeply, reaching out to brush aside his hair. In a world where even NPCs boasted striking appearances, the significant figures were bound to be even more exquisite. Beneath the cascade of jet-black hair lay a youthful face, marred by blood. His cheeks were refined, his cheekbones and nose sharp, while his brows were particularly striking, long and elegantly arched, like twin swords hinting at his rebellious spirit. His beautifully sculpted lips were pressed tightly together, the lower lip smeared with black ash. Tentatively, Jiang Xi extended her finger and brushed against his soft, cold lips, realizing they were cracked and coated in dried blood. The system chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully encountering the target Jiang Xi, triggering the subsequent plot. Reward granted. Health bar increased by 2 points, current total, 3 points. Jiang Xi felt a bitter taste rise in her throat. After all that effort, I only received 2 points. How stingy. The system replied next. Please lay Jiang Xi down and transport him to a safe location for treatment. Upon completion, you will receive generous health bar rewards, a place to stay, and provisions for half a month. She felt it necessary to inquire. I simply want to know how you determine these reward values and such. System, as you wish. Jiang Xi. What do you mean as you wish? To put it bluntly, isn't it just arbitrary determination? Jiang Xi, struggling, wiped away the old blood that had trickled from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at Jiang Xi's face, which was so close, she momentarily drifted into memories of her previous life when she pursued Jiang Xi, who had already reached a peak of power in his adult years. In his human form, he appeared as a young man in his late 20s, while in his beast form, he was even more colossal, towering at 5 or 6 meters when seated. Even with blades embedded in his body, he could still engage in combat for 3 hours, and the arrows from the celestial sect were hardly worth mentioning. Their power comparable to mere tickling. Unexpectedly, at 13 or 14, he had nearly been knocked out by such trivial tools. Clearly, there was a significant disparity from his prime. He grasped the tail feather of the arrow and immediately felt a warmth in her palm, quite comforting. The weapons of the Qian sect were all forged with secret techniques. To humans, they felt pleasantly warm, but for the demon clan, they were akin to searing iron. Once struck, the wound would experience intense burning pain, and the arrow would entwine within the flesh, making it impossible to extract on one's own. Only those from the celestial sect could effectively remove the arrow. However, given the volatile relationship between the human and demon races, even if a member of the celestial sect were to pass by, it would be a miracle if they didn't strike a fatal blow, let alone assist in removing the arrow. He sighed softly, murmuring an incantation. In an instant, the crisp sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as the thin layer of silver attached to the arrow suddenly burst into countless ethereal silver specks, which the wind whisked away. Without the added power, the arrow was more fragile than disposable chopsticks. He swiftly severed the arrow shaft and gently lowered the unconscious Xian Yi from the tree. However, she had grossly underestimated Xian Yi's weight. Although he appeared slender, he was in fact quite muscular. When he fell into her embrace, he felt a jolt in her chest, staggering back 2 steps and landing on the ground. Resembling a crab flattened by a boulder, her vision swirling as she gasped for breath. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Xian Yi. Core socialist values. 20. Intelligence. 10. Action. 10. Character depth. 20. He. Wait. It seems another peculiar value has been unlocked. System. In summary, blood value. 10. Real-time total. 12 points. Although her backside still ached, upon hearing this, He wiped her face and felt a surge of satisfaction at having gained 10 points after completing nearly 1/3 of the task. At this rate, accumulating rewards would certainly not be an issue. It appeared that the so-called devilishly difficult level wasn't as treacherous as she had imagined. Xian Yi felt as cold as ice, resting his forehead against her collarbone, his breath faint, and the black garment over his chest stained with freshly oozing blood. He pressed her clothing against the wound while lowering her head to listen closely to his sternum, and indeed, she could hear a steady, robust heartbeat. The demon clan possessed innate healing abilities. To kill them, one would need to extract their core or strike a fatal blow. From what she had witnessed, all the demons had been pierced through the heart by arrows, resulting in instant death. Then, why was Xian Yi unharmed? The answer was simple. Xian Yi's heart was naturally ectopic, situated not in the left chest but behind the sternum. The arrow barely grazed the wound without striking the heart. Surprising, isn't it? Marvelous, isn't it? Such a thrilling and miraculous turn of events could aptly be described with a more precise term: the invincible aura of the antagonist. System. What do you plan to do? He. Stop the bleeding, of course. Afterward, it should heal on its own without needing any salve, as long as I ensure he doesn't continue to lose blood. With that, He stretched her neck, exhaled softly, and straightened her upper body, only to be taken aback. Resting on her knee, Xian Yi had somehow awakened. Staring intently at her with deep crimson eyes that bordered on black, reminiscent of the last flicker of golden sunlight before dusk, filled with an intense and chilling ferocity. Chapter 3. The third Shura field. He felt a shiver run down her spine, a sudden wave of intense vigilance washing over her. It was a testament to the importance of trusting one's primal instincts. In the very next moment, the figure in the dark robe seized her wrist with a grip that was alarmingly forceful, an incongruity to his slender fingers. He then brought her hand to his lips, revealing a set of sharp, menacing teeth as he ferociously bit down on her palm. After enduring days and nights in a hellish purgatory filled with a stench of decaying flesh, the figure, ravenous and delirious, found the scent of this long-forgotten stranger intoxicatingly sweet and delectable. The sweet, metallic taste flooded his throat, momentarily quelling the raging torment within him. But then, a sharp pain at the nape of his neck plunged his world into darkness. When the grip finally loosened, Jiang Xi raised her hand before her eyes. Aghast to see a perfect circle of teeth marks around her palm, blood trickling down like droplets from a leaky tap. It felt as if 1,000 mythical beasts were stampeding through her mind, forming chaotic patterns of disorder. The system chimed. He did not mean to. He was lost in a trance, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. He will return to normal once he exits this place. The system continued. Ding. Host injury detected. Health points -10, current total, 1 point. Jiang Xi gazed despondently at the sky, lamenting the rapid ups and downs of life, which had become exceedingly burdensome. Ah! The demon hunters are coming. Run! Under the darkened sky, the stars dimmed. A sea of flames scorched the mountains and forests, causing birds to scatter and beasts to flee. As the scorching heat threatened to topple anyone in its path, the acrid smell of charred flesh, mingled with the cries of her kin fleeing for their lives and the anguished howls of beasts, filled the air around Mount Shishua, turning it into a living hell. His hair began to singe and curl, blisters forming on his hands. A swift piercing pain struck him as a concealed arrow struck him down, blood spraying forth. He furrowed his brow, gasping in agony, suddenly awakening with a start, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. He found himself in what appeared to be a deserted temple, the wooden effigy of a deity badly flaked, gazing down compassionately at the world. The door stood ajar, the window half open, and the night breeze whispered through as the flickering fire crackled softly. The dust-laden floor had been deliberately cleaned, and he lay atop a tattered straw mat, his left shoulder bound with a makeshift bandage, the arrow already removed, leaving only a dull ache in its wake. A pale outer garment covered him. Where am I? He curled his fingers in bewilderment. At that moment, a cool hand rested gently on his forehead, accompanied by a melodious voice that seemed to sigh in relief. You're finally awake. Are you feeling better? He jolted, raising his head to see a graceful young woman sitting beside him, gazing at him with kindness. In the dim light, her face and neck glimmered with a pearlescent sheen, and her fan-like eyelashes cast a soft shadow on her eyelids. Feeling something clasped in his palm, he paused to realize he had inadvertently grasped her ring finger. How peculiar that among 5 fingers, he had chosen to hold the ring finger. Earlier, you were speaking incoherently in your sleep, gripping my finger, she said. Take it slowly. There's no need for such wariness. If I meant you harm, I had countless opportunities to act before now. Before him lay slices of fresh fish, wrapped in leaves, with a faint fishy aroma wafting through the air. The demon race naturally preferred the taste of raw meat, fresh and ideally still dripping with blood. Despite having come into human territory and exerting dominance, they remained steadfast in their culinary preferences, dismissing human food with disdain. In his past life, after rising to prominence, he had particularly enjoyed banquets, with fresh meat served over crushed ice, revealing a singular taste. I need not compromise myself to please others, she declared, presenting him with a grilled fish she had just caught from a nearby stream, its freshness undeniable, albeit lacking salt or seasoning in this wilderness. Though tender, it tasted rather bland, yet the parts that had been slightly charred were surprisingly flavorful. The air in the dilapidated temple was tranquil, and as he gazed at Jiang Xi, his voice came out raw and raspy as he finally mustered a question. Who are you? Without looking at him, Jiang Xi tossed another log into the fire. I am Jiang Xi, an old acquaintance of your father. However, he was not easily placated, his expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Old acquaintance? To be precise, your father is my savior. Without him, I would not be here today. Jiang Xi fixed her gaze on him, her light brown eyes shimmering in the flickering firelight. I understand it's difficult to trust a stranger immediately. However, there's a saying that one should repay a life-saving grace with a spring of water. While I may not be able to offer you a spring, I assure you I will not repay kindness with malice. Furthermore, if you wish to uncover the sect that slaughtered your entire clan, I can assist you. At her words, he looked up in shock, swallowing hard as if he had something to say. But Jiang Xi interjected, there's no rush. We can discuss this tomorrow. You must be exhausted after today. She tossed the fish bones into the fire and produced another mat from somewhere, laying it beside the flames. I will rest now. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. The temple remained silent as Jiang Xi turned her back to him, regulating her breathing and feigning sleep. She sensed his piercing gaze lingering on her back, seemingly attempting to bore 2 holes through her. After a considerable time, she finally heard the sound of him eating, deliberately subdued yet voracious. Indeed, he seemed to prefer eating when no one was watching. Was this a trait of beasts? The system chimed. Ding. Trust level with Jiang Xi, 10. Favorability, 10. Hosts acting skill points, 20. Reliability, 20. The system continued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully nourished Jiang Xi and completed your first storyline task. Rewards, health points 100, current total, 104 points. Salty fish value -10, current total, 4,990 points. Item acquired. Ordinary dwelling x1, half a month's worth of food x1. Hearing the chimes, Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. Earlier, while Jiang Xi was still unconscious, she had concocted numerous explanations, only to realize that no matter how she spun the tale, she couldn't create a flawless narrative. Moreover, an overly elaborate story might breach rules, leading the system to classify it as an attempt to deceive and evade a predetermined outcome. She couldn't fabricate a story, but could she reveal the truth? Absolutely not. Hello.
Jiang Xi.
I am a member of the Qian sect that set fire to your home.
Oh.
And I also seized your father's Yuan Dan while I was at it.
Ha ha ha.
If she spoke thusly, her demise would surely follow. The thought of gaining favor or pursuing romance would be a distant dream, as she would likely be captured by Jiang Xi and forced into concocting medicinal wine. After much contemplation, Jiang Xi crafted a narrative woven with both truth and deception, each statement standing alone as fact, but together forming a misleading tale. When delivered in the tone of a grateful benefactor, the overall effect would be drastically altered. I don't wish to be a mere schemer without purpose, she mused. The system responded with confusion. From the fluctuations in values, it was evident that the greatest crisis had been temporarily averted. Although the truth would eventually come to light, for now, she would conceal it for as long as possible. Jiang Xi sighed with satisfaction. A series of system prompts suddenly rendered Jiang Xi's south smile frozen in place. Ding. Host violation detected, salty fish value 50, real-time total value, 5,040 points. Whether it is a violation or not is beside the point. Why did the salty fish value decrease by only 10 points with the advancement of the plot, yet spike by 50 points for a minor infraction? The punishment is 5 times the reward. How absurd. Clearly, these values are arbitrary and nonsensical. System. Your character is out of character. Feng Wu is an exemplary student of the Qian sect. It is impossible for her to be so gentle with someone from the demon race right from the start. Jiang Xi. This defies logic. When I rescued him earlier, why didn't you flag it as a violation? ISNT that a more severe breach of character? System. That was a rigid requirement of the main storyline. Without that action, the script cannot progress to the next page. Hence, it does not count as a voluntary violation on your part. However, you are obliged to maintain your persona, especially in the presence of your target. Of course, if Jiang Xi is asleep or absent, we can turn a blind eye to occasional deviations. Jiang Xi felt deflated and surrendered with a gesture. All right. Then please provide some hints. What is Feng Wu's personality like? System. Quite simple, 2 words, fairy-like. Jiang Xi. Oh, dear. This ship is not as simple as it seems. Little Easter egg Jiang Yi's diary, a human girl who claims to have received kindness from my father, pulled me from that foul hell. Indeed, I can sense that she harbors no ill intent towards me. Yet, she is shrouded in too many mysteries for me to easily lower my guard. Is her sincerity genuine, or does she harbor ulterior motives? Time will reveal all, and I shall observe and judge accordingly. Chapter 4. The fourth hellish scene in the chilly autumn night. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even though I was quite close to the bonfire, a chilling sensation seeped from the ground, penetrating to the very bones. Fortunately, the original host's body was infused with abundant spiritual energy, rendering her impervious to the cold. It seems that the original host truly possesses exceptional talent. At such a young age, she wields such pure and clear spiritual power, surpassing many who have cultivated for 2 or 3 decades. Alas, no one is perfect. Despite her high capabilities, her emotional intelligence lagged behind, leading to her demise at the hands of those she had trusted, extinguishing a promising future. After a long day of exertion, Jiang Xi, lost in thought about the future, inadvertently fell into a deep slumber. However, not long after, a hoarse whisper stirred her awake. Upon sitting up, she discovered that the boy who had been lying beside her had vanished, leaving only a pile of warm clothing and a small mound in the center, suggesting something alive was writhing within. Jiang Xi, filled with uncertainty, gently pulled apart the garments and was met with a pair of round, clear beastly eyes. Before her was a small creature, entirely black and roughly the size of a pony, adorned with glimmering silver fangs, covered in dark scales, sporting a dragon's head and horns. Standing on 4 legs, with a hardened tail resembling a meteor's tail, a rather peculiar sight. Jiang Xi, Xian-yi? Though her sentence ended with a question mark, her tone was already quite certain. The little creature stiffened, its face, covered in black scales, betraying no emotion, yet a flicker of humiliation and shame glimmered in its large, round eyes. The system explained, adult demons, when they voluntarily reveal their beast form, generally do so to display dominance or intimidate their foes. In contrast, juvenile demons tend to shy away from revealing their beast form, as it lacks the majesty and ferocity of their adult forms, and their physique and capabilities are inferior to their human forms. If they inadvertently reveal themselves, they often feel immense shame. Jiang Xi, I understand. It's as if they belong to 2 different species. I never anticipated that he would appear this way in his youth. What kind of genetic mutation could lead to this? Nonetheless, the sudden turn of events must have its origins. Jiang Xi's gaze swept to the ground, where a shimmering puddle of liquid mixed with undigested fish and gastric juices lay. Did you eat something bad? The digestive systems of demons have been honed by their diets, rendering them nearly immune to toxins. However, they are still mortal beings, and undercooked meat can harbor parasites and bacteria. Typically, this is manageable. But when the body is weakened and its defenses lowered, it may become vulnerable, albeit with a low probability. Xian-yi, having hung from the tree for too long, lost blood, sustained injuries, and suffered fatigue, compounded by the misfortune of an upset stomach, was unable to maintain his human form. Xian-yi turned his face away. A gust of autumn wind blew, causing his 2 nostrils to twitch as he involuntarily sneezed, releasing a stream of mucus. Jiang-yi touched his small hands, feeling the sharp claws gently graze her palm, and discovered that his temperature was as cold as ice. Although demon kind typically has a lower body temperature than humans, this was alarmingly low, indicating something was seriously amiss. System, ding. System task dropped. Due to dual injuries, Xian-yi's health is in critical condition. Please restore his body temperature to normal using physical means. Failure to complete this task will result in penalties. Jiang-yi, is the Yuan Dan of no use at all? System, not applicable. Yuan Dan is effective only for injuries such as fractures or blood loss, but cannot address stomach or abdominal pain. Jiang-yi sighed deeply. Since there are no special medicines at hand and external aids are temporarily unavailable, she could only resort to physical methods to warm him up. Without hesitation, she picked up the black clothing that lay on the mat, shook it in the air, and wrapped Xian-yi snugly within, lifting him with a heave. A small bundle of flesh, yet surprisingly heavy, it felt like a little weight. Jiang-yi nearly struggled to lift it. System, normal, as his weight has not changed. It has merely been condensed. Jiang-yi. Xian-yi clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, his mouth agape in astonishment, revealing his sharp teeth. And he could only emit a beastly cry. A black claw reached out, resting on Jiang-yi's shoulder. Sitting beside the bonfire with Xian-yi cradled in her arms, Jiang-yi crossed her legs and extended her arms through the clothing, drawing him closer. Though slightly heavy, it felt akin to holding a plush toy. For the first time, Xian-yi pressed his back against a stranger's chest, his entire being stiff with resistance, his 4 legs kicking as he repeatedly attempted to turn his head to look behind him. Jiang-yi extended a finger to his head, firmly stating, "Do not move." Subsequently, she tucked his exposed tail back into the clothing, channeling her spiritual energy, while smiling. "Now, you should start feeling warm by the fire." Xian-yi fell silent, gradually calming down. The air in the dilapidated temple was quite cool when he had lain on the grass mat. The damp chill from the ground had made him shiver uncontrollably, rendering his sleep restless. Inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her hair, having endured so much throughout the day, Jiang Xi, exhausted, felt his eyelids grow heavy, slowly succumbing to sleep. The crackling of the fire echoed softly. Time passed, and as Jiang Xi gazed upwards, she suddenly felt her arm grow heavy. The little creature in her arms had tilted its head and fallen asleep, emitting soft snoring sounds. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the storyline task. Jiang Xi's favorability, 10, trust, 10, intimacy, 10. Consequently, salty fish value decreases by 20, real-time total value, 5,020 points. Additional reward granted. Horse-drawn carriage X1. Maintaining her embrace, Jiang Xi carefully leaned against the wall and smiled. Sweet dreams, Jiang Xi. The following day, she awoke to brilliant daylight. Jiang Xi stretched languidly, instinctively rubbing against the creature in her arms. The icy touch of scales abruptly dispelled her lingering drowsiness. As she propped herself up, Jiang Xi realized that her current position was far removed from the spot against the wall where she had slept the previous night. Astonishingly, even the direction in which her head lay had changed. The perplexing part was that she had not awakened at all since falling asleep. How could she have moved to this place while still asleep? Jiang Xi wondered. What on earth happened in my dreams? The system replied coldly, nothing much. Just your sleeping posture. Jiang Xi remained silent. Her gaze swept downward, and she noticed that the little creature in her arms had already awakened, staring at her in silence. With a shy smile, Jiang Xi turned to sit up, loosening the dark cloak wrapped around Jiang Xi, playfully pinching his claws. After a night had passed, his body temperature had returned to normal, and he could speak coherently again. Jiang Xi, however, wore a gloomy expression, allowing her to toy with him. After playing with his little paws, Jiang Xi felt a twinge of curiosity and was tempted to touch the two pointed horns atop Jiang Xi's head. Yet, mindful of her fairy persona, she reluctantly abandoned such lewd thoughts. After washing her face, she adjusted her clothing and pushed open the door of the dilapidated temple. The carriage rewarded to her the previous night was already waiting outside, with 2 horses grazing nearby. With the carriage at her disposal, and the weather being just right, it was the perfect time to change their location. Delighted, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi climbed aboard the carriage. Before she could grasp the reins, the 2 horses, as if prodded on the backside, galloped off swiftly towards the destination set by the system. An hour later, the carriage halted before the southern gate of Xian City. Located more than 10 miles down from Shishu Mountain, a grand archway was constructed of ancient stones, flanked by towering walls. Several city guards stood on either side with long spears, while a long line of cargo-laden carriages awaited interrogation. After dropping Jiang Xi off, the 2 horses, having completed their task, swiftly bolted away with the carriage. Jiang Xi perched on Jiang Xi's arm, gazing at the plaque above the city gate with evident distaste. Why must we come here? My home is inside. There is food and a place to rest, where I can recover much better than in this decrepit temple and gather information. Jiang Xi adjusted his little hood and reassured him. I won't let anyone from the fairy sect harm you, so don't worry. After a long pause, Jiang Xi finally managed a reluctant affirmative. Initially, she had thought that such a remote place would be rather backward. However, upon entering the city, it was as if she had stepped into an entirely different world. The streets were wide and orderly, with splendid houses and bustling traffic, and the dazzling lights illuminated a vast expanse of the night sky. Sword-wielding warriors drowned their sorrows in taverns, while dancers leaned over intricately carved railings, veiling their faces with fans. Freshly adventurous disciples of the fairy sect scanned the crowd with eager anticipation, their youthful faces brimming with confidence, some even accompanied by their own magical pets. From the moment they entered the city, Jiang Xi noticeably tensed, unlike his previous relaxed demeanor outside. Jiang Xi understood the source of his unease. She held him tightly as they made their way to the accommodation arranged by the system. In a delightful twist, Jiang Xi recorded in his diary. Last night, perhaps concerned that I might freeze, she actually held me while sleeping, not letting go the entire night. Upon waking, I found she was sleeping even more soundly than I was, and her sleeping posture was utterly terrible. Despite just having met, she remains entirely unguarded around me. What a peculiar person. Chapter 5. The fifth battlefield. The reward from the system was a quaint little house nestled beside a babbling brook in Xian City, boasting an excellent location. Although the house was not large, it comprised 2 small rooms, fully furnished with beds, tables, chairs, and bedding, and even featured a well in the small courtyard. As Jiang Xi pulled back the curtain and approached the kitchen, she found it brimming with fresh ingredients, meat and vegetables in perfect balance, with even the fruits washed clean. Lifting the lid of the water jar revealed 2 lively fish swimming contentedly within. Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, intending to tidy up the house, but upon inspection, she found no dust coating the furniture, as if someone had been living there all along. This was a fortunate discovery. Although there were 2 rooms, considering Xian Yi's current condition, Jiang Xi set up a small bed in the larger room to ensure that any nighttime disturbances would not go unheard from the adjacent room. Wherever Jiang Xi went, Xian Yi's gaze followed closely. Truth be told, compared to other houses on the street, this one felt rather cramped, yet Xian Yi, as a true child of the wild, found it far from shabby when contrasted with the village. The intricately carved windows stood ajar, with delicate cups adorning the table. The water boiler bubbled, filling the air with steam, while yellowed paintings hung on the walls. And the 2 vibrant fish in the kitchen's water jar added a touch of warmth and comfort, distinct from the wilderness outside. However, Xian Yi lowered his head, his claws brushing across the top of a cabinet. Upon flipping it over, he found not a speck of dust. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. The window had been open when they arrived, yet the house appeared excessively clean. Jiang Xi had been away for at least 5 days, yet the surfaces were immaculate, as if someone had been maintaining the place daily. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, this reward revealed a small flaw. As noon approached, she decided to prepare a hearty first meal in their new home, a sort of housewarming feast. Half an hour later, she set several dishes on the table, while Xian Yi silently agilely leaped onto a wooden chair. Upon seeing the 3 dishes and a soup, all human food, he eyed Jiang Xi warily.
Why?
He asked. Jiang Xi explained, undercooked meat can harbor bacteria and parasites that may upset your stomach. You've been fine eating it before, but circumstances are different now. Until you fully recover, consuming raw meat may lead to further stomach issues, just like last night. What are bacteria? He inquired. Essentially, they are impurities. Jiang Xi pointed to a plate of plain boiled meat, saying, I haven't added any seasonings. It may lack a strong flavor, but without seasoning, it should be easier to swallow. Of course, I'm not forcing you. If you can't handle it, just let it be. As if coerced into tasting poison. Xian Yi hesitated for a moment before turning his head away and saying, Then I suppose I will try. Jiang Xi smiled, all right. Since Xian Yi currently had only claws, he was unable to use chopsticks. Thus, Jiang Xi took the initiative to pick up a piece of meat with chopsticks and offered it to his mouth. The moment the meat slice slid down his throat, Xian Yi's tail, which had been gently tapping the chair, abruptly froze, and his eyes turned a shade paler. Jiang Xi thought to herself, well, no need to ask, it's obvious he finds it unpalatable. Although she felt a brief moment of defeat, it was not entirely unexpected. Years of established habits could not be altered by mere sweet words. She presented a porcelain bowl to him, kindly advising, all right, don't force yourself. You can spit it out. To her surprise, Xian Yi glanced at her, chewed momentarily, and actually swallowed the food, coldly stating, next dish, let us try. Puzzled, Jiang Xi obliged and offered him another piece, continuing until he had sampled all the dishes on the table. Finally, Xian Yi spoke, enough. Though he clearly disliked it, he refrained from rejecting any of it and tried everything. Jiang Xi blinked, feeling a touch of gratitude. Yet a strange thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Xian Yi had a subtle inclination towards masochism. The system chimed in, host. While raw food from outside may pose risks, the monster food we provide is entirely sterile. As long as you ensure Xian Yi consumes only the ingredients from the kitchen, there will be no risk of stomach troubles. Relieved, Jiang Xi decided not to torment Xian Yi any further. She dashed into the kitchen and brought out Xian Yi's favorite raw meat, finally preparing a meal that satisfied them both. Thus, Jiang Xi and Xian Yi settled into their little house. Behind it lay a patch of soft soil, and perhaps come spring, they could even grow some vegetables to enjoy. 2 months swiftly passed. Xian City, being in close proximity to Shishua Mountain, a renowned demon-hunting sanctuary, had always been a popular stop for disciples of the fairy sect. With a bit of effort, one could gather a wealth of information. However, it is worth noting that for the past 2 months, Jiang Xi has predominantly been in his beast form, rendering him unable to venture outside. Even if he could, he would still be unable to acquire the desired information. This is due to the fact that although the arrows that killed his kin bear a silver plum mark, it resembles an invisible watermark, visible only to those within the celestial sect. To Jiang Xi, the arrow shafts bear no markings whatsoever. The sects that hunt demons at Shishua Mountain daily can be counted on one hand. Without the crucial plum mark, identifying the sect responsible for the massacre of his village becomes a near impossible task, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Typically, such investigations yield no results. As a character driven by vengeance, Jiang Xi will naturally have NPCs appear to assist him at pivotal moments. According to the script, this aimless state is to persist for approximately 2 years, after which Jiang Xi will reunite with the NPC villager who narrowly escaped that fateful day. While the villager NPC cannot see the plum mark on the arrows, it is merely coincidental that he recognizes the leader from that day as someone from the Qian sect, successfully completing his task of informing Jiang Xi of his enemies. At that moment, after a long and winding journey, Jiang Xi finally learns that the foes he has been desperately seeking are indeed from the Qian sect. As someone who is fully aware of the entire situation, Jiang Xi is bound by the rules and prohibited from offering any hints. Though filled with the desire to divulge, he is restrained from doing so. System: you certainly cannot reveal anything, or else the plot will unravel, and Jiang Xi will immediately suspect your identity. Jiang Xi, I simply feel that once everything is exposed, my fate will not be much better than that of the original host. System: why do you say that? Jiang Xi responds solemnly. The original host has no emotional ties to Jiang Xi, merely a faceless enemy, and yet he has suffered immensely. As for me, I have promised to aid him in his quest for vengeance, am fully aware of his desperation, and know that the enemy is the Qian sect. Yet I feign ignorance and watch him fret, and take the long way around. I am, after all, one of his father's enemies. Yet I approach him disguised as a long-lost friend of his father. From Jiang Xi's perspective, I am the very embodiment of duplicity. System: quite a valid point. Life encompasses not only a future fraught with uncertainty, but also the immediate struggles of existence. Relying solely on the completion of tasks for sustenance is insufficient. Financial resources are equally vital for survival. Consequently, Jiang Xi has returned to his old profession in Xinjiang, assisting others in reclaiming malevolent entities. In this world, minor monsters are classified into 2 types. The first consists of static creatures, such as man-eating vines and other carnivorous plants, found in cursed houses or desolate valleys. The second type comprises the more mobile entities, such as possessing demons, skin-painting seductresses, and zombies resurrected from the dead, collectively referred to as malevolent spirits. The more powerful malevolent spirits can blend into crowds, evading detection by ordinary people, yet they are inherently sinister, and their misdeeds invariably lead to bloodshed. Numerous unresolved cases of murder often trace back to the chaos wrought by these entities. The Qian sect once engaged in such profit-driven exorcisms. The original Feng Wu had considerable experience dealing with such beings, effortlessly drawing upon his memories. On this particular evening, New Year's Eve, Xinjiang is especially lively. Even before dusk has fully settled, the sky is adorned with several floating lanterns, released by some eager soul. Jiang Xi stands in the yard surrounded by 3 young boys, around 7 or 8 years old, and a slightly younger girl, who are animatedly debating something. These children are the offspring of families who recently sought Jiang Xi's help in reclaiming malevolent entities. My mother has already promised my sister that she will come to our house for dinner tonight. No, she agreed with my mother first. The children, being ordinary folk and not members of the celestial sect, failed to recognize that Jiang Xi is a demon and instead perceive him as an ordinary magical beast. Seeing this, they excitedly report, "Sister, your pet is glaring at us." Jiang Xi's diary: human food is unpalatable. Human children are noisy. Chapter 6. The 6th hellish scene pet. The children's attention is now fully captured, chattering away. Sister, it looks so strange, so dark. How long have you had it? It seems quite fierce. What do you feed it?
Meat?
Leftovers? When I misbehave, my mother spanks me. Do you spank it when it misbehaves?
Guanyi.
A bead of cold sweat trickles down Jiang Xi's brow. She wipes it away, unable to suppress her thoughts. Ignorance is bliss. If you had read the script, you would never dare to speak so freely in his presence. Although the children are mischievous, they are obedient. Upon hearing Jiang Xi's admonitions, they exchange glances and dutifully wave goodbye to her. After seeing off the little troublemakers, Jiang Xi steps inside. The room is unlit, and Jiang Xi sits atop a high cabinet, casting a sidelong glance at her, his round eyes reflecting light, clearly displeased, with wisps of dark mist emanating from him.
Today.
With the streets bustling and chaotic, Jiang Xi's presence is concealed among the crowd, making it less likely for others to discern his otherness, presenting a rare opportunity for respite. Despite this, he displays no interest, yet does not refuse Jiang Xi's company. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Xi has come to understand that his lack of refusal equates to consent, and she confidently sets their course for a renowned riverside restaurant to dine. Enjoy a moonlit boat ride, and revel in the scenery. Had the children not delayed them, they would have departed much earlier. Jiang Xi, we can set off now, Jiang Xi announces, tilting her head and clearing her throat. Those children were merely being playful. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Xi, with a stern expression, replies, do you believe I would concern myself with such trivial matters? Jiang Xi. Inside, she thinks mischievously, you are emitting smoke like a coal ball on fire. Even a blind person could see it. Thankfully, after Jiang Xi initiates conversation, Jiang Xi's mood visibly improves, and the dark smoke gradually dissipates. Finally, he gracefully leaps down to a lower table, expertly climbing up Jiang Xi's arm to settle in her lap, his front hooves resting on her chest. Jiang Xi wraps him snugly in a small coat and smiles. All right, let us depart. On this winter night, as the lights begin to twinkle, children run through the streets, holding lanterns adorned with goldfish, their flames flickering brightly. Vendors stroll leisurely, carrying candied hawthorns. On the river, someone plays the qin, the melodious notes drifting softly on the cool night breeze. Aside from their first day in the city, this marks Jiang Xi's first experience being surrounded by so many humans. He rests his chin on Jiang Xi's shoulder, his pointed ears peeking out from under his hood, curiously observing the scenery as it retreats behind them. Though everything feels novel, the air is thick with the scent of humanity. Overwhelmed, Jiang Xi buries his face in Jiang Xi's clothing. While she is, like the others, human, he does not reject her scent. In fact, he finds a sweet aroma wafting from the nape of her neck, drawing him in irresistibly. As night deepens, they arrive at the Riverside Tavern. Built close to the water's edge, the establishment extends its services onto the river itself. On clear, calm nights, patrons can dine on boats, enjoying the moonlight, the view, and delectable dishes all at once. To prevent items from being toppled by the gentle waves, the boat cabin features low tables and cushions. Jiang Xi places Jiang Xi opposite her at the table. A yellowing bronze stove emits a steady stream of smoke, while the waiter arranges various dishes around the stove. Casting a curious glance at Jiang Xi before he departs, having never seen someone dine with a beast before. Moreover, it is uncertain whether he had overexerted himself while serving the dishes, but he felt as though the little creature's sidelong glance was chillingly intense, almost as if it were a living being. The boat glided slowly towards the heart of the river, and Jiang Xi immersed a small portion of lamb and beef into the bubbling broth for a few moments. After retrieving the meat, she dipped it in soy sauce and scallions, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth tenderness, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips. The remaining raw meat was left for Jiang Xi, who, despite his petite stature, possessed an insatiable appetite that surpassed Jiang Xi's. Now that his health had improved, there was no longer a need for her to be cautious of his stomach troubles. Outside the intricately carved window, countless sky lanterns floated gracefully into the night sky. Jiang Xi tilted his head back, watching the bright points of light converge and disperse in his gaze. What were they doing? A pot of warm wine rested on the table, and as Jiang Xi poured it into a porcelain cup, she smiled and explained, "Those are sky lanterns. Underneath the lantern covers is a small candle holder. Once lit, they ascend into the heavens. People write their heartfelt wishes on the lanterns, hoping that their desires will be carried to the deities. Since they ascend due to the flame, they will inevitably descend once the fire extinguishes, Jiang Xi remarked dismissively. Jiang Xi replied, "It seems the boss is a staunch pragmatist, lacking any romantic inclination since childhood. If it weren't for his striking looks and formidable combat skills, he might struggle to attract a partner in the future." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xi decided to impart some friendship wisdom, saying, "It's not merely about the outcome. We pursue the journey." Ultimately, releasing sky lanterns serves as a reason for two people to meet. The significance lies in who you share your wishes with, who you ignite the flame alongside, and who you watch the lanterns drift away with. Speaking of which, the script had never detailed how members of the demon race professed their affections, and in her past life, she had never had the chance to experience it. Since the topic had arisen, Jiang Xi's curiosity surged. How do demons express their feelings to their beloved? Jiang Xi lifted his chin, performing a somewhat haughty gesture in his humanoid form, which transformed into an endearingly proud posture in his diminutive beast form. By plucking the scales from their foreheads and giving them to the other person, he declared. Jiang Xi was incredulous. Plucking scales. It was well known that demons only shed their scales once in a lifetime. As children, they bore patches of skin without scales, making them particularly vulnerable. On the eve of adulthood, during the shedding, the scales would cover every inch of their body like armor, accompanying them throughout their lives. At this stage, the scales were deeply rooted. If lost, they would cause excruciating pain and a significant chance of never regrowing, akin to a chink in an otherwise intact suit of armor. If the missing scale were on the forehead, it would be even more troublesome, as it was situated on the face and could not be concealed. In battle, such a flaw would undoubtedly be targeted by opponents, and if the skull were accidentally penetrated, it would be a certain demise, regardless of any protective measures taken. The revelation that demons express their affection by offering their forehead scales was truly a life-risking declaration of love. However, someone like Jiang Xi would never willingly create a weakness for himself. Fortunately, the demon race admired strength. As a future leader of his kind, even if Jiang Xi did not actively seek affection, he would not remain single. With just a beckoning gesture, he would have countless suitors vying to present him with their forehead scales. Jiang Xi sighed, feeling like an anxious bystander in someone else's love story. While Jiang Xi had a multitude of admirers lining up to offer him their affection, her earlier advice on romantic tactics seemed utterly pointless. Not realizing the depths of Jiang Xi's thoughts, Jiang Xi tilted his head and asked, "Why the surprise?" "Because it sounds painful," Jiang Xi replied, shrugging. "While I can imagine the unwavering sentiment of those giving their scales, if I were the one receiving them, I wouldn't want them to harm themselves to prove their commitment, regardless of mutual feelings. Moreover, scales provide protection. Once removed, they serve no purpose. Why go through such pain?" Jiang Xi's gaze flickered, momentarily touched, but quickly masked his emotions, revealing a small grin that showcased his sharp little teeth. "Who told you it's useless? The scales from a demoness forehead are a potent remedy. Giving them to someone special carries a layer of protection for them." "Really?" Jiang Xi exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it truly that remarkable? Surely, it can't just be me imagining that demons possess scales all over their bodies." The two remained in the cabin, allowing the boat to drift without any deliberate direction. Unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves beneath an arched stone bridge. As they passed through the archway, Jiang Xi, who had been lazily conversing with Jiang Xi, suddenly straightened his posture and sniffed the air, exclaiming, "There's a scent." Demons possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, surpassing even that of dogs. At this moment, Jiang Xi could detect nothing aside from the river's fishy odor. "What scent?" she inquired. Jiang Xi fell silent, discerning the aroma in the air for a moment before confirming, "The scent of a corpse. It's right here, beneath our boat." The bridge was dim and deserted, with silver waves shimmering beneath the surface, and a chilling breeze swept through. A long pole lay across the small boat, and Jiang Xi exchanged glances with Jiang Xi before they both picked up one end and pushed against the wall of the bridge, causing the vessel to sway gently away from its previous position. Upon closer inspection, they discovered, indeed, that in the dark, Swirling waters below their boat floated a rotting human hand, entangled in water plants. Its nails were crimson, and the severed end had been gnawed to shreds, revealing the white bones and sinews still attached to the flesh. Chapter 7. The seventh trial from the severed end. It was evident that the hand had been gruesomely torn from the deceased's body, likely by dull teeth, such as those of a human. Furthermore, it seemed the hand had been submerged for several days, and as it emerged from the water, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses, comparable to several tons of refuse left to ferment in damp weather. System. Host, refrain from taking deep breaths. The stench emanating from a corpse tainted by malevolent forces is tenfold that of a normal corpse. Jiang Xi exclaimed, for future reference, please provide such high alert warnings sooner. Jiang Xi entered the cabin, noticing her pallid complexion and reddened eyes, causing a wave of discomfort within him. As the boat drifted away from the bridge, Jiang Xi hastily rinsed her mouth with 2 cups of cold tea, alleviating the dizziness somewhat. Suddenly, a bright yellow, round candied fruit was presented to her by a small, dark paw. For you, Jiang Xi said. Surprised, Jiang Xi looked up. Jiang Xi inclined his chin, and if his beast form had eyebrows, they would have been furrowed in concern. What are you staring at? Eat it. Feeling warmth in her heart, Jiang Xi accepted the offering without hesitation. With her body still turned sideways and holding the teacup with one hand, she leaned down to bite into the candied fruit resting at Jiang Xi's fingertip. The sensation of her luscious lips grazing the cold scales was as soft as a cloud. Unprepared for Jiang Xi to consume the candied fruit directly from his hand, Jiang Xi trembled slightly, staring at her in disbelief, while his tail curled tightly in excitement. She had eaten the candied fruit directly from his hand. This was akin to him personally feeding her. Jiang Xi, oblivious to the multitude of thoughts racing through Jiang Xi's mind, pressed the candied fruit against her tongue, allowing the sweet flavor to dissolve, dissipating much of her earlier nausea. Sighing in relief, she couldn't help but smile at Jiang Xi. It's delicious. Jiang Xi responded with a simple "oh," seemingly unfazed, but his tail curled tighter behind him. System. Ding. Jiang Xi's mood. 10. Shyness. 10. Character conflict. 10. Overall. Blood value. 10. Real-time total. 20 points. The value of the salted fish is -10, with a real-time total value of 4,800 points. Jiang Xi pondered, a light bulb flickering in her mind. It appeared that the fluctuations in the salted fish value and health bar were not solely dependent on the progression of the plot. The personal state of Jiang Xi, such as his mood, could also influence these 2 numerical values. For the past 2.5 months, there had been several occasions where the health bar had nearly plummeted into negative territory, causing her immense anxiety and restless nights. But now, she had finally discovered a breakthrough. Although she did not fully comprehend the underlying mechanisms, she at least realized that the rules set by the system were not entirely foolproof. While managing the salted fish value proved to be challenging, she believed that with a bit of exploration, she could potentially manipulate the health bar to remain within a safe range, alleviating her fears of mission failure. Jiang Xi felt a surge of exhilaration, and with a refreshed spirit, she wiped her face, ready to contemplate the hints provided by the system. Qinnan was easily understood. It was a city east of Xinqing, with a great river flowing between the 2 cities. If a body were to drift downstream from the upstream area, it would hardly be surprising for it to arrive at Xinqing. The name Heart-Eating Monster made Jiang Xi wince, internally lamenting that although the name lacked sophistication and taste, it was straightforward enough, indicating that the malevolent entity behind this was likely a creature with a penchant for devouring hearts. Such a creature, once it tasted blood, would be insatiable, driven by an urge to kill, growing stronger and more elusive with each victim. It was likely that many had already perished at the hands of the heart-eating monster in Qinnan. Jiang Xi felt as if she was facing another headhunting mission. Initially, she believed she had an entire evening to investigate, but she underestimated the rapid progression of the plot. Just half an hour after triggering the plot, her small boat docked at the tavern shore. As she lifted the cabin's curtain and stepped ashore, a voice broke into an emotional shout, startling her. Jiang Daxian. We have found Jiang Daxian. Upon closer inspection, she saw a crowd of people on the shore, led by an elderly man with graying hair and followed by a group of servants. Upon seeing Jiang Xi, they rushed towards her, as if they had encountered a living deity, pleading, "Jian Daxian, we have finally found you. Please save our young lady." At that moment, a small, dark creature sprang up behind her, glaring at them and emitting a low, guttural growl, akin to a beast sensing a threat and preparing to retaliate. The crowd recoiled in fear, hesitating in their advance. Jiang Xi gently patted Xian Yi's small horn, signaling him to remain calm, and addressed the elderly man and his companions. "This is my magical pet. It means no harm and is quite adorable. There is no need for you to worry." The crowd appeared skeptical, thinking, "You may be the only one who finds it adorable." Surrounded by the NPCs, Jiang Xi quickly discerned that they were servants from the Liu family, a prominent household in Qinnan. The Liu family was a local wealthy clan, thriving and prosperous. For several months, they had been plagued by the mysterious disappearance of several maids, with only the individuals vanishing while their belongings remained untouched. Initially, the Liu family dismissed it as a mere case of missing persons, but the investigation yielded no results. As the number of missing individuals grew, it had reached a concerning level, with nearly half the young and beautiful women in the household vanishing within a few months, causing widespread panic. Just yesterday, while renovating their estate, the Liu family unexpectedly unearthed a patch of land and discovered over 10 gruesome, decayed corpses buried beneath. One skull was still partially intact, horrifyingly recognizable as that of a maid who had disappeared just 4 days prior. At this point, it was clear to anyone that this was no mere coincidence, but rather the work of a malevolent entity. With only half a month until the Liu family's young lady was to be married, it was imperative to swiftly resolve this matter to ensure the safety of both the bride and the guests. Liu Leoi, lacking nothing but funds, offered a generous reward for anyone from the immortal sect willing to exorcise the malevolent spirit. The elderly man, in tears, bowed deeply in gratitude. The following day, Jiang Xi, accompanied by Xian Yi, boarded a carriage headed for Qinnan, specially prepared by the Liu family. The carriage was elegant and comfortable, and within an hour, they arrived in Qinnan. This place was not large, and given its geographical location, the streets were mostly filled with common folk, unlike Xinqiang, where one could encounter sword-bearing disciples of the immortal sect every few steps. Thus, the likelihood of Xian Yi being recognized as a demon was significantly lower here, allowing him to forego his hooded appearance. Upon arriving at the Liu estate, Liu Leoi personally came to greet Jiang Xi. Although the presence of Xian Yi caused some unease among the household staff, they refrained from voicing their concerns, having been informed of Jiang Xi's status. Entering the flower hall, Jiang Xi spotted a young man and woman seated within, dressed in robes adorned with ribbons and each carrying a long sword. Her mind buzzed with disbelief, and she nearly exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Could it be that these were disciples of Qian's sect?" If they recognized her, her carefully concealed origins could be exposed. The system reassured her, stating, "You need not worry. These two are not from the same master as you and have only seen you from a distance, so they may not recognize you. As long as you refrain from using Qian sect's techniques in their presence, your identity will remain hidden." With the system's assurance, Jiang Xi feigned unfamiliarity, nodding casually in acknowledgement. Liu Leoi arrived just in time to introduce them. The young man was named Zheng Sui, and the young woman was Zheng Wu, both disciples of Qian sect. After the disappearance of Feng Wu on Shishu Mountain, Qian sect had temporarily prohibited young disciples from hunting demons. However, this pair had taken the daring step to descend the mountain secretly, hoping to hunt demons before the Immortal Alliance conference, only to find their carriage had malfunctioned before reaching their destination, leading them to Qinnan. Upon entering the city, they had heard about the recent uproar regarding the missing young women. Previously, they had been closely monitored by their seniors on the mountain, restricted from engaging in any dangerous quests. Now, with a wild quest laid before them, their adventurous spirits ignited. They decided to seek assistance from the Liu family in capturing the monster. Little Easter egg. Xian Yi's diary incredible. She actually ate the food I was holding without using her hands. Does that mean I have fed her with my own hands? Chapter 8. The 8th Shura Field. The system-informed host, Qinnan Heart-Eating Monster, is merely a beginner-level quest, with a reasoning difficulty rated as simple. However, there are 2 strict regulations. First, the matter must be resolved within 2 days. Second, no additional victims may be added. Otherwise, even if you complete the quest, the rewards will not be granted. Jiang Xi responded, "How absurd." Faced with such stringent rules, Jiang Xi had no time to enjoy the privileges offered by the Liu family and was compelled to begin her work. After settling into the brightest and most spacious guest room, several elderly maids brought over exquisite pastries. It seemed that since the young women had been targeted, only those of a certain age dared to remain and work here. As she watched them close the door behind her, Jiang Xi glanced at the table, popped a pastry into her mouth, and suddenly noticed that Jiang Xi had been unusually quiet since entering the room. As she took a few steps into the room, she discovered Jiang Xi curled up on the bed, appearing quite uncomfortable. Startled, Jiang Xi quickly squatted beside the bed and asked with concern, "Jiang Xi, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine," Jiang Xi replied, lifting her eyelids slightly, "just a bit tired." At that moment, Mr. Liu knocked at the door, requesting Jiang Xi to meet his daughter. The Zheng siblings were absent, having reportedly gone out to gather information without any intention of communicating with her. This was something Jiang Xi had anticipated. The Qian sect held a prominent position among the celestial sects, and its disciples often regarded themselves with great pride. Particularly among the younger disciples, their arrogance was glaringly evident. They believed they could resolve all issues independently and looked down upon sharing burdens with others. However, this suited Jiang Xi perfectly, as she was eager to avoid any encounter with the siblings. Just earlier, while exchanging names, a white dove, the celestial pet perched on Jiang Xui's shoulder, had been staring intently at her. Although such celestial pets were not particularly intelligent, they possessed remarkable memories, making them capable of recalling faces with ease, often surpassing humans in this regard. Given its peculiar behavior, it was likely that it had encountered Feng Wu in the Qian sect before, hence its reaction to her visage. Fortunately, aside from its unwavering gaze, the bird exhibited no other behavior. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to explain her situation. As she prepared to leave, Jiang Xi noticed a peachwood comb on the vanity, with several bent strands of hair tangled in its teeth. An idea struck her, and she quietly took one of the hairs. Any creature capable of stealthily causing the demise of numerous individuals must surely be cloaked in a human guise. Furthermore, the dismembered corpses of the maidens indicated that the entity was not killing for possession but rather to satisfy its hunger. Examining the intervals of the disappearances, the first month saw one person vanish every 8 days, but recently, the frequency had escalated to one every 6 days, suggesting that the creature's appetite had grown insatiable. Instinctively, Jiang Xi suspected Miss Liu first. To ascertain whether someone had been possessed by an evil spirit, one merely needed to incinerate their hair to confirm. However, just as she stepped further inside, she heard a muffled ugh. Jiang Xi's expression changed, and she dashed into the room. The quilt on the bed had formed a small mound, shifting and rolling towards the edge, on the verge of falling off. "Be careful," she exclaimed, leaping forward. Just as she caught the soft bundle of bedding, it suddenly expanded and weighed down upon her with alarming speed, pinning her to the ground. Jiang Xi found herself heavily pressed against the floor, her eyes widening in shock. Above her lay a boy who was half human and half beast, curled up in pain and gasping for breath. His rapid breaths brushed against her ear, warm and moist. In less than half a minute, Jiang Xi witnessed Jiang Xi transform from a small dragon-like creature back into a boy of approximately 14 years. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xi leaned against the windowsill, draping himself in a robe that Jiang Xi had unearthed from the corner of the wardrobe. Beneath his long, elegant eyebrows were a pair of strikingly deep eyes. Unlike the round shape of his eyes in beast form, they were now elongated and imbued with a natural crimson hue, exuding a vibrant and radiant glow. The robe, ill-fitting, left a portion of his flat chest exposed. The scar from the arrow that had pierced his left side was conspicuously absent, the skin smooth and unmarred as if he had never been injured. Jiang Xi marveled, the self-healing abilities of the demon race are truly extraordinary. No wonder so many covet their demonic essence. "Please refrain from repeatedly reminding me of my impending doom," she added. "Understood," the system replied. Meanwhile, the robe's intricate design featured several ties to fasten. Jiang Xi was unaccustomed to such complex attire, having always worn simple garments and fumbled awkwardly with the strings. his mouth forming a displeased line. If this continued, he would inevitably tie himself in knots. Jiang Xi, amused yet exasperated, stepped forward and gently took his hands down, saying, "Let me help you."
Jiang Xi was taken aback. Oh.
The warm sunlight streamed in from behind, casting a shadow over the girl before him. They were merely a hand's breadth apart. Jiang Xi, oblivious, lowered her head, focusing intently on untangling the disheveled ties and readying them gently. Her delicate and ethereal features were now so close that Jiang Xi found himself momentarily taken aback, holding his breath as he gazed at her curled eyelashes. During their first encounter, amid the urgency of the situation, he had scarcely noticed their height difference. In the subsequent months, due to his injuries, he had been forced to remain in his humiliating beast form, often being carried by her and having to look up to speak.
Now,
for the first time in his original form and standing close to her, he realized that the once insurmountable distance he had perceived was merely an illusion. Though she was a few years his senior, she was significantly more slender, allowing him to easily see the top of her head. Her delicate wrists, slender and pale, seemed as though he could encircle them effortlessly with a single hand. Once the attire was arranged, Jiang Xi clapped her hands and said, "All set.
How do you feel now?"
Have you fully recovered?" Jiang Xi flexed his fists. The flow of spiritual energy is still somewhat unclear. "But I have largely returned to my previous state." "That's good. No need to rush. You've just regained your human form, so it's normal for your demonic essence to lag behind," she reassured him, producing the strand of hair from her pocket. "Perfect. Could you lend me a bit of fire?" Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow slightly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a small flame. Jiang Xi silently recited a spell, and the hair ignited, releasing a faint purple smoke. "She's not the one," Jiang Xi murmured. If Miss Lu had truly been possessed by a malevolent entity, this hair would not have burned. It appeared that Miss Lu was not the man-eating creature they feared. Jiang Xi shot her a glance and scoffed. "Even if you're not entirely correct, you're certainly close." Jiang Xi nodded. The emergence of purple smoke from the hair indicated that Miss Lu must have had intimate physical contact with the creature, perhaps an embrace or a kiss, thus unknowingly becoming tainted by its malevolent aura. Few could satisfy the conditions of freely entering the Lu residence without arousing suspicion while also having close physical contact with Miss Lu. The answer was becoming increasingly evident: the elusive fiancé of Miss Lu, known only by name. The system chimed in ding. Lazy value -20, current total, 4,780 points. Jiang Xi sighed. It's evidently a case of elementary deduction. A correct guess earns an immediate hint. The system does not deceive me. After sharing her deductions with Jiang Xi, she continued, "We must locate him before he claims another victim." Jiang Xi waved his palm over the flame, extinguishing the unquenchable blaze in his hand with a calm demeanor.
Jiang Xi.
The frequency at which malevolent entities consume humans is predictable. Based on what you've said, if that creature's feeding schedule remains unchanged, its next meal will be tonight. At that moment, a loud thudding sound echoed from the window, as if something was striking against it. Jiang Xi's expression hardened, and he shouted, "Who's there?" The knocking persisted, resembling the sound of a bird pecking at wood. Jiang Xi exchanged glances with Jiang Xi, who gestured for her to remain still as he pushed open the window. Outside, a pure white dove was fluttering anxiously, calling out sharply to Jiang Xi. It was none other than the celestial pet of the Zheng siblings, the one that had been so fixated on her. A chill ran down Jiang Xi's spine. Celestial pets did not abandon their owners without cause, indicating that something must have happened to the Zheng siblings. The white dove flapped its wings vigorously, persistently nudging her back with its head, seemingly attempting to lead her somewhere. Jiang Xi pressed down on her shoulder and swiftly plucked a feather from the bird. When ignited, it indeed emitted a violet smoke, although far fainter than the earlier strand of hair. Jiang Xi. No way. Could it be that the Zheng siblings ventured out to hunt monsters and ended up as snacks for the heart-eating creature? If this drags on, it could lead to fatal consequences. Following the celestial pet, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi exited Qinnan, drawn into a dense, overgrown forest. The mist swirled around them, severely limiting visibility. When the dove paused midair, Jiang Xi focused her gaze and spotted the unconscious Zheng Wu lying not far away, uncertain if she was alive or dead. Jiang He hurried over, intending to turn her over, but Xian Yi hesitated, noticing Zheng Wu's empty sleeves, his pupils constricting. Just as he was about to utter a warning to refrain from touching, Jiang He had already reached Zheng Wu's body and instantly sensed something was amiss. This body was far too light, resembling a paper lantern. In the next moment, as she flipped Zheng Wu over, the latter suddenly opened her eyes, her features appearing as if crafted from paper. A mass of black smoke surged from her mouth, enveloping Jiang He's vision. Just before losing consciousness, Jiang He heard the system's voice. "Host, I forgot to remind you. While the reasoning difficulty of this scenario is at a novice level, the elimination difficulty is intermediate. Please do not underestimate it." Jiang He. Did I not say I needed high-energy warnings to be communicated to me sooner? Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang He found her hands bound behind her, leaning against a damp rock. It was a vast cave, with towering boulders and a chilling breeze. A few oil lamps flickered dimly on the rocky walls. Just 2 meters to her right, Xian Yi lay unconscious, similarly bound. Fortunately, glancing left, the Zheng siblings, though tied up like dumplings and stripped of their celestial artifacts, remained unharmed, their wide eyes fixed on Jiang He. Jiang He, is due to the name of your celestial pet? Zheng Sui, is this really the time to ask that? Aren't you supposed to be the expert?
How could you get captured?
Jiang He, your celestial pet led us into a trap. Now it's my turn to ask you both. Weren't you out gathering intelligence? How did you end up captured? Zheng Sui replied with indignation. This malevolent spirit was too cunning, deliberately setting a trap to ensnare us. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from the cave entrance, sending shivers down Jiang He's spine. Turning to look, she saw a gaunt figure ambling toward them. Even from a distance, the stench of decay wafted toward her. Zheng Sui, having been starved for half a day, still had his spirit intact. Old monster. If you wish to kill, then do so. If you want to chop, go ahead. The Qian sect is aware of this, right? My senior brothers and sisters will never let you go. Jiang He. Young man, stop shouting. Save your breath to warm your stomach. Isn't your sister tied up right here? Chapter 9. The 9th Shura field, as for Zheng Wu, being a girl, lacked the fortitude of her brother. Upon seeing the heart-eating creature, she merely cowered behind Zheng Sui, screaming for help while observing their struggle. The legendary heart-eating creature finally revealed its true form. It was devoid of skin, its body composed of raw, crimson muscle, covered in warts, damp and coarse. Resembling a humanoid monster fashioned from river mud, bubbles continuously formed and burst in the air. Its head bore no facial features, only grotesque folds and a gaping maw, saliva dripping incessantly. System. Host, the task continues. Jiang He couldn't help but complain. It's not that I don't want to continue. It's this stench that's nearly rendered me senseless. Can you disable my sense of smell? System. The shielding function is not yet activated. Please work on leveling up. Resigned. Jiang He steadied herself, taking advantage of the heart-eating creature's momentary inattention to subtly probe her bound hands against a slightly sharp rock edge, attempting to fray the ropes. The one who stands out often bears the brunt of criticism. Just moments ago, Zheng Sui was the most vociferous in his rebuke, and indeed, the attention of the heart-eating monster was drawn to him. Approaching Zheng Sui, it seized the youth's cheeks and laughed wickedly. Ha ha ha, 2 ignorant little children. Today you fall into my grasp. You can only blame your own foolishness. With but a slight trick, you have unwittingly walked into my trap. Truly a band of useless beings. You may shout for help, but even if you scream until your throat is raw, the Qian sect will not come to your rescue. Jiang He interjected, such a clitch D-line. The system responded with silence. The heart-eating monster sneered. Then let us begin with you. I have only tasted a man's flesh once before. With that, its sharp fingers were raised high, poised to pierce Zheng Sui's heart. Desperation surged through Jiang He. She blurted out, wait. What grudge do you have against Lu's household? Why do you target the maidens there? The monster's hand halted and turned toward her, its voice dripping with malice. Grudge? You overthink it. It is merely that the flesh of the women their suits might taste. The heart-eating monster cackled. Do you really need to ask? I desire human flesh, and I desire women. Everything has gone smoothly. Yet that old fool Lu Dafu foolishly sought to thwart me by engaging someone from the immortal sect. But what does it matter? They have all fallen into my hands, nonetheless. Jiang Xi shook her head and murmured, evil deeds will be met with retribution. If we perish today, tomorrow someone will come to collect your debt. Humph. What is there to fear? With each heart I devour, my power grows stronger, especially since you three have practiced immortal techniques. Once I consume you, I shall don a new guise and find a different location. No one will be able to capture me again. The monster's gaze shifted to the unconscious figure of Jiang Xi, pondering. However, I must admit, I am quite surprised. Jiang Xi followed its gaze, growing vigilant. Surprised by what? Humans go to great lengths to slaughter demons. The enmity between the two races is irreconcilable. Yet he had a chance to escape just now but chose to put your safety first, ultimately falling into my clutches. The heart-eating monster derided. What a pitiful creature. Willingly becoming a lapdog of the immortal sect.
Oh, tragique, ah?
Jiang Xi halted, her fidgeting hands on the stone. The reason she engaged the monster in such idle chatter was that she had noticed Jiang Xi secretly loosening his bindings, hoping to collaborate with him and buy more time. Who would have thought this monster would deviate from the script, turning its words against Jiang Xi and striking at his vulnerable spot? Was this not a way to amplify Jiang Yi's hatred for the immortal sect? When Jiang Xi seeks vengeance in the future, if he recalls today's events, it would be she who suffers the most. Moreover, having spent more than 2 months in close quarters with Jiang Xi, she found herself fervently wishing he had not heard those mocking words. Despite being able to concoct 1,000 reasons to remain indifferent, such as Jiang Xi being a fictional character or a villain who cannot succeed without being ridiculed, she found herself unable to disregard it. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps an inexplicable sense of empathy that held her captive. When the heart-eating monster finished speaking, Jiang Xi raised her gaze to meet its eyes, enunciating each word with conviction. You are mistaken. Jiang Xi is neither my subordinate nor my pet. He is my friend, my companion.
Companion?
The heart-eating monster scoffed. Ignorance. How could humans and demons ever be companions? Why not? Jiang Xi retorted. In this world, there are those who detest demons, but surely there are also those who cherish them and wish to coexist peacefully. If like-minded individuals become soul friends, what is wrong with that? As the saying goes, villains perish due to excessive chatter. Jiang Xi noticed Jiang Xi's movements out of the corner of her eye, inhaling sharply before continuing. And you? Are merely a wretched being donning the skin of another to survive. What right do you have to mock Jiang Xi? Unbelievable. In the instant the heart-eating monster lunged at her, Jiang Xi deftly freed her hands from the severed ropes and swiftly dodged aside. Behind her, 2 translucent, whip-like ropes struck, tightening around the monster's neck and waist, violently flinging it aside. Its gelatinous form burst apart. After all, these whips were not intended for demon slaying but rather for strengthening our muscles. The 2 youths had promising futures ahead. The anguished cries of the heart-eating monster echoed, its remaining body disintegrating, producing a cacophony of high and low pitches, sharp and bizarre, piercing the eardrums like 100 nails scraping against a chalkboard. Zheng Wu and Jiang Xi felt nauseous, unable to bear it, and covered their ears. Jiang Xi darted to Jiang Yi's side, intending to free him from his bonds. Jiang Xi, wake up. To her surprise, upon touching his wrist, she found the ropes had already loosened significantly. You were awake just now? Not long ago. The bindings were not tight, and with a bit of effort, I was able to free myself, Jiang Xi replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yet behind him, unseen by Jiang Xi, he gently released his right hand, his palm riddled with wounds. A sharp stone he had clutched had crumbled into dust, silently falling into the mud. Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. That is good. As long as you did not hear those words that could raise your hatred, amen. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered behind her for a moment, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Simultaneously, Zheng Wu's panicked voice called out from behind, Be careful, esteemed one. Jiang Yi's reflexes kicked in. She turned her head slightly and saw the near-dead heart-eating monster, still clinging to life, spewing something toward her. A few small clods of mud held tremendous power, sending Jiang Xi crashing against the stone mountain, where she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The monster's body began to dissolve into sludge, its voice growing increasingly indistinct, uttering its final line, even in death. If I can take someone with me, It will be worth it. System. Due to the host's injury and exposure to a strange poison, health points are rapidly declining. Current total, 1 point. Jiang Xi lay on the ground, speechless and choking. She was not a masochist. She had not approached the attack knowingly. However, had she fought back earlier, Zheng Sui and Zheng Wan would certainly have realized she was from the Qi Yun sect. Once her true identity was revealed, it could potentially lead to complications regarding the events of the night she went missing, thus bringing up the massacre of Xian Yi's family. The narrative was logically constructed. Why was it that Xian Yi only learned of his enemies 2 years later from the surviving villagers? Why could he not know the truth now? The answer was simple. At this moment, Xian Yi had not yet grown strong enough to confront the Qi Yun sect alone. Revealing the truth to him now would be futile, as he lacked the power to seek vengeance. Furthermore, once Xian Yi embarked on his path of revenge, the subsequent events would be intricately linked to the timeline. If the beginning were to be altered, the entire narrative would collapse like a house of cards. After all, she had managed to avoid the minefield thus far. How could she falter at the final moment? In summary, being a mere sacrificial pawn meant risking one's life. All these thoughts transpired in the blink of an eye. Still dazed, Jiang Xi suddenly felt someone lifting her from the ground, cradling her tightly. Crimson light danced in Xian Yi's eyes as he trembled. Jiang Xi. Zheng Sui and Zheng Wu closed in, calling her name as if summoning her spirit. Miss Jian. Esteemed one. Miss Jian, the esteemed one. Her injuries would not heal quickly. And now surrounded, the lack of air made Jiang Xi more dizzy than before. She managed to respond weakly, just a light injury. I need to rest for a bit. And then she succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing her suddenly unresponsive, Xian Yi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Fortunately, a glance downward revealed her still faintly breathing. The momentary surge of emotion subsided, and Xian Yi regained his composure, silently lifting Jiang Xi onto his back. As the crisis subsided, Zheng Sui and Zheng Wu finally noticed that the handsome youth before them was a member of the demon race. Zheng Wu mustered her courage and said, "You are a demon, aren't you? Perhaps I should let my brother carry Miss Jian instead." Xian Yi said nothing, merely casting a glance at her, his expression devoid of anger. Yet, Zheng Wu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, rendering her unable to voice any further thoughts. Observing her silence, Xian Yi proceeded to carry Jiang Xi out of the cave. Inside the cave, time seemed to stand still, and they were unaware that outside. The night had become starry and sparse. The sky was clear, while the mountain path remained dim. The 14-year-old boy exhibited remarkable strength, traversing the rugged stone path without causing the slightest jolt to the person on his back. Zheng Sui offered a reassuring pat on Zheng Wu's shoulder, retrieved the fallen celestial artifact, and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 10. The 10th Shura Field. How long had it been? Had that troublesome instance been completed? Just then, a large face suddenly loomed close to her, accompanied by a voice of relief from Zheng Wu. "Thank goodness, Master Jian, you've finally awoken after 2 days." Had 2 days truly passed? Jian He felt a dryness in her throat but immediately inquired about the matter that concerned her most. What of that old monster? I'm fine really. Jian He sat up, surveying her surroundings. Where is Xian Yi? The demon you mentioned? He asked. Right outside. Zheng Wu gestured. He has been guarding this place for the past 2 days, refusing to let us near. He even fed me medicine. If I hadn't insisted on cleaning you up and changing your clothes, he wouldn't have stepped outside. Jian He turned her head and indeed saw a figure silhouetted against the intricately patterned paper window, standing resolutely outside. After changing into fresh garments, the door swung open. Xian Yi strode in without uttering a word, crossing past the screen to stand by the bed, his eyes red as they fixed upon her. Jian He loosely donned an outer garment, her unbound dark hair adding an air of frailty to her appearance. Was it merely an illusion? Though she bore the marks of injury, Xian Yi's slightly dejected demeanor appeared to mirror her own condition. Jian He intended to offer him some words of comfort, but before she could speak, Xian Yi suddenly knelt, arms outstretched, embracing her tightly. The boy's arms were not particularly strong. In fact, they trembled slightly, conveying an earnest tenderness. After what felt like an eternity, Xian Yi finally murmured, and, standing aside, Zheng Wu felt as though she were invisible. Witnessing this scene, her emotions were a tangled web of shock, disbelief, intrigue, and a hint of feeling superfluous in their midst. After a prolonged embrace, Jiang Xi released his pent-up emotions, gradually loosening his hold on Jiang Xi. He looked up at her, his voice barely a whisper. The person earlier claimed you were poisoned. With my cultivation, that sort of poison would pose no threat to me. In truth, the heart-eating monster's lethal move was an incurable corpse poison. Had it not been for the Yuan Dan in her abdomen to suppress it, Jiang Xi would have succumbed to its effects long before now, not merely coughing up a little blood. However, she could not divulge this to Jiang Xi. To prevent him from probing further, Jiang Xi swiftly changed the subject. I heard you've been taking care of me without leaving my side these past few days. Is that true? Jiang Xi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zheng Wu had discreetly withdrawn at some point, closing the door behind her. Jiang Xi casually asked, There's only one bed here. Where do you sleep at night? Above. Jiang Xi indicated the beams overhead. Such a narrow space. Jiang Xi chuckled in disbelief. One to you hit your head? It's nothing. Jiang Xi scoffed lightly, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. He rose to his feet. For the past 2 days, I've only been able to provide you with some porridge. What would you like to eat? I can fetch it from the kitchen. Something light, please. Understood. Once Jiang Xi exited, closing the door behind him, Jiang Xi paused for a moment, finally hearing the long-absent system's delayed chime. Ding. Jiang Xi's awareness increased by 2,000, charisma by 2,000, stimulation by 1,500, combat intent by 1,500, and blackening value by 2,000. The host's character contradiction value stood at 20. Socialist core values at 20, health points at 200, with a total real-time value of 201. Rewards obtained. Bone Refining Celestial Herb X1, rarity, 4.5 stars. Congratulations to the host. Jiang Xi blinked, cupping her hands as a verdant celestial herb shimmered into existence, gently descending into her pale palms, glimmering like snow. How beautiful! Jiang Xi mused, brushing her fingers against its leaves, scratching her head. What is its specific purpose? Why is it said that possessing it could rewrite my fate? The system softly explained the uses of the Bone Refining Celestial Herb in her ear. Jiang Xi suddenly understood, so that's how it is. The system gravely cautioned, therefore, host, you must safeguard it well. Do not lose it. It's so light. It feels like it could easily slip away. Jiang Xi proposed to the system. Why don't you hold on to it for me? I'll retrieve it when the task is nearing completion.
Certainly.
The Bone Refining Celestial Herb gradually became transparent in her palms. Jiang Xi stretched, reflecting on her recent injuries and the bountiful rewards she had garnered. Just then, the system informed her, additionally, we have detected that the host exhibited OOC behavior during the task. Lazy fish value, 50, real-time total value, 4,830 points. Jiang Xi felt tears welling up. The system continued. Lastly, congratulations to the host on completing the main storyline, Qin Nan's heart-eating monster. Reward, lazy fish value minus 300. Real-time total, 4,430 points. Jiang Xi sensed something peculiar about this value and curiously asked, System, isn't the lazy fish value dropping rather swiftly? A rapid decline in lazy fish value indicates swift progress in the storyline, which is a positive sign. However, the total value stood at only 5,000 points. She needed to engage with 4 antagonists, each requiring an equal share of 1,250 points. Yet, she had only known Jiang Xi for less than 3 months, and his progress bar had already reached nearly half, akin to a rocket launch. Was such speed genuinely appropriate? The system clarified. The lazy fish value does not decrease at a constant rate. During mundane daily life, it remains entirely static. Only during pivotal, transformative events will it significantly decline. Furthermore, each antagonist can only reduce the lazy fish value by a maximum of 1,000 points, not 1,250 points. Jiang Xi frowned. So, even if I successfully woo all 4, the most I could lose is 4,000 points. There would still be an excess of 1,000 points. What kind of storyline is this? Has something gone awry? The system reassured her. There can be no errors. The entirety of the task world's data, including the lazy fish value and the number of targets, is set in accordance with the terms of a contract. What wish did you make to us? This excess of 1,000 points must be related to the reward you requested. Jiang Xi paused, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes as she admitted, I don't remember. It was only upon embarking on this task that Jiang Xi was astonished to discover vast gaps in her memories from the past year or two. She couldn't recall her occupation on Imperial Capital Star, why she was suddenly dismissed, or why she had to flee in haste without even returning her rented apartment, as if she would be caught if she lingered. The railings of the interstellar train were more than 3 meters high. Why had she fallen in and been killed? What had been the wish she made to the system in that moment of near death? She remembered none of it. Jiang Xi sighed. It seems there is no other option. Upon returning to Xian City, no major turning points occurred in the near term, nor were there any new instances to engage with. Time flew like a fleeting horse, and before long, it was the Lunar New Year in February. The previous instance, Qin Nan's heart-eating monster, had been triggered on New Year's Eve, which actually referred to the last day of December, thus lacking the traditional festive atmosphere. Though the weather was cold, only a dry and biting wind accompanied it. In the second lunar month, snowflakes danced through the air. Jiang Xi, who lived in an era of interstellar travel, found the lunar calendar to be obsolete. Hearing distant laughter from outside, she lifted the curtain and remarked, It is quite lively outside, Jiang Xi. Do the demon folk not celebrate the new year? Jiang Xi, leaning against the windowsill engrossed in a book, did not lift his gaze, responding coolly. There are people all around. I fail to see what is so amusing. You are unaware of the myriad joys, Jiang Xi retorted. There are flower markets, firecrackers, and couplets to paste. After a moment of counting, she noticed Jiang Xi's hand turning the pages at an increasingly leisurely pace, and she couldn't help but smile, asking, The air is so refreshing after the snow. Shall we go out for a stroll? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback by her own audacity. She had only heard of shadow puppetry but knew little about it and had never shown any interest. Why had it slipped from her tongue? Jiang Xi assumed he had encountered a similar term in some book, and she readily agreed. Very well, let us go. As night fell, fireworks burst forth in the sky, illuminating vast stretches of the horizon. Lanterns hung high on branches, casting a brilliant glow. The air was filled with a festive spirit. Given that Jiang Xi belonged to the demon race, Jiang Xi chose a less crowded path, avoiding the main thoroughfare. Yet, even the winding alleyways buzzed with more activity than usual. This is a firecracker, Jiang Xi explained. Once ignited, it crackles and sparks, said to drive away malevolent spirits. It is a custom among humans during the new year. Jiang Xi simply raised an eyebrow in response. This red paper bag is used to hold lucky money, given to children to ward off evil, she continued. He remained nonchalant. However, despite claiming disinterest, his gaze was fixed on the novel sights around him. Jiang Xi followed his line of sight, smiling as she explained the wonders they encountered. As they wandered through the city, Jiang Xi recalled that there was a shadow puppetry stall nearby. Passing a desolate alley, she suddenly heard the distant barking of dogs and turned to look inside. It was a dim, filthy passage, devoid of the celebratory atmosphere that enveloped the rest of the world. Cold snow and mud lay on the ground, and a few starving stray dogs barked furiously at the end of the alley. In the shadows of the wall, a filthy, foul-smelling little beggar was scraping the last bits of meat from a dog bone, savoring each morsel, oblivious to the wild dogs behind him.
Guanyi, lacking in compassion.
Merely scoffed, is he scavenging the scraps of beasts? Indeed, Jiang Xi sighed. Although she understood these were merely NPCs in a virtual world, witnessing such a scene on a day meant for reunions stirred her heart. She approached, shooing away the restless strays and standing before the little beggar. Suddenly, Jiang Xi recognized him. No way. This is not just an NPC. This is one of Jiang Xi's acquaintances, one of the 4 antagonists. System notification ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side storyline and encountered the character He ahead of time. Little Easter egg. Jiang Xi's diary, damn it. I bumped my head a few times while sleeping on the beams. 11. The 11th Shura Field. Jiang Xi felt utterly despondent.
Ki.
The forsaken scion of a celestial family was also renowned as the most notorious maniac within the realm of cultivation. Possessing strikingly handsome features, a blood-red scar adorned his brow, resembling a peach blossom imprint, exuding an aura of youthful innocence. Anyone who beheld this exquisite visage would scarcely suspect the malevolent spirit lurking beneath. He was capricious, envious, and possessed a tongue that could wield both honey and daggers. One moment he might smile sweetly at you, and the next, he could sever your head from your body with chilling indifference, his cruelty being utterly appalling. At the tender age of 16, he set fire to the Gongsun clan, leaving over 200 lives extinguished in his wake. Since the demon clan was vanquished and vanished from sight, such a tragedy had not befallen the celestial sex in a long time. Upon hearing the news, an uproar ensued, and amidst the outrage of various sects, the name of this deranged youth became indelibly etched in their memories. Although the other three companions each exhibited their own charm, he undoubtedly bore the title of the most deserving lunatic. When it came to psychological distortion and madness, he could easily surpass the others. Even though the previous 4 missions were executed based on erroneous scripts, leading to equally dismal conclusions, if given a choice. The last person Jiang he wished to provoke was this little madman he. In the script, he was cast out alongside his mother before he turned 1. Within 3 years, his mother succumbed to illness, leaving him a solitary child, wandering aimlessly, enduring beatings and insults, experiencing the myriad of life's hardships. Jiang he thought, what a twist of fate it appears these two had crossed paths in their childhood. The system smiled. Host, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who knows? You might awaken tomorrow to find the other two appearing as well? Jiang he. She shuddered, saying, System, let me tell you, one can indulge in various excesses, but one must not raise flags recklessly. The system informed her. Currently, he has just lost his mother 6 months ago. The side quest, Winter Night's Wish, requires, please ensure that within 1 hour, he watches a shadow play and enjoys a warm meal. Jiang he. This is truly a breathless demand. An hour is a fleeting moment. I must act swiftly. Jiang he pressed her forehead, crouching slightly, her warm breath creating a misty vapor in the air, and asked, Are you still hungry? He remained curled up, silently scrutinizing her from the shadows, resembling a battered stray animal, both wary and fierce, assessing whether this approaching figure was another abuser or a genuine savior. Earlier that evening, he had been struck in the right eye by stones thrown by other children, leaving his vision quite blurred. Now that night had fallen, it was even more challenging to discern the appearance of the person before him. Yet, her voice was remarkably youthful and gentle, and the slender, clean fingers she extended did not flinch, her skin glistening like pearls. All of this instinctively evoked a boundless fondness towards her. He swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment, before slowly releasing the dog bone he clutched in his hand. Observing Jiang He's kindness towards a child she had just met, Jiang He felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. He grasped Jiang He's arm, speaking arrogantly. Why do you care for him? Since he knows how to compete with stray dogs for food, he certainly won't starve. Let us go. Jiang He's fingers curled slightly beneath her sleeve. Jiang He's expression darkened. There were times for everything. Jiang He, turning her back to Jiang He, remained oblivious to his unease, simply explaining, Tonight is New Year's Eve. We have no food ourselves. Taking him out for a warm meal is merely a small effort on our part. As night descended, the shadow play commenced. An elderly performer from the Wandering Arts called out in his distinctive tone, bending down to enter behind the white curtain. Children giggled and rushed into the crowd, filling rows of empty wooden benches, each blinking curiously at the flickering shadows cast by candlelight on the curtain. Jiang he held Jiang He with one hand and pulled he along with the other, settling in the last row of the stall. She placed a warm paper bag into He's hands, saying, Eat up, there's beef inside. He stared blankly as he opened the bag. The golden brown, thin pancake contained pieces of meat sprinkled with scallions and cumin, emitting a mouth-watering aroma, glistening with juices. He swallowed, fiercely and stubbornly tearing into it. Not every child has a place to call home. At such a tender age, he was acutely aware of the differences between himself and other children. To survive, he had consumed everything, rat meat, dog bones, and remnants of cold dishes. Yet he had never tasted something so soft, warm, and filled with meat. Beside him, Jiang He clenched his fists, the fire of frustration within him growing ever more intense. At that moment, Jiang, he turned her gaze away, handing another paper bag to him. Here, take this. The meat inside is raw. I instructed the vendor not to cook it. Jiang Xi snorted softly. His mood slightly lifted from the depths of despair. Ahead, the shadow play began. The silhouettes of characters were projected onto the dimly lit curtain, shifting and dancing in a spectral manner. Typically, performers would narrate popular folk tales at such times. This evening, the two elderly artists recounted the tale of humanity's annihilation of the demon clan during the Great Battle over a century ago. More than 100 years ago, it was an era rife with bloodshed yet brimming with spiritual energy. Xie Xiao of Qian sect, Wu Yan, Wen Ruoliu of Zhongxi sect, and Dan Tailing, as well as Xin Chonghong of Qianren Palace, defeated the demon hounds decisively, and their reputations remain illustrious among the celestial sects to this day.
Now,
With the depletion of spiritual energy, such figures are hard to come by. As the opening remarks concluded, the curtain revealed two dark silhouettes, one a massive, ferocious beast, the other wielding a sword, clad in narrow sleeves, appearing ethereal. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, evoking gasps of excitement from the children. Jiang He thought, how fittingly ironic is this theme. Anxiously, she cast a glance at Jiang Xi. To her surprise, he remained remarkably calm, though his expression was devoid of emotion. There were no signs of rage or a desire to disrupt the performance. In fact, when the action intensified, he instinctively sat up straight, mirroring the reactions of the children in front of him. Jiang, he couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Buwan yinotijit haramusemant.
Skepticism in his gaze. What are you laughing at? Jiang, he cleared her throat. It's nothing. Your earlier demeanor resembled that of the children up front. It was somewhat endearing. Had she spoken the truth, the system would certainly deem it out of character and penalize her with a surge of salted fish points. The system remarked, you truly understand. Jiang, he. Overindulgence has its consequences. Amidst the ethereal glow, she gazed steadily and gently at the shadow play unfolding before her. Unaware of his scrutiny, he watched her intently, his frail heart rising and falling with each breath. Who was this person? Why did she offer him food? Would she leave him soon? She showed such kindness even to a demon. If he told her he wished to follow her, what would she think? He gazed down at his frostbitten, bluish feet, his thoughts a chaotic blend of confusion and faint hope. The snowy hem of her garment lay upon the bench between them like petals. He rubbed his soiled, thin hands vigorously against his trousers, silently clutching her garment's hem. As the night deepened, the shadow play swiftly came to an end. The stall owner began to pack up and the children dispersed. The system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully completing the side quest, Winter Night's Wish, salt fish points -20, current total, 4,410 points. It was time to bid farewell to he. Jiang He nodded. Jiang He. To be honest, I initially thought you would allow me to keep he by my side just like Jiang Xi. The system replied, that is impossible. The timing is not right. Everything must adhere to the right timing. Countless irreplaceable tribulations and opportunities are what forge a truly unique character. Take Jiang Xi for example. Had it not been for the massacre incident at Qian sect, he might have spent his entire life on Shishua Mountain and would never have become the dark-clad figure known as the boss commanding the magical beasts. The same holds true for he. If he were to be sheltered under wings now, without enduring enough trials from the script, he would not have transformed into the malevolent youth he is destined to be. Once a character's persona crumbles, the narrative cannot proceed. Thus, knowing that a treacherous path lies ahead, one must let him go. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang He exhaled into her palms, squatted before he, and draped her still warm cloak over him, saying, we must leave now. Keep this money and clothing. He suddenly looked up, clenching his fists. A feeble plea that had lingered in his heart for a long time was on the verge of spilling forth. Just then, Jiang Xi unexpectedly spoke. Jiang He, I didn't eat enough earlier. Could you buy me something to eat?
Now?
Jiang He stood up, trusting his request. All right. Wait here for me. As Jiang Xi watched her walk away, he turned his attention back, crossing his arms and looking down at the little beggar before him.
Hey.
He pressed his lips together. She is mine. Jiang Xi lazily replied, don't even think about it. He spoke with such nonchalance that it lacked any fierceness. his tone devoid of intimidation or coercion, as if dismissing a bothersome pest clinging on in vain. He stared at him, clenching his fists. It was this air of calm and superiority born from exclusive affection that rendered his humble hopes utterly laughable. Only much later did he find the apt word to describe his feelings at that moment: jealousy. An inescapable malice that wished to obliterate the certainty and pride etched upon that face. Night fell heavily with dew. Jiang Xi, after a moment of standing in the empty air, suddenly remembered that the kitchen at home was filled with a heap of system reward ingredients, long overdue for consumption and gathering dust. If she didn't know better, she might think he was intentionally trying to distract her. Turning, she looked around, both surprised and unsurprised. The little beggar had slipped away without a word, not even a thank you. Jiang Xi scoffed. Jiang Xi sighed, thinking they would meet again someday, though she wondered when that would be. Beneath a withered tree, a young man was intently carving something on a table. A row of small wooden trinkets adorned with tassels hung from the stall's overhead beam, their craftsmanship unrefined, yet each creature was vividly lifelike. Jiang Xi's heart stirred. Jiang Xi, let us go take a look. As they approached, the stall owner looked up, eagerly promoting his wares. Jiang Xi held disdain for such childish trinkets, questioning their appeal. The owner, perceptive, seemed to read Jiang Xi's thoughts and enthusiastically declared, "These are made from heartless wood, which has a captivating fragrance that calms the mind and spirit, lasting for ages. You can play with them daily, without worry." "What I want isn't here," Jiang Xi replied with a smile. "What do you wish for, my lady? I can carve it for you right away. I want an animal that looks rather special. Let me draw it for you." Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, took a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and with a few strokes on rice paper. A creature with horns atop its head, covered in dark scales, and with round eyes and sharp teeth, leaped to life on the page. "I want this animal's wooden pendant," Jiang Xi stated. "Not difficult, right?" Jiang Xi set down her brush.
Done.
"I'll have it ready for you in no time. In less than half an hour." A lively wooden carving of a small creature in a running pose was completed. Though not an expensive trinket, it was charming and clever, exuding a faint fragrance. Jiang Xi placed the pendant in Jiang Xi's palm. "Here. It's your first New Year among humans. Let us commemorate it." Jiang Xi disdainfully lifted the pendant to his eyes. "You actually made this into a wooden carving? Don't want it? Then give it back to me," Jiang Xi teased. Naturally, Jiang Xi quickly closed his hand around it, carefully tucking the little sculpture into his embrace, grumbling, "I never said I didn't want it." Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh. Just then, a cold snowflake landed on her face. They both instinctively looked up to see delicate snowflakes swirling down from the night sky, soon covering them. Passers-by hurriedly sought shelter, and vendors began to pack up. Although they could maintain their warmth through spiritual energy, in such frigid weather, wet clothing would be unbearable. Jiang Xi shielded her head, only to feel a shadow enveloping her. Jiang Xi had removed his cloak, holding it above their heads. "Let us go." The snowflakes melted quickly upon contact, forming dark puddles on the fabric. The cloak was snug, and to cover them both, Jiang Xi instinctively positioned herself slightly in front of him, her shoulder brushing against his chest, tilting her head back to ask, "This cloak seems a bit small. Will it cover us both?" With a soft, warm female form suddenly pressed against his chest, Jiang Xi's fingers trembled at the closeness. Hearing Jiang Xi's question, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. "It won't cover us. Come closer." They were already as close as possible. Yet Jiang Xi finally seemed satisfied. "That's enough." System notification ding. Jiang Xi's mood increases by 2,000, pleasure points by 2,000. Host's health points, 20, current total, 52. Jiang Xi. However, in no more than 2 years, this sweetness would turn bittersweet. Since the day he vanished, Jiang Xi resumed her simple life of eating, sleeping, and raising spirits, a routine of 4 repetitive tasks. The plot, for the time being, remained stable, and her idle points stagnated at 4410. Time flows swiftly, and fleeting warmth is hard to retain. What seems like a long century translates to merely over 36,000 days and nights. Not to mention the 700-plus days that slip away like fine sand through one's fingers. 2 years later, the pivotal turning point of Jiang Xi's youth loomed near. In the initial script, Jiang Xi was also pierced by an arrow, pinned to a tree trunk. In that hellish realm where neither heaven nor earth offered aid, he struggled for days with sheer willpower, torturing himself until he finally pulled the arrow from his heart, rolling onto the ground half alive. Due to neglect, his wounds festered while sleeping outdoors, and he lingered on the brink of death for half a month, severely weakened. Even with a life-preserving elixir, it took over 6 months for him to recover. The deep-seated vengeance from the massacre that claimed his family and friends tortured him relentlessly. Unfortunately, as a demon, he could not perceive the plum blossom mark on the arrow shaft. Without this crucial clue, he was left unable to ascertain the identity of his enemies, leaving his hatred with no outlet. Thus, he wandered for 2 years, fortuitously drifting near the location of Qian sect, where he encountered a surviving villager from that massacre, finally identifying his foes as Qian sect. This was the essence of Xian Yi's youth. He lacked the ability to extract the arrow from his heart. After Jian He entered the narrative, this illogical gap was filled, illustrating her purpose in existence. Due to the acquaintance with Jianhe, Xian Yi had not wandered about in search of evidence over the past 2 years. Instead, he had settled in Xinqing, using it as the epicenter from which to seek his enemies. As the day of encountering the surviving villager NPC drew near, Xian Yi remained in Xinqing. If things continued this way, he would miss the opportunity to meet that villager. System. Ding. Plot task initiated. Please guide Xian Yi to Lancheng, where Qian sect is located, within 1 month, to facilitate a successful meeting with villager NPC, Jianhe. Sigh. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? System. A special reminder. Inform Xian Yi that his enemy belongs to Qian sect, which is that villager. In other words, you must devise a way to lead him there without directly telling him. Jianhe? Understood. This shouldn't be difficult. A little act will suffice. That evening, ever since Xian Yi transformed into human form, Jianhe had shared a separate room with him. The walls of the house were thin, and during the stillness of the night, any considerable noise from the next room could be easily heard. In the dead of night, Xian Yi lay on his side, in a light slumber. Suddenly, a painful cry echoed from the adjacent room, accompanied by the sound of something tumbling off the bed. Xian Yi's eyes shot open, instantly alert. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from his bed, kicking open the door to the next room, bewildered. Jianhe? The window was wide open, and the curtains billowed. The sight that met his eyes relieved him. Jianhe was unharmed, having merely rolled off the bed. Xian Yi couldn't help but chuckle, rushing over to help Jianhe up, saying, "Who would have thought you'd tumble down? I can't even sleep properly." Over the course of 2 years, Xian Yi had grown into a spirited young man, with long brows and crimson eyes. "Xian Yi, listen to me. I just had a dream." Jianhe grasped his hand eagerly, saying, "It was about Mai village." Mai was the name of the village where Xian Yi had grown up. The relaxed expression on Xian Yi's face vanished in an instant. To discern, the sects would leave invisible marks on their arrows. With it, one could deduce which sect the opponent belonged to. Jianhe deliberated. "When I pulled the arrow for you that day, it vanished in an instant, and I couldn't see what it looked like at all." After a long and fruitless search, the breakthrough seemed to lie ahead, tightening around Xian Yi's heart. What about now? In that dream just now, I actually remembered its general outline clearly. Jianhe chose a vague description. It was a blooming flower. Xian Yi's memories whirled rapidly. Over the past 2 years, he had gained some understanding of the more renowned sections. There were not many sects that used a blooming flower as their symbol, and most were located near Lancheng and Bianzhou. Jianhe articulated his thoughts. "I believe we should head to Lancheng as soon as possible. We might discover something." Bianzhou was quite distant from Shishu Mountain. Even without resting along the way, it would take about a month. Racing against the deadline of the plot task, the two arrived at Lancheng, weary from their journey. System. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at Lancheng. Your lethargy value has decreased by 100. Current total, 4,310 points. Jianhe. Goodness, as expected of a pivotal plot point. It dropped by 100 points so easily. In the 13th trial of Calamity, the world revered immortals. Within the few hundred miles surrounding Lancheng, 6 or 7 sects of varying prominence thrived. The most renowned was Qian sect, which gained fame during the battle between immortals and demons. The other sects in the area, having chosen floral designs for their insignia, were imitating this elder brother. It was uncertain why Xian Yi and that NPC would recognize each other in such a perilous location. For their mutual safety, Jianhe decided to stay at a relatively old inn within the city. The disciples of the sects favored grandeur and reputation and would seldom venture to such antiquated establishments. Upon entering the city gate, Jianhe drove the carriage directly to the inn, relying on her memory of Feng Wu. This carriage had been a gift from Lu Leoi after completing the Qi Nan Eats the Heart Demon quest. 2 years had passed, and the two steeds, having feasted on system rewards, had grown robust and remarkably conspicuous on the streets. Behind the translucent curtain, Xian Yi rested his chin on his hand. One long leg stretched out while the other was bent, his elbow propped on his knee, pondering why, despite this being their first visit, Jianhe seemed extraordinarily familiar with Lanqing's layout. Earlier in their journey, they had encountered moments of uncertainty, yet since entering Lanqing, she had not once inquired for directions, navigating through the winding alleyways as if she had grown up there. An inexplicable sense of unease crept into Xian Yi's heart. Resolving to press forward, he slightly adjusted his posture, tapping the table with his slender finger and directly asked, "Jianhe, have you been here before?" So that was it. The inn Jianhe had chosen was indeed dilapidated, with a sign barely hanging on and few patrons present. A server lounged in the corner, swatting flies, outnumbered by the staff. The innkeeper dozed behind the wooden counter. Xian Yi nimbly jumped down and helped Jianhe dismount. A gust of wind blew, causing the sign to sway and crash to the ground. The loud noise finally roused the innkeeper and the waiter. Although the establishment was rather shabby, the service was commendable. A server who had just been yawning quickly sprang into action, darting outside to fetch the carriage to the courtyard. The innkeeper, unable to discern Xian Yi's demonic lineage, approached them warmly. "Are you two gentlemen here for a meal or a room?" Jianhe produced her coin purse. "A room,
Please.
That would be splendid. I shall prepare rooms 1 and 2 for you right away." "No need," Xian Yi interjected impatiently. "We will share one room." While traveling, for mutual protection, it was customary for them to share a room, with 2 beds separated by a screen. Once inside the room, the bed and table were relatively tidy, but it was evident that it had been unoccupied for quite some time, as dust had settled on the cups and plates, and cobwebs adorned the corners. It could be said to be the worst accommodation they had experienced since their departure. Xian Yi, usually proud and demanding, surprisingly showed no signs of disdain. He wiped the chair clean for Jianhe to rest and took the initiative to make up the only bed. After just instructing the innkeeper to bring another bed, he now found no sign of him. Wiping his sweat, he drank some water, saying to Jianhe, "I'll go take a look. You stay here." Jianhe nodded. Before long, 2 knocks echoed from behind, and the door swung open. Whether due to a tremor in his hand or some other reason, the waiter stumbled just before reaching the table, spilling an entire bowl of soup onto the floor, drenching Jianhe's shoes. Jianhe immediately stood up. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No, I'm fine," the waiter stammered as he picked up the broken dishes. And Jianhe noticed his fingers trembled slightly. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into him when he was serving, and the soup spilled," Jianhe said calmly. "He can just bring it back in a bit." The waiter, silent, dashed out the door, brushing past Xian Yi. Not long after, the innkeeper personally brought their dinner, apologizing and mentioning that the waiter who spilled had a rather slow mind, usually sweeping the courtyard. Although Jianhe felt a bit perplexed, the waiter did not exude the aura of a demonic being, and thus she did not dwell on it. After dinner, she donned her boots and said to Xian Yi, "Xian Yi, I have a few old friends in Lan City. Tonight, I intend to meet them, and of course, I will be careful not to mention your existence. I believe they may be of assistance to us." Xian Yi abruptly lifted her head and replied, "Friends? I will accompany you." With a frown, she was reluctantly persuaded. In the vast, dark night, Jian He stepped outside with a bundle in hand. After running a couple of street corners, she nervously untied the bundle, revealing a neatly folded lotus-colored dress. Indeed, it was the disciples' attire of the Qiyun sect. Feng Wu had grown up in the Qiyun sect and had no old friends to visit in Lan City. The true destination of Jian He was the Qiyun sect beyond the city. The celestial abode of the Qiyun sect stood majestically atop a cliff. ascending through an endless cloud ladder, surrounded by thick white mist. The grand halls and towers exuded an impressive aura. After exiting the city gates, Jiang Xi flew into the mountains on her sword for several miles. At the foot of the mountain, she donned the lotus-colored disciple's robe and hung a dagger bearing the plum emblem at her waist. With a light cough, Jiang Xi calmly stepped through the stone gates of the Qian sect. Among the many disciples of the Qian sect, the young gatekeeper recognized individuals solely by their attire and weapons. Jiang Xi slipped in effortlessly, stealthily making her way toward the medicinal pavilion at the back mountain. Every sect concocted their own poisons and refined their own medicines. The medicinal pavilion of the Qian sect housed the elixirs they had produced and some rare medicinal herbs, which were not circulated in the market. All disciples could enter to peruse the books, but the elixirs were stored in a secret chamber, accessible only to those of the sect leader's rank who possessed the passcode. Feng Wu's master was the most esteemed lineage of the Qian sect, and as his chief disciple, knowing the passcode was entirely normal. Jiang Xi silently recited a few incantations, and the tightly shut stone door responded, swinging open to either side. Her heart leaped with joy as she slipped inside. Inside, there were over a dozen rows of medicine cabinets with thousands of drawers, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of herbs. Holding a candle, Jiang Xi exerted considerable effort to find what she sought. Within a drawer lay more than a dozen pearl-sized, semi-transparent elixirs. Jiang Xi picked one up and confirmed with the system, "This is the Hunyuan golden elixir, right?" The system replied, "Indeed." Jiang Xi sighed in relief. This item was not considered an exceptionally rare herb. It was merely a fundamental ingredient for alchemy in the Qian sect. However, when taken in conjunction with the bone-refining celestial herb obtained from the Qin Nan Eats Heart Demon quest reward, it exhibited unique effects, allowing the elixir to ascend within the body and be extracted without bloodshed. In the original plot, Xian Yi's brutal method of extracting Feng Wu's Yuan Dan stemmed from a desire to torment her, but also because the Yuan Dan, if left in the body for too long, would merge with the flesh like internal organs. Forcibly separating it would inevitably result in bloodshed and significant harm. The combined effect of the Hunyuan golden elixir and the bone-refining celestial herb, in simpler terms, offered a gentle and gradual means of allowing a lifeless Yuan Dan to separate from the body internally and be expelled through the mouth, avoiding a bloody disembowelment. In essence, death was inevitable. This was a more comfortable and proactive way to meet one's end. A youthful and clear voice broke through her thoughts, imbued with a spirited charm typical of youth, yet not unpleasant. Jiang Xi thought, "Why does that voice sound somewhat familiar?" The other party continued. The night breeze rustled. Layers of clouds parted, and moonlight spilled into the medicinal pavilion, illuminating their faces. Jiang Xi stuttered, "Why, you're not that Jian master, are you? What are you doing here?" It turned out to be an acquaintance. Jiang Xi sheathed her weapon and replied earnestly, "I am not a bad person. Do not be alarmed." Jiang Xi appeared somewhat bewildered. "Wait, aren't you a rogue cultivator from Xian City? How could you be here? Also, you just used the techniques of the Qian sect. Are you my senior sister?" "Jiang Xi is my alias. My original surname is Feng, with the single name Wu." Jiang Xi stated seriously. "Have you heard of it?" Jiang Xi replied in confusion. A bolt of lightning struck him with the realization. "It's a long story. Let us find a place to talk." Jiang Xi moved closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, and forcibly led him into the medicinal pavilion. Seating themselves on the floor behind a bookshelf, Jiang Xi inquired, "What do you mean by forbidden order? Is the medicinal pavilion no longer open to people? A few days ago, a disciple came here at night, knocked over a candlestick, and set the books ablaze." Jiang Xi gestured for Jiang Xi to look to the side. Indeed, the corner wall was blackened, and the bookshelves were empty. The remaining books had been moved. Until repairs are completed, no one is allowed to enter, and disciples are prohibited from wandering the medicinal pavilion at night to prevent another fire. Jiang Xi mused, "No wonder I was able to enter so smoothly. I didn't see a soul along the way. It seems access is restricted, thus everyone naturally avoids the back mountain. Let us not dwell on that for now." Jiang Xi, unable to contain himself, expressed his doubts. "Are you truly senior sister Feng Wu? But I heard you, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I went missing on Shishua Mountain. You all must think I was harmed by the demon clan and met a tragic end, correct?" Isn't that so? Jiang Xi replied. After you were taken by the magical beast, the senior brothers pursued the demon clan that harmed you to Shishua Mountain and annihilated their entire village. The reality is far more complicated than that. With my cultivation, how could I be so easily taken by a magical beast? There would have been some commotion. However, in fact, no one heard any sounds of struggle that day. Jiang Xi sighed deeply. I was not harmed by the demon clan, but rather ambushed by a fellow disciple. They pushed me into an abyss when I was unprepared. Jiang Xi could hardly believe the vast difference between Jiang Xi's account and what he had heard over the past 2 years. Who pushed you? What happened afterward? Of course I remember. Jiang Xi nodded. Jiang Xi gazed intently at him, enunciating each word. His father is the very demon from whom I took the Yuan Dan. Jiang Xi furrowed his brow. Does he know you consumed his father's Yuan Dan? Is that why you took care of him? He does not know. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment. It's half and half. On one hand, it's due to his father's Yuan Dan, and on the other, because of the innocent village that was slaughtered. Jiang Xi, generally speaking, the celestial sects hunt magical beasts alone and do not wipe out entire villages at once. I cannot blame my fellow disciples, who were misled and acted out of fervor for vengeance, but these demon clans people were indeed innocent and died because of me. How could I not care for Xian Yi? All of this will eventually come to light. I must first return the Yuan Dan within me to its rightful owner before making further plans. Jiang Xi, puzzled, asked, but Senior Sister Feng, I have read the rare records. Once a demon clan's Yuan Dan enters the body, it merges with the flesh. It cannot be separated unless the person dies. How will you? I have already discovered a method to separate the Yuan Dan without shedding blood. Tonight, I came to procure a necessary elixir. Jiang Xi opened her palm, revealing the Hunyuan golden elixir, which emitted a faint, radiant glow. Jiang Xi, the words I have shared with you tonight, and what you have seen of me, are known only to you and me, and to the heavens and the earth. Do not disclose them to anyone. Otherwise, I fear you may attract trouble and endanger yourself. Even Senior Sister Feng has fallen victim to a villainous schemes. If tonight's words were to leak, you may not be able to withstand the consequences. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xi solemnly replied, I understand. Everything will wait until you return the Yuan Dan. Senior Sister Feng. System ding. Jiang Xi's friendship value increased by 100. Host prestige increased by 200. As the plot unfolds, the value of the protagonist has plummeted to -60. With a current total worth of 4,250 points. The title has been upgraded to Advanced Salted Fish, and the secondary function Pain Perception Transfer has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host, Jiang Xi. It seems yet another peculiar function has been activated. Under Jiang Xi's cover, taking advantage of the disciples of the Qian sect still being asleep, Jiang Xi successfully departed from the gates of the sect, soaring down the mountain on her sword. The stars dimmed, and the dawn began to glow faintly. It appeared that time had slipped into the early hours of the morning. The essence Dan and flesh had completely separated, requiring some time. If Xian Yi sought her out before the separation was complete, her journey would have been in vain. The sooner she consumed it, the more control she could seize. System. No problem, get ready. Jiang Xi quickly cupped her hands. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted in the darkness as a radiant emerald herb descended into her palm. Jiang Xi twirled the stem, only to remember to inquire about its usage. How does one consume this? System. Just chew it and swallow. Jiang Xi grimaced, placing both into her mouth, crushing and swallowing them. Initially, she held little hope for the flavor, but to her surprise, it proved to be quite palatable, sweet and smooth, akin to jelly. Upon entering the room, a screen obstructed the center. The flickering candlelight was nearly extinguished. Beyond the screen lay an empty bed. As soon as she reclined, Jiang Xi slept until the afternoon before finally waking. Since consuming the bone-refining herb, the essence Dan began to disintegrate from her flesh. Although it was not outwardly apparent, various aftereffects had started to manifest. Upon awakening, Jiang Xi felt as though lead had filled her body, enduring unbearable soreness, feverishness, a heavy head, and a complete lack of appetite. She resembled a desiccated salted fish. More critically, the once abundant spiritual energy that flowed like a river had now become obscured, akin to a stream nearing its end. It was likely that even a mere specter from the streets could overpower her. System. How do you feel? Sore all over. Similar to having a fever. Jiang, he touched her forehead with the back of her hand. By the way, System. Didn't you mention that the poisons I've ingested would backfire on me? Why do I seem to have no symptoms? System. Take a look at your nails. Jiang, he was taken aback, immediately lifting her hands to inspect them. Sure enough, 10 pale pink nails bore a thin green vertical line, a clear sign of poison manifesting. System. Fortunately, you unlocked the pain perception transfer function just in time, which, at the cost of lack of appetite, has shielded you from 99 of the pain. Otherwise, you would have been crying out in agony by now. Jiang He. Outside the screen, footsteps approached. Jiang He turned to see Xian Yi entering with a bowl of porridge. Finally awake, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he sighed, placing the porridge on the table before kneeling beside her bed, reaching to check her pulse. You've had a high fever all morning, babbling nonsense. How could you suddenly fall so ill? It was evident that the disparity in her spiritual energy was too stark to ignore. Ordinary sickness would not impact one's spiritual energy. If Xian Yi were to discover this anomaly, he would surely become suspicious.
Fine.
I must have just not rested well last night. Jiang He chuckled nervously, diverting the topic. You made porridge? Not bad. Xian Yi withdrew his hand, stating, let me help you over to eat. Jiang He felt unsteady, leaning on Xian Yi's support as she settled into a chair. In front of her was a porcelain bowl filled with warm, white porridge, garnished with green onions and fish, light and appealing. However, due to that troublesome pain perception transfer function, even the most delectable dishes could not stir Jiang He's appetite. Yet, with Xian Yi right beside her, she had gone nearly half a day without food. She had to eat something, or it would be too abnormal. Jiang He reached for a spoon. All right, don't move. Xian Yi sat before her, scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it gently before bringing it to her lips. Jiang He obediently opened her mouth, taking a spoonful. The fish was tender, the green onions fragrant, and the porridge was just the right temperature. So delicious. Xian Yi's lips curled slightly as he prepared another spoonful. However, when he looked up, his expression turned to one of shock. Plop. Jiang He was still smiling at him, yet blood began to ooze from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, slowly trickling down her chin and staining her moon-white garments. 7 orifices bleeding. In a brief moment, Xian Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and upon feeling the wetness on his face, Jiang He finally sensed that something was amiss. Dazed, she lifted her hand to touch her face, only to find it covered in sticky blood. Jiang He. Her vision blurred into darkness, and a buzzing filled her head. Shaking her head vigorously, she was engulfed in overwhelming darkness the next moment. Regaining consciousness like a salted fish, Jiang He found herself lying in bed. System. Ding. Due to excessive blood loss. Blood value -30. Current total value, 3 points. Jiang He. I just want to know what happened a moment ago. System. Host. You activated pain perception transfer at the cost of lack of appetite. Consequently, all your eating actions were deemed violations. If you violated this, it would not only accelerate the poison's onset, but also affect the shielding's intensity. Thus, the system's previously effective shielding against the poisoning reaction suddenly collapsed. Jiang He groaned as she opened her eyes. The room was shrouded in dim twilight. The mountains stood solitary, the distant bell tolling, while flocks of birds cast shadows against the fiery clouds. She lay flat on the bed, her blood-stained outer garment removed, and the horrific bloodstains at the corners of her lips and brows had vanished entirely. In contrast, the floor beside the bed was littered with bloodied white cloths. Xian Yi sat at her bedside, gazing at her with deep, bright crimson eyes, speaking in a hushed tone. You're awake. Jiang He knew she could no longer evade the truth, so she slowly nodded. Xian Yi scrutinized her, forcing out the words, What exactly happened last night? In his uncertainty, he checked her pulse and was shocked to discover that the once abundant spiritual energy flowing within her had nearly reached depletion overnight. No matter how he looked at it, he could find no reasonable explanation. It's nothing serious. Jiang He curled her fingers, casually stating, over the years, I've been poisoned by specters countless times. However, I've never experienced a toxic reaction. The reason ISNT that I've been telling you, I'm immune to all poisons, but rather that I've been suppressing it all along. As expected, Xian Yi's expression darkened, his fists tightening. Why did you keep lying to me? Initially, I thought, since I could handle it, why should I make you worry too? Jian, he patted the back of his hand, saying, however, it's better to be open than to block it. Prolonged suppression of the poison is like keeping a wild beast that could strike at any moment trapped within. It's ultimately not a solution. Otherwise, the day I can no longer contain it will be my day of demise. Xian Yi's brow twitched. Thus, with the help of my friend from the immortal sect last night, I began to detoxify. Unfortunately, 90 of the poison within me is irreparable. It's truly unfortunate. Xian Yi, half convinced, inquired, is that why you bled from your 7 orifices? Jian he remained unperturbed, stating, indeed, the accumulation of toxins within the body is extensive, and expelling them is no trivial matter. It may take months, or even years. Symptoms such as bleeding, high fever, and obscure circulation of spiritual energy are merely normal responses to detoxification and should not be of concern. A good night's sleep shall suffice. System notification ding. Story mission received. Night exploration of Qian sect. Please lead Xian Yi to Qian sect within 2 days for initial investigation. Before that, it is essential to understand one thing. The disparity between the ordinary and the exceptional in the demon race is akin to an insurmountable chasm. What, then, determines Xian Yi's potential to become a top-tier boss? The answer is simple: talent. Before reaching adulthood, members of the demon race are predominantly feeble, harboring a reservoir of spiritual energy within them. It is only upon reaching maturity that this reservoir is unlocked, revealing whether it is a gentle stream or a formidable torrent. Curiously, this is not inherited, but purely a matter of chance. A remarkably powerful father may have a son of little strength, while an otherwise unremarkable individual might produce offspring of astonishing prowess. The untapped reservoir within Xian Yi signifies destructive potential. By inheriting his father's strength and honing it through experience, he becomes nearly invincible. Fully aware that his strength has yet to reach its zenith, Xian Yi refrained from recklessly revealing himself to the villagers today. Nor did he contemplate an immediate assault on Qian sect. Instead, he opted for stealth, infiltrating Qian sect to gather intelligence and seize the Feng Wuyuan Dan. After 2 years of concealment and cultivation, he finally set out to avenge himself against those related to Qian sect. While the guards of Qian sect may not be overly stringent, it is certainly not a place where members of the demon race can enter freely. Without Jian He's intervention, it would have been nearly impossible for Xian Yi to move about undetected. Very well, we shall wait until your health improves. Jian He believed this matter would conclude without further complications until, that very night, she was awakened by a bone-chilling coldness. It was frigid, a sensation as if every bone in her body had been encased in ice. System notification ding. Pain transfer compensation has shifted from loss of appetite to sudden drop in body temperature. Jian He exclaimed, what? This can change? System. Otherwise, how could it be classified as a brutal difficulty? Jian He clutched her blanket tightly, initially intending to endure the discomfort. However, she quickly realized the cold was intensifying. Given her currently weakened state, if this continued, she might succumb to the cold by the next day. Xian Yi was resting just beyond the screen, his breathing steady. In the dim moonlight, she observed the bluish lines beneath her nails. Earlier in the day, they had barely extended beyond a third of the nail's length. Yet, after the first violation, merely hours later, they had already stretched to about half. When they reached her fingertips, it would signify a complete outbreak of the toxin, beyond even the most skilled physician's remedy. Each fluctuation in her health only accelerated their growth. Resolute in her decision, Jian He wrapped herself in her blanket and swiftly exited her bed, approaching the screen. Initially, she sought to borrow an additional blanket from Xian Yi, but upon feeling his warm body, an impulsive thought struck her, and she climbed onto his bed. Xian Yi awoke in an instant, seeing Jian He trembling beside him. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Instead, he sat up and grasped her arm, speaking in a low tone. What is wrong? Cold. Jian He stammered, her teeth chattering. Was this yet another response to the detoxification? Xian Yi furrowed his brow deeply. Without hesitation, he draped his remaining warm blanket over her, extending his arms to embrace her along with the blanket, asking, "Are you still cold?" "Much better," Jiang He replied, shaking her head. She shivered slightly throughout the night until the cold finally subsided by dawn, leaving her utterly exhausted. Morning light began to break. Xian Yi ensured Jiang he was comfortable before silently departing the inn, making his way into the wilderness, clad in black, the fabric rustling as he moved, determination gleaming in his narrowed eyes. In such moments, there existed something that could prove invaluable. The forest was alive with a biting wind. Xian Yi shed the upper half of his clothing, flames flickering, sharp black scales protruding from his torso, and long horns breaking through his skin. As the searing flames receded, the young man stood amidst the woods, his head crowned with horns, his body adorned with shallow black scales, and a diamond-shaped dark red scale gleamed upon his forehead, shimmering with brilliance. Kneeling by the stream, he gazed at his reflection, then resolutely tore the scale from his forehead. The pain of losing a scale needed no further explanation. Darkness engulfed his vision, and blood surged in his throat. Clenching the scale, he knelt on the ground, shutting his eyes, waiting for the discomfort to pass. The pain dulled his reflexes. By the time he sensed someone approaching, they had already come close. Xian Yi opened his eyes, a flicker of lethal intent flashing within. Yet, the first words from the newcomer left him momentarily stunned. "Xian Yi, is that really you?" It was the suspicious young waiter from the inn.
16.
The 16th Shura field. Before Xian Yi, the newcomer reached out and removed a tattered hat, revealing his true visage. He was a boy of around 10, his golden eyes betraying his demonic lineage. However, horrifyingly, much of his face was marred by cracked, snake-like skin. No wonder he had wrapped himself up like a dumpling even in the summer. At that moment, his grotesque face was a tapestry of ecstasy and anguish. Teetering on the edge of tears, his features slightly contorted. Recognizing the familiar yet altered visage, Xian Yi instinctively stepped forward. "Hesitating you are." The boy stumbled closer, his sweaty hand grasping Xian Yi's sleeve, exclaiming with fervor, "Xian Yi, it's me, Mu Sheng. Do you remember? When I was little, I was playing and got lost in the west of Shu Mountain after dark. I fell from a tall tree, and a branch cut my eyebrow, causing blood to obscure my vision. If you hadn't heard my cries and rescued me by placing me on a beast's back, I might never have returned. Don't you remember?" This memory, nearly forgotten, was suddenly recounted in vivid detail, causing Xian Yi's pupils to constrict. Upon closer inspection, indeed, Mu Sheng's left eyebrow bore a distinct lack of hair, replaced by an old, dark scar.
Mu Shen.
Xian Yi's chest heaved, breath quickening as he grasped the boy's shoulders. "I remember you. You had a younger brother named Mu Zhan. How did you end up here? Where are the others?" "I was struck in the face by an arrow from the immortal sect. I don't know what trickery was done to the arrow, but my Yuan Dan couldn't fully heal the wound. It seems there are two opposing forces at work, and in the end, I became this ghastly visage." Mu Sheng wiped his tears, gritting his teeth. "However, it isn't entirely a misfortune. Ever since this change, for some reason my demonic energy has diminished significantly. I've been hiding in the inn at Lancheng, working in the backyard. Everyone believes I am simply ugly and disabled. No one suspects I am of the demon race, allowing me to find some semblance of safety. Where have you been these past 2 years?" When Xian Yi brushed past Mu Sheng that day, for a fleeting moment, he had indeed sensed a faint trace of demonic energy, but it vanished almost instantly.
"No wonder.
"I have been recuperating in Xiancheng for the past 2 years, Xian Yi lamented inwardly, taking a deep breath as he recounted his experiences and the reasons for his presence in Lancheng in a few brief words. "Brother Xian Yi, there's no need for investigation. Just wipe our village clean. It is the Qi sect." Mu Sheng's voice was laced with uncontainable hatred. "On the night they slaughtered our village, I overheard their conversation. They were disciples of the Qi Yun sect hunting demons in Shishua Mountain."
Wang Yishud. Girip Mu Sheng's kollar tightly, demanding sharply.
"Is that true?" "It is true. I not only heard their words, but I also remember their faces. I have seen them several times in Lan City. I would recognize them even in ashes." "Very well." Xian Yi's voice turned cold, his expression twisting into one of extreme horror. his crimson eyes igniting with chilling, ghostly flames. So it is the Qi Yun sect. The truth comes effortlessly. Let's not discuss this now. Brother Xian Yi. There is something I must warn you about. Mu Sheng recalled something, his teeth chattering, whether from fear or loathing unclear. Stay far away from that woman beside you. She is in league with the ones who slaughtered our village. The incomprehensible words left Xian Yi momentarily stunned, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him unsure how to respond. Mu Sheng wanted to say more, but in an instant, a violent and overwhelming force hurled him into the air. His back slammed against a tree trunk several meters away, and as he tumbled to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of clear saliva. A pair of black boots stopped before him. Xian Yi's gaze icy. The warmth he had shown moments ago vanished. Who sent you to sow discord between us? Mu Sheng wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, declaring, What I said is true, she is.
Me Ines enemy.
Xian Yi replied coldly, Jian, he is an old friend of my father. If she hadn't pulled the arrow from me that day, I would not be alive today. I've been with her day and night for 2 years. I know her very well. Do you think I would believe your baseless words? It is utterly absurd. Old friend, old friend. Mu Sheng's teeth nearly ground to dust as he seethed with hatred. Brother Xian Yi, you have been thoroughly deceived by her. Not only did she partake in the village massacre that night, but she is also the one who killed Uncle Xian Hua. I saw her dig out Uncle Xian Hua's yuandan with my own eyes. The last word struck Xian Yi, causing his blood to seem to freeze in his veins. He bellowed, Nonsense. Mu Sheng struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What I say today is not a single word of falsehood. On the day you arrived in Lan City, the inn's kitchen was short-staffed, and I was called to help serve dishes. The moment I entered the room and saw her, I recognized her immediately. I was terrified, thinking she had come to kill me, the sole survivor. But then I turned and saw you. I realized you had been deceived by a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, mistaking a thief for a friend, and had stayed by her side for 2 years. Mu Sheng's voice became hoarse with emotion. The Qi Yun sect slaughtered our relatives and friends. I watched her extract yuandan from Uncle Xian Hua's corpse. Before he could finish, Xian Yi's hand clasped around Mu Sheng's throat, slamming him against the tree. His spine bent at an agonizing angle, emitting a few mournful cracks. Ugh. The hand, long-fingered and seemingly sculpted from jade, nonetheless possessed the crushing strength to obliterate a man's throat. That night, beasts fled in terror, arrows flew wildly. I ran through the forest with a Zhan in a panic, nearly crushed to death by rampaging beasts. It was Uncle Xian Hua who saved us, leading us to escape together. Mu Sheng gasped for breath, struggling to speak. To evade the arrows, Uncle Xian Hua kept leaping through the woods. But a Zhan was struck and died midway. His body slid to the ground, and I couldn't even hold him. Not long after, Uncle Xian Hua was struck too, an arrow piercing his abdomen. We barely reached the cliff's edge before being forced to jump. However, because I was lighter, I got caught on a branch halfway down and lost consciousness. Uncle Xian Hua fell straight to the ground. Xian Yi's chest heaved like a broken bellows as he glared at him. Xian Yi's fingers turned white as he spoke slowly. I do not believe it. If Jian He is indeed from the Qi Yun sect, if she participated in the massacre that night, then why did she not eliminate me? What reason would she have to pull the arrow from me, to shelter me for over 2 years? Clearly, this is nothing but the clumsy lies of this child before me. Mu Sheng swallowed hard, his voice becoming a whip that lashed at Xian Yi's heart. Brother Xian Yi, after being with her for so long, did you truly notice nothing amiss? Do you really understand who she is? What sect did she learn her celestial arts from? What was her identity before saving you? By the way, have you ever seen her with any wounds? She consumed Uncle Xian Hua's yuandan. No matter what injury she sustained, she could heal at an extraordinary speed. Think about it. Please think. I certainly know her. Xian Yi shouted in anger. Yet, as the words left his lips, he suddenly froze, a chill coursing through him. A whirlwind of small voices began to ferment in his heart. Do you truly know the answers to these questions? Do you really understand Jian He? In legends, it is said that when a person is on the brink of death, their life as stories replay before their eyes, the most indelible memories taking center stage, much like a film screening. Demonkin possess a similar ability, referred to as divine consciousness. This consciousness does not necessarily reveal itself only at the point of death. When the body is weakened or when resistance is willingly relinquished, the barriers of divine consciousness also weaken. If the opponent happens to be a stronger individual, allowing them to invade one's divine consciousness becomes effortless. Of course, each time an outsider enters one's divine consciousness, it feels akin to having one's brain stirred with a needle. Not only uncomfortable, but also exposing one's thoughts in crystal clarity. If the intruder intends to play tricks, one could easily become a fool. Thus, unless under special circumstances, no one would willingly expose their divine consciousness, something as vital as their very life, to another. The fingers clenching around Mu Sheng's neck loosened, and he fell to the ground, clutching his throat, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling. The smooth skin was already marred by 5 terrifying red marks, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. As you wish. I shall enter your divine consciousness and see for myself. Jiang Xi extended his hand, resting it upon Mu Sheng's forehead, coldly stating, If I discover even a single lie from you, I will ensure you regret ever appearing before me. In the empty, chaotic void, there was neither sound nor light. Jiang Xi stepped forward, the sound of his black boots scraping against the ground. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. He clenched his fists and moved forward, abruptly engulfed within it. When he opened his eyes again, the ethereal space had vanished. Shishua Mountain. In the dim, starless night, the air was thick with mist and peril. The mingled scents of blood and ash wafted into his nostrils as Jiang Xi slowly opened his eyes, glancing down to find his frail body clad in lake blue fabric. His shoes had long since disappeared, leaving his bare feet marked by sharp stones. Clear evidence of a frantic escape. His collar was pierced by a sturdy branch jutting from the rock face, suspending him 10 meters above the ground. His cheeks burned as he touched them, finding his hands slick with fresh blood, likely from a recent arrow wound. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Jiang Xi looked toward the lakeshore below and gasped. On the shadowy lakeside, amidst the damp grass, lay a massive black beast, gasping heavily and barely alive. A long arrow protruded from its neck, embedded deep, its tip pressing against bone, already in a state of near death. Lowering his gaze, he found that its abdomen had been cleaved open by some sharp object, blood flowing freely, the Yuan Dan exposed and radiating a faint glow. Jiang Xi could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Father." Regrettably, no matter what he cries out, his voice cannot escape. This is Mu Sheng's consciousness, and he is merely an observer, confined within this body, helplessly witnessing the past unfold once more. At that moment, the tranquil lake suddenly rippled with agitation. With a splash, a pale hand emerged from the water near the shore. As if grasping for a lifeline, the hand desperately clutched a branch, slowly dragging its body from the depths. In the next instant, a drenched young girl struggled onto the bank, kneeling on the grass, gasping for breath. Jiang Xi felt every hair on his body stand on end, fixating on the indistinct shadow, seemingly wishing to burn holes into it. The girl, clad in a lilac garment, appeared injured, having taken a long time to turn over. That delicate, fair face could only belong to Jiang Xi, yet he could only gaze without blinking. Xianhua's exposed Yuan Dan clearly caught Jiang Xi's attention. She dragged her half-lifeless form closer to the defenseless, dying behemoth, one hand reaching for her boot. Jiang Xi felt as if a searing hand was tightening around his throat. Each breath came with excruciating pain. That beautiful, fair hand had once prepared various delicacies for him, had taken him to see shadow puppetry, and had bravely shielded him from the attacks of monstrous creatures. Yet on this night, it withdrew a gleaming silver dagger. In the next moment, Jiang Xi was engulfed in darkness. It turned out that Mu Sheng, in his fear, had shut his eyes. However, even with his vision obstructed, the sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated clearly in his ears. The splatter of blood echoed. Everything fell into silence. Although this was merely consciousness, an illusion, Jiang Xi felt an illusion that the hot blood had splattered onto his face, as if mocking him. The nemesis he had long sought, the Qi Yun sect, was already well known to her, and she had maintained her silence all along. Surely, It must be quite amusing to witness his futile attempts to grasp the situation. Circling aimlessly in place, the one he had trusted wholeheartedly was, in fact, the shadowy figure behind the theft of his father's Yuan Dan. Their acquaintance had begun with deception. For 2 long years, he had been unable to discern friend from foe. How ironic. The wind howled desolately under the crescent moon. After a prolonged silence, Mu Sheng finally opened his eyes, trembling with trepidation. Though his eyes were opened, Xian Yi could still see nothing clearly, as fear-induced tears streamed from Mu Sheng's eyes, gradually covering his face, salty and bitter. When Mu Sheng awoke, he found himself still lying in a clearing in the woods. The sky had begun to darken. Xian Yi had withdrawn from his consciousness, yet the sensation of dizziness and nausea from the invasion of his territory lingered. Not far from the stream, Xian Yi sat with his back turned to him, resembling a statue, lost in thought.
Buang Yigege.
Mu Sheng scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Xian Yi, urgency evident in his voice. Did you see my consciousness? Now you know I wasn't lying, right? That woman is a demon in sheep's clothing. She lured you to Lan City for ulterior motives. As he rounded to face him, Mu Sheng's voice faltered, and he gasped, Xian Yi Gij, your forehead. The spot where the scales had been removed was precisely in the center of Xian Yi's brows. Xian Yi inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, stood up, and apathetically opened his palm. The precious scales, worth their weight in gold, had been crushed into a fine powder by his strength. Xian Yi closed his eyes, and as he prepared to leave, he let the powder fall into the stream like refuse, drifting away with the current. Xian Yi Gij, where are you going? Xian Yi halted, his spine rigid. I still have matters to clarify. What is left to clarify? Mu Sheng pursued a few steps and suddenly stamped his foot. Xian Yi Gij, will you still avenge our village? Rest assured. Xian Yi paused, his voice chillingly cold. I will not spare anyone involved in that incident. Meanwhile, since entering Lan City, the system had ceased to report on Xian Yi's progress, and Jian He remained unaware of his reunion with an old acquaintance. Although she had nearly frozen into a popsicle last night, she felt much stronger upon waking. Jian He mumbled, after spitting blood, I feel invigorated. System. Ding. Today's pain transfer compensation has changed to no scratching allowed. Please take note. Jian He. Why does this request seem increasingly bizarre? Xian Yi was not in the room, marking one of the rare instances she awoke without seeing him. Yawning, Jian He noticed she was covered with 2 layers of blankets, snugly tucked in, suggesting Xian Yi had not hurriedly left. After last night's drop in temperature, 2 blankets were just right. Now that her body temperature had returned, she felt overheated under so many covers. Sweating profusely, she decided to wash up, filled a basin with water, wiped herself down, changed into clean clothes, and pushed open the door. Downstairs in the hall, the guests were few, and the innkeeper appeared drowsy. Among the empty tables and chairs, there was no sign of Xian Yi. How strange! Where could he have gone? Jian He wondered as she leaned over the corridor railing, suddenly feeling hungry. She set aside her curiosity about Xian Yi's whereabouts and headed to the kitchen in the backyard for something to eat. By evening, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Jian He closed the window and sat at the table lighting a candle, but regrettably, the matches had gotten damp and would not ignite. System. That won't happen. Jian He. How do you know? Aren't you unable to broadcast his status in real time? System. What cannot be broadcast in real time are his emotions, combat intent, and resolve. If Xian Yi were truly in danger, the mission would have collapsed long ago. Could you still be sitting here chatting with me? Jian He. Well, that's a relief. Despite the darkness in the room, the tall silhouette unmistakably belonged to Xian Yi. As she spoke, she grasped Xian Yi's wrist, pulling him into the room. Xian Yi stared at her stiffly, his heart filled with agony and resentment. Closing his eyes, he recalled his father's dying scream. Opening them revealed her visage from yesterday, bleeding from every orifice. The 2 images intertwined in his mind, a tumult of complex and intense emotions threatening to tear him apart. The familiar smile and queries now seemed to him, in light of recent revelations, a mixture of sweetness and the blade wrapped in silk. Her actions could not be denied, yet he sought to understand the reasons behind them. Why had she concealed the truth, approaching him under a different guise? Why was there a massacre followed by salvation? What was the purpose? Or was it merely a game for her amusement? However, in comparison, what was even harder to comprehend was perhaps himself. Mu Sheng, risking her life, had sacrificed her consciousness, presenting everything that transpired before him. The deeds of the Qi Yun sect, her actions, were all laid bare. He had resolutely vowed revenge to Mu Sheng. Therefore, what he ought to do now is to tear apart this hypocritical fade of tenderness and repay her in kind, extracting his father's Yuan Dan from her body, allowing her to taste the suffering his father endured in his final moments. What was he still hesitating for? Xian Yi was momentarily dazed. Suddenly, Mu Sheng's fierce visage flashed through his mind. That woman is a demon in sheep's clothing. She lured you to Lan City for ulterior motives. Hurry and wipe yourself down. Even though it is summer, one can still catch a chill. Jiang Xi rummaged through the cabinet for matches, not paying attention to Xian Yi. It was strange that all the matches were damp. Suddenly, a cold hand clasped her wrist. No need to light it, Xian Yi said, his wet black hair clinging to his gaunt cheek, his tone calm. Jiang Xi, you previously mentioned which sects you suspected of being the murderers of the villagers of Mi'in? The question caught her off guard, yet Jiang Xi, with her commendable memory, managed to respond without revealing any hesitation. Qi Yun sect, Tian Fan sect. Xian Yi tugged at the corners of his mouth, his gaze devoid of warmth. Well then, there's no time like the present. Let's visit Qi Yun sect tonight. Jiang He was taken aback but replied, all right, as you say, let's go after nightfall. Just last night, Xian Yi had mentioned waiting until she recovered before venturing out, yet tonight he had taken the initiative to propose this. Although it was somewhat sudden. In the script, their first night exploration of Qi Yun sect was due to commence around this time. Fortune favored them. While at the inn, the sky had been pouring rain, but by the witching hour, as they donned their attire and stepped outside, the rain had cleared, revealing a starry night. The air was fresh and moist. The mountain path was somewhat slippery as they walked in single file, reminiscent of a leisurely outing, yet upon closer inspection, one was burdened with heavy thoughts while the other wore a scowl, akin to a husband betrayed, devoid of any relaxed atmosphere. Not long ago, Jiang He had visited Qi Yun sect once, and this time she felt quite familiar with the surroundings. However, to avoid arousing Xian Yi's suspicions, she pretended to be unfamiliar with the terrain, taking her time to find the path up the mountain. Unbeknownst to her, this act only deepened the thorn embedded in Xian Yi's heart. With Jiang He's assistance, they successfully infiltrated the sect without encountering any hindrances. The area was vast, filled with numerous traps. They needed to be exceedingly cautious to avoid alarming any potential threats. Under the eaves of a building, Jiang He grasped Xian Yi's left hand, cautioning him, if we are discovered, it could awaken many people, making our escape troublesome. No sooner had she spoken than a young disciple of Qi Yun sect appeared, walking towards them in the dim light of the night. Jiang He was startled and was about to pull Xian Yi into the shadows when he advanced without hesitation. Wait. Xian Yi, what are you doing? The glint of a sword flashed, a silver arc slicing through the air. Jiang He's unfinished words were silenced by the swift strike that grazed Xian Yi's stern profile. The young disciple fell, a crimson line appearing on his neck, his expression frozen in shock and confusion, before he collapsed in silence. Jiang He stood dumbfounded. What on earth? She pushed past Xian Yi and rushed forward. Xian Yi remained silent, allowing her to brush past him. Why should he even question it? A smirk tugged at Xian Yi's lips as the violent impulses surging within him found an unexpected release through this heedless act of slaughter. Sheathing his sword, he remarked with a sardonic smile, because it pleases me. Jiang He frowned, unable to fathom how he could commit such an act. After all, Xian Yi was not like that malevolent spirit. He was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Even in his quest for vengeance, he had only targeted those involved in the hunt against the villagers of Mi'in, sparing the innocents. This indiscriminate killing suggested that his purpose tonight was not reconnaissance, but rather an unrestrained outburst of pent-up anger. Jiang He furrowed her brow.
System.
Yes, his expression, it's utterly unhinged. Could it be that he has recognized the NPC villagers? But that recognition event shouldn't occur until after the second night exploration of Qi Yun sect. Jiang Xi felt a wave of dread wash over her. Oh no. By the sound of it, this event has likely been triggered prematurely. Just then, two startled voices, one high and one low, pierced the night air. Is that Jian Gaoren? Sister phone. Jiang Xi thought, oh no, this is going to escalate. Jiang Xi stood frozen at the corridor's edge, his gaze shifting from Xian Yi's bloodied sword to the lifeless body on the ground, his brows shooting up as he shouted, Han Lin! Zheng Wu's eyes reddened as she dashed forward, checking for Han Lin's breath, then abruptly raised her head, fury directed at Xian Yi. What have you done to him? Xian Yi merely smirked. Can't you see? I've killed him.
Clang.
The sword was drawn. Zheng Sui pointing its tip at Xian Yi, his wrist trembling with anger. I thought you were a decent demon clan member. Han Lin had no enmity with you. Why did you take his life? Xian Yi's fingers shifted as he stepped forward. At this time, he was still no match for Zheng Sui. Though an NPC, Zheng Sui was on guard now and would not be as easily dealt with as Han Lin had been. If a fight broke out, it would not only be difficult to discern a victor quickly, but also draw attention to their presence at Qi Yun's sect. The consequences could be dire. They might very well face game over. Jiang He felt overwhelmed and stepped in front of Xian Yi, exclaiming, Xian Yi, you must not kill again. Must not? Xian Yi spat through clenched teeth, dark mist beginning to swirl at the tips of his hair. Isn't it the Qi Yun sect that slaughtered the villagers of Miyin? Why should I hold back? Jiang He felt her heart sink. It was clear that their ruse had been exposed. Warning to the host, should Jing Sui or Zheng Wu be killed, the people of Qi Yun's sect will discover what has transpired here. You must prevent Xian Yi from losing control. Tears streamed down Jiang He's face. How can I stop him? Right now, I feel like he most wants to kill me. Has he not done so yet?
Keep trying.
Jiang He closed her eyes and said, Xian Yi, vengeance must find its rightful target. You cannot act against those who were not involved back then. This disciple you have slain, Zheng Sui and Zheng Wu, had no part in that tragedy. The real culprits remain unharmed. Will killing these innocent people alleviate your anger? Your reckless actions here will yield no benefit to your quest for revenge. If Xian Yi could find the clarity to listen, he might realize the truth in her words. Though it appeared she was defending Zheng Sui and Zheng Wu, she was, in fact, looking out for him. Yet, at this moment, Xian Yi was engulfed in the pain of being deceived by the one he cherished most, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Jiang He's words only stoked the flames of his suppressed rage, finally igniting it toward her. They are innocent, yet the lives of hundreds in Miyin are not? Killing 10 or 20 cannot repay the lives of my entire village. Xian Yi gritted his teeth. Jiang He, you are the last person in this world qualified to stop me. Just as they were locked in this confrontation, Zheng Wu, who had been silent while cradling Han Lin, suddenly erupted, drawing her sword and lunging at Xian Yi. Xian Yi caught the movement in his peripheral vision and retaliated with a swift strike. Jiang He gasped. She remembered the system's warning, but she possessed neither the power nor the weapon to intercept. She could only leap forward, forcibly pushing Zheng Wu aside. Get away. In that moment, Xian Yi unleashed the full force of his attack, showing no restraint. Yet he knew better. He recognized that Jiang He had consumed his father's essence, and that this blow would not kill her. The injuries she sustained would heal swiftly, unlike an ordinary person, who would surely perish from such an assault. In a moment of introspection, he realized that if he truly wished to end her life, he should have first extracted the essence before striking. Why, knowing he could not kill her, did he still proceed? Xian Yi was reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Yet he sadly realized that he had betrayed the blood oath he had once sworn. He could not bring himself to slay Jiang He with his own hands. This internal conflict fueled his rage, frustration, and a desperate urge to unleash his burgeoning murderous intent upon others. In truth, he sought to convince himself that he had avenged his father's death through this self-deceiving act. However, Xian Yi did not anticipate the cruel twist of fate that awaited him. Jiang He, having already expelled the Yuan Dan from her body, was now as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Her spiritual energy was murky, devoid of any defensive power, rendering her weaker than a common individual and utterly incapable of withstanding such a devastating blow. The guilt and astonishment remained frozen on Jiang He's face. With a sickening crack, her bones shattered into countless fragments, leaving her unable to stand, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mush. Zheng Wu fell onto Zheng Sui, both of them rendered speechless by the shocking scene before them. This reaction was far from what Xian Yi had envisioned. He stood there in a daze, confusion flickering across his face, resembling a child who, emboldened by a sense of invulnerability, had accidentally broken a cherished toy. System. Health bar is nearly depleted. Jian He. This health bar may appear worthless, yet it surprisingly endures. My entire skeletal structure may be shattered, and yet I am still alive. Xian Yi shook his head and crouched down, probing Jian He's abdomen with disbelief. It was empty. The Yuan Dan was nowhere to be found. His mind went blank. He never truly wished to kill her. This was not what he had envisioned. Nothing like it. Zheng Wu rushed forward, trembling as she felt Jian He's pulse. Her voice barely a whisper. The bones are all shattered. Before she could finish her sentence, detailing the internal injuries and the utter hopelessness of the situation, Xian Yi roughly pushed her aside and demanded of Jian He, "Where's the Yuan Dan? Have you expelled it? Where did you hide it?
Speak."
I will retrieve it for you immediately." Recently, he had inwardly blamed Jian He for consuming his father's Yuan Dan, and now he chastised her for expelling it. He was behaving like a petulant child. "I am not asking you this," Xian Yi shouted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Where is the Yuan Dan?" Faced with her limp form, he felt utterly at a loss for how to save her. Who could he blame? There was no one to blame. System. All right, you are one step away from the final confession to achieve your goal. Jian He. Completely okay. However, as she attempted to speak, she found her voice faltering. She tugged weakly at Xian Yi's sleeve, forcing out the words, "Xian Yi, come closer. Please cooperate."
Xian Yi,
like a marionette, leaned over her, pressing his ear close to her lips. For a full quarter of an hour, he stubbornly maintained this position, hoping to catch even the faintest whisper. Yet it was all in vain. Jian He had breathed her last. At the same moment, a translucent Yuan Dan floated out from her lips, hovering silently in the air. "Sister Feng."
Xian Yi, you beast.
Zheng Sui cursed from behind. Sister Feng had no part in the massacre of the village. She was the most formidable disciple in the sect, entrusted by the sect leader to oversee those young disciples and prevent them from causing trouble. On her way, she was betrayed by her peers and kicked into the abyss. We mistakenly believed she had fallen victim to the demonic clan, which is why we attacked Mi'in village. The entire incident had no direct connection to Sister Feng. She felt immense guilt for consuming your dying father's Yuan Dan and sought a secret method to return it to you and atone for her actions. How could she have anticipated that you would become so heartless as to kill her outright? Xian Yi dismissed Zheng Sui's words, gripping Jian He's lifeless hand tightly. Muttering to himself, "Jian He, you consumed my father's Yuan Dan, fully aware that my enemies are the Qi Yun sect, yet you deceived me for 2 years. I will avenge my father, and I feel no sorrow." After a brief moment of contemplation, his emotions surged violently once more. "Get up. Did I permit you to die? You think you can simply die without a care? You have deceived me for so many years, and you offer no explanation. I have yet to settle the score with you." The commotion attracted footsteps from nearby. Xian Yi, as if awakening from a dream, cradled her lifeless body. My scales can." But when he touched his forehead, he suddenly remembered that he had crushed his own scales with his bare hands. By the time the main forces of the Qi Yun sect arrived, Xian Yi had already vanished into the night, taking with him Jian He's lifeless form, now reduced to a shapeless mass. In a hazy state, Jian He felt a warm hand vigorously shaking her shoulder. "Wake up." She opened her eyes in confusion, only to find herself beneath a tent made of sheepskin. The ground beneath her swayed, suggesting she was in a cart. Golden sunlight poured down from above, warming the blanket beneath her. Several large crates were stacked nearby, dust swirling in the air. She had nestled herself within the gaps between the cargo. "Jian He. It appears this is a freight cart?" The scene had shifted. Was Xian Yi's task complete? This was not her first encounter with death at his hands. Yet this time felt different. Though he was the one who had committed the act, he seemed to bear the greatest sorrow. Jian, he sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her heart. With each successful conquest, she drew closer to the end of her mission. She felt joy, yet it was tinged with a sense of loss. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, belatedly announcing, "Ding! New plot development. Experience value minus 200, current total, 4,050 points. Progress, 04. Jiang Xi. 4,050 points? 04? System. Host, due to time constraints. You did not deliver your final confession to Jiang Xi before your demise." A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xi. So? System. Therefore, the task of conquering Jiang Xi remains incomplete. However, it is not insurmountable. You may simply complete it when you encounter him again. Jiang Xi's anger surged, her vision darkening. 17. The 17th hellscape utterly inhumane, tragically heart-wrenching. After enduring 2 years of toil, she found herself thwarted at the final moment. Tears streamed down her face as she lay on the blanket like an unfortunate employee deprived of wages by a heartless employer. System. By the way, host, normally, upon completing each antagonist's conquest, we would issue phase rewards. However, due to the initial task's failure, this reward will have to be withheld until the next successful attempt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi's previously despondent spirit flickered back to life. There are phase rewards? Can you reveal what they are? System. No. But I can provide a hint for your consideration. Many things in this world reveal their true nature through contrast. There is curvature as there is straightness. There is existence as there is absence. Have you noticed that both the failed initial 4 tasks and this fusion task are lacking something? This cryptic statement left Jiang Xi baffled. She had never contemplated this angle, and thus asked in confusion, "What is it?"
Do not keep me in suspense.
System. Think for yourself. Just as she was about to ask further, she felt the warm hand shake her shoulder again, a robust voice urging from behind, "Miss, please rise. Ahead lies Jiangzhou City. Our caravan can only take you to the fork in the road. We cannot divert to escort you into the city."
Thank you.
Jiang Xi quickly sat up in response. At that moment, a flurry of background information surged into her mind. Having merely skimmed the opening lines, Jiang Xi found herself somewhat astonished. It turned out that the timeline of her task had not continued seamlessly. With a blink of her eyes, a full decade had elapsed since Feng Wu was vanquished by Jiang Xi. The destination she was headed towards, Jiangzhou City, was a staggering distance of 100,000 miles from the familiar locales she had traversed in her previous life, such as Shishu Mountain and Xinqing. The terrain had transformed into an entirely alien landscape. The original owner of the body she now inhabited was named Jiang Xi, a bride who had fled during her wedding. The Bian family was devoid of practitioners of the mystical arts and was not wealthy merchants. They were a family of modest means. However, the man Jiang Xi was to wed was the head of the Bai family of Luoxi, a clan with no connection to her whatsoever. Luoxi, located in the southwest of the 9 provinces, was renowned for its exceptional weapon forging. Whether it be ethereal swords, formidable sabers, sharp daggers, or concealed crossbows capable of striking true, the various sects of immortal practitioners could always find suitable arms here. While each family had its own specialties. If one were to speak of the most prestigious and time-honored weapon shop, the Bai family of Luoxi would claim the second rank, leaving no one to contest the first. One need only consider the famous Qinbing sword, crafted from fine steel by the Bai clan, to understand their repute. However, this illustrious family harbored a singular flaw. The current head, Bai MASU-MANHUA, was a frail invalid, bedridden and rarely seen, consuming more medicine than food, with the grim possibility of departing this world at any moment. The public speculated that his weakness stemmed from congenital deficiencies, yet Jiang Xi, having perused the script, knew the truth. Bai MASU-MANHUA was besieged by a malevolent creature which had rendered him in such a pitiful state. Logically, one would expect the Bai family, being practitioners of the immortal path, to possess the means to eradicate such evils, given their primary role in weapon crafting. Most prominent sects discreetly dabbled in less reputable arts, and the Bai family was no exception. Over a century ago, their ancestors had unearthed a yin-yang bronze cauldron from an ancient tomb, its jade-like exterior covered in incantations, possessing a nefarious ability to divert calamity. As the name suggests, it could transfer the malevolence afflicting by MASU-MANHUA onto another individual. However, the unfortunate recipient of this misfortune was not just anyone. They were required to have specific birth and death dates and a fateful connection with by MASU-MANHUA for the transference to succeed. Jiang Xi was the perfect scapegoat, fitting all the necessary criteria. Jiang, he thought to herself, how lacking in virtue is the Bai family, destined to remain a mere footnote in history. Upon the proposal, the Bian family was both astonished and elated. Jiang Xi herself was entirely unaware of her impending fate as a sacrificial pawn. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had intervened. While en route to Luoxi, Jiang Xi inadvertently overheard a conversation among the Bai family, revealing the grim reality of her future. How could she not be terrified? How could she not flee? Despite her lack of knowledge in the mystical arts, Jiang Xi's wit served her well. Although fear gripped her heart, she concealed her trepidation and bided her time until the opportune moment to escape. Successfully eluding the watchful eyes of the immortal sect members, she blended into a merchant caravan, pleading with them to take her away. This journey led her to Jiangzhou City, 100 miles distant from Luoxi. 15 minutes later, Jiang he found herself unceremoniously deposited at a fork leading to Jiangzhou City, her mouth full of dust as she watched the caravan's horses clatter westward, leaving her behind. It was the height of winter, the air frigid and damp, the biting wind howling. The sky darkened, and soon a heavy snowfall was imminent. In her haste to flee, Jiang Xi had carelessly grabbed a few garments from her belongings, which unfortunately turned out to be autumn attire, offering no warmth. Shivering in the open wilderness, Jiang he rubbed her arms for warmth. Determined to avoid the need for primitive fire starting that night, she discerned her bearings, tightened her small bundle, and set off eastward. Outside Jiangzhou City stood a dilapidated temple. Centuries ago, when the path of immortality had not yet flourished, it had been a site of vibrant worship.
Now,
time had ravaged the structure. The roofs were crumbling, spider webs adorned the beams, and the wooden deity lay thickly coated in dust. The temple had become a temporary refuge for the homeless and weary travelers. Winter nights fell swiftly. Before she reached the decrepit temple, snow began to fall thickly. Jiang he was nearly rendered dazed by the piercing wind and wet snow, her eyes barely able to remain open. The wooden doors creaked ajar, their damaged openings stuffed with straw. As she pushed the door open, straw cascaded down like dust. Inside the vast space, not a soul was present. A chaotic array of straw mats lay strewn about, accompanied by a crumpled and worn quilt. The system chimed. No one would come. In such cold weather, even the homeless would not venture into the wilderness. Jiang he rejoiced. Perfect. I can have the place to myself. In a corner rested a water vat, its lid half closed. And surprisingly, the water had yet to freeze, with shards of ice floating and swirling. Curious about her new form, Jiang he tossed her bundle aside and approached the vat. The water's surface reflected the image of a youthful, delicate girl. However, in stark contrast to the ethereal aura of Fengwu, this visage appeared quite ordinary. Tilting her head slightly, Jiang he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Xi seemed to possess flawless beauty on her left cheek, but a dark birthmark marred the right side, rendering her countenance asymmetrical. Lacking striking features, hailing from an unremarkable lineage, and devoid of talent in the mystical arts, the Bai family would undoubtedly have no interest in proposing a marriage to the Bian family were it not for ulterior motives. Jiang he gazed skyward in speechless disbelief. Was it merely an illusion? The bodies the system provided her seemed to grow increasingly feeble. The system assured her, "Do not worry, your next body will be quite splendid." Navigating past the dust-covered deity, Jiang he found a spot deeper within, opened her bundle, shook out all her winter garments, and donned them all. Finally, she pulled the worn quilt over her legs. Fengwu, gifted with extraordinary talent and protected by a spiritual aura, resembled a heated rod, impervious to the chill of winter. In contrast, Jiang Xi was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any innate skills for warmth. With no chance of reaching Jiangzhou City and no task requirements, she resolved to make do for the night. As night fell, the wind and snow outside grew ever more fierce. The howling winds through the desolate mountains and forests were particularly eerie, akin to the cries of wailing spirits. For reasons unknown, the cawing of crows was unusually loud that night. In the early hours, A loud crash echoed from the dilapidated stable behind the temple as the weight of the snow caused its collapse. Jiang Xi, already a light sleeper, was startled awake by the noise. She quickly got up, pulling aside a small opening in the straw mat blocking the window to peer outside. To her surprise, the stable had not collapsed. Instead, beneath the cold moonlight, a flock of crows flew low, circling ominously around a pile of overgrown grass, as if something alive lay within. The system chimed. Ding. Key plot triggered. Please ensure the individual in the snow is brought to safety within 10 minutes. Jiang Xi sighed at her misfortune. She donned her clothing and carefully stepped through the soft snow, inching closer. The crows flapped their wings, scattering into the air. Beneath the grass, a figure lay unconscious, clad in black. Judging by the physique, this appeared to be a youth of no more than a few years. Uncertain how long he had been lying there, he was nearly buried under the snow. Jiang Xi skeptically picked up a branch, poking him gently from a distance, yet there was no response. The system urged, Host, only 7 minutes remain. He is already unconscious. Stop playing around. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi discarded the branch. To her surprise, the poke had loosened the already slackened belt, causing a dark golden, serpent-patterned broken sword to tumble into the snow. Once a complete blade, it was now reduced to a fragment no longer than a small finger, its edge sharp yet uneven. At the moment the uneven cut landed, Jiang Xi felt a jarring tremor in her eardrums, as if she had heard a fierce howl. The fiery blade flashed like lightning, illuminating her face before swiftly fading, exuding an aura of ethereal charm. Jiang Xi.
Damn.
Just from this broken sword, she already recognized who she was dealing with. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, brushing aside the hair that clung to the young man's face, revealing a pallid visage, drained of blood and frail. He was a strikingly handsome youth, marked by a crimson scar on his brow, reminiscent of a beguiling peach blossom adorning a jade-like face. Amidst his captivating brightness, there lingered a youthful innocence, as if he might open his eyes at any moment, wink at her, and flash a sweet smile. Jiang Xi collapsed onto the ground. It's really him. System. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reunited with the target He, triggering a crucial plot point. Health bar value. 5. Current total. 15 points. Fish value. -20. Current total. 4,030 points. 18th Shura Field. Jiang Xi had never anticipated that this gentleman would arrive so swiftly, tears streaming down her face. System. Warning. Only 5 minutes remaining for the task. Jiang Xi wiped her face, steeling herself. She reached into the snow, supporting He's back to help him sit up, leaning against her. He remained unresponsive. After brushing away the frost that clung to his clothing, Jiang Xi embedded her shoulder against him for leverage and exerted tremendous effort to hoist him up. Resembling a crab trapped beneath a boulder, teetering precariously as she made her way toward the dilapidated temple. Despite He's youth, he was tall and slender, with a certain muscularity. In contrast, Jiang Xi's physique was quite petite. As they moved, He's black boots dragged heavily along the ground. Upon entering the temple, Jiang Xi hastily sought to relieve herself of her burden, but unexpectedly, they both lost their balance and tumbled into a heap of debris. The countdown expired just then. However, the ordeal was not yet over. Jiang Xi, disheveled, scrambled to her feet and rushed outside the temple to erase the traces they had left in the snow. Returning inside, she shook off the icy remnants from her hair, troubled by He's cultivation level. Like Feng Wu, he could maintain his body temperature as long as he had even a breath of life. Yet, that did not imply he could endure a night in damp clothing during the frigid winter. Not to mention her own predicament. System. Ding. Plot progression. Core socialist values. 20. Strength. 20. Cold resistance. 10. Thus, health bar value. 10. Current total. 33 points. Fish value. -50. Current total. 3,980 points. Reward. Dryer X1. Winter clothing X1. Jiang Xi. Oh dear. The heavens do not completely forsake people. The system's items are indeed comprehensive. Even a dryer is included. In a flash of silver light, a small dryer and a set of clean clothes descended gently before Jiang Xi. After changing out of her wet garments, she activated the dryer at maximum setting, directing it towards He. While the device was still at her disposal, Jiang Xi rummaged through the dusty table beneath the statue and stumbled upon a cracked candlestick, with a fire starter pressed beneath it. To her surprise, a gentle strike revealed it was not damp and still usable. Before long, a fire crackled to life, flames dancing upon the branches. Glancing at He Yi's sleeping face, Jiang Xi quietly picked up his broken sword, gently turning it in the firelight. Upon closer inspection, she noticed two elongated characters etched near the hilt of the blade. Abandon immortality. He Yi's celestial weapon, a long sword that had once been broken, was named Abandon Immortality. Based on the timing of this broken sword, it could be inferred that barely a month had passed since he had set fire to the Gongsun clan. The current forces of the immortal sects could be broadly categorized into two forms: either sects that welcome disciples of different surnames, like the Qian sect, or families that accepted only blood relatives, such as the Bai family of Luoxi and the Gongsun clan, which he had recently reduced to ashes. The shocking massacre spread throughout the cultivation world overnight. The majority of the Gongsun clan perished, yet a few fortunate descendants, who were traveling abroad, remained unharmed. After losing several members, these descendants finally grasped that humans could still fight against one another. However, the adversary they faced was a malevolent spirit clad in human skin. Unable to confront him alone, they sought the aid of some elders and received assistance from two renowned figures. These two brothers, MANHUA and Meng Lian, were former guest elders of the Gongsun clan, possessing considerable skill. Yet, tragically, MANHUA perished after 3 encounters with He. His treasured sword, Songyin, thus fell into He Yi's hands. After acquiring this famed celestial weapon, He audaciously reforged it into a new weapon for himself, irreverently naming it Abandon Immortality. This act was a blatant display of arrogance. Following his brother's death, Meng Lian could hardly swallow this humiliation and soon sought revenge against He. Fueled by the desire for vengeance, Meng Lian's latent power erupted. Moreover, the sword, being a sentient weapon, was particularly attuned to its master. In other words, the newly forged Abandon Immortality was not yet fully obedient to He. This combination of factors resulted in He being struck down during battle, his sword severed. In the cultivation realm, to enhance a weapon's power, most practitioners would infuse a strand of divine soul into it. However, this method harbors a fatal flaw. While a weapon is less likely to break, if it does sustain damage, the wielder suffers severe consequences. Thus, although He did not bear physical wounds, his condition was more severe than if he had been slashed multiple times, having temporarily lost his sight and become effectively blind. It was under such circumstances, evading pursuers, that he ended up in this forsaken place. However, this downward spiral would not last long. In the future, He would reforge Abandon Immortality, and through this ordeal, it would transform from a mere renowned sword into a coveted divine weapon. Jiang Xi sighed. All twists and turns are merely the script's design. As the daylight dimmed and snow howled, dark clouds enveloped the Ziwei star, allowing a sliver of light to seep through. The fire kindled a sense of drowsiness within her. The dryer was retrieved by the system. Just as Jiang Xi's head began to nod, on the verge of slumber, she suddenly heard He cough a few times, his eyelids fluttering open as he awakened. Jiang Xi was slightly startled, straightening her posture. A person like He, with countless enemies, would never wake groggily. He would instantly be alert. In almost an instant, he sensed the presence of a stranger beside him, springing up abruptly, flipping Jiang Xi onto the ground and pinning her with his knee against her chest. A chilling aura of suspicion and cruelty flickered across his face, as if any misstep from the person beneath him would result in the immediate crushing of her throat. "Who are you?" Jiang Xi felt dazed, her chest echoing with a mournful creak. This lunatic clearly mistook her for someone seeking revenge. She gasped and struggled to explain. "I just found you unconscious in the snow and brought you inside." He remained unmoved, probing her pulse and discovering that the person beneath him bore no cultivation, posing no threat. She was evidently not from the immortal sect. The malice of desperation began to wane. "You brought me here?" Jiang Xi replied. "Who else could it be? Otherwise, who dried your clothes?" He fell silent for a moment, releasing his grip and retreating to lean against the wall. Jiang Xi's heart raced as she scrambled to her feet, gingerly rubbing her chest. He's hands silently roamed the ground around them. Jiang Xi felt a stir within her, realizing he was searching for the abandoned sword. She swiftly placed the broken hilt before him, saying, "This sword fell from you. I cannot read, nor do I know what is inscribed upon it." If he discovered she recognized this as the abandoned sword, once he recovered, he would undoubtedly resort to silencing her to protect his secrets. Thus, Jiang Xi casually mentioned it, hoping to dispel any doubts he might harbor. The speed at which he changed his demeanor was impressive, and Jiang Xi could not help but internally mock him, though she maintained a facade, stating, "This is but a dilapidated temple outside Zhangzhou. I am Bian Jiang Xi." She knew better than to reveal the name Bian Qi. Bai Mo had been waiting for her to come to his rescue, and now that she had suddenly lost her lifeline, the Bai family would certainly use Luo Shi as a base to scour the surroundings for her. She dared not log in under this ID, fully aware that she would be easily tracked. As for her true name, the last time he had seen her, he was merely a 4-year-old child. After more than a decade, even if he had heard it back then, it would likely leave no impression. As expected, upon hearing her words, he reacted as if it were the first time he had encountered her name, showing no sign of recognition. His fingers, which had been resting on the broken blade of the abandoned sword, shifted slightly, and he lowered his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "How is it written?" Just as Jiang Xi was about to dip her hand in the dust to write it out, a sudden spark of vigilance surged within her. He was not genuinely interested in the way her name was written. He was testing whether she was lying. This little madman was exceedingly suspicious. If he sensed any threat, he could turn hostile at any moment. The other 3 patients were not nearly as deranged. Jiang Xi thought to herself, in comparison, the naive Xian Yi can truly be regarded as an angel. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Xi concealed her hands behind her back and rephrased her response. "The he refers to the stalk of grain." He immediately grasped the crux of her statement, remarking, "Did you not say you could not read? What does it matter if you cannot read? I recognize grain stalks. They are the ones burned in the fields." With a smile, 2 shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks, lending him an almost childish appearance. Jiang Xi thought to herself, if the barrage of comments were tangible, I imagine it would have plastered He's face. "Shadow Emperor, who are you trying to fool? The characters on the abandoned sword were carved by none other than yourself." He flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "You did not inquire about my name, nor why I cannot see." Jiang Xi mumbled, "You were so fierce from the outset. How could I think to ask your name? As for your blindness, I have encountered people with eye ailments before, so it is not particularly surprising." Haha, I must apologize for my earlier demeanor." He chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. After introducing himself, he added sweetly, "Since childhood, I have been plagued by nightmares and particularly enjoy slaying demons in my dreams. Sometimes, I find it hard to distinguish reality from fantasy. So, please do not come too close while I am asleep." A shiver ran down Jiang Xi's spine. The system inquired, "What would happen if I did?" Wiping the sweat from her brow, Jiang Xi replied tactfully, "Nothing would happen. It would merely inconvenience you into preparing a new host for me." Even though he was currently unfortunate and blind, he could undoubtedly eliminate an ordinary person like Bian Qi without difficulty. The system remained silent. Jiang Xi noted that whenever she fell silent, despite He's smiling demeanor, he was tense, his ears slightly twitching as if trying to discern her actions. She rolled up her belongings and moved to the farthest corner from He, deliberately making noise as she spoke, "Since this temple is so vast and far from Jiangzhou, it is unlikely anyone will come by tonight. Shall we each sleep on one side?" He propped up one leg, resting his chin on his knee, and replied casually, "Then I thank you." With that, he brushed off the wood shaving stuck to his clothes and laid down without tying up his hair. The room fell into silence. Jiang Xi stealthily stole a glance at him. The system informed her, he is already asleep, not pretending. Jiang Xi mused, his mental fortitude is commendable. Even in such a weakened state, blind and pursued by the relentless Meng Lian, anyone else would likely display signs of despair and frustration, regardless of their acting skills. It was clear that patients like he should not be judged by normal standards. Despite Meng Lian's meticulous efforts to sever the abandoned sword, he ultimately made a miscalculation, allowing He to escape. Once this little reaper regained his strength, Meng Lian would surely be in for a world of trouble. The following morning, Jiang Xi awoke to the chill of the air. The fire had long extinguished in the dead of night, and with the dawn light barely breaking, He was already awake, skillfully using the broken blade of the abandoned sword to prepare the meat of a crow. Although he was cutting blindly, his movements were elegant and precise, each piece of meat perfectly sized, with not a finger harmed. Without raising his head, He suddenly greeted her. "Good morning." As someone from the realm of immortals, his heightened senses allowed him to hear her rise without surprise. Jiang Xi sat up, puzzled. "Where did you find this crow?" "There are many outside this dilapidated temple," he replied. "I brought it down with a small stone." He tossed aside the abandoned sword and continued, "I cannot find any fire sticks. If you could help me start a fire, I would share half of the crow's meat with you. What do you say?" His demeanor and tone resembled that of a charming young neighbor playfully asking for a favor, akin to a beautiful cat seeking affection, humble yet sweet without being cloying. Had one been oblivious to his notorious past, no one would resist his charm. The fire stick had been nestled in Jiang Xi's pocket all night. Having gone without food for so long, her stomach rumbled, and she readily agreed, of course. Once the fire was ablaze, Jiang Xi skewered the crow's meat on a branch and held it over the flames. As she drew closer, she noticed a small dent in the crow's head. Upon touching it, she discovered its skull had been shattered by a stone, leaving only this singular fatal wound. "Kneeling," she remarked. "How is it that I find myself less accurate than you, despite being able to see?" The system responded, "Indeed, self-awareness is a valuable trait." Jiang Xi muttered under her breath, "Damn." The crow's meat soon cooked, sizzling and releasing white smoke. In the midst of winter, with trees stripped bare, devoid of fruit or seasoning, the meat's flavor had reached a new level of blandness, making it quite tough to chew. Yet, he savored it as if consuming a rare delicacy, showing no signs of distaste. As Jiang Xi grimaced while tearing at the meat, he casually asked, "Sister, where are you headed later?" Taken aback, Jiang Xi replied, "I intended to go to Jiangzhou. I merely stopped here to wait out the snowfall last night. Could you take me along?" He sighed softly, his tone forlorn. "I cannot see anything. If you leave, I would be unable to find my way out." What a ridiculous excuse. In essence, he merely sought a free caretaker to look after him until his sight returned, all the while evading Meng Lian's pursuit. Jiang Xi dared not voice this thought. If she did, he would likely flip the script, switching from a vulnerable demeanor to one of menace. However, his desire to accompany her was a fortunate turn of events. After all, her mission required her to remain with He. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xi adopted a more sincere, yet less servile tone, responding, "Of course, that was my intention all along. This temple offers nothing, and I cannot linger here. Since I have aided you, it would be remiss of me to abandon you halfway." He lightly tapped his fingers against his knee, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then I am grateful to you." The system noted. He's mood, 20. Satisfaction, 20. Host's naive value, 2000. In summary, with a health bar value of 20 and a real-time total of 30 points, the system chimed. Ding. The main storyline, Jiangzhou Life, has been successfully triggered. Please, host, arrive in Jiangzhou City with He within 24 hours and settle down at the designated location. 19. The 19th Shura field, a heavy snowfall blanketed the night. By noon, the sky cleared, and the air turned brisk. The bare branches of the withered trees behind the temple, now adorned with icicles, no longer bore the presence of crows. Thick layers of snow accumulated on the eaves, and the sun's rays, refracted through the white, brought a peculiar chill despite their warmth. Although the mountain roads were obscured by snow, the pathway from the dilapidated temple to Jiangzhou City had been well maintained, with a gentle downhill slope. The broken celestial sword had been sheathed by He, wrapped in cloth and suspended at his waist. Throughout their journey, he pretended to be blind, using Jiang Xi as a makeshift cane, his hand resting on her opposite shoulder, creating an illusion of closeness from afar. After approximately half an hour, they traversed a snow-laden forest and beheld an ancient city, cloaked in silver, standing serenely in the valley ahead. Jiangzhou City was renowned throughout the 9 provinces for its peculiarities. Nestled in a low-lying basin, it served as a confluence for countless rivers and was dotted with numerous lakes. Remarkably, even during the frigid winter, the rivers here remained unfrozen, blooming with exotic medicinal plants. At the city gate, Jiang Xi was aware that her birthmark was highly recognizable, so she had deliberately smeared some dirt on her face before setting off, allowing her to enter the city alongside he. In these tumultuous times, with demons lurking everywhere, many filthy refugees roamed the streets. The city guards, accustomed to such sights, merely conducted routine inquiries before permitting their entry. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by picturesque scenery, rivers intertwined, their waters crystal clear and ice-cold, resembling dark ink, with gentle ripples.
Long,
Slender boats swayed as they carried the townsfolk beneath the bridges. The buildings along the banks varied in height, but without exception, the platforms were constructed close to the water surface, as the residents relied heavily on the rivers for their livelihood. In summer, it was particularly convenient to plunge into the waters from here. However, if any anomalies were present in the waters, safety could not be guaranteed. He furtively glanced around, relieved to find no celestial gatekeepers in sight, nor any wanted posters for Jiang plastered on the walls, indicating that the Bai family had not yet traced them here. A delightful aroma wafted towards her, and turning her head, she spotted a vendor selling hot-roasted chestnuts at the base of the city wall. Finding some spare change in her pocket, He tugged a he, purchasing a bag of chestnuts before continuing on their way. He turned to her, a smile gracing his lips as he warmly inquired, "By the way, I haven't asked yet. What brings you to Jiangzhou City? Are you searching for family? Visiting friends?" Upon hearing this, the system did not emit any alarm. He felt a surge of satisfaction, as she had anticipated. In the original script, the character Jiang had no direct connection to He's fate. Therefore, even if her words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, the system could not deem her in violation for intentionally avoiding the outcome. Consequently, the constraints binding her were significantly reduced. He popped a golden chestnut morsel into his mouth and mused, "Running away from marriage, are you? You truly are a person of sentiment." He replied, "Well, perhaps that's best left unsaid. What about you? Did you encounter any troubles before you fainted in the snow? Do you need assistance?" Maintaining a calm facade, she responded understandingly, "Of course, I can help." Yet inwardly, she questioned the system. "Do you think he truly trusts me? Is he not afraid I might report him to the Celestial Gate?" The system responded, "It's not a matter of trust. He simply has no better options. Moreover, should any disturbances arise, eliminating you would be an effortless task." He. "That strikes a nerve." The system continued, "In any case, where your naive cap well, do not let it tilt." He's facial muscles twitched. "Please refrain from adding insult to injury. Thank you."
ding.
The plot task, Apply for Herbalist, has been initiated. Please host. Arrive at Dongjiang Pavilion within 24 hours and apply for the position of Lotus Picker at the Yen family. Upon completion of the task, you shall receive generous rewards and health points and a living essentials package. In Jiangzhou City, waterways outnumbered land routes. The townsfolk not only relied on boats for travel but also primarily depended on the rivers for their livelihoods. As previously mentioned, the rivers in the city remained unfrozen year-round, allowing medicinal plants to flourish on the surface. These plants bloomed in the icy waters, and if not harvested in a timely manner, would perish within a few hours, making them exceedingly precious. The situation was further complicated by the fact that once these plants withered, they exuded a toxic sap that spread like a plague, causing the other plants on the river's surface to perish. Consequently, during winter, apothecaries and merchants in Jiangzhou City would recruit herbalists at the docks. The task was simple: to remain awake at night, vigilantly monitoring these plants for timely harvesting. Dongjiang was the widest waterway in the city. Upon arriving at the pavilion by the riverside, the air was moist, bustling with crowds, reminiscent of a market scene. At the designated Yen family's recruitment booth, a long queue had formed. With the celestial sword recently severed, he had yet to recover his vitality. Although he remained silent throughout their journey, he noticed his complexion growing increasingly pale. She promptly handed him the bag of roasted chestnuts, urging him to sit by the riverbank and wait for a while. He naturally complied. The Yen family was a prominent lineage of herbalists in Jiangzhou City, known for their extensive shops, high wages, and excellent benefits. Their compensation and rest periods for herbalists were more generous than others, hence attracting numerous applicants. Jiang Xi struggled through the throng, perspiring profusely before finally being selected. Turning her gaze towards the riverbank, she spotted a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, speaking to He from a distance. Jiang Xi. By the riverside, he leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand, chewing on chestnut morsels as he listened to the girl lament her woes. She recounted how her beloved cat, which she had cared for over 2 years, had been forcibly taken by a nearby child who claimed he was merely borrowing it to play. Both their parents dismissed the death of a cat as inconsequential. The little girl wept inconsolably, having no recourse. This morning she brought some food, hoping to emulate the practice of burning paper money for the deceased by scattering food into the Dongjiang River for her cat. Upon recalling her sorrow, she burst into tears as soon as she arrived. He, savoring his chestnuts, found her cries grating on his nerves, prompting him to ask casually. The little girl, taken by his good looks, readily poured out her heart. Thus, it transpired. What good was crying? Blinding oneself with tears would not revive her cat. Finding the situation dull, he suddenly had an idea and asked, "Tell me, does that person have any pets?" "Yes," she replied, "he has a cat and 2 dogs." The little girl wiped her tear-streaked face, her innocence shining through as she asked, "Why?" "Then it's simple. If I were you, after you've finished crying, I would take a stone and smash his cat and dogs, then leave the carcasses at his doorstep." He chuckled derisively, generously offering her a piece of chestnut. "Let him cry too. Wouldn't that be better than you crying alone?" Imagining the scene, the little girl shuddered, her face paling, and she hesitated to accept the chestnut before fleeing in fright. He closed his palm around the morsel, scoffing, "What a waste." Jiang Xi approached, having missed the earlier exchange, and inquired, "What happened to that little girl?" "Nothing much. I was just having some fun with her," he replied, standing up with an impassive expression. "Have you secured the position?"
Ding.
Congratulations, host. For completing the plot task, apply for herbalist. Rewards issued, 300 health points. Real-time total, 305 points. Item acquired, Winter Survival Package X1. Since the task involved harvesting flowers and herbs from the river, a boat was undoubtedly essential. In other words, before the harsh winter comes to an end, a small boat serves as their temporary abode. For the fugitives Jiang Xi and He, it is the most perfect hideaway. Living on the boat may sound constricted, yet in reality, its pointed ends provide ample space within the cabin, furnished with low tables and cushions, all that one could desire. The winter survival package provided by the system includes not only a multitude of clothing but also 2 sleeping bag-like bedding sets, laid out on either side of the room, ensuring warmth without disturbing one another. This lifestyle swiftly passed a month. Although they did not reside on the same boat, Jiang Xi frequently encountered other lotus pickers, becoming familiar with their faces. One evening, heavy snow began to fall again. Such weather made it impossible to embark on their tasks, compelling everyone to leave the boat and seek refuge in a cabin on shore, gathered around a table for hot pot. The frigid temperatures prompted the group to generously sprinkle chili into the pot, as if it were free. The steam carried the tantalizing scent of spicy aromas, with a layer of bright red chili oil floating atop the broth, stirring up appetites. Naturally, Jiang Xi could not leave He on the boat, and brought him ashore as well. Among those present, the ages ranged from teenagers to those in their 30s. Everyone was aware that the girl with an unsightly birthmark had a boy on her boat, and they speculated about their relationship. However, since the boy rarely appeared, they had not seen him clearly. Now, as Jiang Xi presented him before them, they realized the boy was blind, eliciting a wave of pity for his handsome appearance, which seemed tragically wasted. Halfway through their meal, the conversation grew tiresome, leading them to discuss recent events in the world of immortals. One remarked, "What could the Gongsun clan have done to deserve such a fate, being exterminated overnight? I thought the immortal sects were above such chaos." Jiang Xi's heart quickened. Another added, "These families may seem illustrious, but who knows what wicked deeds they commit behind closed doors. Why else would they target the Gongsun clan specifically?" A man set down his chopsticks and analyzed, "Don't you find it strange? Those esteemed individuals, always flying about on their swords. And yet they couldn't escape a fire? How could they all be trapped inside and perish? I'm more curious about who could commit such madness, not sparing even a 3-year-old. Yet, what do adult grievances have to do with children? He raised an eyebrow, leisurely placing a spicy piece of meat into his mouth. None of the attendees belonged to the immortal sect, and their discussions were based on hearsay, ultimately leading to no conclusions. Eventually, someone suggested moving on from the unsettling topic. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation shifted to one of the men present, whose wife was pregnant and had been experiencing frequent dreams. The group eagerly analyzed the phenomenon, deeming it an auspicious sign. Speaking of dreams, I once heard a similar tale, he interjected with a slight smile. Over a decade ago, in the majestic Chiaozhe, there was a girl from a prestigious family. She fell in love with a talented scion of an immortal family, and everywhere they went, people referred to them as a match made in heaven. After marrying this girl, the young man seemed favored by fate, rising steadily within his family and even eyeing the position of the next head of the household. He paused, his narrative flowing smoothly until that point, leaving the audience with a sense of anticipation. They pressed for more. What happened next? He replied slowly, "That is the conclusion." The group assumed he was teasing them, erupting in laughter. Someone murmured, "It's a lovely story, but it doesn't relate to auspicious dreams, does it?" Surely, it must continue with the woman having dreams of good omens, ultimately giving birth to another gifted child, bringing glory to her family. He maintained his smile, but the corners of his mouth turned down slightly, hinting at irony. Beside him, Jian, he felt a sense of familiarity. "If I'm not mistaken, this tale predates your birth, doesn't it?" The system chimed in ding. Additional unexpected value fluctuation. His mood -500, old grievances 500, impulsiveness 500. Jian, he sighed. It seemed he was indeed a masochist. Despite his evident discontent, he chose to unearth old wounds. What was the point? Jian, he paused, pondering. The system did not specify what actions to take next. An idea struck her as she glanced at the table. Moments later, the conversation flowed elsewhere. He, leisurely reaching for his chopsticks, picked up his bowl. After so much discourse, the meat should have cooled, yet it remained warm against his lips. Upon biting into the meat, his movement halted. The bowl, once filled with chili oil and spicy meat, now seemed to have been rinsed in clear water, leaving only a trace of spice. Jian, he rolled up her sleeves and continued placing non-spicy meat into his bowl, saying, "People from Chiaozhe probably can't handle spice." "Chiaozhe people?" He replied in surprise. "That story was fabricated. Do you think I was speaking of myself? Really?" Jian, he chuckled helplessly, gently pulling his hesitating hand back to the table, asserting, "Regardless of its authenticity, you're still recovering. Let us leave it at that for tonight. I'll buy you some scallion pancakes later." He remained silent. Half a minute later, the system's voice chimed. Ding. His mood 500. Proximity to host 500. Character complexity 200. Host's femininity 200, with 300. Summary. Health bar value 50, current total 62 points. Most days spent on the river felt monotonous. However, sharing a living space with a perilous individual whose temperament could change at any moment rendered it anything but dull. After the hot pot gathering that night, he did not mention the continuation of the story he had shared. Jian, he refrained from inquiring. In this unspoken yet palpable atmosphere, their relationship grew closer, maintaining a relatively safe balance. As his trust in her fluctuated positively, Jian, he no longer felt the trepidation she initially harbored. Nor did she worry about the precariousness of her own life. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Jiangzhou City, the mountains were tinged with a biting chill. The vitality of early spring lay dormant deep within the soil, awaiting the moment to break through and blossom. The quantity of medicinal plants on the winter river had drastically diminished. However, due to Jiangzhou's low-lying location and humid climate, thick white fog often enveloped the river, obscuring visibility. Thus, the task of gathering herbs remained arduous. One evening, as the gentle river breeze arose, the lingering fog that had shrouded the water for days was dispersed. The setting sun's rays pierced through the mist, casting a golden trail upon the rippling surface. The translucent petals of the lotus began to unfurl. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, seizing a net-like tool and deftly retrieving the blooming lotus flowers. Behind her, he lounged in a dark blue narrow-sleeved robe, lazily propping his legs against the boat's edge. If he could temper his wildness and ferocity, he would indeed be an exceptionally captivating young man, 3 parts elegant, 3 parts innocent, and the rest all charm. Every frown and smile exuded sweetness. Beside him lay a rough fishing rod, its line dangling into the water. In the stillness, Hi's ears suddenly perked up. With swift reflexes, he lifted the rod, and a lively white fish plopped into the boat. This was a welcome development. He tossed the fish into a nearby water tank, stating, "Let it swim around. The more it sees, the faster it will heal." Jiang Xi smiled. "As long as you feel fine." Over the past 3 months, Hi's vision had begun to show signs of recovery. He no longer saw only darkness, but could only discern vague shapes, far from his former clarity. Jiang Xi remarked to the system, "I feel his recovery is rather sluggish." The system replied, "What do you mean?" Jiang Xi continued, "In the script, when he undergoes his rebirth as an immortal, his sight has fully returned, even surpassing his previous state. Yet now, his pace of recovery resembles that of a tortoise. By the time he needs to be reborn, he might not have regained even half his vision." The system reassured her, "Do not worry about this, host. The script has its own arrangements." At that moment, a wooden boat glided alongside, creating gentle ripples. A little girl around 7 or 8 years old peered over the bow and chirped, "Sister Hi." Stealing a glance at Hi, she whispered, "Hello, brother." She was the child of a couple who gathered herbs for the Yen family, named Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu extended her hand across the gap between the boats, presenting a handful of candy with a beaming smile. "Today is my birthday. My mother bought me lots of candy, and I want to treat you and sister." Jiang Xi accepted with a slight smile and casually asked, glancing behind her, "Xiaozhu, why haven't I seen your father all day?" Shortly after Xiaozhu departed, the last rays of the setting sun fell below the horizon. Dense white mist began to rise from the river, shrouding everything in an eerie veil. In an instant, visibility dwindled to almost nothing. Boats just a few meters apart became mere shadowy figures, while the river lapped at the sides of the boat like ink. Jiang Xi tore open the candy wrapper, popped one into her mouth, and exclaimed, "This candy is delightful." Won't you have some?" He nonchalantly responded, arms crossed, gazing into the distance before abruptly stating, "Actually, today is my birthday too." In the nearly 3 months of their companionship, he had only introduced himself and shared a vague tale, revealing nothing more about his life. Were it not for Jiang Xi holding the script, she would be entirely uninformed about him. This was the first time he voluntarily mentioned himself. "It's nothing special," he said, casually crossing his legs. "Today is also the anniversary of my mother's passing." Jiang Xi fell silent. Noticing her prolonged quietness, he lifted his head and asked, propping his chin, "What's the matter? Do you find me pitiable?" His tone remained sweet yet hinted at a subtle threat. "Not at all." Jiang Xi pondered before responding, "Is that why you don't celebrate your birthday?" He chuckled. "Well, not exactly. When my mother was alive, we didn't have the means to celebrate. After she passed, there's been no one to commemorate it, so it simply went uncelebrated." Jiang Xi fell silent for a moment, then stood up and entered the cabin. When Shiri emerged, she had donned a coat. He asked coolly, "Where are you going?" "To buy something to celebrate your birthday," Jiang Xi replied, adjusting her collar. As the boat reached the shore, she joyfully leaped onto the land, her tone a blend of amusement and exasperation. "You waited until now to tell me. I have to hurry, otherwise they might close shop." Without waiting for Hi's reaction, she turned and blended into the crowd. He let his hand dangle over the river, fingertips gently touching the surface. Reflecting, how could I possibly remember my own birthday? She believed my offhand words entirely foolish. Just like last time, I spun a klitsch tale, and she accepted it without question. She is far too gullible. In his previous demeanor, after toying with others, he would undoubtedly reveal the deceit in front of them, relishing their dismay upon realizing they had been tricked. Yet, inexplicably, this time, he refrained from ending the ruse, allowing Jiang Xi to proceed unimpeded. Once on shore, Jiang Xi navigated the familiar path towards the southern part of Jiangzhou City, where shops line the streets, ranging from reputable taverns and restaurants to roadside noodle stalls and candied hawthorn vendors. However, longevity noodles were not available at roadside stalls. They had to be purchased at a restaurant. Since disposable food containers did not exist at that time, Jiang Xi brought her own food box to fill. Each bowl contained a single noodle, signifying auspiciousness. Yet, 3 months had passed, and Jiangzhou City remained tranquil without any sign of the Bai family searching for her. Her vigilance had waned significantly. Curiosity piqued by the crowd's murmurs about calamities and odd occurrences, Jiang Xi edged closer, slightly rising on her toes to peek. To her horror, as she gazed upon the white wall, she nearly dropped her food box. A complete row of posters adorned the wall, each depicting a lifelike portrait beneath the words "Reward for Information." If one focused solely on the features, the person in the drawing bore a resemblance to her, 7 or 8 parts similar. However, with the addition of a uniquely shaped birthmark, the likeness was undeniable. It was undoubtedly Jiang Xi. The sparse words below the portrait did not disclose the identity of the woman but requested that anyone who spotted her immediately inform the Luo family, guaranteeing a generous reward upon capture. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Am I seeing things? They're offering a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. How extravagant! If we deliver this woman ourselves, we'd be set for life. To the far right of the white wall, 2 young men clad in dark green garments with bamboo patterns turned around. One held paste, while the other cradled the scroll of the portrait. The system noted, these 2 are descendants of the Bai family, dispatched to Jiangzhou City to post notices. Jiang Xi instinctively covered her birthmark and tightened her grip on the food box. I must escape. The system countered. You cannot flee.
Ding.
Story mission enemies in close quarters initiated. Please remain in place and await narrative developments. Jiang Xi felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, a child in front of her, clinging to his father's shoulder, was staring intently at her. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Dad, look over here. ISN, Tishi the sister from the picture? Upon hearing this, the 2 Bai descendants froze, their sharp gazes directed at her. Jiang Xi could only think, I'm done for. Without a second thought, she took a step back and, disregarding everything, pushed through the crowd and dashed into an alley. After a brief moment, the townsfolk looked up to see 2 frantic youths soaring overhead. The pursuers seemed to have an advantage, gradually closing the distance between them. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Jiang Xi felt a surge of indignation. If she were still Feng Wu, these 2 would pose no threat. But now, capturing her was as simple as trapping a mouse. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a bustling tavern nearby, bright with lights and filled with chatter. Patrons streamed in and out, and the waitstaff were busily attending to their orders. Given the chaos, it was not the place for swordplay. The crowd was tangled, with multiple entrances, perfect for blending in. In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Xi made her decision and dashed inside. After a quick survey, she rushed up the intricately carved staircase to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was a grand hall, while the 2nd housed private rooms. The corridor was remarkably serene. Shadows danced across the paper windows, and the soft sounds of stringed instruments mingled with the clinking of cups in the air. System. Plot task notification. Please enter the room at the end of the corridor to take refuge. The occupants will assist you. Receiving this prompt, Jiang Xi hastily approached the indicated room. She pulled the door, finding it unlocked. Overjoyed, she slipped inside, quickly shutting the door behind her and gasping, Hero, save me. Inside sat a striking young man in white robes, appearing to be around 25 or 26, dressed like someone from a celestial sect. As Jiang Xi burst in, he paused with his chopsticks, instinctively reaching for the sword resting beside him, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Who are you? He inquired. A weak woman pursued by villains, she replied. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Jiang Xi crouched beneath the table, feeling like a coward. Moments later, the door swung open again. The 2 disciples of the Bai family stood at the threshold, politely asking, Might we inquire, fellow cultivator, if you have seen a girl with a birthmark on her face pass by here? Crouched beneath the table, Jiang Xi felt a rush of anxiety, barely daring to breathe. From her vantage point, she could not see the expression of the young man in white. She heard him set down his cup and calmly respond, "I have not." "You are excused." The door closed, and Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. At that moment, she noticed the young man's sword was slightly unsheathed, its cold blade gleaming with intricate patterns resembling thorns. Why did its appearance seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, she saw a small piece of jade hanging from the tassel, smooth and inscribed with the words Yanqing. Jiang Xi recalled that He's sword, Qi Xian, had been reforged from Menghua's weapon after He had defeated him. It was well known that Song Yin was one of a pair of swords. The identical blades had ultimately fallen into the hands of twins, the other being named Yanqing. System ding. Congratulations, host. You have encountered He Yi's adversary, NPC Meng Lian. Task completion for system plot, enemies on narrow paths. 3 months prior, after severely injuring He Yi, Meng Lian had been searching for him, eager to deliver the final blow. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a location so close to his target. However, the script made no mention of any intersection between him and Bianqi. What was the system's intent in orchestrating this meeting? Was it to compel her to betray He Yi, or to lead Meng Lian elsewhere? Jiang Xi felt a headache coming on. The latter option held some feasibility. If it were the former, it would not only be illogical but also a matter of life and death. Imagining the consequences, she thought that self-destruction might be the simplest solution. As she crouched beneath the table, lost in her thoughts, the tablecloth was suddenly lifted, allowing light to flood in. Meng Lian's calm voice came from outside. "Come out." "Stop." Jiang Xi froze, her hand poised on the doorknob. Meng Lian continued, "I concealed your presence because I saw you were unarmed and feared for your safety against the assailants. However, if I am not mistaken, the two who were pursuing you were disciples of the Luo Shibai family. The Luo Shibai family is a reputable lineage, not mere street ruffians. If you wish to leave, please tell me why they are after you." In the script, Meng Lian was characterized as upright to the point of being somewhat naive. If he judged her to be a nefarious person, it was possible he might indeed turn her over to those two. Jiang Xi had no choice but to concoct a narrative that was neither heinous nor devoid of romantic entanglement, framing the incident as a chaotic forced marriage. Not a grievous crime, yet involving matters of the heart. Upon hearing this, Meng Lian surprisingly ceased his inquiries, merely stating, "I see. If the hero has no further questions, I shall take my leave." Jiang Xi edged toward the door, feeling the cold sweat forming in her palms, maintaining a calm facade. Blind individuals? I encounter dozens in a year. That's rather vague. I am referring to the past 3 months. Meng Lian stood, gesturing to indicate his height, approximately at my level. Around 16 or 17 years of age, strikingly youthful, bearing a broken sword, and likely looking unwell due to an injury. System. Plot task notification. Please guide him towards the northern part of the city. The northern direction? Was that all that was required? Jiang Xi had not seen such a person in Jiangzhou City. Suddenly inspired, she said, "However, I did see someone who closely matches your description elsewhere. I wonder if it is the person you seek." Meng Lian had merely inquired casually, not anticipating much hope, yet now he sensed a glimmer of a lead. Perhaps that person had succumbed to their injuries long ago. Yet, as this reckless thought crossed his mind, Meng Lian instinctively dismissed it. He, that monstrous fiend, a festering sore birthed in the shadows, had taken countless innocent lives and owed a heavy debt of blood, yet had not faced the retribution he deserved. Unless he witnessed He's demise with his own eyes, he would never allow himself to relax or simply assume him dead. If He were indeed still alive, the later he found him, the more time he allowed for recovery. By the time He re-emerged, the cultivation world would likely be engulfed in chaos once more. The roots of this evil must be eradicated swiftly. Meng Lian exhaled and stepped forward urgently. "Where did you see him?" "When?" "In Li City," Jiang Xi replied. "It is a place far from Jiangzhou, situated directly to the north." "Li City?" "Indeed." Jiang Xi nodded. To bolster her credibility, she fabricated a tale based on He's recent activities. "About 3 months ago, I saw a blind youth there. He was about your height, dressed in black, looking rather unwell, with a pallor as white as snow. Yet, he exuded a fierce and intimidating presence. I recall several local ruffians attempting to take advantage of him, only to end up on the receiving end of a lesson, which is why I remember him vividly. The timing matched, and the characteristics aligned perfectly. Meng Lian pressed further. What happened afterward? Where did he go? After that, I do not know, Jiang Xi replied. Was he the person you were searching for? Meng Lian took a half step back, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry. After a moment, he grasped his sword, bowed respectfully. Meng Lian thanks the young lady for her guidance, and shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. With that, Meng Lian vanished swiftly, leaving Jiang Xi standing in confusion. No way. He was so easily dismissed? The sensation of being lifted into the air, fearing one would be crushed into a pulp, only to be gently set down moments later, felt utterly uncharacteristic of the system. Jiang Xi found herself somewhat astonished. The system cast a sidelong glance. Meng Lian had hurriedly departed, leaving the wine and peanuts on the table largely untouched. She tossed a peanut into her mouth, then picked up the wine jug's lid, bending down to take a whiff. A rich aroma of liquor assaulted her senses, causing Jiang Xi to stagger back, hastily sealing the lid. Dear guest, your dishes are ready. Came a knock at the door. The waiter entered, bringing the food. It turned out that Meng Lian had ordered an extravagant spread but hadn't had the chance to eat. Jiang Xi thought to herself that she was in for a treat, exclaiming, "Wrap it up, I want to take it with me." The waiter. Jiang Xi leaped onto the boat, untied the ropes, and pushed away from the riverbank. The boat swayed slightly as she stumbled upon entering the cabin, nearly falling to her knees when a hand deftly supported her elbow. Jiang Xi settled herself, surprised. How did you know I would fall? He replied. I can hear the wind. Why were you gone for so long? Although it was phrased as a question, he seemed quite certain. Wow, your nose is really sharp, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Here, see if you can guess anything else. This is no challenge, he replied, and indeed, whatever came under He's nose could be discerned without fail. Jiang Xi mused, he must have been a dog in his past life. The system. Ultimately, Jiang Xi placed the food box on the table, smiling as she said, the dishes before us are secondary. In ordinary times, we would consume them anyway, so they hold no special significance. This bowl of longevity noodles, however, is the centerpiece of tonight's feast. One only eats it on their birthday. Yet, as soon as she opened the lid, her smile faded. After a thrilling chase, half of the soup that had originally sat at the bottom had spilled out and cooled, and upon opening, it oozed out in a sticky mess. The soft yet chewy noodles had broken into several pieces, their texture hardened, and the presentation utterly dismal. Jiang Xi lamented, this is a bowl of death noodles. The system. One should not trick others into eating such things when they are unaware. Jiang Xi wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Wait, perhaps we should discard it instead. The soup had turned cold, and the noodles broken. Let's eat what's on the table. With a soft sound, the handle of the abandoned sword hooked onto the edge of the food box. Jiang Xi was taken aback. What's wrong? Are you going to eat? He was actually going to set aside the sumptuous dishes to indulge in this bowl of gooey hellish noodles? Yet, it was understandable given his novelty. As he had mentioned, he had never celebrated a birthday, thus had never tasted such a dish. Since he was enjoying himself, Jiang Xi decided not to dissuade him. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of braised pork, saying, what a shame. If only the noodles hadn't broken into pieces, you could have slurped the entire strand in one go. The essence of longevity noodles lies in not biting them outside your mouth. Next year, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you to experience it fresh. He exclaimed, oh, as he delicately brushed away the scallions from his lips, smiling gently, you're quite knowledgeable. Have you had this before? Jiang Xi hesitated. Well, not exactly. She refrained from mentioning that in the interstellar era, longevity noodles had become a relic of the past. As for Jiang Xi, just seeing those two characters exuded a profound sense of apathy for being the seventh child in the family. She was simply named Xi, a name so hastily chosen it was almost laughable. Correspondingly, her presence at home was minimal, being the least regarded among a multitude of siblings. One must ask, how could such a background character, a mere NPC, ever have the chance to savor longevity noodles? His expression shifted to one of realization, and he chuckled. It seems my sister is also a pitiful creature with no one to celebrate her birthday. Jiang Xi. But it's all right. After a hearty laugh, he picked up his chopsticks and extracted a single intact noodle from the remnants. Bringing it to Jiang Xi's lips while gently cupping his other hand beneath, casually saying, "Here, eat this as a substitute for your birthday." "Are you really feeding me what you have left?" Jiang Xi exclaimed, her eyes widening in protest. "What about your sincerity? At least buy me a new bowl." He responded in surprise. "What? Is this your first time realizing? I don't have a single copper coin on me. It's all funded by you." Jiang Xi. "But, despite that, I'm fortunate to have my sister's kindness, allowing me to enjoy your hospitality for so long." He lightly shook his chopsticks, his voice sweet yet slightly languorous. "This is merely a matter of reciprocity. Now, open your mouth." Jiang Xi. While it was indeed true, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words held some ambiguity, feeling quite out of place. The system. For some inexplicable reason, its screen automatically associated with harmonious phrases like gold master and gold canary, wealthy woman and young man, indicating a possible glitch in the program. Jiang Xi. "Then why did you eat so joyfully just now?" The system. Ding. He's mood value, 1000, trust, 500, intimacy, 500. In summary, salted fish value, -50, real-time total, 3,700 points. The following day, the river was calm and serene. From the previous night to the early morning, the system had unusually not called for her even once. Jiang Xi awoke at dawn, intending to linger in bed a little longer, but was abruptly stirred by a raucous noise from outside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up, yawning, and glanced beside her. He had already left, his bedding piled in a corner. After dressing, Jiang Xi lifted the door curtain, finding he lazily resting his chin on the bow of the boat, fishing. About 10 meters away, several boats had gathered, with nearly everyone standing up. The clamor she had heard was their animated discussions. The system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. For triggering system plot, dismemberment wraith. 22. The 22nd Shura field." Pulling aside the curtain, Jiang Xi approached the kitchen, which was brimming with fresh ingredients. A balance of meat and vegetables, with even the fruits washed. Lifting the lid of the water jar, she found 2 lively fish swimming contentedly within. The system. The house is for permanent residents. The food supply is rewarded for half a month, thus during this period, the kitchen's ingredients will be automatically replenished. Of course, they are prepared to cater to the tastes of the demon race. If you wish to eat cooked food, you will have to prepare it yourself. Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, intending to tidy up the house a bit, but after a quick inspection, she realized there was no dust on the furniture. As if someone had been living there all along. This made things considerably easier. There were 2 rooms, but given Jiang Xi's current condition, Jiang Xi set up a small bed in the larger room to avoid missing any disturbances at night. Throughout this process, Jiang Xi remained perched on the highest point in the house, his small chest puffed out. Once they entered the private room, his demeanor visibly relaxed. His dark tail swayed rhythmically, tapping against the decorative porcelain vases, producing a soft clinking sound. Wherever Jiang Xi went, his gaze followed. To be fair, compared to the other houses on this street, this one was rather cramped, but as a true mountain youth, Jiang Xi found no fault in its modesty when considering the village. The intricately carved window was half open, with finely crafted cups arranged on the table. The water heater bubbled, steam wafting through the air, while the walls bore faded paintings, and the kitchen's water jar housed 2 vibrant fish, all infused with the warmth and comfort of human life, distinct from the desolation of the wilderness. However, Jiang Xi lowered his head, pawing at the top of the cabinet, and when he flipped it over, it bore not a speck of dust. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. The window had been open when he entered just moments ago. The house appeared excessively pristine. Jiang Xi had been away for at least 5 days, yet every surface, from the cabinet tops to the corners of the table, was devoid of dust, as if someone had been residing there diligently cleaning each day. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, this unexpected tidiness revealed a slight flaw in the rewards she had received. As the clock struck noon, she decided to prepare a sumptuous first meal in her new home as a sort of housewarming celebration. Half an hour later, Jiang Xi set several dishes upon the table. Jiang Xi nimbly and silently leapt onto a wooden chair, observing the 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were human-cooked food. Jiang Xi regarded Jiang Xi with suspicion, questioning why. Jiang Xi explained, undercooked meat harbors bacteria and parasites that can cause gastrointestinal distress. You may have been fine before due to your robust health, but now, in your current state, consuming raw meat could lead to further complications, similar to last night. What is bacteria? Jiang Xi inquired. It refers to filth, Jiang Xi replied, pointing to a plate of lightly boiled meat. I haven't added any seasonings. Perhaps it lacks the strong taste of blood, but without spices, it should be easier to consume. Of course, I'm not forcing you. If it's unpalatable, that's perfectly fine. Feeling as though she were compelling him to taste poison, Jiang Xi hesitated momentarily before ultimately turning away, saying, let us give it a try. Jiang Xi smiled, excellent. Since Jiang Xi currently only had claws, he was unable to wield chopsticks. Jiang Xi, therefore, took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and brought a piece of meat to his mouth. The moment the meat slid down his throat, Jiang Xi, who had been gently tapping his tail against the chair, froze, his eyes subtly turning pale. Jiang Xi remarked, no need to ask, your reaction clearly indicates it's unappetizing. Although she felt a fleeting sense of defeat, it was, in truth, quite understandable. Years of ingrained habits could not be altered by mere flattery. Jiang Xi extended a porcelain bowl towards him, kindly suggesting, all right, don't force yourself, you can spit it out. To her surprise, Jiang Xi glanced at her, chewed for a moment, and unexpectedly swallowed the piece, coldly stating, next dish, let us try that. Puzzled, Jiang Xi fed him another piece until he had sampled all the dishes on the table. Only then did Jiang Xi declare, all right. Despite his evident distaste, he had not rejected any of it, and Jiang Xi blinked in astonishment, feeling a touch of gratitude. Yet an odd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Jiang Xi harbored a masochistic tendency? The system chimed in, host, while the raw food outside remains uncertain. The monster food we provide is entirely sterile. As long as you continue to feed Jiang Xi ingredients from the kitchen, there will be no risk of gastrointestinal issues. Jiang Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She decided not to torment Jiang Xi further and dashed into the kitchen to fetch his favorite raw meat, finally enjoying a meal that satisfied them both. Thus, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi settled into their little abode. Behind the house lay a patch of soft earth, and come the following spring perhaps they could even cultivate a few vegetables to consume. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Xincheng was in close proximity to the sacred hunting grounds of Shishua Mountain, making it a popular resting point for disciples of the immortal sections. With determination, one could glean much information. However, it must be noted that for the past 2 months, Jiang Xi had predominantly remained in beast form, rendering him unable to venture out. Even if he could, he would inevitably be unable to obtain the intelligence he sought. This was due to the arrows that had slain his kin bearing silver plum marks. Yet, these were akin to invisible watermarks, visible only to those within the immortal sections. To Jiang Xi, the arrow shafts bore no identifiable marks. Each day, the sects journeying to Shishua Mountain to hunt demons were too numerous to count on one hand. Without the critical clue of the plum mark, uncovering the sect responsible for the massacre was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, extremely challenging. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to reach a conclusion. However, as Jiang Xi was the antagonist seeking vengeance, it was only natural for an NPC to appear at a critical juncture to assist him. According to script, this state of aimlessness would persist for about 2 years, after which Jiang Xi would reunite with the NPC villager who had narrowly escaped that day. Although the villager NPC could not see the plum mark on the arrows, by sheer coincidence, he recognized the leader from that day as a member of the Qian sect, successfully fulfilling his role in directing Jiang Xi towards his adversaries. At that moment, after numerous detours, Jiang Xi would finally discover that the foes he had long sought were indeed the Qian sect. As someone fully aware of the unfolding events, Jiang Xi was bound by rules that forbade her from offering any hints. Her heart brimmed with the desire to divulge the truth, yet her circumstances prohibited it. The system interjected, "You certainly cannot reveal anything. Otherwise, the plot would unravel, and Jiang Xi would immediately suspect your identity." Jiang Xi sighed. "I can't help but think that once everything is exposed, my fate will be no better than that of the original host." The system prompted, "How so?" With a weary expression, Jiang Xi replied, "The original host shares no emotional ties with Jiang Xi. They were merely strangers turned enemies, and even he has suffered terribly.
I,
On the other hand, have promised to aid him in his quest for revenge, am aware of his fervor, and know that the Qiyun sect is his enemy. Yet I feign ignorance while watching him fret, and take the long way around. I am, in essence, one of his father's murderers. But I approach him under the guise of a friend of his father's. From Xian Yi's perspective, she would appear to be the archetypal double agent, speaking one way while acting another. The system responded. That is a valid point. Life is fraught with present hardships as well as future uncertainties. Relying solely on the tasks for sustenance proved insufficient. Financial resources were equally essential for survival. Thus, to earn a living, Jiang Xi returned to her former profession of exorcising malevolent spirits. In this world, the minor monsters fell into two categories, the first comprising static entities, such as carnivorous vines and malevolent plants, or locations tainted by demonic energy. The second consisted of agile creatures, including possessed entities, flesh-painting enchantresses, and zombies resurrected from the dead, collectively referred to as malevolent spirits. The more profound malevolent spirits could blend into the crowd, remaining unnoticed by ordinary folk, yet their wickedness was immense. Whenever they committed misdeeds, blood would inevitably be shed. Many unsolved cases of murder, abandoned and with no discernible culprits, were often the result of malevolent spirits wreaking havoc. The Qiyun sect had previously engaged in such businesses, exorcising evil for a fee. Jiang Xi, with her experience dealing with these entities, was entirely capable of earning a living through her prior knowledge. On this day, the eve of the new year, Xinqing was particularly lively. Even before nightfall, lanterns floated in the sky, indicating someone's eagerness to release them. Jiang Xi stood in the courtyard, surrounded by 3 boys, aged around 7 or 8, and a slightly younger girl, who were animatedly debating something. These children belonged to families that had recently sought Jiang Xi's assistance in exorcising malevolent spirits. My mother promised my sister she would come to our house for dinner tonight. No, she made arrangements with my mother first. The children, not being members of the immortal sect, could not perceive that Xian Yi was a demon, mistaking him for an ordinary beast. They began to complain, "Sister, your pet is staring at us." Xian Yi's diary contained the following entry: "Human food is unpalatable. Human children are noisy." His brow bore a long scar of crimson, resembling a peach blossom mark, and his handsome visage radiated an air of youthful innocence. Anyone who beheld this striking exterior would never suspect the malevolent spirit concealed within, a being filled with jealousy and suspicion, capable of sweetly smiling at you one moment and ruthlessly severing your head from your body the next, displaying a cruelty that would send shivers down one's spine. Jiang Xi crouched beside the bed, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Xian Yi, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "It's nothing," Xian Yi replied, lifting his eyelids slightly. "Just a bit tired." At that moment, Mr. Liu knocked on the door, requesting Jiang Xi to meet his daughter. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi left Xian Yi alone in the room. Mr. Liu's daughter, Liu Rui, was a delicate beauty of 16, yet the recent missing persons case had cast a pall over her spirit. She appeared somewhat frail and withdrawn. Her forehead darkened with worry, hardly daring to step outside her chamber. Thus, Jiang Xi met her within the confines of her room, while the Zheng siblings were absent, reportedly out gathering information, showing no intent to communicate with her. This was something Jiang Xi had anticipated. The Qiyun sect held a prestigious position within the celestial realm, and its disciples were notoriously proud, particularly the younger ones, who often believed they could tackle any challenge alone, dismissing the notion of collaboration. This suited Jiang Xi perfectly, as she was keen to avoid any encounter with the siblings. Earlier, when exchanging names, a white dove, a celestial pet perched on Zheng Sui's shoulder, had been fixated on her. Though not particularly intelligent, this creature possessed an exceptional memory, far surpassing that of humans in some respects. Its unusual behavior suggested that it had encountered Feng Wu within the Qiyun sect, hence its recognition of her face. Fortunately, aside from staring at her, the bird made no further movements. Otherwise, Jiang Xi would have found it impossible to explain herself. As she prepared to leave, Jiang Xi noticed a peachwood comb on the dressing table, with a few strands of curled hair caught in its teeth. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she discreetly took one of the hairs. Any entity capable of stealthily causing harm to so many must don the guise of a human. Furthermore, the dismembered bodies of the maidservants indicated that the creature was not killing for possession, but rather to satiate its appetite. Observing the pattern of disappearances, it became evident that during the initial month, one person vanished every 8 days, but recently, this frequency had escalated to one every 6 days, suggesting that the creature's appetite had grown insatiable. Instinctively, Jiang Xi first suspected Miss Lu. To ascertain whether a person had been possessed by an evil spirit is a simple matter. One need only burn their hair for confirmation. However, as she stepped further inside, a muffled sound reached her ears. Wow. Jiang Xi's expression changed, and she dashed into the room. There, she saw the blanket on the bed rising into a small mound, wriggling precariously towards the edge, about to tumble off. Be careful, she exclaimed, rushing forward. Just as she caught the soft bundle, it unexpectedly expanded in size and weight, pinning her down beneath it. Startled, Jiang Xi opened her eyes to a shocking sight. In less than half a minute, she witnessed Jiang Xi transform from a small dragon-like creature back into a boy of around 14. Moments later, Jiang Xi leaned against the windowsill, donning a robe Jiang Xi had rummaged from the corner of the wardrobe. His eyes cast downward, lips pressed together. His features markedly more refined than during his beastly form, with elongated brows and sharp lips, save for the crimson hue of his irises, which remained unchanged, betraying his otherworldly nature. The robe was intricately designed, with several ties to fasten. Jiang Xi's previous attire had been rather simplistic, and he struggled with the complexity of this garment, nearly tying himself in knots. Amused yet somewhat exasperated, Jiang Xi stepped forward to assist him, saying, "Let me help you." Jiang Xi paused, responding simply, "Oh." The warm sunlight streamed in from behind, casting his shadow over Jiang Xi, who remained blissfully unaware of their proximity. She lowered her head and meticulously untangled the disarray of ties before gently fastening them. Despite the robe being ill-fitting, it still revealed a small portion of his flat chest. The scar from the arrow wound to his heart was no longer visible, the skin smooth and unblemished, as if he had never been injured. Jiang Xi marveled. The self-healing ability of demonic beings is truly remarkable. It's no wonder so many covet their essence. Please refrain from repeatedly reminding me of my impending demise, Jiang Xi replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Just then, Jiang Xi held his breath, gazing intently at her delicate features, not blinking for a moment. He recalled their first encounter, fraught with danger, where he had not noticed their height difference. For the following 2 months, due to his injuries, he had been forced to maintain his humiliating beast form, always looking up at her. Now, for the first time in his true form, he realized that the previously insurmountable distance between them was merely an illusion. Though she was a few years his senior, she was still half a head shorter than him, her neck, collarbone, fingers, and even wrists appearing delicate, as if he could encircle them with a single hand. After adjusting his attire, Jiang Xi clapped her hands together and said, "All done.
How do you feel now?
Have you fully recovered?" Jiang Xi tentatively clenched his fist. "My strength feels a bit subdued. There's no rush. You've only just regained your human form. It's normal for your essence to be sluggish at this stage." Jiang Xi produced the hair she had taken earlier. "Perfect. I need a little fire." Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow slightly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a small flame. Jiang Xi murmured an incantation, and the hair ignited, releasing a wisp of faint purple smoke. She whispered, "It's not her." If Miss Lu had indeed been possessed by a malevolent entity, this hair would not have burned. It seemed Lu Rui was not a victim of the flesh-eating specter. Jiang Xi glanced at her and scoffed, "Even if you're mistaken, you're not far off." Jiang Xi nodded. The appearance of purple smoke indicated that Miss Lu must have had a very intimate interaction with the creature, perhaps an embrace, a kiss, or more, leading to her unknowing contamination with malevolent energy. Few could meet both criteria of being able to enter the Lu residence without arousing suspicion while also being in close physical proximity to Miss Lu. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. Her fiancé, known only by name, remained unseen. The system chimed. Ding. Lazy value -20, current total, 4,780 points. Jiang Xi sighed. This is indeed a puzzle of the simplest difficulty. The system does not deceive me. She shared her deductions with Jiang Xi, adding, We must find him before he claims his next victim. Jiang Xi waved his hand over the flame, extinguishing it with a gentle sweep, and stated solemnly, "The intervals of the flesh-eating specter are consistent. I overheard a few details. Based on the elapsed days, the creature's next feast is scheduled for tonight." Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed from the window. Jiang Yi's expression hardened. "Who is it?" The knocking persisted, resembling the sound of a beak pecking at wood. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Xi, who signaled for her to remain still as he opened the window. Outside, a pure white dove flapped its wings anxiously, calling sharply to Jiang Xi. "What's this?" Jiang Xi wondered aloud. Wasn't he this the celestial pet that had been watching her intently? Celestial pets do not stray from their masters without reason. Had something happened to the Zheng siblings? The white dove flapped its wings, and upon entering the room, it persistently nudged her back with its head, as if attempting to lead her somewhere. Jiang Xi firmly grasped her shoulder and swiftly plucked a feather from the dove. When ignited, the feather emitted a faint purple smoke, significantly less intense than the previous strand of hair. Jiang Xi. Could it be that Zheng Sui and his sister ventured out to capture monsters, only to be ensnared themselves by the heart-eating monster for some sinister purpose? Delay could result in dire consequences. Pursuing this celestial pet, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi swiftly exited Qinnan, drawn into a dense forest overgrown with wild grass. The area was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility extremely low, until the dove vanished into the woods, halting midair at a certain point. Jiang Xi focused her gaze and spotted Zheng Wu lying unconscious on the grass. She rushed forward, intending to turn her over. However, upon touch, an unsettling realization struck her. This body was too light, akin to a lantern crafted from paper. Jiang Xi hesitated, suddenly noticing Zheng Wu's empty sleeves, his pupils constricting. How much time had passed? Had that wretched instance concluded? Just as she remained in a daze, a large face unexpectedly loomed close. Accompanied by a relieved feminine voice, it was Zheng Wu. "Thank goodness. Jiang, you finally woke up after lying here for 2 days." 2 days had elapsed. Jiang Xi felt a dryness in her throat, but immediately inquired about the matter that weighed most on her mind. "What happened to that old demon? You do not recall?" Zheng Wu replied solemnly. "That old demon has been slain. We later investigated its lair, and those missing maidens were indeed devoured by it while disguised as the son-in-law of the Liu family. Yet you returned with significant blood loss, which frightened us. I am not gravely harmed." Jiang Xi sat up, surveying her surroundings. "Where is Jiang Xi? You mean that demon race individual?" "He is just outside the door," Zheng Wu gestured. "He has been guarding you for these past 2 days, refusing to let us approach you. He administered your medicine and kept watch at night. If it weren't for my insistence on tending to you and changing your clothes, he would not have stepped outside." To draw an inappropriate analogy, that demon resembled a dog guarding a bone, baring its teeth at anyone who approached. Jiang Xi turned her head and indeed saw a shadow cast against the intricately carved window paper, standing resolutely outside. After changing into fresh attire, the door was pushed open, and Jiang Xi strode into the room, crossing the screen to stand by her bedside, his eyes reddened as he gazed at her. Jiang Xi loosely draped a garment over herself, her unbound hair adding a touch of frailty to her appearance. Jiang Xi. Was it merely an illusion? Though she bore the marks of injury, Jiang Yi's slightly despondent state appeared scarcely better than hers. She intended to offer him some words of comfort. However, before she could, Jiang Xi suddenly knelt before her, arms outstretched, embracing her with fervor. The boy's arms were not particularly strong, even trembling slightly with uncertainty. This genuine emotion was conveyed through their closeness, enveloped in a searing warmth. After an extended moment, Jiang Xi finally murmured. Standing nearby, Zheng Wu, treated as mere air, gazed skyward. Witnessing this unfolding scene stirred a complex mix of emotions within her: confusion, shock, disbelief, curiosity, and a slight sense of redundancy at her presence. After a prolonged embrace, Jiang Xi released the pent-up emotions he had harbored for 2 days. Once calm, he gradually loosened his hold on Jiang Xi, raising his gaze to her, frowning as he inquired, "That person earlier claimed you were poisoned.
How do you fare now?"
"With my cultivation, such toxins pose no threat to me," Jiang Xi replied dismissively. Yet, in truth, The heart-eating monster's final move was a highly dangerous corpse poison. Without the suppression of the Yuan Dan within her, Jiang Xi would have succumbed to the poison during her return, far beyond merely vomiting blood. However, such details were not to be shared with Jiang Xi. To avoid further probing, Jiang Xi shifted the topic. I heard you have been by my side these past few days, is that true? Jiang Xi hesitated before nodding. Zheng Wu had discreetly exited at some point, shutting the door behind them. Jiang Xi casually asked, there is only one bed here. Where do you sleep at night?
Above.
Jiang Xi indicated the beam of the room. Jiang Xi, taken aback, chuckled. Aren't you afraid of hitting your head? Not a concern, Jiang Xi scoffed, seemingly reluctant to discuss further. He stood, declaring, I have only fed you some porridge these past days. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it from the kitchen. Something light, please. Understood. Once Jiang Xi exited, closing the door behind him, Jiang Xi paused for a moment, finally hearing the long-absent system's delayed chime. Ding. Jiang Xi's awareness. 2,000 charisma, 2,000 stimulus, 1,000 combat intent, 1,500 black value, 2,000. Host's character contradiction, 20 core socialist values, 20. Health points, 200 real-time total, 201 points. Reward obtained, bone refining celestial herb X1, rarity, 4.5 stars. Congratulations, host. Jiang Xi blinked, cupping her hands as a verdant celestial herb materialized from the air, gracefully descending into her pale palms, shimmering like snow. Beautiful, Jiang Xi mused, fiddling with its leaves. Scratching her head. What is its specific use? Why did you mention that obtaining it could potentially alter my fate? The system gently elucidated the usage of the bone-refining celestial herb within Jiang Xi's mind. A realization dawned upon her. So it was. The system, in a serious tone, cautioned. Therefore, host, you must safeguard it well. Ensure it is not lost. It feels so lightweight, it seems easy to misplace, Jiang Xi suggested to the system. Why not hold on to it for me? I shall retrieve it when the task nears completion. Agreed. The bone-refining celestial herb gradually dissolved into transparency within her palms. Jiang Xi stretched, reflecting on her journey. Though she had endured injury, her gains were indeed plentiful. Just then, the system chimed in. Due to detecting the host exhibiting OOC behavior during the task, you receive a lazy fish value of 50, real-time total, 4,830 points. Jiang Xi. She had anticipated that things would not be so straightforward. The system continued. Lastly, congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline Qin Nan Heart-Eating Monster. Reward, lazy fish value minus 300, real-time total, 4,430 points. Jiang Xi felt a twinge of suspicion regarding this figure. System. Isn't the decrease in lazy fish value a bit too rapid? A swift decline in lazy fish value signifies rapid narrative progression, which is favorable. However, the total value currently stood at only 5,000 points. She was to navigate 4 antagonists, each presumably entitled to an equitable share of 1,250 points.
Now.
Having known Jiang Xi for less than 3 months, his progress had surged to nearly halfway, akin to a rocket launch. Such a pace, was it truly appropriate? The system clarified, lazy fish value does not diminish uniformly. Should life be mundane, it halts entirely. Only when significant turning points occur does it substantially decrease. Moreover, barring interruptions, each antagonist can reduce lazy fish value by a maximum of 1,000 points, not 1,250. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow. Calculating this, even if I successfully court all 4 individuals, the maximum reduction would only total 4,000 points. There would still be an excess of 1,000 points. What narrative is this? Has something gone awry? The system asserted. An error is impossible. The data within the entire task realm, including lazy fish values and the number of targets, is configured according to the terms of the contract. What wish did you express to us? The additional 1,000 points must certainly be related to the compensation you requested. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes as she spoke the truth. I cannot recall. Only upon commencing her tasks did she shockingly realize that vast swathes of her memory from the past year or 2 had vanished. What had she been doing on the Imperial Capital Star? Why had she been abruptly dismissed? Why had she fled the Imperial Capital Star in such haste? leaving her rented accommodation without even the chance to vacate. It felt as though she would be captured if she lingered any longer. The railings of the interstellar train were indeed over 3 meters high. How had she fallen in and met her demise? In that critical moment of near death, what was the dreamlike wish she had made to the system? All of it was a blank slate. Jiang Xi sighed. It seems there is no other way. Upon returning to Xinqiang, there had been no significant events or new quests in recent times. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before she knew it, the Lunar New Year of February had arrived. The last time she had triggered the event Qin Nan consumes the heart demon was on New Year's Eve, which actually referred to the last day of December, thus lacking any semblance of traditional festivity. Although the weather was cold, it was merely a dry, biting wind. It was not until the second month of the lunar calendar that Xinqiang finally welcomed a day of swirling snow. Having lived during the interstellar era, Jiang Xi found the lunar calendar long obsolete. Hearing laughter in the distance, she pulled back the curtain, feeling a twinge of longing, and remarked, "It is quite lively outside."
Voigny.
The demon clan does not celebrate the new year, does it? However, Xian Yi, leaning against the windowsill engrossed in his book, did not lift his eyes and replied coldly, "With so many people around, I fail to see what is so entertaining." "That is because you do not understand. There are plenty of delightful things to experience. Strolling through flower markets, setting off firecrackers, and pasting spring couplets." Jiang He counted for a moment and noticed that Xian Yi's pace of turning pages was slowing down. Unable to restrain her smile, she suggested, "After the snow falls, the air outside is quite refreshing. Shall we go for a stroll?" As soon as she spoke, she found herself somewhat bewildered. Although she had heard of shadow puppetry, she had no idea what it entailed and had never shown interest. Why had the words slipped from her lips at this moment? Jiang He assumed he had encountered similar terms in his readings and, yielding to the moment, said, "Very well, let us go." As night fell, fireworks burst above, illuminating the vast expanse of the sky. Lanterns hung high, casting a brilliant glow. The streets thronged with people, permeating the air with a joyous and festive spirit. Considering that Xian Yi belonged to the demon clan, Jiang He chose a less crowded path for their walk. Yet, even the narrow alleys were far more animated than usual. Though Xian Yi claimed disinterest, he was, in fact, captivated by the novel sights. Jiang He followed his gaze, cheerfully explaining what each spectacle was. "Jiang He, this is a firecracker. Once ignited, it crackles and sparks, and it is said to frighten away evil spirits, an age-old human custom for celebrating the new year." Xian Yi. Jiang He, this red paper bag is used to hold lucky money, given to children to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Xian Yi. As they continued to explore, they traversed most of the city and arrived at the southern market. Jiang He recalled that a shadow puppetry stall was nearby. While passing a desolate alleyway, she suddenly heard the fierce barking of dogs, momentarily startled, and paused to look inside. The alley was dim and filthy, utterly unaffected by the festive atmosphere of the new year. The ground was littered with cold snow and mud, and several starving wild dogs barked frantically at the end of the alley. In the shadows by the wall, a filthy, odorous little beggar crouched, hunched over, gnawing on the last remnants of meat from a dog bone, oblivious to the wild dogs behind him. Xian Yi, typically lacking in sympathy, merely scoffed. "Is he stealing food from beasts?" "It seems so," Jiang He sighed. Though she understood these were merely NPCs in a virtual world, witnessing such a scene on this day of family reunions was undeniably heart-wrenching. Jiang He stepped forward, shooing away the wild dogs before lowering her gaze to the little beggar. Noticing a pair of boots halted before him, the beggar tightened his grip on the bone, looking up warily to reveal a small, dirt-streaked face. One eye was swollen and bruised, likely struck by something, while the other, still intact, was wide open, conveying a terrifying numbness and fearlessness that no child should possess. As her gaze traveled upwards, she noticed a blood-red peach blossom birthmark on his forehead. Jiang He. She recognized him. Goodness. He is not just a mere little beggar NPC. This is one of Xian Yi's fellow patients, one of the 4 antagonists. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a side quest and encountering the character he ahead of time. A little Easter egg, Xian Yi's diary. I bumped my head 3 times while sleeping on the beam. 25. The 25th Shura Field. The night breeze rustled, clouds gradually parted, and moonlight poured into the medicine pavilion, illuminating their faces. Jiang Xi trembled, stammering. You are Jian Gaoren, aren't you? What are you doing here? So, it is an acquaintance. Jian He sheathed her weapon, feigning seriousness as she said, I am not a bad person. Please do not be alarmed. Zhang Sui. He seemed a bit confused. Wait, you are a loose cultivator from Xinqing. How could you be here? Also, the technique you just used belongs to the Qian sect. Are you my senior sister? Jian He. Jian He is my alias. My original surname is Feng, with a single name Wu. Jian He stated earnestly. Have you heard of it? Zheng Sui. A bolt of lightning struck his head. It is a long story. Let's find somewhere to talk. Jian He moved closer, placing her hand on his shoulder and forcibly leading him into the medicine pavilion. They sat down on the floor behind a bookshelf, and Jian He inquired, What did you mean by prohibition? Is the medicine pavilion not allowing anyone inside now? A few days ago, a disciple came here at night, knocked over a candlestick, and set the collection ablaze. Zheng Sui gestured for Jian He to look aside, and indeed, the corner of the wall was blackened. The bookshelves were empty, and any books that had not been burned had been moved. Until it is repaired, no one is allowed to enter, and disciples are no longer permitted to wander the medicine pavilion at night to prevent another fire. Jian He. No wonder I was able to enter so smoothly earlier. I didn't see anyone along the way. It turns out it was because entry was forbidden and naturally, no one would come to the back mountain.
Let us not dwell on that for now.
Zheng Sui could no longer contain himself. Half convinced, are you really senior sister Feng Wu? But I heard you. 2 years ago, I went missing on Shishua Mountain. You all thought I was killed by the demon clan and that my body was never found, did you not? Isn't that so? Zheng Sui replied. After you were taken by the demon beast, your senior brothers sought vengeance for you, chasing after the demon clan village that harmed you and leaving no survivors. The matter is far from simple. With my cultivation, how could I have been so easily taken by a demon beast? Surely there would have been some commotion. Yet in truth, no one heard any sounds of fighting that day. Jian He sighed deeply, saying, Because I was not harmed by the demon clan, I was ambushed by a fellow disciple. They took advantage of my unpreparedness and pushed me into an abyss. The truth, as recounted by Jian He, was starkly different from what Zheng Sui had heard over the past 2 years, leaving him incredulous. Who pushed you? What happened to you afterward? Zheng Sui nodded. Of course I remember. Jian He gazed at him intently, articulating each word. His father is the demon clan member from whom I seized the Yuan Dan. Zheng Sui frowned. Does he know you consumed his father's Yuan Dan? Is that why you have been caring for him? He does not know. Jian He pondered for a moment. It is a matter of duality. For one reason being the Yuan Dan from his father, and the other being the innocent village that was slaughtered. Generally speaking, the sect dedicated to hunting demons would select only isolated beasts and would not resort to annihilating an entire village. I cannot blame my fellow disciple, who was deceived by treachery and, fueled by righteous indignation, sought vengeance on my behalf. Yet, these demon clan members are indeed innocent. They perished because of me. How can I disregard Jian He? These matters will eventually come to light. Jian He spoke earnestly. I must first return the Yuan Dan to its rightful owner before making further plans. Zheng Sui, perplexed, replied. But Sister Feng, I have read in rare texts that once a demon clan member's Yuan Dan enters the body, it merges with flesh and blood. Unless the person dies, it cannot be separated. How will you? I have already discovered a method to extract the Yuan Dan without shedding blood. I am here tonight to procure a specific medicinal pill for this purpose. Jian He opened her palm, revealing the mixed Yuan gold pill, which emitted a faint, lustrous glow. She cautioned, Zheng Sui, the words I have spoken tonight, and what you have witnessed, must remain between us and the heavens. Do not disclose this to anyone else, lest you bring calamity upon yourself, putting your safety at risk. Even Sister Feng has fallen victim to treachery. If tonight's conversation is leaked, one may not be able to withstand the repercussions. Upon realizing this, Zheng Sui solemnly declared, I understand. We shall discuss everything once Sister Feng returns the Yuan Dan.
System ding.
Zheng Sui's friendship value 100. Host's prestige, 200. Plot progression, current value, -60, total value, 4,250 points. Title upgraded. Advanced couch potato. Level 2 function pain perception transfer unlocked. Congratulations, host. Jiang Xi. It seems another peculiar function has been unlocked. Under Jiang Xi's cover. While the disciples of Qi Yun sect had yet to arise for their morning practice, Jiang Xi successfully departed from the gates of Qi Yun sect. Riding her sword down the mountain, the starlight dimmed, and the dawn revealed its faint glow. Time had crept into the early hours of the morning. The separation of the Yuan Dan from the flesh would require some time, should Jiang Xi come seeking retribution before the separation is complete. My efforts tonight would be in vain. The sooner I consume it, the better I can seize the initiative. System. No problem, please catch it. Jiang Xi hurriedly cupped her hands. Moments later, a blinding white light illuminated the night, and a resplendent azure celestial herb fell into her palm from the air. Jiang Xi twirled the stem, recalling she needed to inquire about its usage. By the way, how does one consume this? System. Chew it and swallow. Jiang Xi grimaced as she placed both items in her mouth, chewing and swallowing. She had not expected much from the taste, but, to her surprise, it was quite delectable. Sweet and smooth, akin to jelly. Entering her room, a screen partition stood in the middle of the space. The candlelight flickered, nearly burnt out. Beyond the screen lay a bed, yet it was empty. As soon as she lay down, Jiang Xi slept until the afternoon before opening her eyes. Since consuming the bone-refining celestial herb, the Yuan Dan began to decompose with the flesh. Though not immediately visible, various aftereffects had already begun to manifest. Upon awakening, Jiang Xi felt as though she had been filled with lead, her body ached unbearably, she burned with fever, her head felt heavy, and her appetite had vanished, resembling nothing more than a desiccated fish. More critically, the once abundant spiritual energy that flowed like a river had now become exceedingly murky, akin to a nearly dried-up stream. It was likely that even a random specter from the street could overpower her. System. How do you feel? I am achy all over, akin to having a fever. Jiang Xi touched her forehead with the back of her hand. Speaking of which, System, didn't you say that the toxins I had encountered would backfire on me? Why do I seem to lack symptoms? System, take a look at your nails. Jiang Xi was taken aback, immediately raising her hand. Sure enough, on each of her 10 pale pink nails, a slender blue vertical line had emerged, a clear sign of toxin manifestation. System. Fortunately, you unlocked the pain perception transfer function in time, sacrificing your appetite to shield 99 of your pain perception. Otherwise, you would have been in excruciating agony. Jiang Xi. Outside the screen, footsteps approached steadily. Jiang Xi turned to see Jiang Xi entering with a bowl of congee. Finally awake, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he sighed, placing the congee on the table. Kneeling beside Jiang Xi's bed, he reached for her wrist. You have had a high fever all morning, rambling incoherently. How could you become so severely ill so suddenly? Of course, the disparity in her spiritual energy was glaringly obvious. Ordinary illness would not affect one's spiritual energy. If Jiang Xi were to feel her pulse, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss, and suspicion might arise. I'm fine. It must be due to poor rest last night. Jiang Xi laughed awkwardly, steering the conversation. Did you make congee? Indeed. Jiang Xi withdrew his hand, stating, Allow me to assist you in eating. Jiang Xi, feeling weak, leaned against Jiang Xi's support as she sat in the chair. Before her sat a porcelain bowl of warm, salty white congee, sprinkled with scallions and fish. Pleasingly light and visually appealing. Due to the troublesome pain perception transfer function, Jiang Xi felt no appetite, despite the enticing offerings. However, Jiang Xi was right beside her. She had not eaten anything for nearly half a day. She must consume something to avoid raising suspicion. Jiang Xi reached for the spoon. That's enough. Don't move around. Jiang Xi settled himself in front of her, lowered his head, scooped a spoonful of congee, and blew on it before bringing it to her lips. Ah! Jiang Xi obediently opened her mouth, taking a spoonful. The fish was tender, the scallions fragrant, and the congee was at the perfect temperature. It's delicious. Jiang Xi's lips curled slightly as he scooped another spoonful. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was struck with astonishment. With a thud, Jiang He was still smiling at him as dark red droplets of blood began to seep from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, slowly trickling down her chin and splattering onto her moon-white garment. Blood oozed from all 7 orifices. System, ding. Due to the host violating the rules and losing excessive blood value -30, current total value, 3 points. Jiang He. I just want to know what happened a moment ago. System. Host, you activated pain perception transfer at the cost of no appetite. Therefore, all of your eating actions are deemed violations. This not only accelerates the toxin's manifestation but also diminishes the strength of our pain shielding. Thus, the poisoning reactions we had previously shielded have suddenly become uncontrollable. So that's what happened. Jiang He groaned, opening her eyes. The blood-stained clothes had been removed, and the gruesome bloodstains on her face had been carefully washed away, leaving her feeling remarkably fresh. The floor beside the bed was littered with blood-soaked cloths, and a copper basin emitted curling smoke. The room was shrouded in a dim twilight. Mountains and solitary temples echoed with distant bell chimes as flocks of birds cast their shadows past the fiery clouds. Jiang He sat at the bedside, gazing at her with deep, bright crimson eyes. You are awake. Jiang He. Oh dear. It seems I can no longer feign ignorance. Jiang He's sharp brows and eyes held a piercing intensity. Even if unintentional, his gaze from above imposed considerable pressure. Jiang He lifted the covers, attempting to sit up, and Jiang He instinctively supported her back, adjusting her pillow. Are you thirsty? Jiang He shook her head. Very well. Jiang He tossed the cloth towel into the basin and turned to her with a calm demeanor, inquiring what transpired last night. In a state of uncertainty, Jiang He checked her pulse, only to be met with disbelief as he discovered that the abundant spiritual energy, which had once flowed through her like a mighty river, had dwindled to the brink of depletion overnight. In truth, nothing of great consequence had occurred. Jiang He casually clenched her fist to shield her nails and nonchalantly replied, As you know, I have been tirelessly subduing the malevolent spirits these past years, and I have lost count of the times I have been poisoned. Yet, I have never succumbed to its effects. The reason is not, as I have often claimed, that my cultivation has reached a level that renders me immune to all toxins, but rather that I have deliberately suppressed them. This morning, Jiang He had, in her presence, discarded 2 pieces of moldy meat only to act as if nothing had happened moments later. If one were unaware, they might think he was intentionally trying to divert her attention. Jiang He turned her gaze around, both surprised and unsurprised. The little beggar had vanished without a word of thanks. Jiang He scoffed. Jiang He let out an "oh," internally musing that they would meet again eventually, though she wondered when that might be. Beneath a withered tree, a young man was deeply engrossed in carving something on a tabletop, squinting as he concentrated. The stall in front was adorned with dozens of small wooden trinkets hanging from a horizontal rod, each one a lively representation of various animals, albeit with less than meticulous craftsmanship. Jiang He felt a spark of interest and said, Jiang He, let's take a look. As they approached, the proprietor looked up and enthusiastically began to promote his creations. Jiang He regarded the childish trinkets with disdain, questioning their appeal. The vendor, perceptive and astute, seemed to read Jiang He's thoughts and continued with fervor, These are all crafted from heartless wood. The scent is refreshing and soothing for the mind, and it remains fragrant over time. You may handle them daily, without worry. Unfortunately, Jiang He said with a smile, you do not have the animal I desire. That is simple enough. What form do you wish for, young lady? I shall carve it for you immediately. My desired creature is rather unique. Let me illustrate it for you. Jiang He rolled up her sleeves, retrieved a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and swiftly sketched a small creature with horns atop its head, covered in dark scales, standing on 4 legs with round eyes and sharp teeth. Jiang He said, I wish for the wooden pendant of this creature. Jiang He set down her brush and replied, It should not be difficult, right?
Done.
I shall create it for you at once. In less than half an hour, a wooden carving of a small monster in a running pose was completed. Though it was not an extravagant piece, its lifelike quality made it endearing, clever, and lightweight, exuding a faint fragrance. Jiang He placed the pendant into Jiang He's palm, saying, Here. Today marks your first celebration of the human new year. Let us commemorate it. Jiang He, holding the slender string. Raised it to eye level with a hint of distaste. You actually transformed this into a wooden sculpture? Feigning disappointment, Jiang Xi responded, do you not want it? Then return it to me. Indeed, Jiang Xi immediately closed his palm, carefully cradling the small carving to his chest, retorting, I never said I did not want it. Jiang Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a cold snowflake landed on her face, prompting both to look up in unison. The night sky was gracefully adorned with swirling snowflakes, which soon settled upon their heads. Pedestrians hurriedly sought refuge under eaves, while vendors began to pack up their stalls. Although channeling spiritual energy could maintain body warmth, in such frigid weather, damp clothing would be unbearable. Jiang Xi shielded her head with her hand, feeling a shadow cover her from above. Jiang Xi removed his cloak and held it over their heads. Let us go. The snowflakes quickly melted upon contact with the fabric, leaving dark splotches. The cloak was modest in size, and Jiang Xi instinctively positioned herself to his left, her right shoulder gently brushing against his chest. She tilted her head back and asked, this cloak seems a tad small. Will it suffice for both of us? The soft warmth of a maiden's form suddenly pressed against his chest made Jiang Xi's fingers tremble. The intimacy felt akin to an embrace from behind. Upon hearing Jiang Xi's question, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he replied, it will not suffice. Come a little closer. They were already as close as could be, but Jiang Xi finally expressed satisfaction. That is enough. System notification ding. Jiang Xi's mood increased by 2,000, and satisfaction rose by 2,000. Host's health value, 20, current total, 52 points. Jiang Xi. In just 2 years, this sweetness would reach its culmination. Since the day he vanished, Jiang Xi resumed her routine of eating, sleeping, and subduing malevolent spirits to support herself. The storyline remained relatively calm, leaving her leisure point stagnant at 4410. Time flows swiftly, and fleeting moments are hard to capture. 100 years may seem long, yet it amounts to merely over 36,000 days and nights. Not to mention the 700 days that slipped away like fine sand through her fingers. 2 years later, the pivotal event of Jiang Xi's youth loomed ever closer. In the initial script, he too had been pierced through the heart by an arrow and pinned to a tree. In that hellish purgatory, driven by sheer willpower, he struggled in agony for days before finally extracting the arrow from his heart and collapsing to the ground, half dead.
Subsequently,
without care, he slept outdoors, and his wound rapidly worsened. For half a month, Jiang Xi hovered on the brink of death, severely weakened. Even though a life-sustaining essence protected him, it took over 6 months for him to recover. The harrowing memories of the massacre that claimed his village, leaving him bereft of family and friends, tormented him constantly. Alas, as a member of the demon race, he could not perceive the plum blossom mark on the arrow shaft. Without this crucial clue, he was unable to ascertain the identity of his enemies, leaving his rage with no outlet. Thus, he wandered for 2 years, fortuitously arriving near the location of the Qian sect in Lancheng, where he encountered a survivor from that massacre, finally identifying his enemies as the Qian sect. In his youth, Jiang Xi lacked the ability to remove the arrow from his heart. However, after Jiang Xi intervened in the narrative, this illogical gap was filled, signifying her purpose and existence. Due to his acquaintance with Jiang Xi spent these 2 years not aimlessly searching for evidence, but instead settled in Xinqing, using it as a focal point to seek out his foes. As the day of a chance encounter with the survivor approached, Jiang Xi remained in Xinqing, risking missing his opportunity with the villager. System notification ding. Plot task assigned. Please guide Jiang Xi to Lancheng, where the Qian sect resides, within a month to facilitate his meeting with the villager NPC, Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi sighed, if I do not descend into hell, who will? System. A special reminder. The villager will reveal that the enemies belong to the Qian sect. Therefore, your task is to devise a way to lead him there without directly informing him. Jiang Xi. Understood. This should not be difficult. A little theatrics will suffice. That evening, since Jiang Xi had taken on human form, Jiang Xi had been sleeping in a separate room. The walls were thin, and during the stillness of the night, any disturbance from the adjacent room could be distinctly heard. In the dead of night, Jiang Xi lay on his side, lightly asleep. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed from the next room, accompanied by the sound of something falling from the bed. Jiang Yi's eyes flew open, instantly alert. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from his bed, kicked open the door to the neighboring room, and called out uncertainly, "Jiang He?" The window was wide open, and the bed curtains fluttered wildly. The scene that unfolded before him brought a sense of relief. Jiang He had encountered no mishap, merely rolling off the bed.
Guanyi.
Caught between laughter and exasperation, stepped forward, crouching down to assist Jiang He, remarking, "Who would have thought you would roll out, unable to even sleep peacefully?" Over the course of 2 years, Jiang Yi's long eyebrows framed his striking crimson eyes, and he had blossomed into a gallant youth. "Jiang Yi, listen to me. I just had a dream," Jiang He exclaimed, grasping his hand eagerly.
It was about Mi-In village.
Mi-In was the name of the village where Jiang Yi had grown up. The relaxed expression on Jiang Yi's face shifted instantaneously. To identify the source, the sects would leave invisible marks on their arrows, which could reveal the origin of the wielder. Jiang He pondered, "When I pulled the arrow for you that day, it vanished so swiftly that I failed to discern its appearance. After a prolonged search for answers, the breakthrough seemed tantalizingly close, tightening Jiang Yi's heart. And now, in that dream, I distinctly recalled its general outline." Jiang He chose a vague description, stating, "It resembled a blooming flower." Jiang Yi's mind raced with recollections. Over the past 2 years, he had garnered a fair understanding of the more renowned sects within the celestial realm. Not many sects used a blooming flower as their emblem, primarily concentrated near Lancheng and Bianzhou. Jiang He articulated his thoughts. "I believe we should hasten to Lancheng. We might uncover something significant." The distance from Bianzhou to Shishu Mountain was considerable. Even without rest, the journey would take approximately a month. Racing against the deadline of their quest, the two arrived at Lancheng, weary yet resolute. System notification ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at Lancheng. Fish out value -100, current total value, 4,310 points." Jiang He exclaimed. Wow, such a pivotal moment. It dropped 100 points so effortlessly. Though the 4 companions each displayed their unique charm, he undeniably epitomized the title of madman. In terms of psychological distortion and madness index, he would shine brightly, eclipsing the others. Despite the prior 4 tasks being approached with flawed scripts and ending tragically. If Jiang He had any choice, the last person she wished to engage with was the small lunatic he. It was no exaggeration. The other 3 were at least communicable. However, he, with his seemingly cheerful demeanor, could turn hostile at any moment. One could never predict how one might perish in his presence. Was there any wonder she felt apprehensive? How did he end up here? As she recalled, he had been cast out with his mother before he turned 1. Less than 3 years later, his mother had succumbed to illness, leaving him a solitary child, wandering destitute. He had endured beatings and scorn, experiencing the myriad hardships of the world. The system chimed in, "Host, no need for alarm. Life's unpredictability could very well mean that the other 2 might appear tomorrow upon awakening." Jiang He shuddered, replying, "System, let me tell you, while one may indulge in chaotic consumption, one must not erect flags indiscriminately." The number 500 was truly a startling figure, invigorating her more than the sight of 500 grass-mud horses galloping past. With only an hour left on the countdown, urgency prevailed. Kneeling down, Jiang He exhaled warm breath that formed a misty vapor in the air, contemplating, "Can you still stand?" He remained curled up, silently scrutinizing her from the shadows, akin to a battered stray animal, cautiously sizing up whether the approaching figure was a new assailant or an actual savior. This evening, he had been struck in the right eye by stones thrown by other children, rendering his vision quite blurred. As night fell, it became even more challenging to discern the features of those around him. Yet, her voice was undeniably youthful, wafting through the night air like the cool fragrance of plum blossoms. The hand extended before him was slender and clean, steady and unwavering, fingers slightly curled, each nail glistening like pearls. All of this engendered a sense of affinity towards her amidst the haze. He struggled to swallow, hesitating momentarily before gradually loosening his grip on the dog bone. Witnessing Jiang He's kindness towards a child he had just met stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Jiang He. He grasped Jiang He's arm, frowning as he questioned, Why waste time on him? If he knows how to scavenge from wild dogs, he won't starve. Let us go. Jiang Xi's fingers curled slightly beneath her sleeve. His breath quickened, as if fearing she might flee, and he abruptly grasped the sleeve of her garment. His grimy fingers left several dark smudges on her moonlight-colored attire. Jiang Xi's expression darkened. Ordinarily, he would be calm, but today was New Year's Eve, and they had no food to consume. Offering him a warm meal was merely a trifling act of kindness. Jiang Xi nodded thoughtfully. For the sake of safety, she resolved to stay at a quaint, antiquated inn within the city. The disciples of the celestial sect were fond of grandeur and prestige, and they would never venture to such an old-fashioned establishment without reason. After successfully passing through the city gates, Jiang Xi guided her horse-drawn carriage directly to the inn. Following the system's navigation, it is worth mentioning that the very carriage she now utilized was a gift from Lord Liu, bestowed upon her after completing the Qin Man Conquers the Heart Demon quest. 2 years had elapsed, and the two fine steeds, having indulged in the system's rewards of exquisite fodder, had grown robust and well-fed. Behind the semi-transparent curtain, Jiang Xi rested his chin in his hand. One long leg stretched out while the other was bent, his elbow resting on his knee as he languidly surveyed the street scenery. He pondered in silence why it seemed Jiang Xi was remarkably familiar with the terrain of Lan City, despite this being their first visit. The journey thus far had been along broad thoroughfares, which were hardly noteworthy. Yet upon entering Lan City, Jiang Xi navigated the winding and intricate alleyways with remarkable confidence, as if she had grown up there. An unsettling shadow of doubt flickered in Jiang Xi's mind. Resolving to seek clarity, he straightened slightly and, tapping his long finger on the table, inquired, "Jiang Xi, have you been here before?" As it turned out, the carriage came to a halt at their destination. Jiang Xi nimbly dismounted and assisted Jiang Xi down from the carriage. Upon looking up, they beheld a 3-story wooden structure, its sign precariously swaying, with scarcely a soul in sight. The lobby was devoid of patrons. A server was lounging against the wall, swatting flies and yawning, while the innkeeper sat behind the wooden counter, dozing off with an abacus in hand. A gust of desolate wind swept through, causing the sign to rattle and crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. The resounding noise jolted the innkeeper and the server awake. Fortunately, despite the dilapidated appearance of the inn, the staff exhibited commendable service. The previously yawning server quickly sprang into action, darting outside to lead the carriage to the backyard. The innkeeper, entirely oblivious to Jiang Xi's demonic lineage, approached them with enthusiasm, asking, "Are you two here to rest or to lodge?" Jiang Xi produced her coin pouch. "To lodge, please." "Excellent. I shall prepare rooms 1 and 2 for you right away." "That 1 be necessary," Jiang Xi interjected impatiently. "We shall share a room." In their travels, it was customary for them to share a room for mutual safety, setting up 2 beds separated by a screen. Upon entering the room, they found the beds and table quite tidy, yet it was evident that no one had resided there for a considerable time, as dust coated the dishes and cobwebs clung to the corners. It could be said that this was the most dismal accommodation they had encountered thus far. Although typically proud in demeanor, Jiang Xi surprisingly displayed no signs of disdain. He wiped down a chair for Jiang Xi to rest while he rolled up his sleeves and made the bed. After earlier requesting the innkeeper to bring in another bed, now there was no sign of him. Jiang Xi took a sip of water, then said to Jiang Xi, "I will step outside for a moment. You stay here." Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. Before long, there came a series of knocks at the door, followed by the creaking sound of it being pushed open. A young boy, no more than 10 years old and dressed in the attire of a server, stood at the threshold, holding a tray. Strangely, in the sweltering heat of July and August, he was bundled up quite heavily, wearing a tattered hat and keeping his head bowed. Jiang Xi remarked, "Even child laborers exist here." The system remained silent. As the boy approached the table, he stumbled, spilling an entire bowl of soup across the floor, splattering Jiang Xi's shoes in the process. Seeing this fabled clumsiness, Jiang Xi couldn't help but chuckle as she reached out to assist him. "Are you all right?" Jiang Xi, arms crossed, stood at the door, his tall and upright figure casting a stern gaze upon the boy, whose mishap had drenched the floor he had just cleaned. "It's nothing. The server merely collided with me while serving the dishes and spilled the soup," Jiang Xi explained. Just have him refill it later. Without a word, the server bolted from the room, narrowly avoiding Jiang Xi. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper personally delivered their dinner, apologizing that the clumsy server had been rather forgetful. Often found sweeping in the backyard, Jiang Xi laughed amiably, sensing the peculiar nature of the boy, but perceiving no malevolent energy emanating from him. Concluding he was likely just an ordinary child, and thus paid him no further mind. After dinner, Jiang Xi donned her clean boots, picked up a bundle, and nonchalantly remarked, "Jiang Xi, I have some old friends in Lan City. I must meet them tonight. Perhaps they can provide some insight." "Friends?" Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow in surprise and stood up alongside her. "I shall accompany you." Reluctantly persuaded, Jiang Xi joined her. Under the vast night sky, Jiang Xi stepped outside, her bundle in hand. After turning 2 corners, she furtively unwrapped it, revealing a neatly folded dress of lotus color. Indeed, it was the disciple-esque garb of the Qi Yun sect. Feng Wu had been raised in the Qi Yun sect, where the first 10 years of her life revolved around training, eating, and sleeping, an existence marked by simplicity and detachment. In Lan City, the notion of good friends was non-existent. Thus, Jiang Xi's true destination tonight was not to reconnect with friends, but to venture beyond Lan City to the Qi Yun sect. The celestial abode of the Qi Yun sect loomed majestically atop a cliff, ascending via an endless cloud ladder, enveloped in thick white mist, with palatial halls and tiered pavilions exuding grandeur. After exiting the city gates, Jiang Xi soared into the forest atop her sword, journeying several miles. At the foot of the mountain, she quickly donned the lotus-colored disciple-esque robe and affixed a dagger marked with a plum blossom emblem at her waist. With a composed cough, she confidently approached the stone entrance of the Qi Yun sect. Jiang Xi effortlessly slipped inside, stealthily making her way toward the medicinal pavilion at the rear of the sect. Each sect produces its own poisons and concocts its own medicines. The Qi Yun sect's medicinal pavilion housed their unique elixirs and rare herbs, items not available in the marketplace, no matter how wealthy one might be. Jiang Xi mused. Thus, wealth cannot grant one the ability to have everything. The system remained silent. All disciples were permitted to enter and peruse the collection of tomes at any time. However, the elixirs were secured within a hidden chamber, accessible only to those of the sect leader's rank who possessed the secret passphrase. Feng Wu's master belonged to the most esteemed lineage of the Qi Yun sect, and as his chief disciple, it was only natural for her to remember the secret incantation. Jiang Xi quietly closed the door of the medicinal pavilion and navigated between 2 rows of towering bookshelves. Holding a candle, she descended into the basement. There, she stood before a stone wall inscribed with runes. Steeling herself, she recited the incantation and turned the stone handle. As the seals illuminated brilliantly, the heavy stone door creaked open with a resounding boom, slowly parting to reveal the chamber within. Jiang Xi felt elated. Crouching low as she slipped inside, surveying her surroundings, Jiang Xi placed the candle on the ground and retrieved a ladder to climb up and down. After much effort, she finally located the item she sought. In a partially open drawer lay a silk pouch containing over a dozen pearl-sized, semi-transparent elixirs, quietly resting within a wooden box. Jiang Xi picked one up and confirmed with the system, "This is the Hunyuan golden pill, correct?" "Indeed." With a sigh of relief, Jiang Xi exhaled. "At last, I have found it." In truth, the Hunyuan golden pill was not an exceedingly rare herb. It was merely a fundamental material for alchemy within the Qi Yun sect, possessing a scarcity rating of no more than 2 stars, though seemingly unremarkable when used alone. When combined with the bone-refining celestial herb obtained from the Qin Nan Heart Demon quest reward, it manifests a remarkably unique effect, allowing the essence to ascend and be exorcised from the body. Within the narrative, the reason Jiang Xi employs such brutal and sanguinary methods to forcibly extract Feng Wu's Yuan Dan is twofold: to inflict torment upon her, and also because the Yuan Dan has lingered within her for too long, having become an integral part of her flesh and blood. To separate it, there exists no alternative. This method inflicts harm upon Feng Wu akin to severing her main artery. Were it not for Jiang Xi holding her life in his hands, Feng Wu would undoubtedly meet her demise on the spot. Naturally, Jiang Xi harbors malicious intent, prolonging her suffering for his own amusement. Jiang Xi mused under such circumstances. Living longer feels increasingly tragic. I thought I might inevitably follow in Feng Wu's footsteps. However, when the bone-refining celestial herb appeared, I glimpsed a turning point in my fate. Simply put, the synergistic effects of the Hunyuan golden pill and the bone-refining celestial herb allow for a gentle and gradual separation of the lifeless Yuan Dan from the flesh, ultimately expelling it through the mouth. This process avoids the need for disembowelment, restoring the Yuan Dan to its rightful owner. Of course, one cannot reap all the benefits without consequence. Such a potent medicinal herb inevitably carries side effects. Her body had grown accustomed to coexisting with the Yuan Dan. As the separation occurs, the Yuan Dan's presence wanes, leaving her constitution exceedingly frail, prone to sickness and fainting. Furthermore, over the years, she has traversed perilous paths, collecting various demons, and has endured numerous toxic substances. While the Yuan Dan had kept her alive by countering these poisons, its loss would inevitably lead to a backlash. One could say the situation is quite precarious. Yet, even if the aforementioned side effects were to multiply tenfold, it would still pale in comparison to the agonizing demise that would come from Xian-E's disembowelment. Would it not? System. Host. You must have your Yuan Dan taken by Xian-E. If you choose to separate it yourself and return it to him voluntarily, it constitutes a violation of regulations. Jiang Xi shook her finger. Thus, I assert that you lack flexibility. I certainly want to return it to him now. Just imagine, when Xian-E truly comes to settle the score, I could be compelled by his intimidation to expel the Yuan Dan, which would align with the requirement of having it taken away, would it not? System. Jiang Xi continued. In summary, my preparations are entirely justified. Where is the violation in that? System. Seeing the system rendered speechless, Jiang Xi wiped her face, feeling a surge of satisfaction. With a clang, the sword was unsheathed, emanating a chilling aura. Jiang Xi's pupils quivered, and she instinctively sidestepped, blocking with her dagger. The blades clashed, unleashing an invisible shriek that shattered the stillness, extinguishing the candle and sending countless pages fluttering through the air. The opponent's long sword was knocked back, stumbling several steps before regaining balance, and with a furious shout, demanded, "Which sect do you belong to? A ban has been issued, yet you dare to infiltrate the apothecary pavilion at this hour." Unbeknownst to him, it appeared as though he was intentionally attempting to divert her. Jiang Xi turned her gaze. Both surprised and unsurprised, the little beggar had vanished without a word, not even offering a thank you.
Vuan scoffed.
Jiang Xi thought to herself that they would undoubtedly meet again, though she wondered when that would be. Beneath a gnarled tree, a young man was intently bent over a table, squinting as he carved something intricate. The stall's overhead bar displayed dozens of small animal wooden pendants adorned with tassels. While the craftsmanship was not particularly refined, each animal appeared vividly lifelike. Jiang Xi felt a spark of inspiration and said, "Jiang Xi, let us take a closer look." As they approached, the vendor looked up, enthusiastically showcasing his creations. Xian-E regarded the trifles with disdain, thinking them of no significance. The vendor, perceptive as he was, seemed to see through Xian-E's thoughts and eagerly proclaimed, "These are crafted from heartless wood, which emits a captivating fragrance that calms the mind and soothes the spirit, remaining potent even with daily handling." Regrettably, Jiang Xi smiled and replied, "You don't have the animal I desire." "Not a problem. What kind of creature are you looking for?" "I can carve it for you immediately," he replied. "The animal I want is rather unique. Allow me to illustrate." Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, took a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and with a few swift strokes on rice paper, a creature adorned with horns, covered in dark scales, and possessing sharp teeth sprang to life. Xian-E gazed at her creation, speechless. "I want that animal as a wooden pendant." Jiang Xi set down the brush and remarked, "Shouldn't it be too difficult, right?"
"Consider it done."
"I'll make it right away," the vendor assured. And within half an hour a small wooden carving of a creature in mid-sprint was completed. Though not an extravagant trinket, it was beautifully lifelike, charming and lightweight, exuding a subtle fragrance. Jiang Xi placed the pendant in Xian-Yi's palm. "Here. It's your first celebration of the human new year. Let us commemorate it." Xian-Yi raised the delicate pendant with a hint of disdain. "You turn this into a wooden carving?" Jiang Xi feigned innocence. "Don't want it? Then I shall take it back." Sure enough, Jiang Xi quickly closed his hand, carefully cradling the small wooden sculpture close to him, huffing. I never said I didn't want it. Jiang Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a cold snowflake fell upon her face. Jiang Xi crouched by the bedside, her brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Xi, what troubles you? Are you unwell? It's nothing, Jiang Xi replied, lifting her eyelids slightly. Just a bit fatigued. At that moment, Lord Lu knocked on the door, requesting Jiang Xi to meet his daughter. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi left Jiang Xi alone in the room. Lord Lu's daughter, Lu Rui, was a strikingly beautiful 16-year-old. Unfortunately, due to a recent spate of disappearances, even with joyous occasions approaching, her demeanor appeared rather dismal, exhibiting an unhealthy pallor and an air of timidity. She dared not step beyond the threshold of her room, so Jiang Xi met her within the confines of her chamber. The Zheng siblings were absent, reportedly having ventured out to gather information, showing no intention of communicating with her. This was precisely as Jiang Xi had anticipated. The Qian sect held a prominent status within the realm of immortals, and its disciples often regarded themselves with an air of superiority, particularly among the younger members. Their arrogance was palpable, leading them to believe they could resolve any predicament independently, disdainful of collaboration. This suited Jiang Xi perfectly. She was keen to avoid an encounter with the two siblings. When they exchanged names earlier, a white dove, a celestial pet perched on Zheng Sui's shoulder, had fixed its gaze upon her without blinking. Though this celestial creature lacked intelligence, its memory was remarkably acute, possessing an uncanny ability to recall faces, perhaps even more adept than a human. Such peculiar behavior suggested that it might have encountered Feng Wu within the Qian sect, resulting in its reaction to her visage. Fortunately, aside from staring, the bird made no further movements. Otherwise, Jiang Xi would have found herself in a predicament beyond explanation. As they parted, Jiang Xi noticed a peachwood comb resting on the dressing table, its teeth entwined with a few strands of curled hair. A thought crossed her mind, and she quietly seized one of the hairs. Any entity capable of stealthily causing the demise of so many must surely don the guise of a human. Furthermore, the fact that the bodies of the maidservants were left in a dismembered state indicated that the creature's motive for murder was not possession, but rather a grotesque appetite. Observing the pattern of disappearances, it was noted that in the initial month, one person vanished every 8 days. 29. The 29th Shura field Jiang Xi turned her gaze around, feeling both surprised and somehow expectant. The little beggar had left without a word, not even a hint of gratitude. Jiang Xi scoffed. Jiang Xi thought to herself that they would undoubtedly meet again. It was merely a matter of time. As night deepened, the return path transformed from desolate to bustling. Stalls selling trinkets began to multiply, with young couples sifting through the goods. Beneath a gnarled tree, a young man was intently carving something on a table. Squinting as he worked, the stall was adorned with dozens of small animal wooden pendants, each bearing frayed tassels. The craftsmanship was not overly intricate, yet each creature appeared remarkably lifelike. Jiang Xi felt a spark of interest and suggested, Jiang Xi, let us take a look over there. As they approached, the proprietor looked up, eagerly promoting his creations. Jiang Xi dismissed the array of childish baubles, questioning their appeal. The vendor, perceptive in nature, seemed to see through Jiang Xi's indifference and enthusiastically explained, these are crafted from heartwood, known for its enchanting aroma that soothes the spirit, enduring and refreshing even with daily handling. Regrettably, Jiang Xi replied with a smile, you lack the animal I desire. That's easily remedied. What kind of creature do you wish for, my lady? I shall carve it for you immediately. My desired animal has a rather unique appearance. Allow me to illustrate. Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, took a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and with a few swift strokes on rice paper, a small creature with horns, covered in dark scales, and sharp teeth leaped to life on the page. Jiang Xi remarked, I want this wooden pendant of that creature. Is that not a simple task? Jiang Xi set down her brush. Consider it done. I shall have it ready for you shortly. In less than half an hour, a wooden carving of a little monster in a running pose was completed. Though not particularly valuable, it was vivid and charming, exuding a light fragrance. Jiang Xi placed the pendant in Jiang Yi's palm and said, here. Today marks your first experience of the human new year. Let us commemorate it. Jiang Xi lifted the delicate piece, scrutinizing it with disdain. "You actually turned this into a wooden carving?" Jiang Xi feigned dismay. "Do you not want it? Then return it to me." Instantly, Jiang Xi closed his hand around the carving, cradling it protectively, and retorted, "I never said I didn't want it." Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a cool snowflake landed on her face. They both instinctively looked up to see delicate snowflakes swirling down from the night sky, quickly covering them both. Passers-by hurriedly sought shelter under eaves, and vendors began to pack up their stalls. Though they could maintain warmth through their spiritual energy, the biting cold would be unbearable if their clothes became damp. Jiang Xi shielded her head with her hand, only to feel a shadow envelop her. Jiang Xi had removed his cloak and held it above them. "Let us go." The snowflakes melted upon contact with his clothing, leaving dark stains. The cloak was snug, and to shield them both, Jiang Xi stepped slightly to his left, her shoulder gently brushing against his chest. She tilted her head back and asked, "This garment seems a bit small. Will it cover us both?" The warmth of the young girl's soft body pressed against him made Jiang Xi's fingers tremble, feeling as if he were embracing her from behind. Noticing Jiang Xi's question, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. "It won't suffice. Come even closer." They were already as close as could be, and at last, Jiang Xi was satisfied. "That's enough." System, ding. Jiang Xi's mood increased by 2,000 points. Pleasure points increased by 2,000. Host's health points, 20. Real-time total, 52 points. Jiang Xi mused, "In just 2 years, this sweetness will culminate." Since the day he vanished, Jiang Xi resumed her routine of eating, sleeping, and caring for the family, leading a simple life. The plot had remained calm, and her idle points rested at 4410. Time flows like sand, seemingly long but merely a collection of over 36,000 days and nights. 700 days slipped away like fine grains through her fingers. 2 years later, the pivotal event of Jiang Xi's youth was finally approaching. In the original script, he was similarly pierced by an arrow, pinned to a tree. In that hellish place devoid of divine intervention, he struggled for days to pull the arrow from his heart, rolling weakly onto the ground. Left unattended, his wound worsened, and Jiang Xi hovered on the brink of death for half a month, his vitality severely depleted. Even with a vital elixir protecting his life, it took him over half a year to recover. The memory of his village's massacre haunted him relentlessly, the loss of family and friends weighing heavily on his heart. Unfortunately, as a member of the demon clan, he could not see the mark on the arrow shaft. Without this crucial clue, he was unable to identify his enemies, leaving him with nowhere to vent his pent-up rage. Thus, he drifted for 2 years, honing his skills until he fortuitously found himself near Lancheng, the location of Qian's sect, and encountered a survivor from the massacre, finally pinpointing his enemies as the Qian sect. In his youth, Jiang Xi lacked the ability to extract the arrow from his heart. After Jiang Xi intervened in the narrative, this illogical gap was filled. This was her purpose. Through knowing Jiang Xi did not wander in search of evidence, but instead settled in Xinqiang, using it as a center from which to seek his foes. As the day to meet the survivor approached, Jiang Xi remained in Xinqiang, and if things continued to unfold naturally, he would miss the chance to encounter that villager. System, ding. Plot task activated. Please lead Jiang Xi to Lancheng within a month to facilitate his meeting with the villager NPC. Jiang Xi sighed. "If I do not enter the depths of hell, who will?" System. A special reminder. The villager is the one who reveals that the enemies belong to Qian sect. Thus, you must devise a way to lead him there without directly informing him. Jiang Xi acknowledged, understood. This is not difficult, a little performance will suffice. That night, ever since Jiang Xi took human form, Jiang Xi had shared a separate room. The walls were thin, and during the deep of night, any commotion in the adjacent room could be easily heard. At the stroke of midnight, Jiang Xi lay on his side, lightly asleep. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed from the next room, followed by the sound of someone tumbling from the bed. Jiang Xi's eyes flew open, instantly alert. Without a second thought, he leaped from his bed, kicked open the door, and exclaimed, "Jiang Xi." The window stood wide open, and the bed curtains billowed. Upon seeing Jiang, he had merely rolled off her bed. He sighed in relief. Jiang Xi chuckled softly, moving quickly to help her up. "You actually fell off the bed. And can't even sleep properly." Over the past 2 years, Jiang Xi had grown into a striking young man with long brows and crimson eyes.
Jiang Xi.
Listen to me. I just had a dream, Jiang Xi said urgently, grasping his hand. It was about Mai village. Mai was the name of the village where Jiang Xi had grown up. The carefree expression on Jiang Xi's face shifted instantaneously. To discern. The sex would leave invisible marks on the arrow shafts, allowing one to trace back to the originating sect. Jiang Xi pondered. On that day when I removed the arrow for you, it vanished in an instant, and I could scarcely discern its nature. After a prolonged search for the elusive question that has yet to surface, it seems the breakthrough is right before us. Jiang Xi's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. And now, just moments ago in that dream, I vividly recalled its general outline. Jiang Xi chose to speak vaguely. It resembled a blooming flower. Jiang Xi's memories whirled rapidly. Over the past 2 years, he had gained considerable insight into the more renowned sects within the immortal realm. Few sects that employed a blossoming flower as their emblem were notable, and they were primarily located near Lancheng and Bianzhou. Jiang Xi articulated his thoughts. I believe we should hasten to Lancheng. Perhaps we might uncover something. The distance between Bianzhou and Shishu Mountain was vast. Even without rest, the journey would take approximately a month. Adhering to the timeline of the plot, the two travelers arrived at Lancheng, weary from their expedition. The system chimed ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at Lancheng. Current lazy fish value, -100. Real-time total, 4,310 points. Jiang Xi exclaimed, Goodness, this is indeed a pivotal moment in the plot. A mere incident has cost us 100 points. After a long day of travel, fatigue overcame Jiang Xi, and she drifted into an aimless slumber. However, barely an hour into her sleep, a raspy whisper jolted her awake. Sitting up, she noticed that the young boy who had been lying beside her had vanished, leaving only a pile of warm clothing with a small mound in the center. As if a living creature were writhing beneath it. With a mix of curiosity and uncertainty, Jiang Xi gently pulled the clothing aside, revealing a pair of round, glistening beastly eyes. The creature was a small, pitch-black monster, roughly the size of a pony, with shiny, sharp teeth, covered in dark scales, sporting a dragon-like head with horns. Standing on 4 legs, and its tail ending in a raised, hardened mace, reminiscent of a comet's tail, a strikingly unique sight.
Guanyi?
Although her sentence ended with a question mark, Jiang Xi's tone was already filled with certainty. The small creature froze momentarily, its face, covered in black scales, revealed no discernible emotion, yet a flicker of humiliation and shame flashed in its large, round eyes. The system explained. Mature demons that willingly reveal their beast form usually do so to intimidate or frighten their adversaries. Conversely, juvenile demons often refrain from exposing their beast form due to its lack of ferocity and the inferiority of both physique and strength when compared to their human form. Should they inadvertently be seen, they would be overwhelmed with embarrassment. I understand. It's akin to 2 different species. I never anticipated his youthful form would resemble this. Has he undergone some genetic mutation? Jiang Xi mused, chuckling to herself. Nonetheless, such an unexpected turn of events often heralds a crisis. Jiang Xi's gaze swept across the area, spotting a gleaming puddle on the ground, mixed with undigested fish and gastric fluids. Have you upset your stomach? Demons possess resilient digestive systems, having adapted to their carnivorous diets. However, they're still corporeal beings. Uncooked meat inevitably harbors parasites and bacteria. Typically, this poses little threat, but when the body is weakened and the immune system compromised, opportunistic infections may occur, albeit rarely. Jiang Xi had hung precariously in the tree for too long, suffering blood loss, severe injuries, fatigue, and to make matters worse, had now upset his stomach, rendering him unable to maintain his human form. Jiang Xi turned his face away, and a sudden gust of autumn wind caused his 2 nostrils to twitch, leading him to uncontrollably sneeze, releasing a stream of mucus. Jiang Xi touched his small hands, feeling the sharp claws lightly graze her palm, and noticed his body was as cold as ice. While demon body temperatures are lower than humans, this was an alarming degree of chill. The system chimed ding. System task initiated. Due to dual injuries, Jiang Xi's health is in critical condition. Please restore his body temperature to normal through physical means. Failure to complete the task will result in penalties. Does the Yuan Dan hold no efficacy? Jiang Xi inquired. Incorrect. Yuan Dan is effective only for fractures and blood loss. It cannot remedy stomach pains or abdominal distress, the system replied. With a sigh, Jiang Xi realized that lacking any special medications, she had no choice but to employ physical methods to warm him. She decisively retrieved the black clothing that had fallen on the mat, shook it in the air, and wrapped Jiang Xi snugly within it, lifting him with a heave. This small bundle of flesh weighed far more than expected, akin to a lead weight, nearly causing Jiang Xi to falter. Normal, the system confirmed. His weight has not changed. It is merely concentrated. Jiang Xi could not help but be taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Xi, clearly unprepared for this development, gaped in astonishment, his sharp teeth glinting as he emitted a reluctant beastly sound. A dark claw reached out to rest on Jiang Xi's shoulder, settling beside the fire. Jiang Xi crossed her legs and embraced Jiang Xi through the clothing. Despite the weight, it felt akin to cradling a doll. As she pressed her back against the chest of a stranger for the first time, Jiang Xi remained rigid, struggling to turn his head and glance behind him. Jiang Xi gently pressed a finger against his forehead, her voice firm. Do not move. Subsequently, she tucked his exposed tail inside the garment and channeled her spiritual energy, smiling. This should help you warm up by the fire. Jiang Xi fell silent, growing still. The air in the dilapidated temple was quite cool. The damp chill from the ground had rendered him restless, while lying on the grass mat. As he inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her hair, having endured so much throughout the day, Jiang Xi found his eyelids growing heavy, teetering on the brink of slumber. The crackling of the fire echoed in the quiet. Time passed, and Jiang Xi, gazing up at the sky, suddenly felt a weight on her arm. The little creature in her embrace had tilted its head and fallen asleep, emitting soft snores. The system chimed ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot task. Jiang Xi's affection level, 10, trust level, 10, intimacy level, 10.
Consequently,
Lazy fish value, -20, real-time total, 5,020 points. Additional reward granted. Horse-drawn carriage X1. Maintaining her embrace, Jiang Xi cautiously leaned against the wall, smiling. Sweet dreams, Jiang Xi. Upon awakening the next day, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Xi stirred slowly, stretching her limbs and instinctively rubbing against the creature in her arms. The icy sensation of its scales instantly banished her drowsiness. Sitting up, she realized she had shifted significantly from where she had slept against the wall the previous night. Even her orientation had changed. However, the mystery remained. How had she moved while asleep without waking? Did I have a strange dream? She wondered aloud. The system responded coolly. Nothing of the sort, merely a shift in sleeping position. With a glance downward, she saw the small creature had already awakened, gazing up at her in silence. Jiang Xi chuckled awkwardly, rolling over to sit up, loosening the black garment that enveloped Jiang Xi and playfully pinching his claws. After a night's rest, his body temperature had returned to normal, and even his ability to speak had resumed. Jiang Xi wore a gloomy expression, allowing her to handle him as she pleased. Having finished playing with his little paws, Jiang Xi felt an urge to touch the two sharp horns atop Jiang Xi's head, but, mindful of her celestial persona, she refrained from indulging in such impudent behavior. After washing her face, she adjusted her clothing and pushed open the decrepit temple door. The horse-drawn carriage, a reward from the previous night, stood waiting outside, with two horses grazing contentedly. With the carriage at her disposal and the weather favorable, it was time to change their stronghold. Jiang Xi joyfully boarded the carriage with Jiang Xi. Before she could grasp the reins, the two horses, as if prodded in the rear, bolted forward at a gallop, heading towards their predetermined destination set by the system. An hour later, the carriage came to a halt before the Xinqing Gate, situated more than 10 miles south of Shishua Mountain. A grand archway constructed from ancient stones loomed before them, flanked by towering walls. Several city guards stood on either side, spears in hand, while a long queue of cargo-laden carriages awaited interrogation. After delivering Jiang Xi, the two spirited horses swiftly galloped away with the carriage. Jiang Xi perched on Jiang Xi's arm, gazing at the gate's plaque with evident disdain. Why come here? My home lies within, where there is food and a place to rest. Recovering there would be far superior to a dilapidated temple, and I could gather much information. Jiang He adjusted his little hood and reassured him, I will not allow anyone from the immortal sect to harm you. Rest easy. Jiang He took a long moment before reluctantly responding with a faint Initially, Jiang He assumed this remote location would be rather backward, yet upon entering the city, it became clear that the interior was an entirely different realm. The wide, orderly streets bustled with activity, decorated with vibrant tiles and illuminated by brilliant lights that brightened the expansive night sky. Swordsmen drowned their sorrows in taverns, dancers leaned over intricately carved railings, and disciples from the immortal sect, on their first demon-hunting expedition, scanned their surroundings with eager, youthful faces, some with their cherished spiritual pets perched upon their shoulders. From the moment they entered the city, Jiang He noticeably became tense. Jiang He, aware of his inner turmoil, held him tightly as they made their way to their designated lodgings. A little note Jiang Yi's diary last night, perhaps out of concern that I might freeze. She actually held me while we slept and didn't let go the entire night. Upon waking the next day, I found her sleeping more soundly than I, with an utterly disheveled appearance. Though we had just met, she bore no defenses against me. Truly a peculiar person.
Given the oppressive circumstances,
Jiang He had no time to enjoy the lavish treatment offered by the Liu family. It was time to begin her tasks. After settling into the brightest and most spacious guest room, several elderly maids delivered exquisite pastries. It seemed that since the recent spate of unfortunate incidents involving young maidens, only those of more mature age dared to remain and work here. As the maids closed the door behind them, Jiang He glanced at the table, popped a piece of pastry into her mouth, and suddenly realized that Jiang He had been unusually quiet since their arrival. Taking a few steps into the room, she discovered him curled up on the bed, appearing quite uncomfortable. She squatted beside him, frowning. Jiang He, what's wrong? Are you unwell? It's nothing. Jiang He lifted his eyelids slightly. I'm just a bit tired. At that moment, Mr. Liu knocked on the door, requesting Jiang He to meet his daughter. Reluctantly, she left Jiang He alone in the room. The Zheng siblings were absent, reportedly out gathering information, showing no inclination to communicate with her. This did not surprise Jiang He. The Qian sect held a prestigious position among the immortal sects, and its disciples often regarded themselves as exceptional. Particularly among the younger disciples, their arrogance was impossible to conceal. They believed they could resolve any issue independently, dismissing the idea of collaboration. However, this suited Jiang He perfectly, as she preferred to avoid an encounter with the siblings. During their earlier introduction, the white dove spirit pet perched on Zheng Sui's shoulder had been staring intently at her. Though not particularly intelligent, such spirit pets had excellent memories and could easily recall faces, making them more formidable in certain respects than humans. This unusual behavior suggested that it had encountered her before at the Qian sect, thus recognizing her visage. Thankfully, it remained passive apart from its gaze. Otherwise, she would have had great difficulty explaining herself. As they parted, Jiang He noticed a peachwood comb on the dressing table, entwined with a few strands of hair. A thought struck her, and she quietly took a single hair. Any creature capable of stealthily causing so many deaths must surely be concealed within a human guise. Furthermore, the state of the maidservants' bodies, mangled and devoured, indicated that the entity killed not to possess, but merely to satisfy its hunger. Considering the intervals of disappearance, it was initially one person every 8 days, but recently, the frequency had escalated to one every 6 days, suggesting that its appetite had grown insatiable. Intuitively, Jiang He's first suspicion fell upon Miss Liu. To ascertain whether someone had been possessed by an evil spirit was quite simple. One merely needed to burn their hair as proof. However, just as she took a few steps further inside, she heard a muffled sound woo. Jiang He's expression changed, and she hurried into the room. There, a small mound under the blanket was shifting, about to tumble off the edge. She instinctively shouted, "Be careful," and lunged forward, but as soon as she caught the soft pile of bedding, it suddenly swelled and grew heavy, pinning her down beneath its weight. 30. Fangdao System. The residence is permanent. Food has only been allocated for half a month, so during this period, the kitchen's supplies will automatically replenish. Of course, these provisions are tailored to the tastes of the demon race. Should you desire cooked food, you must prepare it yourself. Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, intending to give the house a cursory clean. However, as she circled the room, she realized that the furniture was devoid of dust, as if someone had been residing there continuously. This was a fortunate discovery. There were 2 rooms available, but considering Jiang Xi's current condition, Jiang Xi set up a small bed in the larger room to ensure she would hear any disturbances from the adjacent space. Throughout this process, Jiang Xi maintained a proud posture, perched atop the highest point in the room. Upon entering the private quarters, his demeanor visibly relaxed. His dark tail swayed rhythmically, tapping against the decorative porcelain vases, creating a musical chime. Wherever Jiang Xi moved, his gaze followed. To be fair, compared to the other houses on this street, this one was considerably more cramped. Yet, as a true child of the wild, Jiang Xi found no fault in the modesty of the dwelling when contrasted with his village. The intricately carved windows stood ajar, and the table displayed delicate cups and bowls. A water boiler bubbled, releasing steam, while the walls were adorned with yellowing paintings. A water tank in the kitchen housed 2 lively fish, filling the space with the warmth and comfort of human life, a stark contrast to the wilderness. However, Jiang Xi lowered his head, his claws brushing against the top of the cabinet, revealing it to be spotless. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The window had been open when they entered, and the house seemed excessively clean. Jiang Xi had been away for at least 5 days since her departure. Yet, the surfaces, both the top of the cabinet and the corner of the table, were utterly dust-free, as if someone had been living there all along, maintaining a daily cleaning ritual. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, this reward had revealed a minute flaw. Just then it was midday, and it was time for their first meal in their new home, a symbolic gesture of settling in. After half an hour, Jiang Xi brought several dishes to the table, and Jiang Xi silently leaped onto a wooden chair, observing the 3 dishes and soup, all prepared as human food. Jiang Xi eyed Jiang Xi warily. Why? Jiang Xi explained, undercooked meat harbors bacteria and parasites that can upset your stomach. You may not have had issues before due to your robust health, but given your current condition, consuming raw meat could lead to repeated discomfort, as experienced last night. What are bacteria? They are akin to dirty substances. Jiang Xi pointed to a plate of bland boiled meat. I haven't added any seasonings. While it may lack a strong flavor, it should be easier to digest without the bloodiness. Certainly, I do not wish to compel you. If you find it unpalatable, so be it. As if coerced into tasting poison, Jiang Xi hesitated momentarily before turning away and saying, then let us give it a try. Jiang Xi smiled and replied, all right. Since Jiang Xi currently possessed only claws, he was unable to wield chopsticks. Jiang Xi took the initiative to grasp the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and brought it to Jiang Xi's lips. The moment the morsel was swallowed, Jiang Xi, who had been gently tapping the chair with his tail, suddenly froze, his eyes turning a shade of pale blue. Jiang Xi observed, no need to ask, this reaction clearly indicates it is distasteful. Although momentarily feeling a sense of defeat, it was, after all, within reason. Years of ingrained habits cannot be altered by mere sweet words. Jiang Xi offered a porcelain bowl to him, kindly suggesting, all right, don't force yourself, you may spit it out. To her surprise, Jiang Xi glanced at her, chewed for a moment, and then swallowed, coolly stating, next dish. Let us try it. Puzzled, Jiang Xi obliged and fed him another piece, continuing until he had sampled all the dishes on the table. Only then did Jiang Xi finally speak, that's enough. Despite his evident dislike, he did not refuse and sampled everything. Jiang Xi blinked, feeling a touch of emotion. Yet a strange thought crept in. Could it be that Jiang Xi harbored masochistic tendencies? System. Host, while the raw food outside remains uncertain, the beast food we provide is entirely sterile. As long as you ensure Jiang Xi consumes only the kitchen-s ingredients, the risk of an upset stomach will be eliminated. Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief and decided not to torment Jiang Xi any longer. She hurried into the kitchen, bringing forth Jiang Xi's favorite raw meat, and finally, they enjoyed a meal that satisfied them both. Thus, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi settled into their small abode. Behind the house lay a patch of soft earth, which in the coming spring, they might cultivate a few vegetables for themselves. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Xincheng. Being in close proximity to the sacred hunting grounds of the West Shoal Mountain had always been a popular resting spot for disciples of the immortal sections. If one were to inquire, many secrets could still be gleaned. However, it should be noted that for the past 2 months, Jiang Xi had predominantly remained in his beast form, rendering him unable to venture outside. Even if he could, he was fated to remain in the dark regarding the information he sought. This was due to the fact that although the arrows that had slain his kin bore silver plum markings, these were akin to invisible watermarks, visible only to the members of the immortal sections. To Jiang Xi, the arrows bore no discernible markings at all. Each day, various sects ventured to West Shoal Mountain to hunt demons, and counting them on one hand would be impossible without the crucial plum marking. Tracking down the sect responsible for the massacre would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an arduous endeavor, to say the least. Normally, such inquiries would yield little result. However, as a vengeful antagonist, Jiang Xi was destined to encounter NPCs who would assist him at pivotal moments. According to the script, this aimless state would persist for approximately 2 years, after which Jiang Xi would reunite with the surviving village NPCs who had narrowly escaped. Although the villager NPCs could not see the plum markings on the arrows, it was fortuitous that one of them recognized the leader of that day as a member of the Qian sect, successfully completing the task of revealing Jiang Yi's enemies. At that moment, after much circumlocution, Jiang Xi would finally learn that the adversary he had been desperately seeking was none other than the Qian sect. As the individual fully aware of the entire sequence of events, Jiang Xi was bound by rules that prohibited her from offering any hints. She was left with a heart full of spoilers, yet unable to divulge any of them. System. You certainly cannot provide spoilers, lest the plot unravel and Jiang Xi immediately suspects your identity. Jiang Xi lamented, I can't help but feel that once everything is exposed, my fate will not be significantly better than that of the original host. System. How so? With a weary sigh, Jiang Xi replied, the original host had no emotional ties to Jiang Xi. They were mere strangers and had suffered greatly. As for me, I had promised to assist him in his quest for vengeance and knew of his burning desire for retribution, being aware that his enemies were the Qian sect. Yet, I feigned ignorance, watching him grow anxious and take the long way around. Though I am one of his father's killers, I masquerade as an old friend of his father to approach him. From Jiang Yi's perspective, I must appear as a duplicitous traitor, speaking one way while acting another. System. That is quite a valid point. Life encompasses not only the uncertainties of the future, but also the trials of the present. Merely relying on tasks for sustenance was insufficient. Financial stability was equally vital for survival. In pursuit of wealth, Jiang Xi resumed her original profession of exorcising malevolent spirits in Xinqing. In this world, the minor monsters fell into 2 categories, one being the inanimate, such as man-eating vines and haunted houses tainted with demonic energy, and the other comprising small, agile creatures, possessive demons, alluring spirits that painted human skins, and zombies resurrected from the dead, collectively known as malevolent spirits. The more formidable malevolent spirits could blend seamlessly into crowds, eluding detection by ordinary citizens and wreaking havoc, inevitably leading to bloodshed. Numerous unresolved cases, where the culprits remained unknown, often had malevolent spirits at their core. Previously, the Qian sect had engaged in such mercenary endeavors, providing services to exorcise these entities. On this day, New Year's Eve, Xinqing buzzed with excitement. Even before dusk had fully settled, lanterns began to float in the sky, indicating someone's eagerness to release them early. Jiang Xi stood in the courtyard, surrounded by 3 boys, all around 7 or 8 years of age, and a younger girl, engaged in a spirited debate. These children were the offspring of families that had recently sought Jiang Xi's assistance in exorcising malevolent spirits. My mother promised my sister that she would come to our house for dinner tonight. No, she promised my mother first. The children, not being members of the immortal sect, could not discern that Jiang Xi belonged to the demon race. They merely perceived him as an ordinary beast. Observing this, they began to complain, Sister, your pet is glaring at us. Jiang Yi's diary human food is unpalatable. Human children are noisy. Upon entering, Jiang Yi noticed Jiang Xi's pallor and reddened eyes, which unsettled him. The waves rippled as the boat slowly departed from the bridge. Jiang He downed 2 cups of cold tea to soothe her dizziness, when suddenly, a bright, round candied fruit was presented to her by Xian Yi's small, dark paw. For you. Surprised, she looked up. Xian Yi tilted his chin at her. If his beast form had eyebrows, they would surely be furrowed at this moment. What are you staring at?
Eat.
A warmth spread through Jiang He's heart, and she felt no need for formality. With her body still turned sideways and one hand grasping the teacup, she leaned down and bit into the candied fruit at Xian Yi's fingertip. Her rosy lips brushed against the cold scales for a fleeting moment, the sensation as soft as a cloud. Xian Yi trembled, unable to comprehend that she would directly consume the candied fruit from his hand. His tail curled tighter in excitement as he thought, she just ate the candied fruit directly from me. Isn't that akin to me feeding her myself? Unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in Xian Yi's mind, Jiang He pressed the candied fruit against her tongue, allowing the sweetness to dissolve and alleviating much of her earlier discomfort. She sighed, unable to resist flashing a smile at Xian Yi. It's delicious. Xian Yi responded with a nonchalant "oh," giving no visible reaction while his tail continued to coil tightly behind him. System. Ding. Xian Yi's mood. 10. Shyness. 10. Character conflict. 10. Consequently, health points. 10. Real-time total. 20 points. Lazy points. -10. Real-time total. 4,800 points. Jiang He pondered, her mind lighting up. According to this calculation, it seemed that the fluctuations in lazy points and health points did not solely depend on the progression of the plot. The personal state of Xian Yi, such as the fluctuations of her mood, can similarly influence the levels of the preceding 2 values. System. In the previous 2.5 months, her health points had plummeted to near negative values on several occasions, leaving her anxious and restless during sleep. Now, she has finally discovered a breakthrough. Although she is still somewhat unclear about the underlying mechanisms, she at least understands that the rules set forth by the system are not entirely devoid of loopholes. The 31st trial of the Azura. Jiang He. So, Xian Yi, why on earth did you choose to meet the NPC in such a perilous place? System. By the way, host, ever since you entered Lon City, I can no longer broadcast Xian Yi's status in real time. Therefore, whether he has reunited with the villager NPC is something you must determine for yourself. Jiang He nodded. For the sake of safety, she decided to stay at an old inn within the city. Disciples of the immortal sect are fond of extravagance and vanity. They would never venture to such an antiquated establishment without reason. After successfully entering the city gates, Jiang He drove her carriage, following the system's navigation directly to the inn. Interestingly, the carriage she was currently using was a gift from the wealthy Lu after completing the Qin Nan Consumes the Heart Demon quest. 2 years had passed, and the 2 fine horses, having thrived on the system's rewards of Xian Yi's provisions, had grown robust and plump. Behind the translucent curtain, Xian Yi rested his chin on his hand, one long leg stretched out while the other was bent at the knee, his elbow resting on it. He idly gazed at the streets, pondering why Jiang He appeared so familiar with Lon City's terrain despite this being their first visit. The roads they had traveled so far were broad and uncomplicated. Yet, upon entering Lon City, Jiang He navigated the winding and intricate alleys with an air of confidence, as if she had grown up here. For reasons unknown, a shadow of unease flickered in Xian Yi's heart. Resolute, he straightened his posture, tapping the table with his slender finger, and inquired, Jiang He, have you been here before? As the carriage came to a halt at their destination, Xian Yi nimbly dismounted and assisted Jiang He down. Looking up, they beheld a 3-story wooden building, its sign precariously hanging, with hardly any passers-by in sight. The lobby was vacant, with an attendant squatting in a corner swatting flies, yawning, while the innkeeper sat behind the wooden counter, dozing with an abacus in hand. A gust of desolate wind swept through, causing the sign out front to tremble before crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. The loud noise finally roused the innkeeper and the young attendant. Fortunately, despite the shabby appearance of the establishment, the staff maintained a commendable attitude. The previously yawning attendant swiftly sprang into action, darting outside to lead the carriage to the backyard. The innkeeper, oblivious to Xian Yi's identity as a demon, approached them warmly, asking, "Are you 2 here for meal or lodging?" Jiang He retrieved her pouch of coins. "Lodging, please." "Excellent. I shall prepare rooms 1 and 2 for you right away. No need, Jiang Xi interjected impatiently. We will share a room. When traveling, for mutual safety, it was customary for them to share a room, with 2 beds separated by a screen. Upon entering the room, the beds and table were surprisingly tidy, but it was evident that it had been long since anyone had occupied it. Dust clung to the cups and plates, and cobwebs adorned the corners. It could be said that this was the worst lodging they had experienced since their departure. Though Jiang Xi usually exhibited a haughty demeanor, he surprisingly showed no signs of disdain this time. After cleaning the chair for Jiang Xi to sit and rest, he rolled up his sleeves and made the bed, the only one in the room. After instructing the innkeeper to bring in another bed, he noticed no one had appeared. Taking a sip of water, he turned to Jiang Xi. I will go take a look. You stay here. Jiang Xi nodded. Before long, there came a series of knocks at the door, followed by the creaking sound as it swung open. Standing outside was a small boy, no more than 10, dressed as a waiter and carrying a tray. Oddly, despite the sweltering heat of summer, he was bundled up tightly, wearing a tattered hat and keeping his head bowed. Jiang Xi remarked, they even have child laborers here. System. As the boy approached the table, he stumbled, spilling an entire bowl of soup onto the floor and splashing Jiang Xi's shoes. Seeing the legendary clumsiness firsthand, Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to help him up. Are you hurt? Jiang Xi stood at the door, tall and imposing. His gaze darkened upon witnessing the mess on the floor he had just cleaned. It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into him while he was serving, Jiang Xi explained. Just have him bring another bowl. Without uttering a word, the small attendant hurriedly fled, brushing past Jiang Xi. Moments later, the innkeeper personally brought their dinner, apologizing for the clumsy attendant who was usually busy sweeping in the backyard. Jiang Xi smiled in response, feeling that, despite the boy's odd demeanor, he bore no trace of demonic energy. He likely wasn't the villager NPC, so she paid him no further mind. After dinner, Jiang Xi donned a clean pair of boots, picked up a bundle, and casually said, Jiang Xi, I have a few old friends in Lan City. I must go meet them tonight. Perhaps they can offer some insights. Friends? Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow in surprise, standing up alongside her. I will accompany you. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi was persuaded. Under the vast night sky, Jiang Xi stepped outside with her bundle. After running a couple of street corners, she anxiously unwrapped her bundle, revealing a neatly folded lotus-colored dress. Indeed, it was the disciple-s robe of the Qiyun sect. Feng Wu had grown up in the Qiyun sect, spending the first decade of her life engaged in training, eating, and sleeping, a life of simplicity devoid of any true friendships in Lan City. Thus, Jiang Xi's real destination tonight was the Qiyun sect, located outside of Lan City. The sect's celestial abode stood majestically atop the cliff, ascending a seemingly endless ladder of clouds, enveloped in thick white mist, with grand halls and pavilions rising in layers, exuding an imposing aura. Once past the city gates, Jiang Xi soared into the mountains for several miles on her sword. At the mountain's base, she hastily donned the lotus-colored disciple robe and solemnly affixed a dagger bearing the plum blossom insignia to her waist. With a light cough to compose herself, she confidently stepped through the stone gate of the Qiyun sect. Jiang Xi effortlessly slipped inside, stealthily making her way toward the medicinal pavilion at the back of the sect. Each sect concocted its own poisons and elixirs. The medicinal pavilion of the Qiyun sect housed their self-made pills and rare herbs, which were not available in the market, no matter how wealthy one might be. Jiang Xi mused, thus, wealth cannot grant one absolute power. System. Any disciple could freely enter and browse the collection of books. However, the elixirs were stored in a secret chamber, accessible only to those of the sect leader's rank, who possessed the necessary passphrase. Feng Wu's master was the most esteemed lineage within the Qiyun sect, so it was only natural for her to remember the secret phrase. Jiang Xi quietly closed the door to the medicinal pavilion, weaving between 2 rows of towering bookshelves. Holding a candle, she descended into the basement, where a stone wall inscribed with runes stood. Steadying herself, she silently recited the incantation and turned the stone handle. A brilliant flash illuminated the seal as the heavy stone door trembled and slowly opened to the sides. Elated, Jiang Xi crouched down and slipped inside. System. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Xi placed the candle on the ground and climbed a ladder, searching high and low. After considerable effort, she finally discovered what she sought. Within a half-open drawer lay more than a dozen pearl-sized, semi-transparent pills, delicately wrapped in brocade, resting quietly in a wooden box. Jiang Xi gingerly picked up a golden elixir and inquired with the system, "Is this the primordial golden pill?" "Indeed," the system confirmed. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Xi exhaled deeply. "At last, I have found it." In truth, the primordial golden pill was not an exceedingly rare herb. It merely served as a fundamental ingredient for alchemy within the Qi sect, possessing a rarity rating of merely 2 stars. While it might seem unremarkable when used alone, when combined with the bone-refining celestial herb obtained from the Qi Nan-consuming heart demon quest, it would yield a remarkably unique effect, allowing the essence of the elixir to ascend and be exorcised from the body. In the narrative, the reason Jiang Xi resorted to such brutal and bloody means to extract Feng Wu's essence was twofold: to torment her, and because the essence had lingered within her for too long, merging with her flesh. To separate it, there was no alternative method. The harm inflicted upon Feng Wu was akin to severing her main artery. Had Jiang Xi not dangled her life by a thread, Feng Wu would have undoubtedly met her demise on the spot. Naturally, Jiang Xi harbored no noble intentions. She merely sought to prolong Feng Wu's suffering. Jiang Xi mused, "In such circumstances, it feels increasingly tragic to linger in life. I had thought I would inevitably follow the same tragic path as Feng Wu. Yet, when the bone-refining celestial herb appeared, I saw a glimmer of hope." To put it simply, the combined effect of the primordial golden pill and the bone-refining celestial herb would gently and gradually detach the essence, which had long since stagnated, from the flesh, ultimately expelling it through the mouth. There would be no need for disembowelment, allowing the essence to return to its rightful owner. Of course, one could not expect to reap all the benefits unscathed. Such potent herbaceous materials inevitably bore some side effects. Her body had grown accustomed to coexisting with the essence. As the separation commenced, the essence's presence would weaken, rendering her physique exceedingly fragile, prone to illness and fainting spells. Moreover, during her years of chaos and demon hunting, she had encountered numerous exotic poisons, and it was only through the essence's toxic resistance that she had managed to remain lively until now. Once the essence was lost, these toxins would surely retaliate against her. It could be said that her predicament was rather dire. Nonetheless, even if those aforementioned side effects were magnified tenfold, it would still be far preferable to the excruciating fate of being disemboweled by Jiang Xi, wouldn't it? The system interjected, "Host, you must be stripped of your essence by Jiang Xi. If you voluntarily separate the essence and return it to Jiang Xi, it would constitute a violation." Jiang Xi shook her finger. "That's where you lack flexibility. I certainly want to return it to him at this moment. Just consider, when Jiang Xi truly comes to settle accounts with me, I will only reluctantly expel the essence under his coercive influence. Wouldn't that fulfill the requirement of being stripped of my essence?" The system fell silent. Jiang Xi continued in summary, "My preparations are entirely above board. How could this be considered a violation?" The system remained speechless. Seeing the system at a loss for words, Jiang Xi wiped her face, feeling a surge of delight within. With a swift motion, a blade was drawn, exuding an icy aura. Jiang Xi's pupils contracted involuntarily, and she instinctively sidestepped, parrying with her dagger. The clash of blades resonated as an invisible shockwave rippled through the air, extinguishing the candlelight and sending countless pages of books fluttering about. The assailant's sword was knocked away, and after staggering back several steps, they bellowed, "Which sect do you belong to? A prohibition has been issued, yet you dare to infiltrate the apothecary hall in the dead of night." Caught off guard, Jiang Xi was momentarily blinded. The clear surface of the lake reflected back a disheveled figure resembling a beggar. Hair was tousled and unruly, mud smeared across the face, eyebrows askew, a dark mark on the forehead, and greenish hues in the whites of the eyes, with 2 dried streaks of blood trailing down her face. With such a visage, had she stood on the street at night, even ghosts would likely have taken a detour. She wore a traditional, elegant lilac robe, cinched with a 3-finger-wide black belt, flowing as if transcendent, yet it was now wrinkled from soaking in the water. Upon examining the edge of her boot, Jiang Xi discovered a slender, sharp dagger within. Drawing the blade revealed an intricate plum blossom motif near the hilt. It turned out that the original host held a significant background. Among the current sects, the three major powers included the Qi sect, of which the original host was a disciple. The plum blossom symbol was indicative of her sect. Her master was the most esteemed leader of the Qi sect, and she herself possessed remarkable talent and excelled in her studies, embodying a blend of elegance and prestige. Even as an NPC, she was undoubtedly a winner in the game of life. However, as the saying goes, the tall wood will be felled by the wind. Without the luck of a protagonist and overshadowing her peers, it was no wonder that she was unceremoniously kicked off a cliff by envious fellow disciples, without even a chance to resist. Jiang Xi remarked, "How ruthless." Furthermore, was it her imagination, or did it seem that despite the quest just beginning, her enemies could already gather around several tables for mahjong? The system maintained an eerie silence. Jiang Xi lowered her head and took a sip of the cool lake water, the refreshing sweetness soothing the burning sensation in her throat. She then loosened her belt to check for injuries. Falling from such a height, even with the lake below, could be quite perilous. Yet, upon inspection under the sunlight, she found that her previously broken ribs had healed on their own. Moreover, during the fall, her skin had sustained numerous scratches from dry branches, with dried blood still present. Yet upon closer examination, her skin was now smooth and unblemished, with no scars to be found. The system stated, "No need to search, there will be no wounds." That essence possesses healing properties, allowing your injuries to mend almost instantaneously. Jiang Xi mused, "This buff is rather versatile." The system added, "Not only has your self-healing ability undergone a qualitative leap, but your resilience has also significantly increased. Enduring the weight of a boulder on your chest will feel as effortless as child's play." At this moment, Jiang Xi was unaware that the system's remarks had inadvertently raised a considerable flag for her. She merely nodded, dressed herself, and splashed the lake water on her face, the water trickling through her fingers taking on a faint earthy hue. After scrubbing away a layer of grime, she began to untangle her hair, which resembled a bird's nest. Once finished, she glanced into the lake and was unexpectedly struck by the reflection of a rather appealing 16 or 17-year-old girl with lustrous dark eyes and a graceful demeanor. The only drawback was her pallid complexion, resembling a starving ghost, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Appropriately, the system's alarm sounded, warning, blood level at 3 points remaining. If not replenished within an hour, the mission will fail. Jiang Xi gasped. Wait. I merely crouched to wash my face. How can my blood level drop so rapidly? The system explained, this is due to your initial blood level being exceedingly low, hence the rapid depletion. Do not worry, as long as you cooperate to complete the storyline tasks, you will be rewarded handsomely, ensuring you will not experience the sensation of finishing within minutes again. Just as Jiang Xi was mentally grumbling about the unreasonable stipulations, the first storyline task was issued. The system chimed.
Ding.
Storyline task activated. Please locate the target Xian Yi in the Shishuo Mountains to trigger subsequent events. The Shishuo Mountains were vast and dense with trees, an expanse where finding a single person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Jiang Xi had the script's guidance, akin to having a GPS. After determining her direction, she set off towards a mountain that resembled a Buddha's hand. In truth, if time were of the essence, flying on a sword would have been swifter. However, the original host's sword had long been lost, and it would be rather ridiculous to attempt to fly while balancing on a dagger. Moreover, flying on a sword required considerable energy. Attempting such a feat would only further deplete her precarious blood level, rendering the mission moot, as she would simply perish. After considering her options, she ultimately resolved to traverse the path on foot. Along the way, thin clouds drifted, and the autumn sun shone brightly, painting a picturesque scene of earthly beauty. The mountains rise steeply, untouched by civilization, devoid of stone steps or paved paths, with wild grass growing to half a person's height. After half an hour, Jiang Xi finally reached the southern peak of her destination. Last night, the western slopes of the mountain experienced a torrential downpour, leaving the air fresh and cool with the scent of the newly washed earth. The ground beneath her feet was soft and muddy, with a chaotic mix of hoof prints and large paw prints from fleeing beasts intermingled. The low grass blades were splattered with specks of blood, the dull crimson seeping into the foliage. The 30-second Shura field have the masters forgotten? Zheng Wu said gravely. That old monster has already been slain. We later brought people to investigate its lair. Those missing maidens were indeed devoured by it while disguised in the skin of a son-in-law from the Liu family. But what about you, master? You vomited a lot of blood on your way back, which scared us. I'm mostly fine. Jiang He replied as she sat up and glanced around. Where is Xian Yi? Are you referring to that demon? Zheng Wu gestured. Yes, right outside. He has been guarding you for the past 2 days, refusing to let us near you. He administered your medicine and kept watch at night. If I hadn't insisted on helping you change into clean clothes, he would never have left. To put it bluntly, that demon resembles a dog guarding a bone, baring its teeth at anyone who approaches. Jiang He turned her head and indeed saw a shadow standing just outside the ornate paper window. After changing clothes, the door was pushed open and Xian Yi strode into the room without uttering a word, crossing the screen to stand by her bedside. His eyes red and fixed on her. Jiang He, loosely draped in an outer garment with her unbound hair, appeared somewhat frail. Is it just my imagination? I am the one who is injured, yet Xian Yi's slightly dispirited state seems no better than mine. She intended to offer him some words of comfort, but just as the words reached her throat, Xian Yi suddenly knelt, arms outstretched, and embraced her tightly. His arms were not particularly strong, trembling slightly with uncertainty. All of this was conveyed through their close contact, radiating a fervent warmth. After a long while, Xian Yi murmured, standing aside, Zheng Wu, feeling like an invisible presence, gazed skyward. Witnessing the scene unfolding before her, her emotions were complex: confusion, shock, disbelief, and a tinge of gossiping curiosity, mingled with a sense of superfluity in her presence. After a prolonged embrace, Xian Yi finally released Jiang He, looking up at her with a furrowed brow. The person earlier said you were poisoned.
How do you feel now?
With my cultivation, such toxins cannot harm me, Jiang He replied nonchalantly. Yet, in truth, the heart-eating creature's final gambit was a perilous corpse poison. Had it not been for the Yuan Dan in her abdomen suppressing it, Jiang He would have succumbed to the poison on the way, certainly not just vomiting a little blood. However, she could not divulge this to Xian Yi. Fearing he might delve deeper, Jiang He swiftly changed the subject. I heard you've been taking care of me without leaving my side these past few days. Is that true? Xian Yi hesitated but nodded. Zheng Wu had quietly exited at some point, closing the door behind her. Jiang He casually inquired. There's only one bed here. Where do you sleep at night? Above, Xian Yi indicated the beam overhead. Isn't that a bit narrow? One till you hit your head? Jiang He asked, amused. It's nothing, Xian Yi scoffed, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. He rose and said, these past few days, I've only been able to give you some congee. What would you like to eat? I can fetch it from the kitchen. Something light, please.
All right.
Once Xian Yi closed the door behind him, Jiang He paused for a moment before finally hearing the long-absent chime of the system. Ding. Xian Yi's awareness increased by 2,000, charisma by 2,000, excitement by 1,000, battle intent by 1,500, and black mark value by 2,000. Host character contradiction value, 20. Core socialist values, 20. Health value, 200. Real-time total value, 201 points. Reward obtained, X1, rarity, 4.5 stars. Congratulations, host. Jiang He blinked and cupped her hands, a verdant immortal herb materializing from thin air and gently settling into her pale palms, shimmering like snow. How beautiful, she mused, brushing her fingers over its leaves. Scratching her head. What is its specific use? Why did you say obtaining it could alter my fate? The system gently relayed the herb's purpose within Jiang He's mind. She suddenly understood, so that's how it is. The system warned solemnly, therefore, host, you must safeguard it well, and never lose it. It feels so light, it seems easy to misplace, Jiang He suggested. Why don't you hold on to it for me? I'll retrieve it when the mission nears completion. Certainly. As the immortal herb gradually dissolved into transparency in her palms, Jiang He stretched, contemplating that despite her injuries, her gains had been substantial. Just then, the system chimed in again, due to detecting out-of-character behavior during the mission. Lazy fish value, 50. Real-time total value, 4,830 points. Jiang He sighed, knowing that things were never straightforward with the system. The system continued. Lastly, congratulations, host, for completing the main storyline. Reward, lazy fish value minus 300. Real-time total value, 4,430 points. Jiang Xi sensed something was amiss with this number, her brow furrowing. System, is the lazy fish value dropping too quickly? A rapid decrease in lazy fish value indicates swift plot progression, which is a good sign. However, with a total value of only 5,000 points, she needed to win over 4 villains, each portioning out a share of 1,250 points. Yet, having known Jiang Xi for less than 3 months, his progress bar had already reached nearly half, an alarming pace akin to a rocket launch. Was such speed truly acceptable? The system clarified. The lazy fish value does not decrease uniformly. In mundane daily life, it remains static. Only during significant turning points does it diminish sharply. Additionally, barring any interruptions, each villain can reduce the lazy fish value by at most 1,000 points, not 1,250. Jiang Xi frowned. So even if I successfully conquer all 4, I'll only reduce it by 4,000 points, leaving an extra 1,000 points. What sort of plot is this? Is there an error? The system assured her. There can be no error. The entire task world's data, including the lazy fish values and the number of targets, is configured according to the contract's stipulations. What was the wish you made to us? This surplus of 1,000 points is undoubtedly related to the reward you sought. Jiang Xi paused, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes as she confessed, I don't remember. It was not until she began the mission that Jiang Xi was astonished to discover a significant void in her memory over the past year or two. What had she been doing on the Imperial Capital Star? Why had she been abruptly dismissed? Why had she fled the Imperial Capital Star in such haste that she couldn't even retrieve her rented apartment? Why had she fallen into the 3-meter-high railings of the interstellar train and been killed? In that moment of near death, what was the cherished wish she had made to the system? She couldn't recall any of it. There's nothing to be done, Jiang Xi said resignedly. Upon returning to Xincheng, there were no significant turning points or new side quests emerging. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the Lunar New Year in February. The previous New Year's Eve she had triggered referred to the last day of December. Devoid of any traditional festive atmosphere, although the weather was cold, it was only a dry and biting wind. Until the second month of the lunar calendar, Xincheng finally welcomed a day of swirling snowflakes. Jiang Xi, who lived during the interstellar era, had long since discarded the lunar calendar. Hearing laughter from afar, he lifted the curtain, feeling a tinge of longing, and remarked, It's quite lively outside, Jiang Xi. The demon clan doesn't celebrate the new year, do they? However, Jiang Xi, leaning against the windowsill engrossed in a book, barely lifted his eyelids and replied indifferently, There are people all around. I fail to see what's so entertaining. You simply lack understanding. There are plenty of delightful activities, strolling through flower markets, setting off firecrackers, pasting couplets. Jiang Xi counted for a moment and noticed that Jiang Xi's page-turning had grown increasingly sluggish. Unable to resist a smile, he suggested, After it snows, the air outside is quite refreshing. Shall we go for a stroll? As soon as he spoke, he found his own words somewhat perplexing. He had indeed heard of shadow puppetry, yet he knew little about it and had never shown interest. What prompted him to blurt that out? Jiang Xi assumed he must have encountered similar terminology in a book and readily agreed, All right, let us go. As night fell, golden and silver fireworks burst overhead, illuminating vast expanses of the sky. Lanterns hung high among the branches, casting a brilliant glow. The streets were bustling with people, and an atmosphere of joy and festivity permeated the air. With such a striking appearance, if she stood on the street in the dead of night, even ghosts would likely choose to avoid her. Clad in an ancient, fragrant lilac robe with a black belt 3 fingers wide, she looked ethereal, though sadly. Her attire had become wrinkled from being soaked. As she brushed along the edge of her boot, Jiang Xi discovered a slender, sharp dagger hidden within. Upon drawing the blade, he noticed an elegant plum blossom pattern engraved near the hilt. Speaking of which, the original owner had quite a remarkable background. The current celestial sect had 3 major powers, and the original owner was a disciple of one of them, the Qi Yin sect. This plum blossom pattern was the sect's insignia. Her master was the most esteemed sect leader of Qi Yan, while she herself was exceptionally gifted and academically inclined, embodying both artistic talent and sophistication. Even as merely a disciple, she was undoubtedly a winner in life. However, being overshadowed by the protagonist's brilliance, it was no wonder she met a tragic end without even a chance to resist, kicked off a cliff by envious peers. Jiang Xi mused, how ruthless. Was it merely her illusion, or did it seem like her enemies had already gathered enough for a game of mahjong despite the mission only just beginning? The system remained oddly silent. Jiang Xi lowered his head and took a sip of the cool lake water. The refreshing, sweet liquid flowed down her throat, alleviating the burning sensation. She then loosened her belt to check for injuries. Falling from such a height, even with a lake below, could be perilous.
Yet,
as she glanced in the sunlight, the fractured ribs she remembered had seemingly healed on their own. Moreover, while her skin bore numerous scratches from fallen branches, with blood still dried upon them, they had already healed, leaving no scars behind. The system interjected, "There's no need to search. There will be no wounds." That Yuan Dan possesses healing capabilities, allowing your injuries to mend instantaneously. Jiang Xi responded, "That is quite versatile." The system added, "Not only has your self-healing ability undergone a qualitative leap, but your resilience has significantly increased as well. Crushing stones against your chest will feel like child's play." At that moment, Jiang Xi was unaware that the system's words had unwittingly erected a monumental barrier for her. She simply nodded, donned her clothing, and quickly washed her face in the lake water, which trickled through her fingers, turning a faint earthy hue. After scrubbing away a layer of grime, she carefully untangled her disheveled hair. Once finished, she looked into the lake and was surprised to find that this body was quite pleasing to the eye, a girl of about 16 or 17. With lustrous black eyes and an elegant demeanor. The only flaw was her pallid complexion, resembling a starving ghost, as if a gust of wind could topple her over. Appropriately, the system's alarm sounded, warning, blood value reduced to 3 points. If not replenished within an hour, the mission will fail. Jiang Xi exclaimed. "Wait a minute. I merely crouched to wash my face. Is it really scientific for my blood to drop so quickly?" The system explained. "This is due to your initial blood value being exceedingly low, hence, it dwindles rapidly. Do not worry. By cooperating to complete the narrative tasks, you will earn substantial rewards, eliminating the impression of a game that ends in mere minutes." Just as Jiang Xi grumbled about the system's unreasonable terms, the first narrative task arrived. The system announced, "Ding. Narrative task initiated. Please locate the target, Xianyi, within the Shishua Mountain to trigger subsequent events." The vast and dense forests of Shishua Mountain were daunting. To find a person in such a sprawling wilderness was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Jiang Xi had script hints that were equally effective. Determining her direction, Jiang Xi set out toward a mountain that resembled a Buddha's hand. In truth, if time was of the essence, flying on a sword would be the quickest method. However, the original owner had long lost her sword. It would be absurd to attempt to fly while precariously perched on a dagger. Moreover, sword flight was a high-energy activity and would severely diminish her already precarious blood value, risking immediate failure of the mission. After counting her options, she ultimately resorted to traversing the path on foot. Along the way, the thin clouds spread across the fields, with the autumn sun shining brightly, presenting a picturesque scene. The mountain terrain was steep and primitive, devoid of stone steps or paved paths, with wild grasses towering over her head. Half an hour later, Jiang Xi finally reached the southern peak of her destination. The previous night, a torrential downpour had lashed the Shishua Mountain, leaving the air fresh and cool. The ground beneath her feet was soft and muddy, with chaotic hoofprints and large animal tracks intertwining haphazardly. The low grass blades were splattered with flecks of blood, the dark hue seeping into the foliage. The deeper she ventured, the more pronounced the burn marks on the tree trunks became, with blackened wood crumbling and leaves charred by ash. The faint sounds of cracking twigs echoed beneath her feet, and several corpses of magical beasts and demon clan members were pinned to the trunks by arrows. An increasing variety of bizarre plants surrounded her, their canopies blocking out sunlight, rendering the midday brightness almost as dim as night. Jiang Xi held her breath and advanced, touching the tree trunks as she proceeded. Near the end of her path, she spotted a massive tree with semi-transparent leaves from which a profusion of damp vines descended, creating a sheltered space around the trunk. Without the script hint, Jiang Xi might never have noticed the frail boy, barely clinging to life, shrouded in shadows by the tree trunk. She sidled into the dead tree, where the vines hung like an umbrella, enclosing a small area. At the center of the stout trunk, a boy in black was pierced through the heart by an arrow, impaled there. Judging by his physique, he appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. His head hung limply to one side, black hair obscuring his face, and his chest rose and fell not at all, as if he were already lifeless. The cruel arrow penetrated his shoulder blade, entering his heart and protruding halfway through the wood. The plum blossom engraving on the silver arrow shaft had been stained a faint rust color by the viscous blood seeping from the wound. Strange black smoke curled out from the injury, twisting and rising into the air, dissipating into nothingness. The lore surrounding demon clan members suggested that when in a weakened state or filled with Spartan-like fury, they would emit black mist, a rather macabre yet unmistakable trait. With a soft rustle, Jiang Xi approached him, inhaling deeply before brushing aside his hair. In this world, where appearances mattered significantly, the vital characters naturally possessed a higher caliber of beauty. Beneath the cascading black hair lay the face of a boy marred by blood. His cheeks were refined and free of excess, his brow and nose prominent and defined, but it was his eyebrows that stood out most. Long and sharp, they resembled swords, reflecting the youthful defiance etched upon his features. His beautifully sculpted lips were pressed tightly together, the lower lip dusted with black ash. Jiang Xi tentatively extended her finger, brushing against his soft, cold lips, only to discover that they were dry and cracked, with blood congealed upon them. System ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully encountering the target, Jiang Xi, and triggering the subsequent plot. Reward granted, 2 blood points, current total, 3 points. A bitter, metallic taste surged up her throat. After all her efforts, she received a mere 2 points. How miserly. System. Next, please lay Jiang Xi down and transport him to a safe location for treatment. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward of blood points, a place to stay, and half a month's provisions. She felt compelled to inquire, I simply wish to understand how you determine these reward values? System, as you wish. Jiang Xi. What do you mean, as you wish? To put it bluntly, isn't it just random allocation? Resigned. Jiang Xi wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at Jiang Yi's face, so close yet so distant, she momentarily drifted back to her previous life. When she had pursued Jiang Yi back then, he was already in his prime, a formidable young man in his late 20s. In his beast form, he was even more colossal, towering at 5 or 6 meters tall when seated. Even with countless blades embedded in him, he could effortlessly engage in combat for 3 hours, rendering the arrows from celestial sex almost laughable in their ineffectiveness. It was astonishing to think that at 13 or 14, he had nearly succumbed to such trivial devices. Clearly, the gap between his peak and now was substantial. Jiang Xi grasped the arrows fletching, and immediately felt a warmth in her palm, surprisingly comforting. The weapons of the Qian sect were all imbued with secret forging techniques. To humans, they felt warm. Yet to demons, they were akin to red-hot brands. Once struck, the wound would burn with excruciating pain, and the arrow would twist within the flesh, rendering it impossible to extract without the aid of celestial beings. However, given the hostility between humans and demons, even if a celestial disciple happened to pass by, it was unlikely they would assist. Hoping for help in such a situation was folly. With a faint sigh, Jiang Xi silently recited a spell. Instantly, a sound like shattering glass resonated in the air as the thin silver coating on the arrow abruptly fragmented into countless ethereal silver motes, swept away by the breeze. Without its enhancement, the arrow snapped as easily as a disposable chopstick. Jiang Xi swiftly severed the shaft, lowering the unconscious Jiang Xi from the tree. To her surprise, she had vastly underestimated his weight. Despite his slender appearance, he was solidly built, and he tumbled into her arms, causing her to stagger back. Landing on the ground like a crab crushed by a boulder, seeing stars and bubbling in disbelief. System, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing Jiang Xi. Core values of socialism. 20. Intelligence. 10. Action. 10. Character depth. 20. Jiang Xi. Wait, it seems strange new values have been unlocked. System. In summary, blood points total. 10. Current total. 12 points. Though her rear still throbbed, hearing this invigorated Jiang Xi, realizing she had earned 10 points for completing just a third of her task. At this rate, accumulating points would not be a problem. It appeared that the so-called extreme difficulty was not as daunting as she had imagined. Jiang Xi lay cold as ice, his forehead resting against her collarbone, breath shallow, and the black fabric of his attire stained with fresh blood. Jiang Xi pressed her clothing against his wound, lowering her head to listen closely to his chest, and indeed, she could detect a steady, vigorous heartbeat. Demons possessed an innate healing ability. To kill them, one would need to either extract their core or strike a fatal blow. From what she had observed, all demons had been pierced through the heart by arrows, resulting in instant death. So, why was Jiang Xi unscathed? The answer was straightforward. Jiang Xi's heart was naturally misplaced, not located in the left chest but behind the sternum. The arrow had merely grazed the surface, missing its true target. Surprising, isn't it? A twist of fate that could be described with a more precise term, the villain's invincible aura. System. What do you plan to do? Jiang Xi. First, I must stop the bleeding. Afterward, he should heal on his own, as long as he does not lose any more blood. With that, Jiang Xi stretched her neck, exhaled, and straightened her upper body, only to be momentarily startled.
Guanyi.
Resting against her knees, had awakened without her noticing, staring intently at her with deep crimson eyes that shimmered like the last rays of sunlight before dusk. Filled with a chilling ferocity, Jiang Xi stood frozen, her mind racing as she recalled the stash of unconsumed, dust-covered provisions in her kitchen. If she didn't know better, she would think he was deliberately trying to distract her. Turning around, she was both surprised and somewhat expectant. The little beggar had vanished without a word, not even a hint of gratitude. Jiang Xi scoffed. Jiang Xi sighed, acknowledging that they would meet again eventually. She just wondered when that would be. Beneath a withered tree, a young man was intently carving something on a table, squinting at his work. Dozens of small wooden trinkets adorned with tassels hung from the stall's crossbeam, each animal vividly brought to life despite the rough craftsmanship. Jiang Xi, in the future, I would appreciate it if such high-energy warnings could be given a bit earlier. Jiang Xi entered shortly after, and upon seeing her pale complexion and reddened eyes, felt a pang of discomfort. The boat glided smoothly, leaving the bridge behind. Jiang Xi rinsed her mouth with 2 cups of cold tea, gradually alleviating the dizziness. Suddenly, a round, amber-candied fruit was presented to her by a small, dark claw. For you. She looked up in surprise. Jiang Xi tilted his chin slightly, and if beasts had eyebrows, they would surely be furrowed at this moment. What are you staring at? A warmth blossomed in Jiang Xi's heart, and she felt no need for politeness. With her body still turned sideways and one hand holding the teacup, she leaned down and bit into the candied fruit at Jiang Xi's fingertip. Her rosy lips brushed against the cold scales for a fleeting moment, the sensation as soft as clouds. Jiang Xi trembled slightly, unable to believe that she would eat the candied fruit directly from his hand. It felt akin to him feeding her himself. Jiang Xi remained blissfully unaware of the multitude of thoughts racing through Jiang Xi's mind in those brief seconds. She pressed the candied fruit against her tongue, allowing the sweetness to dissolve, significantly diminishing her earlier nausea. With a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but smile at Jiang Xi. It's delicious. Jiang Xi responded with an "oh," showing little reaction, yet his tail curled tighter behind him. System notification ding. Jiang Xi's mood, 10, shyness, 10, character conflict, 10. Summary, health points, 10, real-time total, 20 points. Lazy value, 10, real-time total, 4,800 points. Jiang Xi thought, A light bulb flickered in her mind. According to this calculation, it appeared that the fluctuations of lazy value and health points were not solely dictated by the progression of the plot. Jiang Xi's personal state, such as his mood, could equally influence those 2 values. The system remained silent. In the previous 2.5 months, her health points had plummeted to near negative values several times, causing her considerable anxiety and restless nights. Now, having discovered this potential loophole, Although she still did not fully understand the underlying mechanisms, she at least realized that the system's designated rules were not without vulnerabilities. While managing the lazy value might prove challenging, perhaps with a bit of exploration, she could control the health points within a safe range, thus alleviating her fear of mission failure. The system remained quiet. Jiang Xi felt a surge of satisfaction, refreshing herself as she contemplated the system's earlier hints. Qinnan was easily comprehensible, being a city east of Xiancheng, through which a great river flowed. It wouldn't be surprising if a corpse were to drift downstream from the upper reaches to Xiancheng. As for the heart-eating monster, Jiang Xi winced internally, thinking, although the name lacks sophistication and taste, it is undeniably direct. Clearly, the perpetrator behind this incident has a peculiar appetite for human hearts. Such actions are likely the work of malevolent spirits. The trouble lies in the fact that once such beings taste blood, they become insatiable, akin to being on a stimulant. It is impossible for them to be satisfied with just one kill. The more lives they take, the stronger and more elusive they become. It is likely that many have already perished at its hands in Qinnan. Jiang Xi mused. It seems this is yet another task that involves sending people to their doom. The system remained silent. Initially, she thought she had an entire evening to investigate, but she underestimated the pace at which the plot advanced. Merely half an hour after triggering the storyline, Jiang Xi's small boat docked at the shore of an inn. She lifted the boat's curtain, and as soon as she set foot on the land, she was startled by an impassioned cry, "Jiang Daxian! We have found Jiang Daxian!" Upon focusing her gaze, she saw a throng of people on the shore. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying hair, followed by a group of servants. As soon as they spotted Jiang Xi, they rushed toward her as if they had seen a divine being, pleading, "Jiang Daxian, we have finally found you. Please save our young lady." At that moment, a small, dark creature suddenly emerged behind her, coldly watching them, emitting a low growl akin to a beast sensing a threat, ready to retaliate. The crowd shivered, hesitating in their steps. Jiang Xi gently patted Xian Yi's small horn, signaling him to remain calm, and assured the elderly man and his companions, "This is my magical pet. It won't harm anyone. You need not worry." The system remained silent. The crowd collectively thought, "Perhaps only you find it adorable." Surrounded by the throng, Jiang Xi quickly discerned that they were servants from the Liu family, a prominent household in Qinnan. The Liu family was a local affluent clan, thriving and prosperous. For several months now, their young maidens had been mysteriously disappearing, leaving behind only their garments and belongings. Initially, the Liu family had dismissed it as a case of missing persons and reported it to the authorities. However, investigations yielded no results, and the matter was soon forgotten. As the disappearances escalated, they soon counted more than 2 hands' worth of missing young, beautiful women, causing widespread panic. Just yesterday, while renovating their estate, the Liu family inadvertently unearthed a patch of land, horrified to discover over 10 scattered, skeletal remains buried beneath. One head remained partially intact, its deathly visage gruesome. A servant recognized it as the head of a maid who had gone missing just 4 days prior. At that point, anyone could surmise that this was no ordinary crime, but the malevolent work of a spirit. With only half a month until the Liu family's young lady was to be married, it was imperative to resolve the threat posed by this vicious spirit, both for the sake of their daughter and the guests expected to attend. Old Master Liu, having ample wealth but lacking nothing else, offered a generous reward to those capable of ridding them of this menace from the spirit realm. Jiang Xi raised her hand, adjusting her tone. "All right, elder. I have grasped the general situation. Please await my return after I deal with it." The elderly man, tearfully grateful, bowed repeatedly in thanks. The following day, Jiang Xi set off for Qinnan in a carriage provided by the Liu family, which was exquisitely designed and remarkably comfortable. In less than an hour, they arrived in Qinnan by midday. This place, though small, was populated primarily by common folk, unlike Xiancheng, where one would encounter sword-wielding disciples at every turn. Hence, here, the likelihood of Xian Yi being recognized as a demon was significantly diminished, allowing him to appear without his hood. Upon reaching the Liu estate, old Master Liu personally came out to welcome Jiang Xi. Although the household servants felt a twinge of unease at the sight of Xian Yi, they held their tongues. having been briefed by the steward. As they entered the flower hall, Jiang Xi caught sight of a young man and woman seated inside, adorned in light-colored garments, adorned with sashes, and each wielding a long sword. Her mind rang with astonishment. She nearly exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this the attire of disciples from the Qian sect?
Familiar faces.
If they recognized her, her previously well-concealed identity as a Qian sect disciple would be revealed before Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi looked at her stiffened posture with confusion. The system reassured her. Host, you need not worry. These two are not your fellow disciples and have only seen you from a distance. They may not recognize you. As long as you refrain from using Qian sect's techniques before them, your identity will remain concealed. With the system's assurance, Jiang Xi feigned ignorance and nodded nonchalantly at the pair. Old Master Lu arrived just in time to introduce them. It turned out that the young man and woman were siblings, the brother named Jiang Xi and the sister Jiang Wu, both indeed disciples of the Qian sect. Since the disappearance of Feng Wu at Shishu Mountain, the Qian sect has temporarily prohibited young disciples from hunting demons. These two, however, displayed remarkable audacity, sneaking down the mountain just before the Celestial Alliance conference while their masters were away, embarking on a journey to hunt demons. Unfortunately, their venture began poorly. Before reaching their destination, their carriage broke down, leading them to Qinnan. Upon entering the city, they quickly learned of the widely discussed case of a missing girl. Previously, while on the mountain, they had been closely monitored by their senior brothers and sisters, restricted from any dangerous quests. Now, with a wild quest before them, their youthful spirits ignited. They altered their plans and knocked on the door of the Lu residence, volunteering to assist in the demon hunt. In a surprising turn, Jiang Xi, while perched gracefully on a high cabinet, observed with discontent as a girl, seemingly without effort, consumed the food he had presented. This felt akin to him feeding her directly. Although he could not claim to enjoy it, he did not entirely dislike it either. Jiang Xi, determined for safety, decided to lodge at a relatively old inn in the city. Disciples of the Celestial sect typically favored establishments that flaunted grandeur and prestige, so it was unusual for them to patronize such an antiquated place. After smoothly entering the city gates, Jiang Xi drove the carriage, following the system's navigation straight to the inn. The carriage she currently used was a gift from the generous Lord Lu after completing the Heart Demon quest in Qinnan. 2 years had passed, and the two noble steeds had grown robust, nourished by the system's rewards. Behind the semi-transparent curtain, Jiang Xi rested his chin on his hand. One long leg stretched out while the other bent at the knee, idly observing the streets. He pondered why, despite this being their first visit, Jiang Xi seemed so familiar with the terrain of Lan City. They had traversed well-trodden paths, but once in Lan City, Jiang Xi navigated the winding, narrow alleyways with confidence, as if she had grown up there. An unsettling shadow of doubt crept into Jiang Xi's mind. Resolving to inquire, he sat up slightly and tapped the table with his slender finger, asking, "Jiang Xi, have you been here before?" The carriage came to a halt at their destination. Jiang Xi gracefully leaped down and assisted Jiang Xi from the carriage. They were met with a small, 3-story wooden building, its sign precariously hanging, and the absence of patrons was palpable. The lobby was deserted. An attendant lounged in a corner, swatting flies, while the innkeeper dozed behind the wooden counter, an abacus in his arms. A gust of wind swept through, causing the sign at the entrance to shake and crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. This loud noise finally roused the innkeeper and the attendant. Although the establishment appeared dilapidated, the service was commendable. A previously yawning attendant quickly sprang into action, darting outside to bring the carriage to the rear courtyard. A group of children, drawn by curiosity, gathered around, chattering about the peculiar creature. "Sister, it looks so strange and dark. How long have you had it? It seems fierce. What do you feed it? Meat? Leftovers? When I'm naughty, my mother spanks me. Do you spank it when it misbehaves?" Jiang Xi remained silent, beads of cold sweat trickling down Jiang Xi's forehead. She wiped away the perspiration, unable to suppress her thoughts. Ignorance is bliss. If only they had read the script, they would dare not speak so freely in front of him. Despite their mischief, the children complied with Jiang Xi's admonishments, exchanging glances before bidding her farewell. Once the little rascals departed, Jiang Xi pushed the door open and entered. The room was dim, devoid of light. Xian Yi, perched atop a high cabinet, regarded her with his bright, round eyes, clearly displeased, exuding a wisp of dark mist. As the crowd outside swelled and buzzed, Xian Yi's presence blended seamlessly into the throng, making it less likely for him to be recognized as an otherworldly being, presenting a rare opportunity to unwind. Although he feigned indifference, he did not refuse the outing. Having spent 2 months together, he understood that his lack of rejection signified consent. She confidently planned their next destination, a renowned riverside tavern to dine, enjoy the moonlight, and cruise the river. Xian Yi, we can depart now, he said, looking up and clearing her throat. The children earlier were merely speaking without thought. Do not take it to heart. Xian Yi, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, Do you think I would concern myself with such trivial matters? He thought to herself, given the smoke you're emitting, resembling a small coal ignited, even a blind person could notice. Thankfully, after he initiated conversation, Xian Yi's mood visibly lifted, and the dark smoke gradually dissipated. He finally moved, leaping gracefully onto a lower table, then skillfully climbing up Jian's arm to settle in her lap, his front hooves resting gently against her chest. He wrapped him snugly in his little coat, smiling. All right, we shall set forth. On a winter night, as the city illuminated with vibrant lights, children ran through the streets, clutching lanterns adorned with goldfish, their flickering flames casting playful shadows. Vendors strolled leisurely, selling candied hawthorns, while music floated from a boat on the river, the melodious notes carried away by the cool night breeze. This was Xian Yi's first experience surrounded by such a multitude of humans, resting his chin on Jian's shoulder, his curious gaze observing the scenery retreating behind them. Although everything felt novel, the air was thick with the scent of humanity, overwhelming him. He buried his face in Jian's garment, while she too was human. He found her scent comforting, even sweet, drawing him closer to her neck. As they walked through the night, they arrived at the Riverside Tavern. Positioned by the water, the establishment extended its business onto the river, allowing patrons to dine on boats, enjoying the moonlight and culinary delights. To prevent items from tipping over due to the gentle waves, the cabin featured low tables and cushions. He placed Xian Yi opposite her at the table, the yellowed copper stove bubbling away as the attendant arranged a variety of dishes around it, casting a curious glance at Jiang as he departed, having never witnessed someone dining face-to-face with a creature. As the boat glided towards the river's heart, he dipped a portion of lamb and beef into the bubbling broth for mere seconds, savoring the tender, flavorful morsels that melted in her mouth. The majority of the raw meat was reserved for Xian Yi, whose appetite was surprisingly vast despite his small size. Having regained his strength, he no longer needed to be monitored for an upset stomach. Through the intricately carved windows, countless lanterns floated skyward, and Xian Yi gazed up, the bright lights swirling in his eyes. What are they doing? On the table, a pot of wine warmed gently, as he poured the liquid into a porcelain cup. Smiling as she spoke, Those are sky lanterns. Beneath the lantern's shade lies a small candlestick. Once ignited, they ascend into the heavens. People inscribe their heartfelt wishes on the lanterns, hoping that their desires will be carried to the divine. She continued, since they rise due to the flame, it stands to reason that once the fire extinguishes, they must eventually descend. Xian Yi scoffed, dismissing her words as impractical. He remarked, it seems you are a proponent of utilitarianism, devoid of any romantic inclination since childhood. If it weren't for your remarkable looks and unparalleled prowess, I fear that even charming a lady might become a daunting task for you. Seizing the moment, he resolved to impart some wisdom on friendship, saying thoughtfully, it is not merely the outcome that we seek, but rather the journey itself. Ultimately, releasing sky lanterns serves merely as an excuse to meet with someone special. The true significance lies in the moment shared, who you inscribe your wishes with, who stands beside you to ignite the flame, and who witnesses the lanterns drift away. At this juncture, curiosity piqued her interest. She inquired, by the way, how do members of your demon clan express their affections? Xian Yi lifted his chin, adopting a somewhat haughty demeanor in his human form, but upon transforming into his petite beast form, he appeared adorably proud. We pluck scales from our foreheads to present to the one we cherish. Jiang Xi could hardly believe her ears. Plucking scales. It is known that members of the demon clan shed their scales only once in a lifetime. As children, portions of their skin remain unprotected by scales, making them particularly vulnerable. The shedding that occurs just before maturity results in scales encasing every inch of their bodies, akin to armor that stays with them throughout their lives. At this stage, the scales are deeply rooted. Should one fall off, it not only causes excruciating pain but also carries a significant risk of never regenerating, akin to a chink in an otherwise flawless armor. If the missing scale were to be from the forehead, the situation becomes even more precarious. This location is on the face, rendering it impossible to conceal. Anyone with sight could easily recognize it. In battle, this vulnerability would undoubtedly be targeted by adversaries. Should one inadvertently suffer a blow to the skull, no amount of divine intervention or consuming 10 essence pills would prevent one's demise. Jiang Xi felt a jolt, as if awakening from a long slumber, and found herself sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner, her face plastered against a patch of cold, muddy water. It was no wonder she was engulfed in confusion. After all, following the complete failure of her 4 initial missions, her consciousness had been withdrawn by the system and idled away in a desolate database, reduced to mere waves of electricity. Having not inhabited a living body for what felt like an eternity, being thrust into an unfamiliar form would bewilder anyone. After forcefully expelling the mud that had lodged in her throat, Jiang Xi propped herself up on her elbows, her vision gradually shifting from a blur to clarity. The faint morning light sliced through the mist. She was clad in a crumpled lilac dress, lying on a patch of land beside a serene lake. Gazing ahead, the lake shimmered with rippling azure waves, and the distant towering mountains were reflected in its sparkling surface. Turning her gaze backward revealed a lush forest filled with ancient trees, the tranquility palpable in the absence of life. Perplexed, Jiang Xi sat up, her mind racing with questions about her situation and this strange place. At that moment, a vague electronic voice resonated in her mind, enunciating with a clarity reminiscent of an announcer. Ding! Welcome, host, to our headquarters, specifically designed for your integration mission. I am your loyal companion on this journey, the redemption of villain system. Basic task information is as follows. Total difficulty rating, extreme. Initial health points, 10. Initial slacker points, 5,000. Progress, 04. Advanced functions, unlocked. Host title, ordinary slacker. Jiang Xi, this is rather overwhelming. I feel somewhat dizzy and need a moment. System, host. Do you not recall that you previously bound to a system and undertook 4 missions under its guidance? Unfortunately, it failed to upgrade in a timely manner, became infected with a virus, and downloaded an erroneous script, leading to the dismal failure of those 4 tasks. At that critical juncture, a system called the Redemption of Villains emerged, persuading you to sign a contract. The contract stipulated that should you complete 4 missions as instructed, the system would grant you a wish you so dearly desired. To Jiang Xi's astonishment, such fortune existed, and without a second thought, she signed the contract. Feeling a thrill of excitement, believing that a way would surely present itself. However, once she commenced her tasks, she discovered that the reality was far more daunting than she had anticipated. According to the contract, the system transported her to 4 distinct worlds, requiring her to elevate the villain's favor towards her. In simpler terms, she was to pursue romantic interests. While the act of courting was not inherently problematic, the villains she was tasked with were all dark, twisted characters, each more troubled than the last, psychotic, perverse, and brutal, embodying all the discord and darkness of the world. The difficulty was already formidable, compounded by her toxic teammates and a misleading script, resulting in her repeated failures. Jiang Xi sighed, exasperated. Pursuing 4 individuals in the same world? We'll be running into each other constantly. Are you certain this won't turn into a chaotic love triangle? The system replied confidently, rest assured. With each successful mission completion, I will secure a new body to house your consciousness. Thus, even if you encounter those you have previously courted, they will struggle to recognize you in your new form. As for your mannerisms and behaviors, that will be up to your discretion to disguise. The prospect of being able to flee after winning someone over was somewhat reassuring. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xi recalled the system's initial mention of a difficulty rating and inquired, "What do you mean by extreme difficulty?" System, The difficulty of your first 4 missions was classified as beginner level. This time, it has escalated to extreme, indicating a change in rules. You must not only win the villain's favor, but also fill in the main storyline and rectify illogical gaps to ensure the world functions harmoniously. And what are the health points and slacker points? Though somewhat convoluted, the concepts were relatively easy to grasp. Jiang Xi stroked her chin and remarked, in essence, the slacker points serve as a progress bar, correct? System. That is one interpretation. However, please note that slacker points do not merely decrease. If any rule violations are detected, they will automatically increase. The narrative will adapt accordingly, becoming longer, more convoluted, and more challenging. If you wish to expedite your tasks, it is advisable to keep your slacker points low, otherwise, you may never reach your goal. Jiang Xi. Such suffocating mechanics? System. Now, host, gather your spirits. I have transmitted the background information to you. After several minutes of scrutinizing the details, Jiang Xi furrowed her brow. Gaining a general understanding of this world's setting and the identity of this body's original inhabitant, the task at hand was set in a richly woven fantasy realm, featuring Eastern-style immortal cultivators, rogue sorcerers, mundane mortals devoid of spiritual roots, and Western-influenced magical creatures, all coexisting on the same continent. Over 200 years ago, a rift had torn open the borders of the 9 provinces, connecting the demon realm. The influx of demonic beings wreaked havoc, establishing dominance over human territories. They possessed innate advantages, able to shift between alluring human forms and their ferocious beast forms at will, commanding lesser beasts to serve them. To illustrate, if the demons' advantages were likened to tree trunks, the humans were but mere toothpicks, a stark and brutal contrast. Jiang Xi. The imbalance in their innate abilities is appalling. The script is blatantly biased. At last, during another assault by the demons, 2 sects of immortal cultivators rose in unison, rallying humanity to combat the demonic threat. The long-suppressed sects stirred with fervor, uniting against a common enemy. The once meandering streams converged into a formidable wave, crashing down upon the demons' stronghold. The demons were driven into disgrace, their stronghold dismantled, marking the end of their reign. Now, a century later, the once arrogant demons had become quiet shadows, seldom appearing in the light of day to assert their presence. Conversely, the previously downtrodden sects flourished, with numerous factions thriving and a burgeoning trend of hunting demons and raising demon pets emerging. This trend originated from the ancestral battles, where both demons and humans would bring their battle pets to the fray. Among the traditional rankings of battle pets, the most prized were eagles, dogs, and snow wolves, celebrated for their unparalleled loyalty and combat prowess. With the rise of this peculiar trend of taming demon beasts, the younger generation of cultivators no longer took pride in the number of precious spirit pets they owned. Instead, they revered those who could capture and tame demon beasts as true masters of their craft. After all, spirit pets were not rare commodities. With sufficient wealth, anyone could procure them. In contrast, demon beasts were scarce, fierce, and inherently aloof, making them far more valuable and formidable in battle. The dual pursuit of hunting demons and taming beasts showcased one's abilities while significantly reducing the likelihood of duplication among peers, achieving multiple benefits in one endeavor. In the realm of Warcraft, the demons are but the minions of a far more elusive master, whose presence is as rare as the sight of a dragon. In stark contrast to their formidable leader, these lesser beings exhibit a clumsy talent for concealment, often wandering through desolate mountains and forests.
Consequently,
disciples of the celestial sect usually venture into the most barren locales when hunting demons. Currently, Jiang Xi finds herself in a place known as Shishua Mountain, a verdant and expansive wilderness, a veritable paradise for demon hunters. The unfortunate vessel she inhabits, named Feng Wu, met her demise during a hunt, betrayed by her own peers and cast from a cliff. It is well known that the law of survival in such falls is a privilege reserved for protagonists and antagonists alike. Yet, why does this same principle apply to the original inhabitant of this body, a mere non-player character? As the 37th trial unfolds, although each of the 4 ailing companions possesses a unique charm, he undeniably embodies the essence of madness. In terms of psychological distortion and levels of despair, he eclipses the others, achieving a score that renders the rest mere shadows. Despite the previous 4 tasks being approached with misguided scripts, all resulting in dismal outcomes, Jiang Xi finds herself particularly averse to entangling with this little madman. After all, the other 3, at the very least, are capable of communication. However, He's cheerful facade belies a volatile nature that could erupt at any moment. One could scarcely predict how perilous her situation might become in his presence. Curiously, how did he come to be here? As she recalls, he was cast out alongside his mother before he could even walk. By the tender age of 3, he was left to wander the world alone after her untimely demise, enduring hardship and suffering, experiencing the harshness of life on the streets. The system chimed in with a smile. Host, there is no need for alarm. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps tomorrow, the other 2 will appear as well? Jiang Xi retorted, listen. One may indulge in various whims, but one must not raise unfounded banners. The number 500 loomed ominously, invigorating her more than a stampede of wild horses. With a brief hour left on the countdown, she knelt, her warm breath forming a mist in the cool air, and asked, Can you still stand? He remained curled up, silently observing her from the shadows, resembling a battered stray animal, warily assessing whether she was a new tormentor or a genuine savior. Earlier that evening, he had been struck in the eye by a stone thrown by other children, rendering his vision hazy. As night fell, the obscurity deepened, making it all the more difficult to discern the features of those before him. Yet her voice was youthful, and the fragrance of cold plum blossoms wafted in the night breeze. The hand extended toward him was slender and clean, unwavering, fingers gently curled, each nail glistening like a pearl. This evoked an inexplicable fondness within the haze of uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed hard and gradually released the bone he had been gripping. Witnessing Jiang Xi's kindness toward a stranger stirred something in Jiang Xi, who grasped her arm. Frowning, why waste time on him? If he can fight for scraps from wild dogs, he shall not perish from hunger. Let us leave. Jiang Xi's fingers curled slightly within her sleeve. Jiang Xi's breaths quickened, as if fearing her departure, and he abruptly seized her sleeve, leaving smudges from his grimy fingers upon her pristine garment. Jiang Xi's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Xi, unaware of his unease, responded. But tonight is New Year's Eve. We have yet to dine. It would be but a small effort to treat him to a warm meal. As night descended, the shadow puppetry began. An elderly street performer called out in his distinct tone, bending to enter behind a white curtain. Children laughed and scampered through the crowd, filling the vacant wooden benches, their eyes wide with curiosity as they watched the flickering shadows cast by candlelight. Jiang Xi, holding Jiang Xi with one hand and pulling He with the other, settled into the last row of the booth, handing the freshly purchased pancake bag to He. Here, eat. There's beef inside. He stared, momentarily taken aback as he opened the bag. The golden, warm pancake, filled with fragrant pieces of meat sprinkled with green onions and cumin, wafted an enticing aroma. He inhaled deeply, trembling hands extracting the pancake, tearing into it hungrily. Not every child has a place to call home. At such a tender age, he was acutely aware of his differences from other children. In order to survive, he had eaten all manner of things, rat meat, dog bones, scraps of leftovers, yet he had never tasted something so soft, warm, and filled with meat. Before him, the shadow play commenced. The silhouettes danced across the dimly lit curtain, evoking gasps from the children. Jiang Xi thought to herself, how ironically fitting is this theme. She glanced at Jiang Xi, only to find him surprisingly composed, devoid of anger or any inclination to disrupt the performance. In fact, when the tension heightened, he instinctively straightened, mirroring the reactions of the children around him. A soft laugh escaped Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, noticing her amusement, inquired with suspicion, "What is so funny?" "Nothing," she replied, clearing her throat. Your expression was quite similar to those children's. It was rather endearing. If she were to speak her mind, it would surely be deemed out of character by the system, resulting in a spike in her salted fish value. The system remarked, "You truly understand. After all, one cannot overindulge," she replied. Meanwhile, he had devoured 2 bags of pancakes. Though he longed to consume more, his stomach was limited in capacity. Amid the ethereal glow, Jiang He gazed gently and steadily at the unfolding shadow play, oblivious to He's watchful eyes. He, unblinking, studied her, the frail rise and fall of his chest echoing his breath. Who is this person? Why is she offering him food? Would she leave soon? She shows such kindness to a demon. What would she think if he expressed a desire to follow her? He glanced down at his frostbitten feet, feeling a tumult of confusion and faint hope. Her white garment draped over the bench like petals, and he silently grasped it with his dirty, slender fingers. As midnight approached and the shadow play concluded, the performer packed up and the children dispersed. The system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the side quest. Salted fish value minus 20 points, current total, 4,410 points. Jiang He exclaimed. What the? A penalty of 500 points and a reward of 20 points? What a cruel twist. The system replied, it is time to bid farewell to He. Tonight is merely a fleeting intersection from the childhood of two individuals. The future of their relationship is indeed fraught with hostility, yet it is only in adulthood that their long-term interactions truly commence. Jiang He, to be frank, I had initially assumed you would allow me to keep He by my side, much like Xian Yi. System. That is impossible, for the timing is not yet right. Everything hinges upon timing. Countless irreplaceable trials and opportunities are required to forge a unique character. Take Xian Yi, for instance. Had it not been for the massacre at Xian sect, he might have spent his entire life on West Shuo Mountain, never becoming the dark-clad figure who commanded beasts. The same applies to He. If I were to take him under my wing now without allowing the script to torment him sufficiently, he would never transform into that malevolent youth. A collapse of character would render the storyline untenable. Therefore, despite knowing ahead lies a treacherous path, I must set him free. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang He exhaled a warm breath into her palms, crouching before He to drape her still warm cloak over him, saying, We must depart. Please keep this money and these clothes. He abruptly looked up, a desperate plea poised on his lips, yet just as he was about to speak, Xian Yi interjected, Jiang He, I hadn't eaten enough earlier. Could you buy me something to eat? The boy's calm voice effectively stifled He's unfinished sentence. Now? Jiang He rose, unperturbed, and replied, We must hurry, lest the vendor closes up. Wait for me here. Very well. As she walked away, Xian Yi turned to He, propping himself up with an arm, looking down upon the small beggar and stating, Hey. He lifted his gaze. She is mine. Xian Yi languidly retorted. You. Don't even think about it. His demeanor was not menacing, nor was his tone overly intimidating or coercive. Rather, it was delivered with an air of nonchalance, imbued with a sense of superiority born from being singularly cherished. It was akin to dismissing an unwelcome pest that had attached itself along the way, effortlessly tearing apart its feigned vulnerability and shattering the concealed greed and covetous desire within. He stared intently at him, silently clutching the cloak tighter. Much later, he would finally discover an appropriate term to encapsulate his feelings at that moment: jealousy. An all-consuming jealousy, so intense that he longed to destroy the certainty and pride etched upon that face. On a chilly autumn night, as silence enveloped the deepening darkness, even being near the fire did little to stave off the penetrating cold that seeped into his bones. Fortunately, the original owner of this body possessed ample spiritual energy, rendering him impervious to the chill. Evidently, the original owner was exceptionally gifted. At such a tender age, he wielded a purity and clarity of spiritual energy that surpassed many who had toiled for decades. Alas, no one is perfect, despite his remarkable abilities. His emotional intelligence fell short, leading to his demise at the hands of a close companion. Though his future shone brightly, he had no life left to enjoy it. After a long day of toil, Jiang He, lost in thought about the days to come, unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Yet, only an hour or two into her sleep, a hoarse whisper jolted her awake. Upon sitting up, she discovered that the boy, who had been lying beside her, had vanished, leaving behind a heap of warm clothing, with a small mound in the center, suggesting that a living creature was nestled within. Jiang He, puzzled, gently pulled aside the fabric, revealing a pair of round, glistening beastly eyes. Before her stood a small creature, entirely black and roughly the size of a pony, adorned with glistening silver fangs, draped in dark scales. With a dragon-like head and horns, for sturdy legs, and a tail ending in a hardened mace, reminiscent of a comet's tail, truly a remarkable sight. Jian Xi. Although her tone ended in a question, there was a resolute certainty in her voice. The creature froze momentarily. Its face, covered in black scales, betrayed no emotion. Yet a flicker of humiliation and shame briefly crossed its large, round eyes. The system elaborated. Adult demons, when voluntarily revealing their beast form, typically do so to intimidate or threaten adversaries. Conversely, juvenile demons often shy away from displaying their beast form, as it lacks the ferocity and might of their human shape. If they inadvertently reveal themselves, they are often overwhelmed with feelings of shame and indignation. Jian, I understand. It's as if they belong to two distinct species. She had not anticipated this peculiar appearance during his youth. What kind of genetic mutation could have resulted in such a transformation? However, sudden occurrences often harbor hidden truths. As Jian scanned the area, she noticed a shimmering pool of liquid on the ground, mixed with undigested fish and gastric juices. Did you eat something that disagreed with you? The digestive systems of demons have been honed by their diet, rendering them largely immune to toxins. Nevertheless, they are still mere mortals, and raw meat inevitably harbors parasites and bacteria. Under normal circumstances, this poses little threat. But when the body is weakened and the immune response diminished, vulnerabilities arise, albeit with low probability. As Jian blinked, she seemed to awaken from a distant dream, only to find herself sprawled on the ground in a rather undignified manner, her face unceremoniously buried in a puddle of mud soaked by cold water. Jian. It is no wonder she was left utterly bewildered. After all, following the failure of all 4 initial tasks, her consciousness had been extracted by the system and left to languish in a desolate database, reduced to mere waves of electricity. Having not experienced life in countless ages, being thrust into a foreign body without warning would leave anyone in a state of confusion. After forcefully coughing out the sludge that had lodged in her throat, Jian propped herself up on her elbows, her vision gradually shifting from a haze to clarity. The faint morning light pierced through the mist. She was clad in a wrinkled, lotus-hued dress, lying on an open patch beside a lake. Looking ahead, the lake shimmered with gentle ripples, rising wisps of mist dancing above its surface, while the towering mountains across the water were reflected in a sparkling display. Turning her gaze, behind her revealed a lush, watery forest, with ancient trees towering overhead, their emerald foliage creating an atmosphere of serene solitude. In a daze, Jian sat up. What was happening? Where on earth was she? Just then, an ethereal electronic voice resonated in her mind, enunciating with clarity as if reading a script. Ding. Welcome, host, to the specially designed integration mission of our headquarters. I am your faithful companion, the scum-reforming villain system. The basic information of the task is as follows. Overall difficulty rating, extreme. Initial health points, 10. Initial salted fish points, 5,000. Progress, 0-4. Advanced functions, unlocked. Host title, Ordinary Salted Fish. Jian. The influx of information was overwhelming, leaving her slightly dizzy. A system, host. Do you remember that you once bound yourself to a system and completed 4 tasks under its guidance? However, due to a lack of timely upgrades, it fell victim to a virus that downloaded the wrong script, leading to the disastrous failure of those 4 tasks. At that critical moment, an AI appeared, persuading her to sign a contract. The contract stipulated that if she could complete 4 tasks as instructed by the system, it would grant her a long-desired wish. Unbelievably, such an opportunity existed, and Jian signed the contract without a second thought, secretly relishing the notion that there would always be a way out. However, once she began the tasks, she realized it was merely a fade, leading her into a realm of chaos. The system transported her into 4 different worlds, requiring her to gain the favor of the villains within. In simpler terms, she had to pursue romantic interests. While pursuing romantic interests was not inherently problematic, the villains she was tasked with charming were all deeply entrenched in darkness, each more deranged than the last. They embodied a myriad of flaws and dissonance, with twisted personalities and violent tendencies. The difficulty was already high, compounded by a toxic ally on her left and a misleading script on her right, and thus, she was often doomed to failure. Jiang Xi rubbed her forehead in resignation. In the same world, pursuing 4 individuals, are you certain it won't turn into a grand and TR battlefield? The system confidently reassured her. Rest assured. Each time you complete a task, I will find a new body to house your consciousness. When you encounter those you've previously pursued, they will hardly recognize you in your new form. As for your behavior and mannerisms, that will depend on your own concealment. The notion of being able to pursue and then escape, only to start anew, was somewhat comforting. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xi vaguely recalled the system's initial mention of a difficulty rating and inquired, "What does extreme difficulty entail?" The system replied, "Your first 4 tasks were rated as novice level. This time, it has escalated to extreme level, meaning you must not only win the villain's favor but also fill in the main plotline, rectifying logical inconsistencies to ensure the world operates smoothly." What do the health points and salted fish points signify? Although a bit convoluted, it was relatively easy to grasp. Jiang Xi stroked her chin and mused. In essence, are salted fish points akin to a progress bar? That is one way to put it. However, host, please note that salted fish points will not merely decrease. If any violations are detected, they will automatically increase, and the plot will become longer, more convoluted, and more challenging. If you wish to expedite the task's completion, it is best not to let the salted fish points climb too high, lest you find yourself eternally stuck. Jiang Xi. Such suffocating mechanics existed? Enough, host. Gather your wits. I have sent you the background information. After a few minutes of deliberation, Jiang Xi, frowning, managed to grasp the world's setting and discern the identity of this body's original owner. The current task unfolded in a complex, fantastical world, blending Eastern elements of immortal sects and martial mystics with Western influences from demonic realms and ferocious beasts, all coexisting on a single continent. Over 2 centuries ago, a rift was torn in the boundaries of the 9 provinces, unleashing a torrent of demons that wreaked havoc, claiming dominion over humanity's lands. Of course, they possessed inherent advantages. Being capable of switching between alluring human forms and savage beastly appearances, commanding lesser demons to serve them, a veritable arsenal of skills at their disposal. To put it metaphorically, if the demon's advantages were as thick as an elephant's leg, humanity's resources could be likened to a mere toothpick, a starkly unfavorable comparison. Jiang Xi. The disparity in their initial settings was glaring. The script was undeniably biased. Ultimately, when the demons once again harmed humanity, 2 sects of immortals rose in unison, rallying the populace to eradicate the demons. The long-suppressed immortal sects ignited a tremendous wave of resistance as the united front of people surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming the demons' stronghold. The demons were left humiliated and defeated, their former glory extinguished. The balance of power had officially shifted, and a century has since passed. The demons, once haughty and disdainful, now remained silent as shadows, rarely daring to show themselves in broad daylight. Meanwhile, the once downtrodden immortal sects flourished, with numerous sects emerging, creating a vibrant atmosphere, even fostering a trend of hunting demons and raising demon pets. Where did this trend originate? It began in the era of their ancestors, when both races would bring their battle pets to the fray. In the traditional ranking of immortal sect battle pets, the most popular choices were eagles, hounds, and snow wolves. Renowned for their loyalty and combat prowess, they consistently occupied the top 3 slots. However, as the trend of raising demon pets took hold, the younger generation of the immortal sect no longer prided themselves on the number of rare immortal pets they owned. Instead, they regarded those who could capture and tame demon beasts as the true masters of their craft. It goes without saying that immortal pets were hardly rare commodities. With enough money, anyone could acquire any animal. In other words, what one could obtain, others could as well. Thus, when the Immortal Alliance convened, it was common to see a sea of identical immortal pets. A sensation reminiscent of walking into a train carriage only to find 9 out of 10 passengers clad in the same attire, one of whom was the very person one most disliked. If battle pets were demon beasts, however, the situation was entirely different. They are scarce in number, fierce in temperament, and inherently distant from humans. Although their intelligence may not be high, their combat prowess is formidable. provided their master can maintain control. Their lethality is unmatched by ordinary celestial pets. Hunting demons and taming beasts not only showcases one's abilities, but also allows one to shine among peers, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering similar companions, truly a threefold advantage. The magical beasts serve as the underlings of the demon clan. In contrast to their elusive leader, these subordinates are far less adept at hiding, often emerging sporadically in the remote mountains and forests. Thus, when disciples of the celestial sect embark on demon hunts, they typically choose the most desolate locations. In light of this tyrannical rule, Jiang Xi had no time to savor the elevated treatment bestowed upon her by the Liu family. Her work was about to commence. After settling into the brightest and most spacious guest room, several elderly maids delivered exquisite pastries. It seemed that ever since the young maidens had fallen victim to sinister hands, only those of advanced age dared to remain and work here. As they closed the door behind them, Jiang Xi glanced at the table, popped a piece of pastry into her mouth, and suddenly noticed that Jiang Xi had been unusually quiet since entering the room. Taking a few steps closer, she discovered Jiang Xi curled up on the bed, appearing quite uncomfortable. Crouching beside the bed, Jiang Xi furrowed her brow and asked, "Jiang Xi, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "It's nothing," Jiang Xi replied, lifting his eyelids slightly. "Just a bit tired." At that moment, Lord Liu knocked on the door, requesting Jiang Xi to meet his daughter. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi left Jiang Xi alone in the room. Lord Liu's daughter, Liu Rui, was 16 years old and possessed delicate features. Unfortunately, due to the recent incidents of disappearances, even with a joyous event approaching, her mental state appeared far from stable. She seemed somewhat sickly and timid, her brow darkened, and she did not dare to step outside her room. Therefore, Jiang Xi met her in her chamber. The Zheng siblings were absent, reportedly out gathering information, showing no intent to communicate with her. This was precisely what Jiang Xi had anticipated. The Qian sect held a prominent position within the celestial realm, and its disciples often viewed themselves as exceptional. Particularly among the younger disciples, their arrogance was palpable, leading them to believe they could resolve any issue independently and disdainful of discussions with others. However, this suited Jiang Xi perfectly. She was more than eager to avoid an encounter with the two siblings. When she exchanged names with Liu Rui, a white dove celestial pet perched on Zheng Sui's shoulder had been fixated on her. Though this celestial creature lacked high intelligence, its remarkable memory and acute observational skills made it formidable in its own right. Such peculiar behavior suggested that it had encountered her before at Qian sect, thus exhibiting recognition. Fortunately, aside from its unwavering gaze, the bird made no other movements. Otherwise, she would have found herself in an inexplicable predicament. As they parted, Jiang Xi noticed a peachwood comb on the dressing table, with a few strands of curled hair caught in its teeth. An idea struck her, and she quietly took one of the hairs. Any entity capable of stealthily causing the demise of so many must surely be cloaked in human guise. Furthermore, the bodies of the maids had been gruesomely mangled, indicating that the creature killed not for possession but to satiate its hunger. Observing the pattern of disappearances, the initial month saw a person vanish every 8 days, but recently, the frequency escalated to one victim every 6 days, suggesting that the creature's appetite had grown insatiable. Instinctively, Jiang Xi first suspected Miss Liu. To ascertain whether someone had been possessed by a malevolent spirit was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to burn a strand of their hair. However, just as she stepped further inside, a muffled sound caught her attention. Jiang Xi's expression shifted, and she dashed into the room. There, on the bed, the blanket had formed a small mound that was shifting, teetering at the edge, and threatening to tumble off. "Be careful," she exclaimed, rushing to catch the soft bundle. Yet, in an instant, it swelled and became heavy, pressing her down beneath it. With her heart racing, Jiang Xi opened her eyes in surprise. In less than half a minute, she witnessed Jiang Xi transform from a small dragon-like creature back into a boy of around 14. Moments later, Jiang Xi leaned against the windowsill, loosely draping a robe that Jiang Xi had rummaged from the corner of the wardrobe. His eyes cast down, lips gently pursed. He appeared entirely different from his beastly form, now possessing elongated features, high cheekbones, and sharp lips. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the deep red of his irises, a striking contrast to human hues. The robe was intricate, requiring several ties to secure it properly. Jiang Xi's previous garments had always been simple, and he struggled with the complex ties. Observing his clumsiness, Jiang Xi chuckled softly, stepping forward to assist him. "Let me help you." Surprised, Jiang Xi responded, "Oh." As the warm sunlight streamed in from behind, his shadow enveloped the girl before him. They stood merely a hand's breadth apart, and Jiang Xi, oblivious to the proximity, lowered her head, diligently untangling the disheveled knots and gently readying them. Given that the robe was ill-fitting, even when properly tied, a small portion of his flat chest remained exposed. The scar from where an arrow had pierced his heart was now completely healed, smooth and unblemished, as if he had never been injured. Jiang Xi remarked, "The self-healing ability of the demon clan is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder so many covet their essence." Jiang Xi interjected, "Please refrain from reminding me repeatedly of my impending demise. Thank you." As they bantered, Jiang Xi held his breath, inexplicably captivated by her graceful visage. Unable to blink, he recalled their first encounter in a dire situation where he had not noticed their height difference. For the next 2 months, due to his injuries, he had been forced to remain in a humiliating beast form, carried by her and looking up to speak. Now, for the first time, in his original shape and at such close proximity, he realized that the once insurmountable feeling he had harbored was merely an illusion. Though she was a few years his elder, she was still half a head shorter than him, appearing more delicate in various aspects. Her neck, collarbone, fingers, and even her wrists seemed slender, as though he could easily encircle them with a single hand. Once the robe was arranged, Jiang Xi clapped her hands and said, "All done.
How do you feel now?"
Have you fully recovered?" Jiang Xi tentatively clenched his fist. "My strength still feels somewhat sluggish." "No need to rush. You've just regained your human form, so it's normal for your essence to lag behind," Jiang Xi reassured, pulling out the hair strand from her pocket.
"Now,
"Could you lend me a little flame?" Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow slightly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a small flame. Jiang Xi silently recited a spell, and the hair ignited, releasing a faint purple smoke. "It's not her," Jiang Xi murmured. "If Miss Lu were truly possessed by a malevolent entity, this strand of hair would not catch fire. It seems she is not the man-eating specter." Jiang Xi glanced at her, scoffing. "Even if it's not a direct hit, it's not far off." Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. The emergence of purple smoke indicated that Miss Lu had likely engaged in intimate physical contact with the creature, perhaps an embrace or kiss, allowing her to unknowingly acquire its sinister aura. Few could fulfill the dual conditions of entering the Lu residence without arousing suspicion while also having had close physical contact with Miss Lu. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. Miss Lu's fiancé, known only by name and never seen in form.
system ding.
Salty fish value -20, real-time total value, 4,780 points. Jiang Xi. Indeed. It is a copy with a reasoning difficulty akin to that of an imbecile. A correct guess immediately prompts a hint. The system does not deceive me. Jiang Xi shared her speculation with Jiang Xi, adding, "We must locate him before he claims another victim." Jiang Xi swept his palm over the flames, which extinguished under his command, their ferocity quelled as he spoke solemnly. "The intervals at which this malevolent creature consumes its prey are predictable. I overheard a few words. According to the days that have elapsed, its next feast will be tonight." At that moment, a loud thud echoed against the room's window. Jiang Xi, on high alert, inquired, "Who?" The thudding persisted, reminiscent of a bird pecking at wood. Jiang Xi exchanged a glance with Jiang Xi, who gestured for her to remain still, and then forcefully pushed the window open. Outside, a pure white dove frantically flapped its wings, calling sharply to Jiang Xi. "Jiang Xi, Isn't this the celestial pet that the Jiang Xi siblings have been observing her closely?" Celestial pets do not abandon their masters without cause. Could it be that the Jiang Xi siblings are in danger? The dove fluttered inside, repeatedly nudging her back with its head, seemingly eager to lead her somewhere. Jiang Xi grasped her shoulder and deftly plucked a feather from the dove. After igniting it, the feather emitted a faint purple smoke, significantly lighter than the previous strand of hair. Jiang Xi. Could it be that the Jiang Xi siblings ventured out to hunt monsters, only to be captured by a heart-eating beast and turned into a delicacy? If we delay any longer, a life could be lost at any moment. Following the celestial pet, Jiang Xi and Xian Yi made their way to Qinnan, led into a dense forest overgrown with wild grass. The mist swirled around them, obscuring visibility. It was only when the dove flew deeper into the woods that it paused midair. Jiang Xi focused her gaze and spotted Zheng Wu lying unconscious on the grass. Rushing forward, she attempted to turn him over. However, upon touching him, she sensed something amiss. This body was too light, as if crafted from paper lanterns. Xian Yi hesitated, suddenly noticing Zheng Wu's empty sleeves, his pupils constricting. Before he could utter a warning, Zheng Wu abruptly opened his eyes, his features coarse as paper, releasing a surge of black mist that enveloped Jiang He's vision. Jiang He. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, she heard the system's voice. Host. I forgot to remind you. Although the reasoning difficulty of this copy is akin to that of an imbecile, the killing difficulty is intermediate. Do not underestimate the situation. Jiang He. Did I not request a high-energy alert to be issued earlier? Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang He discovered her hands bound behind her. Lying on a damp rock, she struggled to sit up. They were in a vast, desolate cave, the rocky terrain imposing, a cold wind howling through. A few oil lamps flickered on the walls, casting dim light. Just 2 meters to her right lay Xian Yi, eyes shut, unconscious and similarly restrained. To her left, the Zheng Sui siblings, though bound like Zhongzi and stripped of their celestial artifacts, appeared unharmed, gazing at Jiang He with their copper bell-like eyes. Jiang He. Is due to your celestial pet's name? Zheng Sui questioned. Is this truly the time for such inquiries? Aren't you supposed to be a master? How could you have been captured? Jiang He was nearly deafened by his loud voice. It was your celestial pet that led us into this trap. And as for you too, didn't you go out to gather information? How did you end up in this desolate place, tied up? A flicker of shame and indignation crossed Zheng Sui's face. Do not mention it. The old monster is cunning, deliberately exposing a flaw to set a trap for us. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed from the cave entrance, its shrill, unnatural tone grating, akin to nails scraping a blackboard. Jiang He's skin prickled with goosebumps. Their exchange with Zheng Sui was abruptly halted as both turned to look in that direction. There, a gaunt figure approached, lantern in hand, the stench of decay wafting towards Jiang He from a distance. Her face turned pale. No need to inquire further. This odor, reminiscent of a biological weapon, could only be released when shedding human skin. They had undoubtedly been taken to the lair of their captor. Otherwise, this creature would not dare reveal its true form. Having been bound since morning without sustenance, Zheng Sui, though his voice weak, still managed to shout, Old monster. If you wish to kill, then do so. If you want to chop, then chop. Have you heard of Qian sect? If my senior brothers and sisters find out, they will not let you go. Jiang He. Young man, stop shouting. Save your breath to warm your stomach. Your senior sister is tied up here, after all. Jiang He nodded. For safety's sake, she decided to stay at a rather antiquated inn in the city. Disciples of the celestial sect love to flaunt their status and would not typically venture into such an old-fashioned establishment. After successfully entering the city, Jiang He drove her carriage, following the system's navigation directly to the inn. Coincidentally, the carriage she now used was a gift from the wealthy Lord Liu after completing the previous copy. 2 years had passed, and the 2 fine steeds, having feasted on the system's rewards, were now robust and well-fed. Behind the semi-transparent curtain, Xian Yi rested his chin on his hand, one leg stretched out while the other was bent, elbow propped on his knee as he listlessly observed the street scene. Pondering why, despite it being their first visit, Jiang He seemed intimately familiar with the terrain of Lan City. The roads traveled thus far had been straightforward and unremarkable. Once in Lan City, Jiang He navigated the winding, intricate alleys with confidence, as if she had grown up here. For reasons unknown, a shadow of unease surfaced in Xian Yi's heart. Resolving to act, he straightened his posture slightly, tapping his long fingers on the table, and asked, Jiang He, have you been here before? So that's how it is. The carriage came to a stop at their destination. Xian Yi nimbly dismounted, assisting Jiang He down from the carriage, and upon looking up, beheld a 3-story wooden building with a sign swaying precariously, few figures in sight. The lobby was deserted, with an attendant squatting in the corner, swatting flies and yawning, while the innkeeper dozed behind the wooden counter, cradling an abacus. The two exchanged glances. A gust of desolate wind blew, causing the sign in front to sway and crash to the ground, splintering into pieces. The noise jolted the innkeeper and attendant awake. Fortunately, despite the shabby appearance of the establishment, the service was commendable. The previously yawning attendant quickly sprang into action, darting outside to bring the carriage to the back courtyard. The innkeeper, unable to discern Xian Yi's demonic heritage, approached them with enthusiasm. "Distinguished guests, will you be lodging or dining?" Jiang Xi produced her coin pouch. "Lodging, please." The innkeeper replied eagerly. "Very well, I will prepare rooms 1 and 2 for you." "No need," Xian Yi interjected impatiently. "We will share one room. When traveling for mutual support, it is customary for them to share a room, with 2 beds separated by a screen or similar means." Upon entering the room, they found the beds and table quite tidy, but evidently long unoccupied, with dust coating the cups and dishes and cobwebs adorning the corners. It could be said to be the worst accommodation they had encountered since their departure. Xian Yi, typically arrogant in demeanor, surprisingly exhibited no signs of disdain at this moment. He meticulously wiped the chair clean for Jiang Xi to sit and rest before rolling up his sleeves to prepare the only available bed. Earlier, he had urged the innkeeper to bring an additional bed, yet now there was no sign of him. Xian Yi tilted his head and drank a bit of water, then said to Jiang Xi, "I shall step outside for a moment. You may remain seated." Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. Before long, a pair of knocks echoed from the door, followed by a creak as it swung open. Standing outside was a young boy, no more than 10 years old, carrying a food tray, dressed as a little waiter. Curiously, despite the sweltering summer heat, he was clad in thick garments and wore an old hat, his head bowed low. Jiang Xi remarked, "They even have child laborers here." As he approached the table, the boy stumbled and spilled an entire bowl of soup onto the floor, splattering Jiang Xi's shoes in the process. Witnessing the legendary pratfall for the first time, Jiang Xi couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to assist him. "Are you all right?" Xian Yi stood at the door with his arms crossed, tall and imposing. Upon seeing the mess on the floor he had just cleaned, his gaze towards the young waiter grew increasingly hostile. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into him while he was serving, causing the soup to spill," Jiang Xi quickly explained. "We can just have him refill it later." Jiang Xi stood in place, feeling the cold northwest wind after a moment of emptiness. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, recalling that her kitchen at home was stocked with a plethora of untouched, dust-covered system reward ingredients. Had she not known better, one might think he was deliberately diverting her attention. Turning around to survey her surroundings, she felt both surprised and unsurprised. That little beggar had indeed left without a word. Not even a simple thank you. Xian Yi scoffed at the thought. Jiang Xi sighed, knowing that they would inevitably cross paths again, though she wondered when that would be. Beneath a withered tree, a young man was intently bent over a table, squinting as he carved something. The stall's overhead bar was adorned with dozens of small wooden trinkets resembling animals, each intricately crafted, albeit not with the utmost precision. Jiang Xi felt a stir in her heart and suggested, "Xian Yi, let us go take a look." As they approached, the vendor eagerly lifted his head, enthusiastically marketing his creations. Xian Yi, dismissive of such childish trinkets, thought them unremarkable. The vendor, perceptive to Xian Yi's disdain, continued to speak excitedly. "These are crafted from heartless wood, which emits a delightful fragrance, calming the mind and soothing the spirit. The scent lasts long, and you can play with them daily, without worry." Jiang Xi smiled gently, "But you don't have the animal I desire." "That is not a problem at all, miss. What kind would you like? I can carve it for you immediately. The creature I seek is rather unique. Let me show you." Jiang Xi rolled up her sleeves, took a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and with a few swift strokes on rice paper, a small monster with horns atop its head, covered in dark scales and standing on 4 legs, came to life on the page. "I want this creature as a wooden charm," Jiang Xi declared, laying down her brush. "That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" "Absolutely. I'll have it ready for you shortly. In less than half an hour." A wooden sculpture of a small monster in a playful running pose was complete. Though it was not an expensive trinket, it was lively and charming, light in weight, and exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Jiang, he placed the charm in Xian's palm, saying, "Here. Today marks your first experience of the human new year. Let us commemorate it." Xian lifted the delicate charm disdainfully to his eyes. "You actually turned this into a wooden sculpture?" Jiang, he feigned disappointment. "Don't want it? Then give it back." Predictably, Xian quickly closed his hand around the charm, carefully cradling it to his chest, retorting, "I never said I didn't want it." Jiang, he couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a flurry of icy snowflakes landed on her face. They both instinctively looked up to see delicate snow drifting from the night sky, swirling gracefully until it blanketed everything. Passers-by hurriedly sought refuge under eaves, while vendors began to pack up their stalls. Though one could harness spiritual energy to maintain warmth, in such frigid weather, wet clothes would be intolerable. Jiang, he shielded her head with her hands, feeling a shadow cover her. Xian, he had removed his cloak and held it above them. "Let us go," he urged. The snow melted rapidly upon contact with their garments, soaking into dark puddles. The cloak was not large enough for both, so Jiang, he instinctively positioned herself to his left, her shoulder brushing against his chest. Glancing back, she remarked, "This cloak seems a bit small. Will it cover both of us?" The warmth of her soft, fragrant form pressed against his heart made Xian's fingers tremble as he felt as though he were embracing her from behind. Catching the question in her voice, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he replied, "It won't suffice. Come a little closer." They were already as near as could be. Yet Xian finally seemed satisfied. "That's enough." The system chimed. Ding. Xian's mood, 2,000, pleasure points, 2,000. Host's health value, 20, current total, 52 points. Jiang, he was taken aback, pondering the implications of their closeness. However, she knew that in no more than 2 years, this sweetness would have to be endured. After the disappearance of Jiang, he returned to her routine of eating, sleeping, and managing her household, her life revolving around these simple tasks. The plot remained relatively calm, leaving her with a leisurely score of 4,410 points. Time, like fleeting sands, slipped through fingers, and what seemed like a long century was merely over 36,000 days and nights. In contrast, the 700 days passed in an instant. 2 years later, the pivotal moment of Xian's youth approached. According to the original script, he was pierced by an arrow, impaled against a tree. In that hellish nightmare, he had struggled for days, pulling the arrow from his heart with sheer will, eventually collapsing to the ground, near death. Left to fend for himself outdoors, his wound worsened rapidly, and he lingered between life and death for weeks, his vitality severely depleted. Even with the life-sustaining essence, it took him over half a year to recover fully. The trauma of witnessing the massacre of his village haunted Xian relentlessly, as he grappled with the loss of family and the absence of friends. Alas, as a demon, he was unable to see the plum blossom mark on the arrow. Without this crucial clue, he could not discern the identity of his enemies, leaving his rage nowhere to go. Thus, he wandered for 2 years, fortuitously arriving near the location of the Qian sect, where he encountered surviving villagers from that massacre, finally identifying his foes. The truth was, during his youth, Xian lacked the ability to extract the arrow from his heart. After Jiang's intervention in the narrative, this illogical gap was filled. Her presence became significant. Through her acquaintance, Xian had not drifted aimlessly in search of evidence, but had settled in Xinqiang, radiating his quest for vengeance from there. As the time to encounter the surviving villagers drew near, he remained in Xinqiang, risking losing that chance. The system chimed. Ding. Narrative task activated. Please guide Xian to the location of the Qian sect within a month to facilitate a meeting with the villagers. Jiang, he sighed. If I do not descend into hell, who will? The system interjected. A special reminder. It is the villagers who reveal to Xian that the enemies are from the Qian sect. Thus, you must devise a method to lead him there without directly telling him. Jiang, he acknowledged, understood. This shouldn't be difficult. A little performance will suffice. That very night, since Xian had taken human form, Jiang, he had been sleeping in a separate room. The walls were thin, and any commotion in the quiet of the night could be easily heard. In the dead of night, as Xian Yi lay on his side in a light slumber, a sudden cry of pain erupted from the adjacent room, accompanied by the sound of someone falling from the bed.
Buanyi volta davake.
Leaping from his bed to kick open the door, uncertainly calling, Jiang Xi? The window was wide open, and the bed curtains fluttered. Upon seeing the scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xi was unharmed, merely having rolled off the bed. Xian Yi chuckled, stepping forward to help her up. How could you fall? You can't even sleep properly. Over the 2 years, Xian Yi had matured into a striking young man with long brows and crimson eyes. Xian Yi, listen to me. I just had a dream, Jiang Xi exclaimed, gripping his hand tightly. It was about Mi'in village. Mi'in was the name of the village where Xian Yi had grown up. The relaxed expression on Xian Yi's face shifted instantly. To identify the assailants, the sects would leave invisible marks on the arrow shafts. With this information, one could trace back to the originating sect. Jiang Xi pondered. On that day when I removed the arrow for you, it vanished in an instant, and I scarcely caught a glimpse of its form. After a prolonged and arduous search, the breakthrough now lies just ahead. Xian Yi's heart seemed to tighten. What about now? Just moments ago in that dream, I vividly recalled its general outline. Jiang Xi opted for a vague description, stating it resembled a blooming flower. Xian Yi's memories whirred rapidly. Over the past 2 years, he had gained considerable knowledge about the more renowned sects within the Immortal Gate. There were not many sects that used a blooming flower as their emblem, and most were situated near Lancheng and Bianzhou. Jiang Xi articulated his thoughts. I believe we should hasten our journey to Lancheng. We might uncover something significant. The distance between Bianzhou and Shishua Mountain was vast, and even without resting, it would take around a month to reach. Racing against the deadline of their quest, the two arrived at Lancheng, weary from travel. System notification ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at Lancheng. Current fish value, 100. Total real-time value, 4,310 points. Jiang Xi exclaimed, goodness, so this is a pivotal plot point. Just like that, a deduction of 100 points. System, ding. Due to the host violating rules and excessive blood loss. Health points, 30. Total real-time value, 3 points. Jiang Xi mused. I just want to know what happened just now. System, host. You activated pain transfer at the cost of your appetite. Therefore, all actions related to eating are classified as violations. This not only accelerates the onset of poisoning, but also affects the intensity of our pain suppression. Consequently, the poisoning symptoms we had effectively suppressed have suddenly overwhelmed you. Understanding the situation, Jiang Xi opened his eyes, feeling discomfort. The bloodied garments had been removed, and the gruesome bloodstains on her face were diligently washed away, leaving her refreshed. The floor beside the bed was littered with blood-stained cloths, and a copper basin emitted wisps of smoke. The room was shrouded in dim twilight, with distant temple bells echoing and flocks of birds darting past the fiery clouds. Xian Yi sat by the bed, gazing at her with deep, bright crimson eyes. You have awakened. Jiang Xi responded. It seems I can no longer feign ignorance. Xian Yi's sharp gaze bore down on her, and even unintentionally, it exerted considerable pressure. As Jiang Xi attempted to sit up, Xian Yi instinctively supported her back and adjusted her pillow, asking, Are you thirsty? Jiang Xi shook her head. Very well. He tossed the cloth he held into the basin, turned to her, and calmly inquired, What transpired last night? In uncertain circumstances. Xian Yi examined her pulse and was incredulously struck by the fact that the abundant spiritual energy that had flowed within her like a river had nearly depleted overnight. In reality, nothing significant had occurred. Jiang Xi loosely clenched her fist to hide her nails and casually remarked, You know well that over the years, I have been engaged in subduing wraiths. I have been poisoned more times than I can count, yet it has never manifested. The reason is not that my cultivation has reached a level where I am immune to all poisons, but rather that I have deliberately suppressed them. Hearing this for the first time in years, Xian Yi's heart tightened, feeling a sense of exclusion and unease, and he spoke bluntly, Why have you always deceived me? I thought, since I could manage it, why burden you with worry? Jiang Xi patted his hand gently, however, stifling is not better than releasing. Suppressing poison for years is akin to confining a wild beast that could erupt at any moment within my body, it is ultimately not a solution. If I can no longer contain it one day, my body will burst. Jiang Xi abruptly raised his head.
So,
With the assistance of my friends in the Immortal Gate last night, I began the process of detoxification. Unfortunately, 90% of the poison within Jiang Xi belonged to the latter category. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. Jiang Xi skeptically asked, "Is that why you bled from all 7 orifices?" Jiang Xi maintained her composure and prepared him, saying, "Indeed. Due to the accumulation of poison, expelling it from my body is not a matter of days. It may conclude in a few days, but it could also extend to months or even years. During this period, symptoms such as bleeding, high fever, and obscure circulation of spiritual energy are all normal occurrences, so there is no need for concern. A good night's sleep will suffice." At that moment, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. New plot task acquired. Night investigation of the Qian sect. Please guide Jiang Xi to the Qian sect within 2 days for an initial investigation. As previously mentioned, due to their inherent advantages, demonic beings possess 2 innate skills, beast taming and beast form transformation. However, possessing these extra advantages does not guarantee mastery. One can observe that some individuals retain a frail and diminutive beast form even in adulthood, with dull teeth. Others, even with bloodlines, can only attract a few demonic beasts to assist them. When faced with formidable individuals from the Immortal Gate, they too would be easily dispatched. With just the sound of a flute, Jiang Xi could effortlessly summon countless demonic beasts to his command, a skill unmatched since the conclusion of the Celestial Demonic War a century ago. Thus, it was evident that his ascent to the pinnacle was not merely due to appearances. Of course, these 2 skills in demonic beings remain locked until adulthood. Only at the moment of maturity does their youthful beast form undergo a significant transformation, unlocking their taming ability, allowing them to truly understand their prowess. Interestingly, the determining factor for this is not lineage, but probability. A father with exceptional talents may have a son incapable of even basic beast taming, and vice versa. Fully aware of the significant uncertainties before adulthood, Jiang Xi remained composed and refrained from rash actions such as attacking the Qian sect immediately after their recognition. He stealthily infiltrated the Qian sect to gather intelligence and seized Foam Wu's essence core. After 2 years of concealing his strength, he only sought revenge against the Qian sect when his 2 advantages were unlocked. The defenses of the Qian sect were not overly formidable, yet they were certainly not places where demonic beings could enter freely unless accompanied by an insider like Jiang Xi. Otherwise, how could the Qian sect maintain its dignity?
what?
Based on the outline I glimpsed in my dream, the closest resemblance is the Qian sect and the Tianfan sect. She mentioned a few sect names casually to avoid appearing overly purposeful. In a couple of days, let us investigate each one at night. Jiang Xi clenched his fists tightly. His voice cold as he replied, agreed. Believing the matter would conclude without further complications before infiltrating the Qian sect for information. Jiang Xi was unexpectedly awakened that very night by an intense, bone-chilling cold. 41. The 41st Shura field before her stood a small creature, entirely black and roughly the size of a pony, with gleaming silver fangs, covered in dark scales, sporting a horned head, for grounded limbs, and a tail tipped with a prominent hard hammer, resembling a comet's tail. Truly unique.
Guanyi?
Although the sentence ended with a question mark, Jiang Xi's tone conveyed certainty. The little creature froze momentarily, its scaly face betraying no emotion, yet in its large, round eyes, a flicker of humiliation and shame flashed by. The system explained, when adult demonic beings choose to reveal their beast form, it is typically for intimidation or display. However, immature demonic beings are often reluctant to show their beast forms, as these forms lack the ferocity and might of their human forms. If they are inadvertently seen, they experience profound shame and anger. Jiang Xi, I understand. It is as if they belong to 2 different species. Jiang Yi's beast form after maturity exudes an overwhelming aura of ferocity and strength. I recall that fateful day when the alarm of failure echoed, and it was Jiang Xi who swept me away with his long tail, hastening the end of our mission, a memory too painful to revisit. I never anticipated his youthful appearance would resemble this. Has he undergone some sort of genetic mutation? Manual farewell, nonetheless. Sudden events often herald unforeseen troubles. Jiang Xi cast a glance to the side and noticed a glistening pool of liquid on the ground, mingled with undigested fish and stomach bile. Have you eaten something bad? The digestive systems of demon kin have been honed by their peculiar diet to withstand toxins. However, they're still corporeal beings, and uncooked meat inevitably harbors parasites and bacteria. Usually, this is manageable, but when one's body is weakened and immunity is compromised, it becomes susceptible to such threats, albeit the probability remains low. Jiang Xi had hung on the tree for too long, losing blood, suffering grave injuries, and enduring fatigue. On top of that, he had the misfortune of an upset stomach, which rendered him unable to maintain his human form. Jiang Xi turned his face away. A gust of autumn wind blew, causing his small nostrils to twitch, and he involuntarily sneezed, releasing a stream of nasal fluid. Jiang Xi gently touched his tiny hands, feeling his sharp claws lightly graze her palm, only to discover that his temperature was as frigid as ice. While the body temperature of demonkin is generally lower than that of humans, this was excessively cold, indicating something was amiss. System. Ding. System task initiated. Due to dual injuries, Jiang Xi's health is in critical condition and rapidly declining. Please, host. Employ physical means to restore his body temperature to normal. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment. Jiang Xi. Is the Yuan Dan of no use at all? System. Incorrect application. Yuan Dan only addresses fractures and blood loss. It is ineffective against ailments like stomach pain or abdominal discomfort. Jiang Xi sighed deeply. With no special medicine at hand and the external aid temporarily unavailable, she had no choice but to resort to physical methods to raise his temperature. She decisively picked up the black clothing that had fallen onto the mat, shaking it open in the air, and wrapped Jiang Xi snugly within it before lifting him up with a heave. This small bundle of flesh felt surprisingly heavy, as if it were a small weight, and Jiang Xi nearly struggled to lift him. System normal. His weight has not changed. It has merely been condensed. Jiang Xi,
Vuanyi.
clearly unprepared for such an outcome, gaped in astonishment, his sharp teeth glinting as he helplessly emitted a beastly sound. A dark, clawed paw extended, resting on Jiang Xi's shoulder. Settling by the fire, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged, extending her arms and embracing Jiang Xi through the fabric. Although somewhat heavy, it felt akin to holding a plush toy. The first time her back pressed against the chest of a stranger, Jiang Xi remained stiff, thrashing his forelegs in resistance, persistently attempting to turn his head to see behind him. Jiang Xi placed a finger against his head, emphasizing her command, "Do not move." Next, she tucked Jiang Xi's exposed tail inside the garment, channeling her spiritual energy, and smiled. "Now, as we sit by the fire, you should start to warm up." Jiang Xi fell silent, settling down. The air in the dilapidated temple was quite cool, and when he had lain on the grass mat, the damp chill emanating from the ground had made his teeth chatter, preventing him from sleeping soundly. Inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her hair, Jiang Xi, having endured too much throughout the day, felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumbed to a drowsy stupor. The crackling of the fire echoed in the stillness. After an indeterminate period, as Jiang Xi gazed up at the sky, she suddenly felt a weight on her arm. The little creature in her embrace had tilted his head and fallen asleep, emitting soft snoring sounds.
System ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the narrative task. Jiang Xi's affection level, 10, trust level, 10, intimacy level, 10. Consequently, your experience points have decreased by 20, current total, 5,020 points. Additional reward, transport cart X1. Maintaining her hold on him, Jiang Xi cautiously leaned against the wall and said with a smile, "Sweet dreams, Jiang Xi." The following day, she awoke to bright daylight. Stretching languidly, she instinctively rubbed against the being in her arms. The icy sensation of scales jolted her from her drowsiness. Sitting upright, Jiang Xi realized that her current position was far removed from where she had slept against the wall last night. She had even changed the direction she faced. But the perplexing matter was that she had not awakened at all during the night. How had she moved while asleep? Jiang Xi, did I sleepwalk? The system coldly replied, "No, merely a change in sleeping position." Jiang Xi. Her gaze fell upon the small creature in her arms, who had already awakened and was staring at her in silence. Jiang Xi sheepishly smiled, turning to sit up and loosening the black cloth that wrapped Jiang Xi, gently squeezing his paws. After a night, his body temperature had returned to normal, and his abilities to speak had also been restored. Jiang Xi wore a sullen expression, allowing her to handle him. After squeezing his little hands, Jiang Xi felt an urge to touch the two sharp horns atop his head, but out of respect for her celestial persona, she refrained from such unseemly behavior. After washing her face, she tidied her clothes and pushed open the dilapidated temple door. The cart she had been rewarded with was already waiting outside, with 2 horses grazing nearby. With transportation at hand and the weather favorable, it was time to change locations. Jiang Xi cheerfully led Jiang Xi onto the cart. Before she could grasp the reins, the 2 horses shot forward as if spurred on, racing toward their predetermined destination set by the system. An hour later, the cart came to a halt before the city gate of Xinqing, situated over 10 miles south of Shishuo Mountain. A grand archway constructed of ancient stones loomed tall, with city walls rising high. Several guards stood at attention with long spears on either side, while a long line of cargo carts awaited inspection. After delivering Jiang Xi, the 2 spirited horses swiftly galloped away, pulling the cart behind them. Jiang Xi sat on Jiang Xi's arm, eyeing the city gate sign with evident disdain. Why must we come here? My home lies within. There is food and a place to rest. Far superior for recovery than this crumbling temple, and I could gather much intelligence there. Jiang Xi adjusted his little hood and explained, I will not allow anyone from the celestial sect to harm you. Rest assured. Jiang Xi reluctantly acquiesced, with a faint grunt. Initially, he had assumed this secluded area would be quite backward. To his surprise, the contrast between the city within and the outside world was stark. The streets were orderly and spacious, with elaborate buildings lining the thoroughfares, bustling with activity, and vibrant lights illuminating the night sky. Sword-wielding warriors drowned their sorrows in taverns. Dancers leaned against intricately carved railings with fans concealing their faces, and novice demon hunters from the celestial sect eagerly scanned their surroundings, their youthful faces brimming with confidence. Some accompanied by their celestial pets. From the moment they entered the city, Jiang Xi noticeably tensed, unable to relax as he had outside. Jiang Xi understood his anxiety and held him tightly as they made their way to the accommodation arranged by the system. Small Easter egg Jiang Xi's diary last night. Perhaps out of concern that I might freeze to death, she actually embraced me while sleeping, not releasing me for the entire night. Upon awakening, I found her sleeping even more soundly than I, and her sleeping posture was utterly dreadful. Though we had only just met, she showed no defenses against me. What a peculiar person. How much time has passed? Has that wretched quest been completed? As she remained dazed, a familiar face suddenly loomed close to hers, and a relieved female voice chimed in. Zhengwu, thank goodness. Jiang Xi, you've finally awakened after 2 days. Has it been 2 days? Jiang Xi's throat felt parched. Yet she immediately inquired about the matter that concerned her most. What happened to that old monster? I am quite well. Jiang Xi sat up and looked around. Where is Jiang Xi? Is the esteemed one referring to that demon? He is right outside. Zhengwu gestured with her lips. He has been guarding this place for the past few days, insisting that we cannot come near you. He has fed you medicine and kept vigil at night. If I hadn't insisted on helping you change into clean clothes, he would not have left at all. To put it somewhat crudely, that demon resembles a dog guarding a bone, baring its teeth at anyone who approaches. Jiang Xi turned her head and indeed saw a silhouette cast against the intricately carved window paper, standing resolutely outside. After she changed into clean clothes, the door was pushed open. Jiang Xi strode into the room, crossing the screen without uttering a word, and approached the bedside, gazing at her with reddened eyes. Jiang Xi loosely donned an outer garment, her unbound hair adding to her frail appearance. Jiang Xi. Is it just my imagination? Clearly, she was the one injured, yet Jiang Xi's slightly despondent demeanor seemed to reflect her own suffering. Jiang Xi intended to utter some words of comfort, but before she could, Jiang Xi suddenly knelt down, spreading his arms wide and embracing her tightly. The youth's arms were not strong, and there was a slight tremor of uncertainty. The warmth of his embrace conveyed a torrent of emotions. After a long while, Jiang Xi murmured. Zhengwu, who had been standing by, feeling like an invisible presence, looked up at the sky. Witnessing this scene, her emotions were complex, filled with confusion, shock, disbelief, curiosity, and a twinge of feeling unnecessary in that moment. After a prolonged embrace, Jiang Xi finally released his pent-up emotions accumulated over the past 2 days. Once he calmed down, he slowly let go of Jiang Xi, looked up at her, and furrowed his brow. That person just said you were poisoned. How are you feeling now? With my cultivation, that poison could not possibly affect me. Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. Yet, in truth, the heart-eating creature's last-ditch attack was a dangerously potent corpse toxin. Without the suppression of the Yuan Dan within her, Jiang Xi would have succumbed to the poison long before. And it would have been more than just a little blood. However, such details could not be disclosed to Jiang Xi. To avoid further inquiry, Jiang Xi shifted the topic. I heard that you have been taking care of me day and night. Is that true? Jiang Xi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zheng Wu had quietly stepped outside and closed the door for them. Jiang Xi casually asked, there is only one bed here. Where do you sleep at night? Above. Jiang Xi gestured for Jiang Xi to look up at the beam. Jiang Xi chuckled. Won't you hit your head? It's nothing to worry about.
Wang Yi scoffed lightly.
Seemingly unwilling to elaborate further, he stood up and said, I have only fed you some kanji these past few days. What would you like to eat? I will go fetch it from the kitchen. Something light, please. Very well. Once Jiang Xi closed the door and left, Jiang Xi paused for a moment, finally hearing the long-absent chime of the system. Ding. Jiang Xi's awareness. 2,000, charisma. 2,000, stimulation. 1,000, combat intent. 1,500, dark value. 2,000. Host character conflict. 20. Core socialist values. 20, health value. 200, real-time total. 201 points. Rewards obtained. X1, rarity. 4.5 stars. Congratulations to the host. Jiang Xi blinked, cupping her hands as a vibrant green celestial herb appeared from thin air, gently settling into her pale palms, shimmering like the brightest snow. So beautiful. Jiang Xi fiddled with its leaves and scratched her head. What is its specific use? Why did you say that obtaining it could potentially rewrite my fate? The system softly explained the uses of the bone-refining celestial herb in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so that's it. The system solemnly stated. Therefore, host, you must take good care of it. Do not lose it under any circumstances. It feels so light. It seems easy to misplace. Jiang Xi suggested to the system. Why don't you hold on to it for me? I'll retrieve it when the mission is nearing completion. The system replied, no problem. The bone-refining celestial herb gradually turned transparent in her palms. Jiang Xi stretched, reflecting on how, despite her injuries, she had gathered quite a wealth of experiences during this journey, only to hear the system announce, due to detecting out-of-character behavior from the host during the mission. Lazy value. 50, real-time total, 4,830 points. Jiang Xi sighed. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The system continued. Lastly, congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline. Reward. Lazy value minus 300, real-time total, 4,430 points. Jiang Xi felt a prickling sensation that this figure seemed rather peculiar. Questioning, system, is the lazy value decreasing too rapidly? A rapid decrease in lazy value signifies swift progress in the plot, which is a good thing. However, its total value is only 5,000 points. She needed to conquer 4 villains, and ideally, each should yield an equal share of 1,250 points.
Now,
having known Jiang Xi for less than 3 months, his progress bar had already reached nearly half, akin to a rocket launch. Is such speed truly acceptable? The system clarified, the lazy value does not decrease at a constant rate. In the case of mundane daily life, it would remain completely static. Only significant turning points would result in a substantial reduction. Moreover, without interference, each villain could reduce lazy value by a maximum of 1,000 points, not 1,250 points. Jiang Xi frowned, then calculated, even if I successfully pursued all 4, I would only lose a maximum of 4,000 points, leaving an excess of 1,000 points. What kind of plot is this? Has there been an error? The system responded. Errors are impossible. The data of the entire task world, including the lazy value. The number of targets is set according to the contract's contents. What wish did you make to us? This extra 1,000 points must be related to the reward you requested. Jiang, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes as she admitted, I do not remember. It wasn't until she began her mission that Jiang, he was astonished to discover vast gaps in her memory over the past year or two. What was her occupation on the Imperial Capital Star? Why had she been suddenly dismissed? Why had she fled the Imperial Capital Star in such haste that she couldn't even cancel her rented apartment, as if she would be caught if she lingered? Despite the safety rails of the interstellar train being over 3 meters high, how did she fall in and get killed? What was the cherished wish she made to the system in that moment of near death? She remembered none of it. Jiang, he finally resigned herself to the situation. Upon returning to Xian City, there were no significant turning points or new quests dropping in the near future. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon the Lunar New Year arrived in February. The last triggered New Year's Eve had actually referred to the final day of December, devoid of any traditional festive spirit. Though the weather was cold, only a dry, biting wind remained. It wasn't until the second month of the lunar calendar that Xian City finally experienced a day of heavy snowfall. Jiang He, having lived in the interstellar era, found the lunar calendar long obsolete. Hearing distant laughter through the window, she lifted the curtain, feeling a twinge of longing, and said, It's quite lively outside, Xian Yi. Do demons not celebrate the New Year? However, Xian Yi, leaning against the windowsill engrossed in a book, did not lift his eyelids and replied coldly, With so many people around, I fail to see what is so enjoyable. You just don't understand. There are many delightful activities, such as strolling through flower markets, setting off firecrackers, and pasting couplets. Jiang, he counted for a moment, noticing that Xian Yi was turning the pages more slowly and couldn't he help but smile. After it snows, the air outside becomes refreshing. Would you like to go for a stroll? The moment she finished speaking, she herself found it somewhat bizarre. He had indeed heard of the existence of shadow puppetry. Yet he was utterly unaware of its specifics and had never shown any interest. Why did he suddenly blurt it out at this moment? Jiang, he merely assumed he had come across a similar term in some book and, yielding to the flow, said, All right, let us go. As night fell, the honeysuckle blossoms burst into bloom overhead, illuminating vast stretches of the sky. Lanterns hung high among the branches, radiating brilliant light. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, and an atmosphere of joy and festivity filled the air. Given that Xian Yi belonged to the demon clan, Jiang He chose a less traveled path, avoiding the main roads. Yet even this narrow alley was far more lively than usual. Although Xian Yi claimed disinterest, he was, in fact, fixated on the novel sights around him. Jiang He pursued his gaze, smiling gently as she explained what each thing was. In the 42nd realm of trials, had that troublesome dungeon been completed? Just as she was still in a daze, a large face suddenly loomed close above her, accompanied by a voice filled with relief. It was Zheng Wu. Thank goodness, esteemed Jiang. You finally awakened after 2 days. Had it really been 2 days? Jiang, he felt her throat dry, yet immediately inquired about the matter of utmost concern. What became of that old monster? You don't remember? Zheng Wu replied solemnly. That old monster has been slain. We later took people to investigate its lair, and indeed, the missing maidens had been devoured by it while it donned the guise of a son-in-law from the Liu family. Yet, esteemed one, you frightened us greatly on your return, having coughed up so much blood. I am not gravely harmed, Jiang he replied, sitting up and surveying her surroundings.
Where is Xian Yi?
You mean that demon? Zheng Wu gestured. Yes, right outside the door. He has been guarding you for the past 2 days, refusing to let anyone near you. He fed you medicine and kept watch at night. Had I not insisted on cleaning you up and changing your clothes, he wouldn't have budged. To put it in a somewhat inappropriate analogy, the demon's demeanor resembled that of a dog guarding a bone, snarling at anyone who dared approach. Jiang he turned her head and indeed saw a silhouette cast against the intricately carved window paper, standing resolutely outside. After changing into fresh clothes, the door was pushed open. Xian Yi strode into the room, crossing the screen without uttering a word, and approached the bedside, gazing intently at her with reddened eyes. Jiang he donned a loose outer garment, her unkempt hair adding a touch of frailty to her appearance. Jiang he pondered, was it merely an illusion? Despite her visible injuries, Xian Yi's slightly dejected state seemed to suggest he fared no better. She intended to offer some comforting words, but before she could speak, Jiang Xi knelt down abruptly, extending his arms to embrace her tightly. His arms were not particularly strong. In fact, they trembled slightly, conveying uncertainty. All of this was conveyed through their close contact, enveloped in a searing warmth. After a long while, Jiang Xi murmured. Standing nearby and rendered nearly invisible, Zheng Wu gazed upwards, her emotions a complex mix of confusion, astonishment, disbelief, curiosity, and a sense of being somewhat superfluous in this moment. After a prolonged embrace, Jiang Xi finally released her, gazing up at her with furrowed brows. The person earlier said you were poisoned. How do you feel now? With my abilities, such poison cannot harm me. Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. Yet, in truth, the heart-eating beast had unleashed a dangerously lethal corpse poison at the last moment. Had it not been for the Yuan Dan within her suppressing it, she would have succumbed to the poison long before, suffering far more than just a bit of blood loss. However, such details were not to be shared with Jiang Xi. To prevent further probing, Jiang Xi changed the subject. I heard you've been taking care of me tirelessly these past few days. Is that true? Jiang Xi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zheng Wu had discreetly exited at some point, even shutting the door behind them. Jiang Xi casually asked, There's only one bed here. Where do you sleep at night? Above. Jiang Xi gestured for her to look up at the beams of the room. Jiang Xi chuckled. Won't you hit your head in such a narrow space? It's nothing, Jiang Xi retorted with a scoff, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. He then stood up and said, The past 2 days. I've only fed you some congee. What would you like to eat? I can fetch it from the kitchen. Something light would be nice. Understood. Once Jiang Xi left and closed the door behind him, Jiang Xi paused for a moment, finally hearing the long-absent, delayed chime of the system. Ding. Jiang Xi awareness, 2000. Charisma, 2000. Stimulation, 1000. Combat intent, 1500. Blackening value, 2000. Host character contradiction, 20. Core socialist values, 20. Health points, 200. Current total value, 201 points. Reward obtained, X1. Rarity, 4.5 stars. Congratulations, host. Jiang Xi blinked, cupping her hands together as a verdant celestial herb appeared in midair, slowly descending into her pale palms. Shimmering and radiant as fresh snow. So beautiful, she murmured, brushing her fingers across its leaves, scratching her head as she asked, What exactly is its purpose? Why did you say that acquiring it might alter my fate? The system gently elucidated the uses of the bone-refining celestial herb within her mind. Jiang Xi then understood, so that is how it is. The system then gravely advised, Thus, host, you must safeguard it diligently. Do not let it be lost. It feels so light. It seems easy to misplace, Jiang Xi suggested to the system. Why don't you hold on to it for me? I will collect it when the task is nearly complete. No problem. As the bone-refining celestial herb gradually transformed into transparency in her palm, Jiang Xi stretched, reflecting on her endeavor. Though she had sustained injuries, the rewards were quite substantial. Suddenly, the system chimed in, due to the detection of OOC behavior during the task. Lazy fish value 50, current total value, 4,830 points. Jiang Xi sighed, knowing that, as per usual, matters would not be so simple. The system continued. Lastly, congratulations, host, on completing the main storyline. Reward, lazy fish value minus 300, current total value, 4,430 points. Jiang Xi felt a twinge of suspicion regarding this number, pondering aloud. System, doesn't it seem like the lazy fish value has dropped too quickly? A rapid decrease in lazy fish value signifies swift progress in the plot, which is a positive sign. However, with a total value of only 5,000 points, she needed to charm 4 antagonists, each ideally dividing the value evenly, amounting to 1,250 points each. Yet, she had only known Jiang Xi for less than 3 months, and his progress bar had already reached nearly half, akin to a rocket launch. Was this pace truly acceptable? The system clarified, the lazy fish value does not decrease at a constant rate. During mundane daily life, it remains entirely static. Only significant turning points cause a drastic reduction. Additionally, barring any interruptions, each antagonist can at most reduce the lazy fish value by 1,000 points, not 1,250. Jiang Xi frowned, then, calculating this, Even if I successfully charm all four, I would only reduce it by 400 points at most. There would still be an excess of 1,000 points. What kind of storyline is this? Has there been an error? The system replied, there can be no error. The data of the entire task world, including the fluctuations of lazy fish value and the number of targets, is set according to the terms of the contract. What wish did you make to us? This additional 1,000 points must pertain to the reward you requested. Jiang Xi paused, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes as she candidly admitted, I cannot recall. It wasn't until she began her tasks that Jiang Xi was astonished to discover large gaps in her memory spanning the past year or two. She worked on the Imperial Star, but why was she suddenly dismissed? Why did she flee the Imperial Star in haste, barely having time to vacate her rented apartment, as if she would be apprehended if she lingered any longer? Despite the 3-meter-high safety railings of the interstellar train tracks, how did she fall in and meet her demise? In her final moments, what was the dreamlike wish she made to the system? All these memories elude her. Jiang Xi sighed, accepting the situation. Upon returning to Xincheng, there were no significant events unfolding, nor were there any new instances dropping. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. And soon it was the Lunar New Year in February. The previous New Year's Eve she had triggered referred to the last day of December, thus lacking the traditional festive atmosphere. Although the weather was cold, only a dry, biting wind blew through. Finally, in the second month of the lunar calendar, Xincheng welcomed a day filled with swirling snow. Jiang Xi had lived in an interstellar era where the lunar calendar had long been abolished. Hearing distant laughter from outside, she lifted the curtain and expressed a hint of yearning, saying, it's quite lively outside, Jiang Xi. The demon clan doesn't celebrate the new year, does it? Jiang Xi leaned against the windowsill, engrossed in his book, not bothering to look up as he replied indifferently, there are people all around. I fail to see what is amusing. You simply don't understand. There are many delightful activities. Strolling through flower markets, setting off firecrackers, and pasting spring festival couplets. Jiang Xi counted, noticing that Xian Yi's page-turning had slowed. She couldn't help but smile and suggested, after the snow, the air outside is so refreshing. Shall we go for a walk? As soon as she spoke, she found herself stunned. She had indeed heard of shadow puppetry, but knew little of its specifics and had never shown interest. Why did it slip from her lips at that moment? Jiang Xi assumed he had encountered similar terms in a book and, adapting to his flow, cheerfully replied, very well, let us go. As night fell, golden and silver fireworks erupted overhead, illuminating the vast sky. Lanterns hung high, casting a brilliant glow. The streets bustled with crowds, infused with an atmosphere of joy and festivity. Given Xian Yi's status as a member of the demon clan, Jiang Xi chose a less crowded path to walk. Yet, even this narrow alley was far more lively than usual. Although Xian Yi claimed disinterest, he was captivated by the novel sights around him. Jiang Xi followed his gaze, smiling as she explained what he was seeing. These are firecrackers. When ignited, they crackle and burst with sparks, said to scare away evil spirits. A custom humans uphold during the new year. Xian Yi responded with confusion. This red paper bag is for containing lucky money, given to children to ward off evil and bring good fortune, she continued, noticing his bewilderment. As they wandered, they traversed much of the city and eventually reached the southern market. Jiang Xi recalled that there was a shadow puppetry stall nearby. Passing by a desolate alley, she suddenly heard the fierce barking of dogs and paused to peer inside. It was a dim and filthy alley, untouched by the festive spirit of the new year. Cold snow and mud lay on the ground, while a few hungry stray dogs barked furiously at the end of the passage. In the shadow of the wall, a dirty, foul-smelling little beggar crouched, hunched over, scraping the last bits of meat from a dog bone, seemingly oblivious to the dogs behind him.
Buanyi, lacking empathy, merely scoffed.
Is he eating scraps from those beasts? It seems so, Jenny sighed. Although aware these were mere NPCs in a virtual world, witnessing such a scene on a day meant for reunion stirred her heart with compassion. She approached, shooing away the restless strays before looking down at the little beggar. Noticing a pair of boots halting before him, the boy tightened his grip on the bone, warily raising his head to reveal a small, dirty face. One of his eyelids was swollen and bruised, as if struck violently, leaving it only able to squint painfully. His remaining eye was wide open, reflecting a chilling indifference and malice that a child his age should not possess. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a blood-red peach blossom birthmark on his forehead. Jian, he gasped, recognizing who he was. By the heavens! This isn't just any beggar NPC. This is Xian's sick companion, one of the 4 antagonists. System. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest and encountered the character He ahead of time. A delightful surprise indeed. Jian He. So, Xian, why on earth did you meet an NPC in such a perilous place? System. By the way, host, since the storyline in Lan City commenced, I can no longer relay Xian's status in real time. Therefore, whether he is reunited with the villager NPC must be determined by you alone. Jian He nodded. For the sake of safety, she decided to lodge at an antiquated inn within the city. Disciples of the immortal sect revel in extravagance and prestige, and would hardly venture into such a dilapidated establishment without reason. Upon successfully entering the city gates, Jian He drove her carriage, following the system's navigation directly to that inn. Interestingly, the carriage she currently used was a gift from Lord Liu, bestowed upon her after completing a quest. 2 years had passed, and the 2 splendid horses, having feasted on the system's rewards, had become quite robust and well-fed. Behind the semi-transparent curtain, Xian rested his chin on his hand. One long leg extended while the other was bent, elbow resting on his knee, listlessly gazing at the street scene. He pondered why. Despite it being their first visit to this place, Jian He appeared intimately familiar with the terrain of Lan City. The roads they had traversed thus far were nothing but mere thoroughfares. Yet, once inside Lan City, Jian He navigated the winding and intricate alleys with unwavering confidence, as if she had grown up here. For reasons unknown, a shadow of unease flickered in Xian's heart. Resolving to act, he straightened his posture slightly, tapping his slender finger on the table, and inquired, Jian He, have you been here before? Thus, the carriage came to a halt at their destination.
Buon yinin bir dismounted.
Assisting Jian He from the carriage. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a 3-story wooden building, its sign precariously hanging, with scarcely any patrons in sight. The lobby was devoid of guests. A servant squatted in a corner, swatting flies and yawning, while the innkeeper sat behind the wooden counter, dozing with an abacus in hand. A gust of desolate wind swept through, causing the sign to sway and crash to the ground with a resounding clatter, shattering into pieces. The loud noise finally roused the innkeeper and the servant from their stupor. Fortunately, despite the shabby appearance of the inn, the employees exhibited commendable service. The servant, who had just moments ago been yawning, swiftly sprang into action, darting outside to bring the carriage to the back courtyard. The innkeeper, unable to discern Xian's demonic lineage, approached them warmly. Are you 2 gentlemen here to lodge or dine? Jian He produced her purse. We would like to stay. Excellent. I shall promptly prepare rooms 1 and 2 for you. No need, Xian interjected impatiently. We will share a room. While traveling, it was customary for them to share a single room for mutual protection, with 2 beds separated by a screen or similar partition. Upon entering their room, they found the bedding and furnishings surprisingly tidy, yet it was evident that it had not been occupied for quite some time, as dust coated the cups and dishes, and cobwebs adorned the corners. This was, undeniably, the most dismal lodging they had encountered since their departure. Xian, typically proud and haughty, surprisingly displayed no signs of disdain. He cleaned the chair for Jian He to rest upon, and then rolled up his sleeves to prepare the lone bed. After instructing the innkeeper to bring an additional bed, which never materialized, he took a sip of water and said to Jian He, I'll step outside for a moment. You stay here. Jian He nodded. Before long, 2 knocks resounded at the door, followed by a creak as it swung open. Standing there was a small boy holding a tray, appearing no older than 10, dressed as a servant. Oddly enough, despite the sweltering summer heat, he was clad in thick garments, a tattered hat perched atop his head, his gaze fixed downward. Jian He remarked, even child laborers are present here. System. As he approached the table, the boy stumbled, spilling an entire bowl of soup onto the floor, splattering Jian He's shoes in the process. Seeing the legendary misstep for the first time, Jian He chuckled, reaching out to assist him. Are you hurt?
Xian.
arms crossed and standing tall at the doorway, gazed disapprovingly at the mess on the floor he had just cleaned. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into him while he was serving," Jiang Xi explained. "He can just bring another bowl later." Without uttering a word, the boy fled, brushing past Jiang Xi. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper personally delivered their dinner, explaining that the boy had been rather clumsy today, having spent most of his time sweeping in the backyard. Jiang Xi responded with a smile, sensing something peculiar about the child, yet not detecting any demonic aura from him. She dismissed it. After dinner, Jiang Xi donned a clean pair of boots, picked up a satchel, and casually remarked, "Jiang Xi, I have a few old friends in Lan City.
Tonight.
I must meet them. Perhaps I can glean some useful information." "Friends?" Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow in surprise, standing up as well. "I'll accompany you," reluctantly persuaded. Jiang Xi followed her. Under the vast night sky, Jiang Xi stepped out with her satchel in hand. After traversing 2 street corners, she finally felt a twinge of guilt and unwrapped her satchel, pulling out a neatly folded lotus-colored robe. Indeed, it was the disciples' attire of the Qi Yun sect. Feng Wu had grown up in the Qi Yun sect, her early years consumed by rigorous training, eating, and sleeping, a life of austere simplicity, devoid of what one might call close friends. Thus, Jiang Xi's true destination tonight lay beyond Lan City, at the Qi Yun sect. The Qi Yun sect's celestial abode stood majestically atop a cliff, accessible via an endless cloud ladder. Amidst the thick white mist of the mountains, palatial halls and tiered pavilions rose grandly. Once outside the city gates, Jiang Xi soared into the forest, swiftly donning the lotus-colored disciple's robe at the base of the mountain. She meticulously hung the dagger marked with the plum blossom emblem at her waist, cleared her throat, and confidently stepped through the stone gates of the Qi Yun sect. With ease, Jiang Xi slipped inside, stealthily making her way toward the medicinal pavilion at the back mountain of the sect. Each sect concocted its own poisons and elixirs. The Qi Yun sect's medicinal pavilion housed their own refined pills and unique herbs, which were not available on the market. No amount of wealth could procure them. Jiang Xi mused. So, wealth cannot grant one the ability to do as one pleases. System. All disciples were permitted to freely browse the archives. The elixirs, however, were stored in a secure chamber, accessible only to those of the sect leader's rank who possessed the secret passphrase. Feng Wu's master belonged to the most esteemed lineage of the Qi Yun sect, making it entirely reasonable for her to remember the passphrase. Jiang Xi quietly closed the door to the medicinal pavilion and navigated between 2 towering bookshelves. Holding a candle, she descended into the basement, where a stone wall adorned with intricate runes stood. Steadying herself, Jiang Xi silently recited the incantation, rotating the stone handle. With a brilliant flash, the heavy stone door trembled and slowly swung open. Jiang Xi felt a surge of joy as she crouched and slipped inside. System. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Xi placed the candle on the floor and retrieved a ladder to climb up and down. After considerable effort, she finally located the desired object. In a half-open drawer lay a brocade pouch containing over 10 pearl-sized, semi-transparent elixirs, quietly resting in a wooden box. Jiang Xi picked one up and confirmed with the system. "This is the Hunyuan golden pill, correct?" System. "Indeed." Jiang Xi exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of relief. "At last, I've found it." In truth, the primordial golden elixir was not an exceptionally rare herb. It was merely a fundamental material for alchemy at the Qi Yun sect, possessing a rarity rating of merely 2 stars. While it may seem unremarkable when used alone, when combined with the bone-refining celestial herb from the dungeon rewards, it could produce a remarkably unique effect that would allow the essence to ascend and be extracted from the body. Within the narrative, Jiang Xi's brutal and bloody method of forcibly extracting Feng Wu's essence was driven by 2 motivations: to torment her and to detach the essence that had become part of her flesh after lingering too long within her body. There was no other method to achieve this. System. Ding. Due to the host's violation of rules and excessive blood loss, health points reduced to 30, current total, 3 points. Jiang Xi. I simply wish to understand what just transpired. System. Host, you activated the pain transfer at the cost of your appetite. Therefore, all your actions related to eating are classified as violations. This not only accelerates the onset of poisoning, but also affects the intensity of our pain suppression.
Consequently,
The poisoning symptoms we previously managed to mask have suddenly become uncontainable. So that was the case. Jiang Xi opened her eyes, feeling discomfort. The blood-soaked garments had been removed, and her face, once smeared with ghastly blood, was now meticulously cleansed, leaving her feeling refreshingly clean. The floor beside the bed was strewn with blood-stained cloths and a copper basin, from which wisps of steam curled upwards. The room was shrouded in dim twilight, with the distant sound of temple bells echoing across the mountains and flocks of birds casting dark shadows as they flew past the fiery clouds. Jiang Xi sat at the bedside, gazing at her with his crimson eyes, deep and bright. "You have awakened." Jiang Xi.
Ah.
It seems I can no longer feign ignorance. Jiang Yi's sharp gaze bore down upon her, exuding an unintentional pressure even without intent. As Jiang Xi attempted to rise from the bed, he naturally reached out to support her back, adjusting her pillow with care, and inquired, "Are you thirsty?" Jiang Xi shook her head. "Very well." Jiang Xi tossed the cloth he held into the basin, turned to her, and calmly asked, "What exactly transpired last night?" In a state of uncertainty, Jiang Xi checked her pulse, incredulously discovering that the abundant spiritual energy that had flowed through her body like a river was now on the brink of depletion after just one night. In truth, nothing of great consequence had occurred. Jiang Xi loosened her fist to shield her nails, casually replying, "You are aware that for years I have been subduing the wraiths, having been poisoned countless times, yet I have never succumbed to the effects. The reason is not because, as I have often claimed, my cultivation has reached a level where I am immune to all toxins, but rather because I have chosen to suppress them." Hearing this for the first time, Jiang Yi's heart tightened, a sense of exclusion and trepidation washing over him, and he said stiffly, "Why have you continuously deceived me? Previously, I thought that since I could manage it, there was no need for you to worry as well," Jiang Xi remarked, patting the back of his hand. "However, it is better to unblock than to block. Suppressing the toxins for years is akin to confining a wild beast that might strike at any moment within oneself. Ultimately, it is not a viable solution. If one day I can no longer contain it, my body will erupt and perish." Jiang Xi suddenly looked up. "So, with the assistance of my friends from the immortal sect last night, I began the process of detoxification. Regrettably, 90% of the toxins within Jiang Xi belong to the latter category. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago." Jiang Xi, half convinced, asked, "Is that why you bled from all 7 orifices?" Jiang Xi, unperturbed, preemptively prepared him. "Indeed, the accumulation of toxins is considerable, and expelling them from the body is no trivial matter. It may conclude in a few days, but it could also last for months or even years. During this time, symptoms such as bleeding, high fever, and obscure circulation of spiritual energy are all normal and should not be concerning. A good night's sleep will suffice." At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Plot task acquired. Night exploration of the Qian sect. Please guide Jiang Xi to the Qian sect within 2 days for preliminary investigation. As previously mentioned, the demon clan possesses an innate advantage, as they are born with 2 additional skills, Beast Mastery and Beast Form Combat. However, merely having 2 extra trump cards does not guarantee proficiency. Consider the fact that some individuals retain a frail and diminutive beast form, even into adulthood, with dull teeth. Others might summon only a few beasts to assist them, and when faced with formidable practitioners from the immortal sect, they would be effortlessly dispatched along with their beasts. Only Jiang Xi has exhibited the remarkable ability to summon legions of beasts with a mere flute note since the conclusion of the war between the immortals and demons a century ago. Thus, his ascendance to the pinnacle of power is not merely due to charm. Of course, these 2 skills remain locked until maturity. It is only at that moment, when their juvenile beast forms undergo a dramatic transformation and their mastery is unlocked, that they realize their true potential. Interestingly, this outcome is determined not by genetics, but by chance. A father who excels in every regard may have a son who struggles with the basics of beast mastery, and vice versa. Given the significant uncertainties prior to maturation, with everything still unclear, Jiang Xi remained composed after their recognition, refraining from rashly attacking the Qian sect. Instead, he stealthily infiltrated to gather intelligence and obtained Feng Wu's essence. After lying low for 2 years, waiting for his 2 trump cards to unlock. He finally sought vengeance against those associated with the Qiyun sect. The defenses at the Qiyun sect may not be exceedingly stringent, but they are certainly not a place where the demon clan can enter freely, unless guided by an insider, such as Jiang Xi. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Qiyun sect lie?
What?
Jiang Xi casually mentioned a few sect names to avoid appearing overly purposeful. In a few days after nightfall, we shall explore each sect and assess their realities. Jiang Xi clenched his fists, coldly stating, agreed. Initially, it was presumed that this matter would conclude thus, and that no further complications would arise before they infiltrated the Qiyun sect for reconnaissance. However, unexpectedly, that very night, Jiang Xi was awakened by a bone-chilling cold. System. Ding. Pain transfer compensation has randomly shifted from appetite loss to a sudden drop in body temperature. Jiang Xi. What the heck? Can this even change randomly? System. Otherwise, how could it be classified as a brutal difficulty? Tears welled in Jiang Xi's heart as she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, attempting to endure the discomfort. However, she soon realized that the cold was only intensifying. Given her current frail health, if this persisted, she might very well freeze to death by morning. In the dim moonlight, she examined the bluish lines on her nails. Earlier in the day, they had not exceeded 1/3 of the nail's length. Yet, due to the first violation within mere hours, they had extended to nearly half. Once they reached the fingertips, it would signal a complete poisoning, a point from which even the finest healer could not save her. Each fluctuation in her health points would only expedite their growth. Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi lay outside the screen, shallowly sleeping, his breathing steady.
Jiang Xi,
in her moment of reflection, slipped out of bed, hastily making her way to the space beyond the screen. Originally, she intended to request an additional blanket from Jiang Xi, but upon feeling the warmth radiating from his body, she impulsively climbed into his bed. Jiang Xi, who had been resting lightly, was instantly awakened. As Jiang Xi shivered and nestled beside him, Jiang Xi harbored no lewd thoughts. Instead, he instinctively shifted inward, gently pressing the back of his hand against her forehead. "Why are you so cold?" he asked. "It's freezing," Jiang Xi replied, her teeth chattering. Was this yet another reaction to the poison? Jiang Xi's brow furrowed deeply. Without further ado, he draped his remaining warm blanket over her, lying down on the outside and wrapping her in his arms. Is it still cold? At dawn, the eastern window glowed faintly. Jiang Xi made sure Jiang Xi was comfortable before silently leaving the inn and venturing into the wilderness. Clad in dark garments that rustled with each movement, his long, narrow eyes sparkled with determination. Although he sought a remedy for the poison, the relentless cycle of vomiting blood, high fever, and chills seemed without end. Even the strongest of individuals could not endure such torment indefinitely. In the dense forest, Jiang Xi discarded his upper garments. Flames flickered around him, and sharp, black scales erupted from his torso like barbs, while a pair of long horns burst forth. Amidst the starlit night, the boy stood, his raven hair and crimson eyes contrasting sharply with the bizarre and enchanting scales that covered his bare torso. The dark red diamond-shaped scales on his forehead shimmered with an iridescent glow. He was uncertain whether the scale could purge the years of accumulated poison from Jiang Xi's body, but it would undoubtedly alleviate her current plight. Kneeling by the creek, he gazed indifferently at the reflection in the water. Raising his hand, he resolutely tore the scale from his forehead. The pain of ripping the scale was indescribable, and his vision blurred as blood surged in his throat. Clenching the scale tightly, he grit his teeth and shut his eyes, waiting for the discomfort to subside. The excruciating pain momentarily dulled his alertness. The rustling of the wind alerted him to someone stumbling through the underbrush toward him. Instantly, he opened his eyes, exuding a fierce aura. However, the first words spoken by the newcomer caused his heart to skip a beat. "Brother Jiang Xi, it really is you. There are still people alive in our village." It was none other than the suspicious innkeeper from that day. Jiang Xi struggled to collect herself, taking advantage of the heart-eating monster's distraction to discreetly probe the ropes binding her hands behind her back against the slightly sharp stone, attempting to wear through the bindings. Just as Jiang Xi had been vociferously berating the heart-eating monster, the creature's attention was diverted, and it approached Jiang Xi, pinching the boy's cheeks with a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha. 2 ignorant little children have fallen into my hands today. You can only blame your own foolishness. Just a little ploy. And you've both walked right into my trap. Call for help all you want, even if you scream until your throat is raw. The Red Cloud sect will not come to save you. Such a clutch line. Jiang, he muttered. The heart-eating monster sneered. Then I shall start with you. I have only tasted a man's flesh once. With that, its sharp fingers were raised, ready to slice open Jiang Xui's chest. Desperation surged within Jiang Xi.
Wait.
What grievance do you have with the Liu family? Why target the girls from there? The monster paused, turning its gaze toward her. Grievance? You overthink it. I simply find the flesh of those women to my liking. It cackled. Do I need to explain? I desire human flesh, and I desire women. Everything was going smoothly until that old man Liu Dafu foolishly sought to hinder me with the help of those from the immortal sect. But it matters not, for they have all fallen into my hands. Jiang He shook her head, murmuring, those who commit evil will eventually meet their fate. If we die today, others will come to claim you tomorrow. Humph. What is there to fear? With each heart I consume, my power grows stronger, especially since you 3 have practiced immortal techniques. Once I finish with you, I shall change my guise and my location, and no one will be able to capture me. The heart-eating monster's gaze shifted to the unconscious Jiang Yi, musing, however, I am quite surprised. Jiang He followed its gaze, her caution heightened. Surprised by what? Humans go to great lengths to slaughter demons. The enmity between our races is irreconcilable. Yet, he had a chance to escape just now but chose to sacrifice himself for your safety, ultimately falling into my grasp. The heart-eating monster sneered. What a pitiful creature. Willingly becoming a lapdog for the immortal sect.
Oh, tragique. Ah.
Jiang He's hands, which had been grinding against the stone, abruptly halted. The reason she had engaged the heart-eating monster in conversation was to buy time for Jiang Xi, who was secretly working to untie himself. Yet, she had not anticipated that the monster would turn its attention to Jiang Yi, striking at his vulnerabilities. This inadvertently heightened Jiang Yi's resentment toward the immortal sect. And if he remembered today's encounter when seeking revenge, it would be she who suffered the consequences. Moreover, after spending over 2 months in close quarters with Jiang Yi, he inexplicably hoped he had not heard the monster's taunts. Despite having 1,000 reasons to dismiss her concerns, such as Jiang Yi being a fictional character, a villain, and that a villain must endure ridicule to grow, she found herself unable to remain indifferent. Once the heart-eating monster finished speaking, Jiang He met its gaze, enunciating each word with conviction. You are mistaken. Jiang Yi is neither my subordinate nor my pet. He is my friend, my companion.
Companion?
The heart-eating monster scoffed.
How naive.
How could humans and demons ever be companions? Why not? Jiang He countered. There are those who despise demons. Yet there are also those who cherish them and wish to coexist peacefully. If like-minded individuals can become true friends, what is wrong with that? As the saying goes, villains perish from excessive chatter. Jiang He noticed Jiang Xui's movements out of the corner of her eye, inhaling deeply before continuing. And you? You are merely a worthless creature donning another skin to survive. What right do you have to mock Jiang Yi? Outrageous. At that moment, as the heart-eating monster lunged at her, Jiang He swiftly freed her hands from the severed ropes and deftly dodged aside. Behind her, 2 translucent, whip-like tendrils lunged forward, tightening around the monster's neck and waist, and with a fierce tug, the beast was violently flung apart. Its viscous form disintegrated instantly. After all, the purpose of these whips was not to slay demons, but to build arm strength. The 2 youths had bright futures ahead.
Ah!
The heart-eating monster's body was nearly obliterated, leaving only its upper half, which continued to dissolve. Its piercing wails mingled with a cacophony of varying pitches and tones, sharp and eerie, piercing eardrums, akin to 100 nails scraping on a blackboard. Zheng Wu and Jiang Xi, unable to bear the sound, clutched their ears. Jiang He rushed to Jiang Yi's side, eager to free him. Jiang Yi, wake up. However, upon touching his wrist, she discovered the ropes were already half undone. You were awake just now? I woke up not long ago. The bindings were not tight, so I managed to loosen them with a little effort, Jiang Yi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, behind him, out of Jiang He's sight, he discreetly loosened his long fingers. His palms bore numerous wounds, and a sharp stone he had crushed had crumbled to dust, silently falling into the mud between his fingers. Jiang, he sighed with relief. That's good. As long as you didn't hear those hateful remarks, amen. Xian Yi's gaze lingered for a moment behind her, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. At that instant, a panicked voice from behind called out, "Master, watch out." Jiang, he reacted swiftly, tilting her head slightly. She caught sight of the dying, heart-eating monster still gasping for breath, inexplicably spraying something towards her. A few small clumps of mud proved to be immensely powerful, sending Jiang He crashing into the rocky mountainside, where she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The creature's body began to dissolve into sludge, its voice growing increasingly indistinct as it uttered its final words, even in death. "If I could have someone accompany me, it would be worth it." System notification. Due to the host's injury and the effects of a peculiar poison, health points have plummeted, current total, 1 point. Jiang He lay on the ground, silent and choked with despair. She was not trembling. She was fully aware that an attack was imminent, yet chose to draw nearer. However, had she attempted to resist, it would have been clear to Zheng Sui and Zheng Yan that she was a member of the Qian sect. Once her identity was revealed, it could potentially lead to the events of the night she went missing, thus invoking the massacre of the Xianyi clan. The narrative is meticulously structured. Why would Xian Yi only learn of his enemies 2 years later from the surviving villagers? Why not let him know immediately? The reason is simple. At this point, Xian Yi is not yet matured to the point of confronting the Qian sect. Revealing the truth now would render him incapable of vengeance. Furthermore, the events following his quest for revenge are intricately interwoven with the timeline. Any premature revelation would cause the subsequent events to unravel like a line of dominoes, destroying the entire narrative arc. Having successfully avoided the minefield until now, how could she falter at the final moment? In summary, every trivial thing, even a mere cushion, is a matter of life and death. This thought flitted through her mind in an instant. Still dazed, Jiang He suddenly felt someone lift her from the ground and embrace her tightly. The crimson light flickered in Xian Yi's eyes as he trembled, calling out, "Jiang He." Zheng Sui and Zheng Yan approached, calling her name as if summoning a spirit. "Miss Jian." "Hi, Master." Miss Jian. Her injuries were not healing quickly, and surrounded as she was, the lack of air made Jiang He feel even more lightheaded. She managed a faint response, "Just a minor injury. I need to rest for a moment," before succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeing the person in his arms suddenly unresponsive, Xian Yi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. However, upon looking down, he noticed her faint breaths. The emotions that had flared up an instant before vanished, and Xian Yi composed himself, wordlessly carrying Jiang He on his back. Once the crisis had passed, Zheng Sui and Zheng Yan finally recognized that the handsome youth before them was of the demon race. Summoning her courage, Zheng Yan spoke. "You are of the demon race? Perhaps I should let my brother carry Miss Jian instead." Xian Yi said nothing, merely casting her a glance that bore no anger. Yet Zheng Yan felt a chill run down her spine, rendering her unable to continue. Sensing her acquiescence, Xian Yi strode out of the cave, with Jiang He on his back. Unaware of the passage of time within the cave, they emerged to find that night had fallen. The moon bright, yet the stars sparse. The sky was clear, while the mountain path remained dim. The 14-year-old boy walked steadily, his strength unwavering, ensuring that the person on his back was not jostled by the rugged terrain. Zheng Sui patted Zheng Yan comfortingly on the shoulder, retrieved a fallen celestial artifact, and hurried to catch up. Easter egg. Xian Yi's diary. If one wishes to no longer witness the departure of those dear to them, and to escape the feeling of helplessness, the only solution is to become strong enough that neither the celestial, the demonic, nor the malevolent can sway me. A sense of unease crept over Jiang He, sparking an instinctive wariness. Indeed, one must trust their primal intuition. In the next moment, Xian Yi's hand, resting on his abdomen, suddenly gripped Jiang He's wrist with a force that was startling, wholly inconsistent with his slender fingers. He then brought her hand to his lips, revealing his sharp teeth as he ferociously bit down towards her palm. In the hellish purgatory filled with the stench of decay that lasted for days and nights, Xian Yi, famished and delirious, found the scent of this long-forgotten stranger intoxicatingly sweet and delectable, igniting his hunger. As the sweet, sanguine essence coursed down his throat, the tumultuous hunger within him subsided momentarily. Yet, a sharp pain at the back of his neck plunged him into darkness. When Jiang Xi finally released his grip, Jiang Xi raised her hand to her eyes, only to find a perfectly circular bite mark encircling her palm, blood dripping steadily, while her mind raced with chaotic thoughts. System notification. He did not intend to harm you. He was entranced, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. He will recover once you exit this place. System notification ding. Host injury detected, health points 10, current total 1 point. Jiang Xi gazed at the sky with a sense of desolation. Life's fluctuations were too rapid, leaving her utterly exasperated.
Ah!
The demon hunters are coming.
Run.
The moonless night was shrouded in darkness, the stars dim. A sea of flames scorched the mountains and forests, sending birds into a frenzy and beasts into flight. The heat wave was powerful enough to knock a person off their feet. The scent of charred flesh and the cries of her kin echoed through the air, mingling with the howls of the wild. As the scattered ashes filled the entirety of Shishu Mountain, resembling a hell on earth. His hair began to singe and curl, his hands blistered. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a dark arrow shot through the air, knocking him to the ground, blood splattering. Jiang Xi's brows furrowed in agony as he gasped for breath, his eyes snapping open, drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just been pulled from water. It appeared to be an abandoned temple, the elmwood statue tarnished and eyeless, benevolently gazing down upon the world. The temple door stood slightly ajar, the wooden windows half open, and the night breeze drifted in, causing the flickering firewood to crackle softly. The dusty floor had been deliberately cleaned, and he lay upon a tattered straw mat, his left shoulder bound with a makeshift bandage. The arrow had been removed, leaving only a dull ache. A pale purple garment was draped over him. "Where am I?" Jiang Xi, bewildered, flexed his fingers. At that moment, a cool hand pressed against his forehead, and a melodious voice rang out, seemingly relieved. "You're finally awake. Are you feeling better?" Startled, Jiang Xi abruptly looked up to find a graceful human girl seated beside him, gazing at him kindly. In the dim light, her skin radiated a luminous glow, and her lashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids. Suddenly aware that he was gripping something, Jiang Xi froze, realizing he had unknowingly grasped the girl's ring finger. Strangely enough, amongst 5 fingers, he had chosen precisely that one. How curious, he thought. "You were speaking nonsense in your sleep and grasped my finger," Jiang Xi remarked. "Take it slow. There's no need for such wariness. If I intended you harm, I had countless opportunities to act before now." What lay before him was fresh fish encased in leaves, sliced into thin pieces, exuding a faint fishy aroma. The demon race naturally preferred the taste of fresh, bloody meat. Anything else was dismissed. Having asserted dominance in human territories, they had influenced culture to some extent. Yet their culinary preferences remained steadfastly unchanged, favoring raw meat for a century without deviation. Jiang Xi remembered that after his rise to prominence in his previous life, he particularly enjoyed hosting feasts with copious amounts of fresh meat served on crushed ice, displaying a singular taste. One need not sacrifice oneself to please others. Jiang Xi presented him with a grilled fish, freshly caught from a stream, its flavor intact. Yet regrettably, in this desolate wilderness, there were no seasonings, rendering the meat somewhat bland, though the charred bits were unexpectedly delicious. In the harrowing 46th scenario, amidst the relentless stench of decay that lingered for several days and nights, Jiang Xi found himself in a purgatory of foul odors, his hunger gnawing at him, his mind clouded, parched, and desperate. The presence of a stranger, so long absent from his life, was imbued with an unexpectedly sweet and delectable aroma that made his mouth water. The luscious essence slid down his throat, momentarily quelling the intense agitation that had consumed him. Yet, as a sharp pain struck the back of his neck, his world plunged into darkness. When Jiang Xi's jaw finally loosened, Jiang Xi, with a dazed expression, raised her hand before her eyes, revealing a circle of neat bite marks at the base of her thumb, with droplets of blood trickling out. Her heart raced as if 1,000 mythical beasts were stampeding through her chest, now aligning in orderly rows, then forming chaotic patterns. The system chimed in, explaining that he had not acted with intent, but rather had been ensnared in a trance, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. It assured her that he would recover once they escaped this place.
Ding.
Host injury detected, health reduced by 10, current total, 1 point. Jiang Xi gazed skyward in despair. The rapid fluctuations of life felt utterly exasperating.
Ah.
The demon hunters are coming.
Run.
Under the cloak of night, with the wind howling and stars dimmed, the crimson flames scorched the forest. Birds scattered in fright, and beasts fled in terror, as waves of heat surged forth, threatening to topple anyone in their path. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the anguished cries of her kin, while the lamentations of the beasts echoed throughout the desolate Shishu mountain, resembling a hellish landscape. His hair began to singe and curl, blood blisters forming on his hands. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart as a dark arrow struck him down. Blood spraying in vivid arcs. With furrowed brows, Jiang Xi gasped in agony, abruptly awakening to find himself drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. He appeared to be in an abandoned temple where the Elmwood deity had suffered significant wear. Gazing down upon the world with unseeing eyes, the temple door stood ajar, wooden windows slightly open, allowing the cool night breeze to enter. The flickering warmth of the fire crackled softly as the branches popped and hissed. The dust-laden floor had been swept clean, and beneath him lay a tattered grass mat. His upper body was bound with a bandage to staunch the bleeding, the arrow having been removed, leaving only a dull ache in its wake. Opale. Lotus-colored cloak covered him. Where am I? Jiang Xi murmured, bewildered, curling his fingers slightly. At that moment, a cool hand rested gently upon his forehead, accompanied by a melodious voice that seemed to exhale relief. You're finally awake. How do you feel? Startled, Jiang Xi lifted his head to see a graceful young woman seated beside him, observing him with gentle eyes. In the dim light, her complexion radiated a luminous sheen, and her long lashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids. Suddenly realizing he was gripping something, Jiang Xi froze, only to discover he had unknowingly clasped the young woman's ring finger. It was a curious coincidence that, among 5 fingers, his grasp had chosen the one that was least expected. You were speaking nonsense in your sleep, clutching my finger, Jiang Xi remarked. Take your time getting up. There's no need to be so wary. If I had meant you harm, I had countless opportunities to act before now. What she held was fresh fish, thinly sliced and contained within leaves, exuding a faint, fishy aroma. The demon race had an innate preference for raw, bloody meat, insisting on its freshness. Despite their dominance in the human realm and the cultural exchanges that ensued, their culinary inclinations remained steadfastly unchanged. Recalling his past life, Jiang Xi remembered his fondness for lavish feasts, where crushed ice adorned fresh meat dishes, showcasing his unwavering palate. Pandering to others need not come at the expense of oneself, Jiang Xi stated, presenting him with a freshly caught grilled fish. Although it lacked seasoning in this remote wilderness, the fish was tender, and the scorched parts turned out to be surprisingly delectable. The air in the dilapidated temple was serene, Jiang Yi's voice raspy and worn. As he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xi and finally managed to utter his first question, "Who are you?" Jiang Xi did not meet his gaze, tossing a stick into the fire. "My name is Jiang Xi, an old acquaintance of your father." Jiang Xi remained skeptical, his brow furrowing in doubt. "An acquaintance? To be precise, your father is my savior. Without him, I would not be here today," Jiang Xi said, her light brown eyes shimmering with sincerity in the flickering firelight. "I understand that trusting a stranger is difficult, but there is a saying, a life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. I may not be able to repay you in kind, but I assure you I will not act treacherously. In fact, if you wish to uncover the sect responsible for your family's massacre, I can assist you." At her words, Jiang Yi's eyes widened in shock, his throat tightening as if he wished to respond. Yet Jiang Xi swiftly changed the subject. "There's no rush. We could discuss this tomorrow."
You need rest.
After throwing the fish bones into the fire, Jiang Xi produced another mat from somewhere and placed it on the opposite side of the fire. "I shall rest now. If you need anything, just call for me." The temple remained quiet as Jiang Xi turned her back to Jiang Xi, regulating her breathing and feigning sleep. She sensed his piercing gaze lingering on her back for quite some time, as if he wished to etch her form into his memory. Eventually, she heard the sound of him eating, his movements deliberate and ravenous. Indeed, Xian Yi preferred to eat when no one was watching. Was this a trait of beasts?
Ding.
Trust level with Xian Yi, 10. Favorability, 10. Host's performance points, 20. Reliability, 20.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully feeding Xian Yi and completing the first narrative task. Reward, health restored by 100, current total, 104 points. Salted fish value, -10, current total, 4,990 points. Item acquired, ordinary dwelling X1, half-month food supply X1. Hearing the chimes, Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. Earlier, while Xian Yi was still unconscious, she had concocted various explanations, only to find that none could seamlessly weave a narrative. Moreover, crafting an elaborate tale might provoke the system's scrutiny, leading to a judgment of deceit to evade the predetermined outcome. Deceit was not an option. Revealing the truth was out of the question. Oh, Xian Yi, hello. I'm a member of the Qi Yun sect that burned down your home. And I also devoured your father's essence while I was at it. Ha ha ha. Such an admission would surely lead to her demise, leaving her no chance to gain favor or pursue romantic interests, lest she be caught and turned into medicinal wine by Xian Yi. Contemplating her predicament, Jiang Xi devised a misleading narrative, intertwining truth and fiction. Each statement, when examined individually, bore no lies, yet when woven together, they produced a vastly different impression. Speaking in the tone of a grateful benefactor, the outcome would be a stark contrast to the original intent. Those who do not aspire to be cunning actors are not worthy of the title of schemers, Jiang Xi mused. System. The fluctuations in her values indicated that she had temporarily evaded a significant crisis. While the day of exposure would eventually come, for now, she could remain hidden for as long as possible. With a satisfied sigh, Jiang Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, a subsequent barrage of system notifications caused her smile to falter. Ding. Host violation detected. Salted fish value, 50. Current total, 5,040 points. The implications of compliance or violation were secondary. Why did the narrative progress only reduce her salted fish value by 10 points, while a minor infraction resulted in a staggering increase of 50 points? The disparity between punishment and reward is fivefold, a blatant indication of the arbitrariness of these numerical values. System. Your character is exhibiting out-of-character behavior. As a paragon of the Crimson Cloud sect, Feng Wu would not extend such immediate tenderness towards a demon. Jiang Xi, this defies logic. Why was I not reprimanded for saving him? A far more egregious deviation from my character? System. That was a non-negotiable element of the main storyline. Without it, the narrative would stall. Therefore, it is not deemed a deliberate transgression on your part. However, you are obligated to maintain your persona, especially in the presence of your romantic interest. Of course, should Xian Yi be asleep or otherwise absent, we may overlook the occasional lapse in character. Jiang Xi, feeling deflated, adopted a posture of surrender. Very well. Provide me with some guidance. What is Feng Wu's disposition? System. In essence, she is an ethereal being, a celestial maiden. Jiang Xi, I see. This endeavor is more intricate than it initially appeared. A vignette from Xian Yi's journal, a human maiden, claiming to be indebted to my father, rescued me from that fetid inferno. Indeed, I perceive no malice in her intentions. However, she is shrouded in enigmas, and I cannot readily relinquish my vigilance. Whether her actions are genuine or driven by ulterior motives, time will unveil her true nature. Wherever Jiang Xi ventured, his gaze followed. Compared to other dwellings on this street, this abode was undeniably more confined. Yet, as a veritable denizen of the wilderness, Xian Yi found it far from squalid, especially in contrast to the village. The intricately carved window stood ajar, revealing an arrangement of delicate goblets on the table. The simmering kettle emitted plumes of steam, and the walls were adorned with time-worn paintings. The water vat in the kitchen housed 2 vibrant fish, imbuing the space with a sense of domesticity, warmth, and tranquility, distinct from the untamed wilds. However, Xian Yi lowered his gaze, his claws tracing the surface of a cabinet. Upon inspection, He found not a speck of dust. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. The window was ajar upon his arrival, and the house was excessively clean. Jiang Xi had been absent for at least 5 days. Yet the cabinet tops and corners were immaculate, as if the house were continuously inhabited and meticulously maintained. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xi, this reward had inadvertently exposed a minor imperfection. As midday approached, she resolved to prepare a lavish first meal in their new home, a sort of housewarming feast. Half an hour later, Jiang Xi presented several dishes at the table. Jiang Xi gracefully leaped onto a wooden chair and observed the 3 dishes and a soup, all prepared in the human style. Jiang Xi regarded Jiang Xi with apprehension. Why? Jiang Xi explained. Uncooked meat harbors bacteria and parasites that can cause illness. You are usually unaffected due to your robust constitution. However, your current condition is precarious. Consuming raw meat before you fully recover could lead to a recurrence of last night's ailment. What are these? Bacteria. They are synonymous with impurities. Jiang Xi gestured towards a plate of plain boiled meat. I have refrained from adding any seasonings. Although it may lack the scent of blood, it should be more palatable without seasoning. I do not wish to compel you, of course. If you find it unappetizing, you need not partake. As if coerced into a trial of poison, Jiang Xi hesitated before averting his gaze. Then I shall partake. Jiang Xi smiled. Excellent. As Jiang Xi possessed only his claws, he was unable to wield chopsticks. Jiang Xi graciously took the initiative, selecting a slice of meat and presenting it to Jiang Yi's mouth. Upon ingesting the meat, Jiang Yi's tail, which had been gently tapping against the chair, became rigid, and his pupils exhibited a faint bluish tinge. Jiang Xi, I understand. No need to elaborate. The reaction is indicative of extreme distaste. Despite experiencing a momentary pang of disappointment, she acknowledged that it was to be expected. Long-standing habits could not be altered by mere words. Jiang Xi offered a porcelain bowl. Do not force yourself. You may expel it. To her surprise, Jiang Xi glanced at her, masticated for a moment, and swallowed the meat. He then declared, the next dish. Perplexed, Jiang Xi obliged, feeding him another morsel. He sampled each dish on the table before finally pronouncing enough. He had refrained from criticizing, despite his aversion, and had sampled everything. Jiang Xi blinked, feeling a surge of emotion and a peculiar notion that Jiang Xi might possess a masochistic inclination. System. The raw food outside is questionable, but the demonic beast provisions we provide are sterile. As long as you feed Jiang Xi the provisions from the kitchen, there will be no risk of illness. Jiang Xi, feeling immensely relieved, ceased tormenting Jiang Xi and retrieved his beloved raw meat from the kitchen, resulting in a housewarming meal that satisfied all parties. Thus, Jiang Xi and Jiang Xi settled into their new abode. Behind the house lay a patch of yielding soil, where they might cultivate a few vegetables in spring. 2 months elapsed swiftly. Xian City's proximity to the sacred demon hunting grounds of Shishua Mountain made it a popular destination for disciples of the immortal sections. With diligence, one could glean a wealth of information. However, Jiang Xi had spent the majority of these 2 months in his bestial form, rendering him unable to venture out. Even if he could venture out, he was destined to be denied the information he sought. Although the arrows that had slain his kin bore silver plum blossom insignia, these were akin to invisible watermarks, discernible only to those within the immortal sections. To Jiang Xi, the arrows appeared to be unmarked. The number of sects that ventured to Shishua Mountain to hunt demons each day was countless. Without the crucial plum blossom insignia, identifying the sect responsible for the massacre of his village would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an almost insurmountable task. However, as a protagonist of a revenge narrative, Jiang Xi was destined to receive assistance from an NPC at a pivotal moment. According to the script, this state of uncertainty would persist for approximately 2 years, at which point Jiang Xi would reunite with a villager NPC who had narrowly escaped the massacre. Although this villager NPC could not see the plum blossom insignia on the arrows, he coincidentally recognized the leader of the attackers as a member of the Crimson Cloud sect, thereby fulfilling his role of identifying Jiang Yi's enemies. At that moment, Jiang Xi, having traversed a circuitous path, would finally learn that the Crimson Cloud sect was the object of his relentless pursuit. As one fully cognizant of the entire sequence of events, Jiang Xi was bound by the rules, forbidden from offering any hints, possessing the desire to spoil the plot but not the authority to do so. System. You must not reveal the plot. Otherwise, the narrative will unravel, and Jiang Xi will immediately suspect your identity. Jiang Xi. I merely fear that my fate, once everything is revealed, will be no better than that of the original owner of this body.
System. How so?
Jiang Xi lamented. The original owner of this body had no emotional connection to Jiang Xi, merely a distant enemy, and yet suffered immensely. I, on the other hand, have sworn to aid his vengeance, am aware of his fervent desire for retribution, and know the identity of his enemies, yet feign ignorance, watching him fret and wander aimlessly. I, one of his father's murderers, masquerade as a friend of his father to gain his trust. From Jiang Xi's perspective, I am the archetypal double-dealing, two-faced deceiver. System. That is a valid assessment. Life consisted not only of future tribulations, but also of present hardships. The rewards garnered from completing tasks were insufficient to sustain them. Financial resources were essential for survival. To earn money, Jiang Xi resumed her former occupation in Xian City, exorcising malevolent entities. The experience points offered by the lesser adversaries in this world were divided into two categories, one of which was inanimate objects. Carnivorous plants such as the man-eating vine, dwellings or valleys tainted by demonic energy, all fell under this classification. Another type consists of peculiar creatures that scurry about with legs, including the sinister entities that possess others, the enchanting beings that paint human skin, and the zombies that arise from the dead. All of these belong to a category collectively referred to as manglings. Highly skilled manglings can blend into crowds, eluding the detection of ordinary folk, and their malevolence is profound. Whenever they commit misdeeds, blood is sure to follow. Many unresolved murder cases, where the perpetrator remains unknown, are often the result of manglings causing disturbances. The Qian sect used to engage in such lucrative endeavors, offering services to dispel calamities for a fee. The original Feng Wu had considerable experience dealing with such matters and relied on past memories with ease. On this particular night, which marked the eve of the new year, Xinqing was abuzz with excitement. Even before darkness fell, several floating sky lanterns illuminated the sky, as someone, eager to celebrate, had begun releasing them prematurely. Jiang Xi stood in the courtyard, surrounded by 3 boys, each around 7 or 8 years old, and a younger girl, all animatedly debating something. These children belonged to families that had recently sought Jiang Xi's assistance in reclaiming mangling entities. My mother had already arranged with my sister that she would come to our house for dinner tonight. No, it was agreed with my mother first. These children, being of mundane origin, could not discern that Jiang Xi was a member of the demonic race. They merely assumed he was an ordinary magical beast. Observing this, they began to complain. Sister, your pet is glaring at us. Little Egg Jiang Yi's diary human food is unpalatable. Human children are noisy. Soon after, he brought his hand to his lips, revealing sharp teeth, and fiercely bit down upon her hand. After enduring several days and nights in a purgatory filled with the stench of decaying flesh, Jiang Xi was famished, delirious, and parched. The scent of this long-absent stranger was sweet and enticing, making his mouth water. The sweet, coppery flavor trickled down his throat, alleviating the intense burning sensation he had felt. It was not until a sharp pain struck the back of his neck that his world succumbed to darkness. When Jiang Xi released his grip, Jiang Xi raised her hand to her eyes, aghast, discovering a perfect ring of teeth marks around her palm, blood oozing and dripping, as if 1,000 mythical beasts were racing through her mind, forming chaotic patterns. System. He did not intend to do so. He was entranced, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. After exiting this place, he will recover. System ding. Host's injury detected, blood level -10, current total, 1 point. Jiang Xi. She looked skyward, feeling utterly despondent. The rapid fluctuations of life can be exasperating.
Ah!
The demon hunters are coming. Run! On a moonless night with winds howling, the stars dimmed. The sky blazed with red flames, scorching the forest, sending countless birds into flight and beasts into a frantic escape. The heat was so overwhelming that it could topple a person. The scent of charred flesh, the desperate cries of her kin, and the wails of beasts filled the air. As the ash from the raging fire enveloped the entire Shishu mountain, resembling a hellish realm. His hair began to singe and curl, and his hands developed painful blisters. A sudden sharp pain pierced Jiang Yi's chest as a dark arrow struck him, knocking him to the ground, blood splattering. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, gasping in agony, and suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, resembling someone pulled from the depths of water. He found himself in what appeared to be a desolate temple, the elmwood deities' paint severely chipped, gazing down compassionately upon the world. The temple door was ajar, the wooden windows half open, and the night breeze wafted in, causing the flickering firewood to crackle softly. The dust-laden floor had been meticulously cleaned, and he lay upon a tattered straw mat, his left shoulder bound with a bandage to staunch the bleeding. The arrow had been removed, leaving only a dull ache at the wound. A pale pink outer garment covered him. "Where is this?" Jiang Yi murmured, curling his fingers in confusion. Just then, a cool hand rested upon his forehead, and a melodious voice resonated, seemingly relieved. "You are finally awake. Are you feeling better?" Jiang Yi's body jolted, and he quickly looked up to see a graceful human girl sitting beside him, watching him kindly. In the dim light, her face and neck glimmered with a radiant, delicate sheen, and her fan-like eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids. Suddenly realizing he was gripping something, Jiang Yi froze, discovering he had unknowingly clasped the girl's ring finger in his hand. Oddly enough, amidst 5 fingers, he had chosen to hold the ring finger. What a curious coincidence. "You were speaking nonsense in your dreams, holding on to my finger," Jiang Yi remarked. "Take your time. There's no need to be so wary. If I intended you harm, I had countless opportunities to act before this moment."